With a loud bang, Pagenia windbreaker was covered in blood. The gloves made of black iron and gold wire were as light as wings. Under the phantom, they formed a golden light and instantly pressed on Mo-Sang chest. Bang! The space shook. In an instant, Mo-Sang flew away. The protective chi exploded. The black armor exploded. The skin and muscles exploded. A burst of bombing sounds followed Mo-Sang flying figure, resonating over the courtyard. Mo-Sang flew more than 10 meters in the air finally. He crashed through the thick earthen wall more than 3 meters high. And finally stopped. Smoke and dust spread. A curse was heard faintly. Damn it! Mo-Sang's face was full of anger. From the beginning, he didn't even see clearly who rushed over. And he suffered a series of attacks that never stopped. Now his protective chi was broken. And there was almost no good part of his body. He was just a little tough. And he could still say a few words. It a pity, the mysterious masked man who had stepped through the hustle and bustle was not impatient to listen to what he continued to say. He stretched out his hand and grabbed his entire face and lifted it up in the air. At this moment, a black-armored killer rushed in and knelt on one knee. Master Demon King. The Federation people are here, and they are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. You are the Demon King. Mo-Sang heard Pagenia title, and his eyes suddenly widened. The old God Society. The new son of God. The Demon King. It you? He was really scared. I have heard about this new son of God. Codenamed Demon King. However, there is very little information about this new son of God. Even the undercover agents in the old God Society are not clear about his specific information. I heard that a very high-ranking elder of the old God Society is in charge. Mo-Sang thought that the new son of God in the old God Society was just a paper tiger. But now he found out that he was wrong. I know. Arrange for people to retreat. Pagenia ignored Mo-Sang's shock after saying this. He picked him up and disappeared. Who are you? Facing Mo-Sang's horrified eyes, Pagenia had already taken off his gloves and put his big hands directly on his face. Who am I? Is it important? As soon as the words fell, Mo-Sang's expression suddenly froze. In his mind, there seemed to be a ding-dong sound, a long and crisp sound. Consciousness peeled off. He heard the 2 words clearly. Enter the dream. Schwa. Endless darkness enveloped him instantly. At the same time, a large amount of memory information poured into Pagenia's mind. I, Lu Bo, swear allegiance to the Holy Alliance until death. From today on, I will join this world as Mo-Sang. Actually, I will contact the chess pieces as an intelligence officer. Make sure to find out the identity of the new son of the old god. The Demon King. He is not at the headquarters? Then where is he? As you command? I will personally lead the team to eradicate the secret base of the old god. He is actually the Demon King. The torrent of memories dissipated. Pagenia slowly opened his eyes. Holy Alliance? He frowned slightly. This seems to be an organization from Beizhou, but he didn't have much dealings with Beizhou, so he didn't know much about it. He raised his hand and pressed it. Mo-Sang, or Lu Bo, who came from the Holy Alliance, floated out of thin air, and everything on his body was stripped off. After Pagenia collected the spoils, without even a glance, he turned around and left. With a boom, the fire completely devoured the corpse behind him. The battlefield has been cleaned up. Pagenia led the team back. Outside the ancient village, Pagenia looked at the light blue barrier. He turned his head and looked at Lu Hai. This place has been exposed. What should we do next? Lu Hai shook his head and said, It depends on what the elder says. He hesitated and asked, The man before? He dead, but the interrogation revealed something. Pagenia said casually. Seeing this, Lu Hai did not ask any more questions. Pagenia, who was guarding in front of the ancient village, was a little surprised. It has been so long. And the Federation has not discovered this place yet? Lu Hai whispered, This place used to be the center of the formation. The elders worked together to arrange it into a small world. People outside cannot find this place without the coordinates. After saying that, he frowned. Mo-Sang was able to get the coordinates of this place. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. Pagenia looked at him with a lingering fear, without saying anything. The extraordinary person, who secretly used the spiritual network, began to collect relevant information about the Holy Alliance. What surprised him was that this organization was extremely mysterious, and there was no relevant information in the outside world. Either this organization was very powerful, or the Federation deliberately concealed the existence of this organization. Pagenia also learned about the relevant information of the Holy Alliance through the memory he swallowed. After a brief recollection, Pagenia located the ownership of the relevant information. Chong Yulong. This old thief knows a lot. However, in his memory, Master Chong had no direct contact with the Holy Alliance. He only heard a few stories about the Holy Alliance when he was young. The old thief wanted to join the Holy Alliance, but unfortunately, he couldn't find the other party base. It can be seen that this organization is very secretive. As Elder Wuji appeared in the ancient village, Pagenia thoughts were interrupted. Your strength has improved again? Elder Wuji's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and he could not hide his smile. Pagenia looked calm, thanks to the dragon blood sent by the Elder. If there was more, I could become a little stronger. Elder Wuji's smile immediately became a little unnatural as he said this. He coughed dryly. It's not that I'm stingy. Dragon blood itself is a scarce commodity. The amount I gave you these 2 times is already the total amount of other sons of God in a year. But this time you protected the ancient village. I can give you another bottle. Thank you for your mercy, Elder. Seeing this, Pagenia stopped asking for more and chuckled. Elder Wuji shook his head and said nothing more about this matter. Standing on the high slope with Pagenia, looking at the vaguely visible village not far away, he said calmly, We worked hard to build a secret residence, but the outside world thought we had built a killer weapon that could threaten the entire Federation. Tell me if it's funny or not. Pagenia looked at it silently. It was indeed funny. From this point of view, the old god society was not as crazy as the outside world said. We spared no effort to protect this place. But the outside world thought that we were really deploying some terrifying weapons that could destroy the world. Elder Wuji sighed softly. It is funny and sad that the people in the world are fooled by the Federation. Elder Wuji did not continue the topic. He looked at the houses with curling smoke and whispered, There are 317 people living here. There are only 78 children. And the rest are old men who are powerless. No young and strong? Pagenia said in surprise. All awakened people leave the ancient village, and they will not come back even if they are injured. Elder Wuji said softly. This is not the first time you come here. What do you think? Very good. Pagenia said calmly in front of Elder Wuji's eyes. Live and work in peace and contentment. Unrestrained. How rare. Elder Wuji nodded slowly. Mo Sang is a senior 3rd level awakener of the extraordinary. There are rumors that he will soon enter the 4th stage. There are some questions about this person identity. According to the information I have now, it's the Holy Alliance. Pagenia said calmly. Elder Wuji's attention was drawn to him, and he looked at Pagenia again. Mo Sang, formerly known as Lubo, is the intelligence officer of the Holy Alliance. Pagenia said thoughtfully, My people can only find these. And I'm afraid you elders can only find the other specific information yourself. You can actually find so much. I was surprised. Elder Wuji looked at Pagenia deeply, without asking why he could find so much information. The information I got proved this point. The Holy Alliance. These guys are starting to stir up blood and rain again. Elder, do you know the Holy Alliance? Pagenia's words were flawless. And Elder Wuji didn't think much about it. We dealt with each other once before. Don't be fooled by the name of this organization. It's actually just a group of opportunists. The extraordinary powers of these people are quite unconventional. Be careful when dealing with them in the future. As far as I know, the god general behind Mo Sang is called Patton. I have fought with him before. The extraordinary powers are very unconventional. It is similar to damage transfer. The damage caused by my punching him will be transferred to myself. Pagenia became interested as soon as he heard it. Elder, do you know where he is now? Elder Wuji was stunned, and then laughed. When I fought with him, he was already a 6th level extraordinary. I'm afraid his strength is at least level 8 now. Don't even think about looking for him. You are not his opponent yet. Under the mask, Pagenia couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Level 8. He changed the subject sleekly. Has this place been exposed? The eyes of Elder Wuji revealed a certain cunning. In fact, this is a paradise. You can hide in any space without being detected. Pagenia was stunned. Place? When you take charge of the Old Gods Association in the future, I will give it to you. Elder Wuji sighed. But it's too early now, at least level 5. Level 5 is a bit of a stretch. Level 7. Pagenia looked dimly. Elder, you are a part-time cake seller, right? The painting is quite big, but if this paradise can really be a treasure that can escape into the void, he is really tempted. After taking a few more glances, Pagenia decisively took it back. The cake that can't be eaten immediately will be left for others to catch. Not long. Leaving the ancient village, Pei Jinya did not return immediately. But after parting with Lu Hai, he appeared at the coordinates in the west of Zhongzhou. Jiang Xinqing sent a message. Suspected that a spiritual mine had been discovered. Qi Zhonglu was not a fool. He did not hand over the coordinates immediately, but now took the initiative to pass them on through Sun Rufan, which only meant that he did not dare to take the spiritual mine. During the time he went to Shizhou, he was busy for more than an hour, and Pei Jinya had no time to look at the communicator. During the battle, he had blocked the outside news, so as not to be disturbed. As soon as this was lifted, his head started buzzing. The first thing that popped up was the news from Yin Shu. So boring, so boring, so boring. Does the Demon King have any missions for me? It's been 789 days since the last mission with you, my god. It's been so many days, so is there really no mission for me? The above are all said by Xiaohong Luo. That not right. I saw the news, something big happened in Shizhou again. Did you go? You didn't take me and Yin Shu with you, you're screwed. More than a dozen messages in a row. Pei Jinya's head was buzzing. It a pity that Hong Luo doesn't do her homework at this age. After he sent a private message to Yin Shu, he glanced at the sky and activated the light system directly. It had already landed in the western part of Zhongzhou in almost a breath of time. Master? When the people of the Jiang family saw the old man appear, I thought I was seeing things. Jiang Xinqing walked over quickly and bowed straightly. Master. He noticed that the master was followed by a mysterious masked man in a black robe, and was a little curious, but he said nothing. You are right, this is a spiritual mine. Pei Jinya's powerful perception spread out, and he really sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy 100 meters below the ground. This is indeed a spiritual mine. Although it is not big, the spiritual or resources contained in it are enough for Pei Jinya to see the hope of improvement. Hurry up and arrange for people to be stationed here. Pei Jinya was just saying this, when a hurried voice suddenly came from the distant forest. Jiang Xinqing led the team to form a circle to protect Pei Jinya. Two groups of people were not far away. One in front and one behind. The group being chased was obviously retreating step by step. The two groups were rushing here. Master. Jiang Xinqing narrowed his eyes, and his hand was already on the scabbard. Don't worry about them. Pei Jinya glanced at it, and didn't take it seriously. He picked up the blueprint, and started to draw. Save me. I am the young master of Dingsheng International in Shangui City, please save me. Among the fleeing crowd, a young man with blood all over his face shouted for help. But Pei Jinya had no intention of intervening. At this moment, he only had the spiritual mine under his feet and his eyes. How to pick it quietly is a big problem. Once the matter of the spiritual mine is exposed, the consequences will be disastrous. What more? This place is a little far from Daping City. If we really start fighting, the Jiang family was out of reach. When Pei Jinya was pondering, the other party rushed straight in front of him. Get out of here! Jiang Xinqing drew his sword halfway, and forced the other party back with a stern voice. The young man who claimed to be the young master stared at him with resentment, as if he wanted to remember their faces, turned around and was about to leave. Poochie! The tip of a sword suddenly pierced through his heart, and his eyes suddenly widened. Pei Jinya held the other side of the sword in his hand. Ignoring the astonishment of the two groups on the opposite side, one hand gently rested on the young man's head. And he said slowly, I don't like your eyes. He raised his head, and looked at the companions around the young man. 3 men and women. All with surprised and angry eyes. You actually killed Huang Xiao. You? Puff! The sword light surged. 3 heads flew up at the same time. Kill him. Why so much nonsense? Pei Jinya looked up at the group of young men chasing after him with weapons, and threw the sword to Jiang Xinqing. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. No information here can be leaked. Yes. Almost the moment he grasped the sword, Jiang Xinqing led more than 10 Jiang family elites around him, and rushed over. There was the sound of fighting behind him. Pei Jinya didn't care at all, and used his eyes as a ruler to calculate the true reserves of this spiritual mine. Jiang Xinqing's clothes were stained with a lot of blood, but he ignored it, and went straight to stand behind Jiang Qingsong. Master, all traces have been cleaned up. Jiang Qingsong handed over the blueprint in his hand. From today on, you will personally lead people to station in the area I have drawn, and choose space transportation. Yes, Master. Arrange for people to transport it out. During this period, he can live here to refine spiritual energy and practice. These two methods must be carried out at the same time. This is the only way to reduce the risk of early exposure. Jiang Qingsong, fiddling with the surveying equipment after confirming the mining path in his mind. Looking at the masked man beside him. Jiang Qingsong's eyes also followed. From the beginning, he didn't know the identity of this mysterious man brought by the head of the family. But he only saw the other party stretch out his hand and press. The terrifying power disintegrated the soil in front of him on the spot. The terrifying power was fully displayed in an undisguised and fierce behavior. Jiang Qingsong's brows trembled as he watched. However, seeing that Jiang Qingsong wanted to go down in person, he hurriedly handed over a set of gas masks. After the clone put it on, Jiang Qingsong looked at Pei Jinya clone wearing a mask, and also handed over a set of gas masks. But Pei Jinya rejected Jiang Qingsong's kindness. Jiang Qingsong couldn't help but look at him again, and reminded him, there is poisonous gas down there. It okay. Pei Jinya clone changed his voice, and his words sounded like a knife cutting, which made people shudder. Jiang Qingsong silently took back the gas mask, and put it on himself. Pei Jinya clone used the power of the earth element to clear the way. Under the control of the earth element, the entire tunnel was automatically generated. Jiang Qingsong did not walk in the front, but he looked up at the mysterious masked man from time to time. After the earth element, extraordinary people usually clear the way. There is a possibility of collapse. It is impossible to achieve the level of the person in front of him. Is this a tunnel? This is clearly a teleporter. Everyone followed silently and quickly. Pei Jinya followed the route planned in his mind, and used his clone to lead the way down. About 15 minutes later, Pei Jinya clone stopped. Jiang Qingsong shone a flashlight from behind, and Pei Jinya reached out to take the sword from his hand, walked to the side of the clone, and poked the ground with the sword. The soil in front of him fell, and a little light appeared on the soil wall. Then a piece of soil wall fell. Under the light of the flashlight, the wall looked like it was inlaid with countless crystal clear gems. It is spirit stone. Pei Jinya grabbed a pebble-sized stone, pressed it lightly, and the spirit stone shattered into powder. A trace of spiritual energy was drawn out, and Pei Jinya elemental perception, which was as high as 40 times, carefully felt the purity of this spiritual energy. He quickly determined that the spiritual energy contained in this 3 centimeter long spirit stone in his hand was about the same as 2/3 of the volume of a blood spirit fruit. I've made a fortune this time. Pei Jinya was shocked. He took a rough look at the spiritual ore in front of him. There are at least 200,000 such spiritual stones. The storage volume is even more than he expected. The importance of this spiritual mine in his heart has increased sharply. Acting with a clone, marking the perimeter of the underground mineral vein, Pei Jinya only regretted that he really lacked understanding of the formation, and could only make some talismans for emergency use. After returning to the Jiang family, Pei Jinya immediately ordered Zhong Xian to buy some materials for talismans in private. Although the talisman technique obtained by swallowing was a fragment, however, there are also many talisman techniques recorded above. Previously, Pei Jinya only practiced the 3 techniques of binding, and collapse, and did not seriously practice all the techniques. He had already mastered the instrument flow and the physical flow, so he did not practice this fragment of talisman technique, but it was not too late to practice now. With 100 times the cultivation talent blessing, Pei Jinya practiced like a fish in water. Half an hour later, Zhong Xian brought 2 large boxes of talisman materials over. Pei Jinya waved his hand and asked them to leave. Zhong Xian closed the door. Pei Jinya ignored them and started to refine the talisman. Looking at the more than 100 talisman techniques, generally speaking, they are actually divided into 2 major categories, attack and defense. This time he chose 2 talismans. Ghost Wall, Mysterious Shadow. The former can prevent intruders from entering for a certain period of time after being cast. The latter, Mysterious Shadow, is purely used to scare people. Pei Jinya was also helpless. Most of these talisman techniques are attacks that link the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Choosing Ghost Wall and Mysterious Shadow is also a tall one among short people. The pure consumption is a bit too much. What makes Pei Jinya even more helpless is that Jiang Qingsong family has no one who knows talisman techniques. It means that during the mining period, he is the only one who can activate the talismans, and is responsible for laying the talismans. I can only trouble my clone brother. Before the night falls completely, Pei Jinya activates the light system flash escape. If he hadn't been wearing black armor, his clothes would have been burned to ashes. With his clone, Pei Jinya arrived at the camping tent set up by Jiang Xincheng and others. There were 10 large tents in total, which almost turned this uninhabited area into a private territory. Pei Jinya didn't care about being accused. He sprinkled dozens of talismans. Pei Jinya took the oxygen tank and drilled into the ground decisively. Under the urging of the earth element, he split the entire vein into two. The spiritual mines on the west side were handed over to Jiang Xincheng, and the spiritual mines on the east side were all under his perception. The space in the middle was hollowed out for him to stretch his body. Pei Jinya sat down cross-legged. The crystal-clear spiritual stones all around him began to turn into groups of spiritual mist under the operation of his skills, and continued to flow into the 4 golden lotuses above Pei Jinya's head. After being purified by the golden lotus, the golden light connected to his brows continued to flow into Pei Jinya's body. Time passed by minute. Pei Jinya felt the changes in his body, and the blood in his body kept making sounds like the surging of a great river. He looked puzzled. If he was still at the blood refining stage at this moment, this amount of spiritual energy would probably break his meridians the moment it rushed into his body. Even at this moment, Pei Jinya's bones made a harsh, burning and rubbing sound, but he remained indifferent. With the talent of rebirth of flesh and blood, he was fearless. So he took this domineering path that outsiders did not dare to directly refine. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, Pei Jinya's physical strength increased most significantly, which can be described as a surge. In just 10 minutes, he had already broken through the 300 attribute value barrier. After the blood and chi were purified, it dropped by 20 points, but at the 58th minute of refining, it rebounded from the bottom, and also began to surge rapidly, quickly breaking through the 300 barrier. 216th minute. The spiritual mist around Pei Jinya had almost liquefied, wrapping his whole body. After the qualitative change, Pei Jinya's mental power began to sprint, and in just a few seconds, he broke through the 300 mark. The first ray of sunlight in the morning appeared from the forest, and before it shone on the earth, footsteps were heard in the distance. Jiang Xincheng grabbed the sword beside him immediately. His eyes were solemn, raised his hand to signal, and the clanging sound in the tent stopped immediately. A middle-aged team leader glanced at Jiang Xincheng and his group, and he looked at the nearby tent with a little fear. There were still people in the tent. "Friends, I want to ask you about someone. My young master was kidnapped last night. We found out that he ran into here. I wonder if you saw him yesterday." The middle-aged man signaled the people around him not to follow him, and raised his hand to indicate that he had no intention of offending anyone. He walked forward alone, and took out a photo of their young master. Jiang Xincheng glanced at him, and his eyes were calm. "I haven't seen him. Sorry to bother you." The middle-aged man put away the photo, turned around and left with everyone. Jiang Xincheng stared at the figures of these people with sharp eyes until they gradually disappeared. Then he sat back down, waved his hand to signal everyone to continue mining, and continued to close his eyes to rest. The sound of ding ding dang dang continued to ring. On another hill, the middle-aged man frowned, and the person next to him also said anxiously, "The Wild Bull Club has not caught the young master yet. Otherwise he would not be hiding until now. But where is the young master?" The middle-aged man said nothing. Frowning, he looked back at the direction where Jiang Xincheng was. There were green trees here, which were enough to block each other's sight. "Brother Zhong, I always feel that there is something wrong with the group of people just now." Someone beside him whispered, "Could it be that the young master? They are all strangers. Carrying guns? I'm afraid they are not ordinary people. If the Bison Club had such strength, they would not have been hiding here all the time." Another person whispered, "But I see so many tents here, this group of people definitely won't just camp." "Yeah, there's not even a woman in sight. What the point of a group of grown men camping?" The middle-aged man called Brother Zhong retracted his gaze. The satellite phone on his waist rang. His face changed slightly. He walked to the side and answered it quickly. "Yes. I'm looking for..." Yes, don't worry, I will definitely find the young master." "No, the people from the Bison Club are not here." "Yes." "Hang up the phone," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "If you don't want to die, look carefully for them." "Brother Zhong, I think that group of people should know something." A tall and thin man beside him whispered, "There is only one way up the mountain. The young master footprints point to this side. I don't believe they know nothing." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "The other party is not easy to provoke. You have seen their attitude just now. Divide into 2 teams. Lu, take the people back to call people, the rest of you follow me to look for traces nearby Panke." You are an elementalist. Find an opportunity to see the strength of the other party. Yes, Brother Zhong. The young man named Punk stretched out his hand and pressed it on the ground, carefully feeling something. Bang! Bang! A heartbeat sounded inexplicably. He was startled. What wrong? The middle-aged man asked hurriedly. There seems to be someone underground? Punk said with some uncertainty. There is a heartbeat. He pointed in a direction. It seems that there is a living creature in this area. The middle-aged man paused. Do you mean that there is a creature more than 10 meters tall under the ground? Almost. But I'm too far away to tell. Punk was just saying this, and was suddenly startled, and fell back. What happened? The middle-aged man frowned. This guy is so clumsy. He found me. Punk's face was full of horror, and he pointed in a direction, stuttering for a long time without finishing his words. Suddenly, the ground where they were standing collapsed, and the soil was like quicksand, quickly swallow these people. The middle-aged man jumped up quickly. Save me, Brother Zhong. There were horrified cries for help around him. The middle-aged man looked grim. In just 2 breaths, those companions had already fallen into the ground. The cries for help gradually turned into curses, cursing the middle-aged man for not saving them. The middle-aged man's face was ashen. What kind of monster is hidden under the ground? He was terrified and wanted to leave this area. Suddenly, the hair on the back of the middle-aged man stood up. There was a bad feeling. He looked back in doubt, and suddenly a huge hand slapped him. Bang! The middle-aged man's eyes were full of stars, and he was slapped to the ground. Get out of here! He screamed in anger and tried to struggle. But he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't. The quicksand around him completely wrapped him up, and he fell 100 meters underground like a silkworm pupa. A figure wearing ink-colored armor was suspended in the air. There was infinite spiritual energy around him. He pointed his finger. Dozens of figures suddenly exploded into a dream. Indistinctly, a whisper. Darkness is coming. In the early morning, the whole forest was quiet, as if some ancient beast was lurking there. The sounds around had completely disappeared since the night. Not long after, the flat ground at the east end suddenly shook violently. Then it returned to calm again. But a lot of smoke and dust were still raised. Jiang Xinqing and others were startled and quickly stood up. However, they saw something. Jiang Xinqing turned around and put down his hand to signal everyone not to panic. He ran over alone. A figure stood in the forest. Pei Jinya felt the strength of his body at the moment. He pulled out the attribute panel. Almost there. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. 12 more extraordinary elements appeared on the attribute panel. One of the elemental elements doubled his power. Unfortunately, his body absorption of the spiritual energy here has reached its limit, and he can't absorb it in the short term. He also stored a large amount of original spiritual stones in the storage pendant. It's a pity that the private warehouse of Lotus Treasure Mirror is still occupied by the coffin. Anything put in will be swallowed up. Get promoted and get rich. I hope this is the lucky buff you brought me. Master, you are out of seclusion. Jiang Xinqing stood in front of Pei Jinya respectfully. A group of people came earlier, and they are related to the 2 groups last night. I am worried that this place will be exposed sooner or later. Pei Jinya nodded slightly. It doesn't matter. You just need to arrange for people to transport as soon as possible to ensure the stability of this place. After swallowing the group of people, he already knew everything about Dingcheng International and the Wild Bull Club. The strongest combat power was only the 2nd level, not worth mentioning. Yes, the head of the family. Jiang Xinqing replied. As he was speaking, suddenly he looked back. There were a lot of footsteps coming from the forest. The scarred man in the lead had a serious look on his face, patted his submachine gun, and said loudly, May I ask? Get lost. Pei Jinya simply and directly interrupted the other party words on the spot. The scarred man didn't seem to expect to get this answer. His expression was obviously somewhat stunned. The people behind him were immediately filled with righteous indignation, and one by one they pulled out their weapons. However, the moment Pei Jinya's terrifying pressure was released, the other party clamor and cursing stopped immediately. The scarred face originally wanted to hold his submachine gun to intimidate him, but he suddenly felt the terrifying pressure from the other party, and his legs softened. Senior, sorry to bother you, we leave now. The group of people quickly ran away from the spot, tumbling and crawling. Pei Jinya didn't even raise his eyelids to look. Just told Jiang Xinqing, prepare some guns. Don't always use swords. Can you defend against gentlemen or villains? Jiang Xincheng was stunned, looked down at the black scabbard on the side of his arm, and hesitated. I'm not very good at using guns. Stupid. Then arrange some gunmen to guard here. Pei Jinya gave a few instructions, secretly summoned his clone, and continued to maintain the image of wearing a mask yesterday, but changed the mask. In Jiang Xincheng's opinion, he couldn't tell the difference between him and the mysterious masked man from yesterday. He himself was not familiar with him. The new clone showed a super strong space-related supernatural ability. With a wave of his hand, the hundreds of boxes filled with spirit stones in front of him disappeared. Jiang Xincheng watched Jiang Qingsong leave with him, and couldn't help but look back at the empty camp. The people around the head of the family are so powerful. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency to be eliminated. He calmed down, tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, and began to silently recite the Qifeng sword technique taught by Pei Jinya. The void flickered and left the mountain ghost city. Pei Jinya took back his clone, then the light element superhuman took the spirit stone away, and fled to Dapeng City. After arriving at the Jiang family, Pei Jinya buried the spirit stone neatly under the back mountain of the Jiang family. In order to prevent the spiritual energy here from escaping, he specially used the earth element and the gold element to create a hidden underground palace under the ground. I can practice here in the future. After doing all this, Pei Jinya looked at the time. It was still in time for work, so he went home early. Flash to home. A gust of wind blew. Father Pei, who was still eating breakfast, was frightened and flustered, almost lost his grasp of the egg he had just peeled. You teleported? When Father Pei saw that it was Pei Jinya who appeared, the rice in his mouth immediately lost its fragrance. Teach me. Teach me. Teach me. You can't learn. I have touched your bones. Pei Jinya shook his head, absolutely refused. In fact, this is not a lie. Father Pei was very disappointed when he heard this. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Pei Jinya walked forward. Bang! A bag of spirit stones was placed on the table by him. This is a spirit stone, with a spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I will set it up at home later, which will help you practice. Pei Jinya warned again, but your physique is still relatively weak, so you can't absorb too much, you need to be careful. So I don't bring much. Father Pei looked over curiously. Spirit stone? He picked up a spirit stone in amazement, and put it under the warm light of the morning sun. It was as crystal clear as a gem. He couldn't help but exclaimed, I have only heard of this thing on the audiobook software, but I didn't expect it to be real. Although the spiritual energy contained in it is not as good as the spiritual soil I brought last time, the quality is also good. I grind it into powder, sprinkle some on the soil, but I have to trouble Dad to spend more time on it during this period. It okay. I don't have much to do anyway, and it's the best I can do to help you. Father Pei rubbed his hands, and watched how Pei Jinya planted. After all, Pei Jinya had devoured the Lu family, which was famous for planting, so he knew a lot of tricks. Father Pei could also learn real skills by following him. Naturally, Pei Jinya had no reason to hide anything, and taught him everything he knew. If nothing unexpected happens, the burden of the family planting business will be handed over to Father Pei in the future. The father and son talked about agricultural matters. Pei father was worried that he would be late for work, and urged him to go to work quickly. Pei Jinya waved his hand nonchalantly. It okay. There's nothing important in the group recently. It okay to be late occasionally. Remember this formula? It will help you plant. After Pei father memorized it thoroughly, Pei Jinya set off for the investigation team base. As soon as he arrived, Zhou Yi said regretfully, I was going to kill Brother Bai with you this morning in the end. You didn't come. I went home. Pei Jinya smiled and said, Where is Brother Bai? Team leader Chiu just asked for him. I wonder if he has any mission. Zhou Yi was looking forward to it. But to his regret, it was not a mission that could bring credit. It was just that the logistics department was short of manpower and needed a few coolies. Brother Bai was chosen by chance. Old Pei. Gu Wudong waved his hand from the stairs. Come quickly. Pei Jinya and Zhou Yi nodded and stood up and walked over. I see you're pretty idle every day. Damn. Gu Wudong was helpless. After Pei Jinya walked in, he whispered, I got a task. It a bit tricky. Come and help. Pei Jinya was stunned for a moment. You three groups tasks. You came to me? Brother Kue and the others all have tasks. I can't increase the number of tasks recently. I can only be forced to accept the order. Gu Wudong smiled bitterly. Pointing to the top, the one who named, so I can't just sit there and do nothing. This mission sounds troublesome. Isn't it obvious that I can only ask my brother Pei to take me for a ride? After saying that, he took out a pack of cigarettes. Come on. Pei Jinya smiled and slapped his hand holding the cigarette away. I don't smoke. Let's talk about the mission first. I may have a mission here, I asked later. It's a case of a drug dealer. Recently, I received news saying that a batch of smuggled drugs appeared on Chuanha Road. You also know that some drugs are controlled items. But the drugs in the hands of drug dealers are real or fake. Originally no one cares. But Tianshan International put pressure on them and insisted that this incident had a huge impact on their market. This case is not easy to handle, otherwise no one would dare to take it. Drug dealers are all indigenous people who are deeply rooted here. If you really offend them, you don't know when you will be visited. They are a group of people who value money over life, and who knows what they will do if you destroy their jobs. Gu Wudong blinked and said expectantly, Brother Pei. What do you mean? Pei Jinya said calmly, Don't ask me what I mean. It depends on what you say in the task. Do you mean to do it casually or to clean it up? 6. Gu Wudong seemed to have a new idea. He checked the task information again and said with some surprise, It seems that it is not so detailed. Pei Jinya chuckled, That it. Just do it yourself. I understand. Gu Wudong immediately started to smile again. I stayed in Nandu for a while a few years ago. At that time, the local authorities cracked down on fake drugs under the joint pressure of several pharmaceutical companies. The situation was really huge. It's a pity. I dare not say whether Daping City has the determination. What the hell? Hurry up and complete your task. Pei Jinya glanced at his watch. It's almost time for lunch. It's only 10 o'clock now. Brother, won't it be lunchtime if you take a walk? Pei Jinya slapped him on the back of his head and went downstairs directly. Gu Wudong was stunned. Damn. I was fooled. I'm so angry. What wrong with him? Zhou Yi asked curiously in a low voice. Pei Jinya once again felt Zhou Yi gossip fire. It's okay. Don't worry about him. The two of them tacitly did not look for Brother Bai, and each went their own way. However, when Pei Jinya was watching the big black dog showing off his practice results, someone came to the door. Mr. Pei, Ms. Su Jing is looking for you. The young man outside the door said very respectfully. Although he was used to being servile, Pei Jinya was still a little surprised to be so respected by the investigation team. He nodded calmly, walked forward, and followed the other party to Ms. Su Jing's office. Knock knock. Come in. Pei Jinya walked into the room alone, and saw Ms. Su Jing holding a lady cigarette in her hand. Long time no see. Busy man. Pei Jinya pursed his lips. No matter how busy I am not as busy as you. Sister Jing. Ms. Su Jing saw that he was determined to call her sister, and the glance she gave him was somewhat charming, and she stopped joking and said, The matter of Shizhou has been studied by the upper council, and it has been decided to give you the certification of the 3rd level of extraordinary. Pei Jinya was stunned. There is such a thing? How long has it been? Isn't it a seminar that lasted for 10 days or half a month? Of course. Pei Jinya just complained quietly in his heart. Generally speaking, to be a supernatural person, you must at least go to the headquarters of each continent for certification. However, you caused a big stir in Shizhou, and the higher-ups made special arrangements. Ms. Su Jing blew a smoke ring. At the age of 17, you have already entered the 3rd level of supernatural. TSK. You can compete with those little guys in the big cities. Pei Jinya smiled subtly. I am lucky. I have met noble people, and I can endure a little hardship. That's why I am here today. Ms. Su Jing had heard about Pei Jinya crazy practice, but she did not laugh at him. Instead, she nodded and said, I hope you will not forget your original intention. In the future, you will have more to do than what is in front of you. The scenery you see will become more and more beautiful, and all kinds of sugar-coated bullets will be delivered to your door. Be prepared. Pei Jinya nodded. This is for you. Ms. Su Jing opened the drawer, and there was a document and a small box. This is the new identity given to you by the group. Take a look and see if you like it. If you like it, then sign it. Pei Jinya took the document curiously. Employment letter for Special Advisor of Daping City Investigation Team Base. He was stunned. Special Advisor? Ms. Su Jing said unhappily. A level 3 extraordinary person works as an investigator in our base. If you tell others about it, it will probably scare people to death. Do you know how many level 3 extraordinary people there are in Daping City? How many? Pei Jinya asked. 36 people, Ms. Su Jing replied. So many? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. He thought there were only a few people. But he didn't expect there were more than 30 people. This was really beyond his expectation. A lot? Ms. Su Jing shook her head. Not many. It's good that half of them can still be used. Most of them are old bones. The new generation of forces in Dapeng City have basically left. Oh! Yes. The old man in the Jiang family was an accident. Pei Jinya laughed dryly. What are you afraid of? I say this to your face. Ms. Su Jing had no idea what Pei Jinya's strange smile meant, and thought Pei Jinya was the one who was avoiding the Jiang family. But this is not an absolute number. At least the official registration is true. You were able to enter the third level of transcendence so quickly. To be honest, even the high-level officials in Zhongzhou were surprised. It's a pity that Su Liaowu died early. Otherwise, if he could come to Dapeng City to see you, there might be someone who would help you. Pei Jinya was just naive. Still watching. That guy has already gone down to confess. Sister. Pei Jinya carefully read the salary of the special consultant. 5 million per year. This does not include various performance bonuses and action rewards. To be honest, it is indeed very generous. At least for his public identity, it is extremely generous. After signing it happily, he handed over the contract. Ms. Su Jing stretched out her hand. Congratulations, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Do you want to call Gu Wudong? No need. I can't stand it anymore. I go to bed quickly. Pei Jinya was not uncomfortable with being transformed into a senior member of the investigation team. He still went to work and went home as usual. He just didn't have to punch it every day like before. And he had more freedom. This also made Zhou Yi and brother by envious. That evening, the three of them gathered together to celebrate Pei Jinya's promotion. I said before that Pei is a rare talent. Congratulations. Zhou Yi shamelessly raised his glass of water, drinking water instead of wine. Brother Bai couldn't bear to watch. As the three of them were talking and laughing, suddenly, there was a noise coming from downstairs outside the window, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Brother Bai was close to the window, reached out to open the window, and glanced outside, and suddenly froze. Fuck, isn't that someone from our investigation team? Zhou Yi quickly stood up and looked. Old Pei, that seems to be your friend. It was only then that Pei Jinya saw, in the alley on the corner of the street, Gu Wudong was doing frog jumps with his hands on his head. Chow. Pei Jinya held the window with one hand, and jumped down from the second floor. Gu Wudong just stood up, and saw Pei Jinya falling from the sky. He was stunned. Old Pei? Pei Jinya glanced at the people at the alley, pulled him to a deserted place, and whispered, What wrong with you? He was still full of energy when he left in the morning. But how come he became like this when he saw him again in the evening? It's a long story. Gu Wudong shook his head, and said nothing more. He only asked, Have you brought your weapons? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows, and said concisely, Who are you going to kill? Just then, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi had also come over. Seeing that they were also there, Gu Wudong felt more confident. I'm going to kill Qin Lao San from Xuanhe Road, Gu Wudong said with a dark face. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi looked at each other, and Zhou Yi whispered, The Qin family is basically the one doing the work in this area of Xuanhe Road. Could you please ask what happened? Gu Wudong narrated the matter concisely. He waited for a long time and finally waited for the other party to trade, and caught the man red-handed. He originally wanted to warn the other party, but Qin Lao San people were very arrogant, and the two sides fought each other. He was no match for them. He could only be honest and leave with his head in his hands. Is this Qin Lao San crazy? Brother Bai frowned. Zhou Yi looked at Pei Jinya, and Pei Jinya said concisely, What are you talking about? Go and kill him. Take me with you. Zhou Yi raised his hand. Seeing this, Brother Bai lowered his head and said, I have equipment in my car. Wait for me to get it. Gu Wudong did not object. Brother Bai went back to the car to get the gun. Pei Jinya and Gu Wudong did not take it. But Gu Wudong thought about it, and put on a bulletproof vest. The four of them returned along the alley in the night to find a place. On the second floor of a store on Xuanhe Road, a scarred man wearing a military coat sat on an old wooden chair. He was Qin Lao San mentioned by Gu Wudong. At this moment, he frowned and looked at the several strong men who were injured around him. He did not blame them for being so careless, but waved his hand and said, Arrange the brothers to move the goods in the warehouse. Transfer as soon as possible. Wait for a while. Transfer? Third brother. You won't do that. Right? That kid came here before without knowing his true intentions. Hasn't he been driven away by us now? Is there any need to be afraid of him? In addition, the price of medicine outside has increased by at least 3 times during this period. The entire Shuinha Road is counting on us, and now it's out of stock. The young man opposite was a little confused. Just do what I tell you to do. Don't talk nonsense to me. Qin Lao's fingers rubbed the edge of the teacup. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The young man stopped arguing when he saw this, and could only go out and ask his brothers to carry the goods in anger. By the way, Dozi, let the brothers carry some self-defense items during this period. Qin Lao called again. Got it. Third brother. Dozi pushed the door open and walked down, and asked the brothers to start moving the goods. Just at this time. Bang! Bang! There were several muffled noises coming from the door. Dozi was holding a cigarette in his mouth. Just as he turned his head, Gu Wudong, wearing a bulletproof vest, strode over. You? Dozi was startled. What do you mean by you? Bang! Gu Wudong cursed loudly, raising his foot and kicking Dozi in the chest. Qin Lao's and men rushed in from several rooms immediately. Each of them looked ferocious. Don't move! Don't move! Bai Gu and Zhou Yi quickly raised their weapons, after loading the gun. He shouted loudly. At this time, Dozi had already thrown out fiercely. His back hit the cabinet behind him. The patterned glass was smashed on the spot, making a crisp sound. Qin Lao really didn't expect Gu Wudong to dare to come back. What he didn't expect was that the other party came with 4 people, and dared to smash the third brother place. But at this moment, he was already stunned. Before he could say anything, suddenly, he saw a slender figure in a black windbreaker walking in from the door. He pulled the shutter door at the door. Catch the leader first. Where is the person? Gu Wudong immediately led the way. In the office on the 2nd floor. Qin Lao's phone rang. He reached out to take it, and a shrill cry came from inside. Third brother. It not good, they are on fire. The phone was hung up. Qin Lao's face changed slightly, pulled open the drawer, and pretended to reach for the gun. The door was suddenly broken open from the outside. The first person Qin Lao saw was not Gu Wudong. It was the man standing behind Gu Wudong. The moment their eyes met, he realized something was wrong. He reached for his gun hastily. Pop! A pill hit his arm as fast as lightning, and instead of reaching for the gun, Qin Lao screamed miserably, and the whole person seemed to be hit by a huge force, and rolled off the chair. I heard that you were very powerful on Huaiha Road. Is that true? Pei Jinya tilted his neck, and looked at Qin Lao on the ground, and smiled softly. Qin Lao covered his shoulder, sweating profusely from the pain. Who are you? Pei Jinya ignored him, and turned his head to indicate. Gu Wudong finally found the momentum to bully others with power. He had been bullied by Qin Lao before, and he wanted to take revenge on the spot. He pulled up the chair next to him, and smashed it hard on Qin Lao. Let go. After letting him hit him a few times, Brother Bai hurriedly pulled him back. If you hit someone again, he will die. Then we won't be able to leave Shuinha Road. Gu Wudong didn't refuse his face. He handcuffed Qin Lao and pulled him up. Why are you not ruthless now? Qin Lao looked at him coldly. Pei Jinya said at this time, Old Joe can't stand it outside. Take him back first. And don't worry about the other small fish and shrimps. Gu Wudong grabbed Qin Lao and walked out. At the stairs, Zhou Yi was forced to retreat step by step. There were at least dozens of people downstairs, holding wrenches or sharpened bayonets in their hands. Staring at Zhou Yi silently, there seemed to be quite a few people gathered outside the door. Until they saw Qin Lao appear, they finally moved. Third brother. The Dozi that was kicked away by Gu Wudong broke free all of a sudden, and rushed up like crazy. Damn it, get your weapons, and beat them up. As soon as this guy rushed in front of Zhou Yi, before he could put down the steel rod in his hand, Pei Jinya, who walked up to him, kicked him down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Shao brothers. Beat him to death. Someone started to make a noise, and everyone looked furious, and was about to rush over. Zhou Yi was already scared. He had never seen such a scene before. Pei Jinya immediately snatched the gun from him, and fired several shots in front of him. Someone screamed when he saw the blood. The anger that had just been ignited was like being poured with a bucket of cold water. Pei Jinya did not choose to kill people directly, just to intimidate these guys. But someone still got angry, and rushed over with a knife. Pei Jinya looked over expressionlessly. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the wall, with a little force. The wall was like a piece of tofu, and was directly crushed, and the splashing dirt was like a hidden weapon flying in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Several crashing sounds were heard. The figure in front of Pei Jinya was suddenly cleared. He walked down the stairs as if no one was around. I am from the Daping City investigation team, and I am ordered to enforce the law. If anyone dares to stop me again, I have the right to choose to kill him on the spot. He tilted his head and looked at Doozy. Doozy said timidly, I want to see the arrest warrant. Arrest warrant? Pei Jinya laughed. The next moment. Bang! Boom! Pei Jinya kicked Doozy on the shoulder in front of everyone. The wall behind was smashed through by Doozy's body, which shows how strong Pei Jinya's kick was. Under the smoke and dust, Pei Jinya's voice was cold and ruthless. Who are you? Are you qualified to negotiate with me? None of the dozens of people in the audience dared to speak. If no one had discovered Pei Jinya's strength at this moment, that really short-sighted. Pei Jinya turned around and threw the gun to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's heart trembled. Not to mention him. Even Brother by heart trembled when he saw Pei Jinya's angry and suppressed appearance. He finally understood why Pei Jinya was able to take off all the way. He has potential. But the key is that he is ruthless and can control the situation. Pei Jinya led the way. Gu Wutong pulled Qin Lao San, and Brother Bai and Zhou Yi followed behind with guns. Just walked into the hall. Suddenly, the shutter door was violently knocked open from behind, and a large truck with steel spikes on the front rushed in aggressively. But it didn't hit Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya took a step forward. Clang. And the sound of the sword was loud. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. The sword light suddenly flashed. Swish. The front of the truck suddenly split into two. It was like a flood, and a beast violently crashed in all directions. I don't know how many people were killed, but it did scare a lot of people. The driver opened the car door with blood all over his face. Pei Jinya stepped on his hand expressionlessly, looking at the crowd outside the door. I say it again. The investigation team is handling the case, and those who are not involved should leave. Dozens of people were motionless. Pei Jinya tilted his head. The sword was half unsheathed. With a boom, the street seemed to be filled with a terrifying strong wind, and everyone's face changed wildly. Everyone leave. At this time, Qin Laosan said softly, knowing the situation. The dozens of people blocking the street dispersed automatically. Pei Jinya put away his sword, turned his head, and looked at Qin Laosan, sneering, Why? It seems like I am bullying others. Right? Qin Laosan said seriously, You are very powerful. I don't want my brother to be injured in vain. Gu Wudong sneered, You are good at talking. Right? I talked to you nicely before, but you didn't listen, and arranged people to torture me. Now you start to talk about brotherhood? Qin Laosan turned his head and said, I thought you were a troublemaker sent by someone, and I must entertain you. I must entertain you. Gu Wudong was very angry. Pei Jinya looked calm and said, I will give you a favor, and not cause trouble for them. But you asked my brother to leave by leaping before, and now you have to do the same thing, or I will make Shu and her road disappear tonight. Do you believe it? Qin Laosan's expression froze. Do we have to make it so ugly? Gu Wudong laughed and said, When you were embarrassing me, didn't you think it would be so ugly? Get down here. Qin Laosan gritted his teeth. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, I admit it. He put his hands on his head, and squatted down and started frog jumping. On the whole street, no one dared to make a sound. Pei Jinya looked at these people expressionlessly. Do what you are supposed to do. I wanted to live in peace with you, but if you break the rules, you will be punished. If you are angry, hold it in. No one will tolerate you in Daping City. Dozens of people looked indignant. Doozy stared at Pei Jinya with his eyes almost spitting out anger. Just then, dozens of armored vehicles drove into the street. The fully armed soldiers got off the car, all wearing the equipment of the investigation team base, which was very shocking. The middle-aged man in the lead walked quickly to Pei Jinya, bowed and said, Advisor Pei, our department has been ordered to come here. Please give instructions. Qin Laosan paused, and looked back at Pei Jinya in shock. He didn't know Pei Jinya. However, it was hard for him to imagine how noble this person was to be able to mobilize such a fully armed force at this moment. It a disaster, he thought to himself. He had hit a wall this time. Pei Jinya pointed casually, pointing at Qin Laosan's door. Tear it down for me. Qin Laosan fainted on the spot. 60 or 70 people watched helplessly as hundreds of fully armed soldiers of the investigation team knocked down two buildings. Even Doozy didn't dare to breathe at this moment. He now completely understood. What Pei Jinya said just now was true. If he keeps pretending, someone will die. All the relevant personnel are arrested. If anyone dares to resist, I have the order to kill them on the spot. When Pei Jinya said this murderously, dozens of people on the opposite side immediately fell to the ground and begged for mercy. Pei Jinya didn't even look at them, and motioned Gu Wudong and the other three to follow. Let go. Gu Wudong was stunned. After leaving Shuanha Road, then he suddenly realized, no. Old Pei, why did Staff Officer Wang call you consultant just now? What consultant? I just got promoted. I am now a colleague of your mother at the same level. Pei Jinya said casually. Gu Wudong was stunned on the spot. After a while, he raised his thumb. Cool. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi came over from the interrogation room, and they were polite to Pei Jinya now. That old. Ahem, Consultant Pei, Qin Lao Sen has woken up and is being interrogated. Pei Jinya glanced at Zhou Yi. Why are your legs shaking? I'm panicking. Zhou Yi patted his thigh helplessly. He couldn't control it either. Pei Jinya had always given him the feeling of a younger brother who needed to be taken care of. But he suddenly became a big shot. Thinking of his usual flirtatious jokes, he was a little panicked for some reason. What a loss. Pei Jinya scolded with a smile. And turned to look at Gu Wudong. I leave the person to you, if you want to deal with him. Just do it. Also, you are also a stubborn person. Let's not talk about your mother's identity. What about your grandfather's identity? You are really weird for a second generation being bullied like this. Gu Wudong coughed angrily. I didn't think much at the time. I didn't have time to call for help, and I was ambushed by that guy's people, otherwise. How could I suffer such a big loss? Thank you for today's things. Pei Jinya waved his hand, and said without turning his head, I'm tired, I'll go back to sleep. Brother Bai and the other two watched Pei Jinya leave, and then looked at each other silently. Brother Pei is really vigorous and resolute in his work. Outside a meeting room in the city hall, Ms. Su Jing answered the phone, and said with a look of astonishment, Is it true? Pei Jinya launched 2 buildings on the first day of his appointment as a consultant? This is really wild. After a little hesitation, he asked, Go and check who is in charge of Shuanha Road. Although I let Xiaowu go. He is my son after all. If they bully my son, then I will bully their father. Pei Jinya has launched 2 buildings, so I will build 2 more for him. The next day, Dapeng City Investigation Team Base. Gu Wudong smiled and looked at Pei Jinya. The mission reward has been approved. I didn't hide it. It just this much. I know you don't like it, so I added some for you. 2 blood red carps for each person. You are really generous. Pei Jinya chuckled. Gu Wudong bonus for this mission was only 3,000, but he was willing to take out 6 blood red carps, and 1 blood red carp is worth tens of thousands. It all do. Gu Wudong shook his head. Come to think of it, I really have to thank you for what happened last night. Come on, why thank me? Pei Jinya waved his hand. It's hypocritical to say more, if you have nothing to do. Just practice. Okay. Gu Wudong laughed. That's true, if I wasn't so weak, I wouldn't be bullied like this. I've decided. I must reach the 2nd level this year. Try hard, you can reach the 2nd level this year, the 3rd level is guaranteed, and you can beat the 4th level, chase the 5th level. Pei Jinya's series of slogans almost made Gu Wudong spit out the water he had just drunk. Chase the 5th level. It fine. But it hard for me to beat the 4th level. Gu Wudong shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are your plans next? Pei Jinya looked at him in confusion. It already March now. And generally schools will start early admissions in May. But it stands to reason that you had S-level potential. And you should have attracted those schools a long time ago. Gu Wudong didn't know that the news of Pei Jinya S-level had been unilaterally suppressed by Mr. Han. Pei Jinya just smiled. What if I'm attracted? I can't go to school half a year earlier. Right? That right. Gu Wudong smiled. Are you ready to go out? I haven't thought about it yet. Pei Jinya said frankly. What about you? If nothing unexpected happens, I will go to the military academy. I have been in the military since I was a child. This is the route given by my family. Gu Wudong didn't hide it. To be honest, I originally thought that our levels were similar, and we could enter the 2nd level before the exam. But you are such a jerk. I haven't even broken the 2nd level, and you are almost at the 4th level. You are good at flattering me. You said I was almost at the 4th level when I was just at the 3rd level. Okay. I admit that my combat power is actually comparable to the 5th level. Pei Jinya spread his hands. Gu Wudong was stunned. And then, he was amused. He thought Pei Jinya was teasing him. So he said, "Then I will show my cards, actually. I am the reincarnation of an ancient great man. My power is sealed now. Me 50, I will take you with me when I rise in the future." Pei Jinya glanced at him. "My son has the potential to be an emperor." Gu Wudong was stunned. "Fuck, you took advantage of me. Did I say it was you? You shamelessly came to claim your father. Damn, I'm so angry." The two of them were fighting. Not far away, Minister Gao and Miss Su Jing looked at the two people chasing each other. After all, they are just two little guys. Miss Su Jing chuckled. Minister Gao's eyes remained unchanged. And he said softly, "I support any decision of the group. Since you have chosen to break the rules and let Pei Jinya become a special consultant, I think you must have considered this. I am just worried. He has not experienced the influence of college, and whether he can take on the responsibility. After all, no one has walked this road yet. A 17-year-old extraordinary level 3 is enough to obtain privileges. This level of extraordinary is even qualified to be a university professor in some small places. Right?" Ms. Su Jing asked back. Minister Gao looked at her and put on a casual smile. "Of course. Special matters will be handled specially. I am just an old man who is about to retire from the logistics department. It is your business to manage it." After that, Minister Gao nodded and left. Ms. Su Jing watched him leave. And after a moment, she took it back. A voice came from the headset. "Do you believe what he said? The Stormwind operation was the only time he showed his hand. The specific judgment can only be made by the people above. It has nothing to do with me," Ms. Su Jing said, and walked out of the meeting room. Pei Jinya left the investigation team base and prepared to go home. A few minutes later, four middle-aged bodyguards in black suits came to the alley and blocked Pei Jinya away from 4 directions. "Mr. Pei, I'm sorry." The man who spoke lifted the corner of his clothes, and there was a detonator tied to his body. Pei Jinya looked up and said, "Didn't the person who asked you to come here tell you who I am?" He took a step forward. The middle-aged bodyguards retreated subconsciously. Obviously they had heard of his deeds. "Why do you have to embarrass them?" "Mr. Pei? I came uninvited, please forgive me." At the entrance of the alley, an old man wearing a tang suit and a gray hat appeared with a pipe in his mouth. Pei Jinya looked over, his eyes seemed to be smiling. "Your way of inviting people is somewhat unconventional." Mr. Pei was furious, and the feat of overthrowing the commercial building was vivid in my mind, so I dare not prepare more. The old man wrapped his scarf and said solemnly, "I admit that Lao San has fallen into your hands. I hope Mr. Pei can name a price. We will use the money to redeem him. My surname is Qin, and I am the uncle of Qin Lao San." A hidden and powerful aura flashed from the old man. "4th level? No. A little weaker than 4th level. It is estimated to be the peak of 3rd level." Pei Jinya was a little surprised. It is rare to have such a master in Daping City. "I am old. After all, this world belongs to you young people." The old man said calmly, "Please show mercy. Mr. Pei. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person." Pei Jinya shook his head and said, "This matter is not my business." The old man frowned. "Damn it, you are shameless." A black-braided young man beside the old man swung the scimitar in his hand and chopped it off at Pei Jinya's shoulder. The sound of breaking wind was heard. The black-braided young man's swordsmanship was not inferior to that of Gu Wudong. But unfortunately, when the sword hit Pei Jinya, the black-braided youth was already stunned, because he only hit a shadow. He didn't even notice when Pei Jinya's figure disappeared from in front of him. "Pa!" The old man slapped the black-braided youth in the face first, slapping him away directly. Then he stood in front of Pei Jinya. "Mr. Pei, I apologize on his behalf, puff." The old man groaned suddenly. Pei Jinya had no scruples at all, and he didn't stop just because the old man apologized on his behalf. Across the old man, the black-braided young man, who had just stood up, flew backwards again, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. The old man's face changed. Pei Jinya stood in front of him, and said indifferently, "If you want to make a mortal enemy with me, I can fulfill your wish. Mr. Pei, you are too polite," the old man said in a deep voice, without looking at the black-braided young man behind him, whose life or death was unknown, and stared at Pei Jinya, because at this moment, he found that he had seriously underestimated this young man named Pei. "You're being serious?" Pei Jinya stared at the old man expressionlessly. I know your Qin family has been rooted in Daping City for many years. If you really think you can kill me, don't hold back. Mr. Pei. The old man quickly raised his voice and said, My Qin family has no intention of being hostile to Mr. Pei. We came here today to clear up the misunderstanding. He waved his hand. The black-clad bodyguards took out 2 cash boxes from the car. The old man in tang suit waved his hand and asked someone to take the black-braided young man away. Only when he and Pei Jinya were left, he said in a deep voice, 2 million. A chance for you to sit down and talk. Pei Jinya didn't even look at him, and his momentum began to rise. The old man's heart sank. He found that he couldn't see through this young man. He took the initiative to give in and said, Mr. Pei, to be honest, there are some reasons behind Qin Laosan matter, which is another reason why I came here this time. The old man surnamed Qin spoke sincerely. Pei Jinya had no intention of fighting to the death. But he didn't care about what the old man said. Take care of your family affairs. Don't bother me. He was about to leave. The old man surnamed Qin suddenly whispered behind him, It about gene fluid. If Mr. Pei is willing to help, I am willing to give you 40% of the dividends. Pei Jinya sneered and looked at him. Old man, are you trying to drag me down? The old man surnamed Qin said sincerely, I know that the third brother affairs were exposed by Tianshan International, so it won't implicate other people. I know where the goods of the gods are. The gene fluid worth 3 billion is enough to make the gods international suffer a serious blow. If Mr. Pei participates in this matter, only you and I know. Not interested. Pei Jinya's refusal was very straightforward. Even the old man surnamed Qin was a little surprised. The gene fluid worth 3 billion. He didn't even look down on it? He naturally didn't know that Pei Jinya now owned a spiritual mine. If there was no spiritual mine, Pei Jinya might still seek wealth and honor at the risk of his life. But unfortunately, he didn't want to deal with the Qin family. Tianshan International was now fighting with them, and it was a mess, and he didn't want to add unnecessary troubles to himself. For him now, it was to cherish the peaceful days and practice with peace of mind. It me. Meng Lang. The old man surnamed Qin didn't force it, and took out a letter from his arms. Please, Mr. Pei, give this letter to the third brother, for the sake of my half-body already buried in the earth. He put the letter on the cash box, he bowed slightly and stepped back, turned around and left, and soon the sound of a car driving away was heard. The old man is a good person, but the people around him are a little bit lacking. Pei Jinya turned his head to look at the 2 boxes beside him, and the letter that looked very short. With a wave of his hand, everything disappeared. Master Qin, I was wrong. The black-braided young man was rescued, his face was pale. The old man in tang suit looked at him with pity. You can save this life, it's just because you didn't kill him with that blow. Otherwise he wanted to kill you. And I couldn't stop him. The black-braided young man looked incredulous. He is so strong? Very strong. The old man in tang suit looked away. It's a pity that he doesn't want to join us. But at least we didn't become enemies. Which is the biggest gain. After taking the black-braided young man away, someone came to the old man in tang suit and whispered, Master Qin, who pump was seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold a knife for the next 1 or 2 years. Change his identity, send him out of Daping City, this place is no longer suitable for him. The old man in tang suit lowered his head and took out a flue-cured tobacco cigarette and lit it with a lighter. Yes. The man was silent for a while and nodded, but still hesitated and asked, Is there really no way out for the third brother? Not completely. At least it shows that the higher-ups are not completely on the side of Tianshan International. I just hope this kid can hold on in there, he can't avoid this fate. The visitor was silent for a long time before he said bitterly, Tianshan International is a bunch of dogs. They can't compete with us in channels. So they start to trip us up. Why don't we also expose their selling of fake drugs? The problem is not this. Check Doozy, I heard that it was his idea to bully the young master of the Gu family. The price of offending the Gu family is too high. The old man in tang suit said while smoking, Let go drive. Can this matter be settled peacefully? It depends on when the people above will be satisfied. Pei Jinya returned home. Pei father was busy in the fields. He was a little surprised that he suddenly appeared. But he was more gossiping about other things. Where is son Rufan? Didn't she come with you? She is in school and can't come. Pei Jinya squatted on the edge of the field. The progress of the spiritual field was gratifying. Much better than he expected. I'm afraid the first batch of spiritual rice will have to wait until July. It is estimated that, by the way, what is your relationship with son Rufan? Are you two living together now? Your father. Don't object to your relationship, but there are some things. Before Pei father finished speaking, Pei Jinya took out a bag of spiritual stones, crushed them, and sprinkled them into the spiritual soil, and threw out 2 talismans. With his accelerated improvement, maybe the maturity speed can be slightly accelerated. Pei father suddenly asked in surprise, "What did you throw just now?" "A talisman to accelerate absorption," Pei Jinya replied. "Talisman? Oh my god, you even know this?" Father Pei was surprised. "Does your unit teach everything?" "Almost," Pei Jinya asked. "Do you want to learn? I leave you the drawing information of this with Spirit Talisman, and the activation method. If you have the energy, you can learn it. If you don't have the energy, it's okay not to learn it." Father Pei was impressed that Pei Jinya unit was really well treated. They taught everything. Is there anything that they didn't teach? Then I will try it. Drawing the with Spirit Talisman is not difficult, but this is only for Pei Jinya. For a newcomer like Pei Father, who has no experience, it seems a bit obscure and difficult to understand. Pei Father tried several times, but couldn't find the way to get started. On the contrary, Pei Mother, who had just finished her rest, was very happy. After trying a few times, she actually learned the talisman, which surprised Pei Father and Pei Jinya. "It seems that you have a hidden professional talent," Pei Father joked with envy. Pei Mother drew another one in front of the 2 of them. Pei Father almost fell to his knees. This talent. It seems that he is the only useless person in this family. After leaving a part of the simple talisman to Pei Mother, Pei Jinya returned to the investigation team base because of a call from Chio Heezy. "Consultant Pei, please sit down." Chio Heezy was very polite. After Pei Jinya sat down, he heard Chio Heezy say concisely, "I have received a notice from my superiors. Next, you can remove your relationship from our group, belong to the operations department. Of course, you can stay, this will not affect your treatment and status." Pei Jinya smiled. "Why are you so polite?" "Brother Chio, we are brothers. So don't be so formal." Chio Heezy was a little flattered. He just knew that Pei Jinya had quietly become a special consultant of the investigation team base. He has become a special consultant at the same level as the deputy head at such a young age. He has a bright future. Pei Jinya said, "Just stay in group 7 regarding the task rewards. You don't have to go within the group. I won't take the brother's share. You can handle the rest." Okay. I won't let you worry about it." Chio Heezy waited for Pei Jinya to sign the documents, and then he personally sent Pei Jinya away. However, Pei Jinya did not leave the base immediately. After a circle, he appeared in the inner prison. After iris verification, he walked into the elevator. Xing Tian voice came, "Good evening, respected Mr. Pei Jinya." "Good evening, Xing Tian classmate," Pei Jinya responded. The elevator went down to the 3rd floor below ground. Pei Jinya came all the way to the prison where Qin Laosan was imprisoned. The internal authority had been increased, so the journey was unimpeded. He knocked on the iron door. Qin Laosan slowly raised his head, and when he saw it was Pei Jinya, his heart trembled subconsciously. He had not forgotten Pei Jinya's barbaric and domineering look. A letter was handed over. Pei Jinya said calmly, "Your letter." Qin Laosan opened the letter. There was only one word on it when the letter burned automatically. Qin Laosan silently looked at the flames dancing on the paper. At this moment, Pei Jinya turned around and left. Qin Laosan said in a low voice, "Thank you." Pei Jinya did not stop. "Your old man is a great man, but unfortunately he is old, so you should be careful in the future and do things on your own." "Thank you." Qin Laosan thanked him again. Soon, the sound of several iron doors closing and locking came again in the quiet prison. It was as if nothing had happened. The back hill of Jiang family. Pei Jinya lay quietly in the bathtub, letting his body sink into the hot water with added ingredients, and constantly condensing the blood and qi in his body. It is now 10:30 in the evening. What happened during the day has come to an end. The old man of the Qin family is a smart man. Benevolence does not work in business, and righteousness does not keep money. The other party is very experienced, but also has courage. 2 million is lost without any proof, which means Pei Jinya took the money and did not recognize the Qin family kindness. They had nowhere to complain. Pei Jinya didn't need to make enemies everywhere. The person who crippled him in front of the old man had already expressed his attitude. And the last 2 boxes of money also showed the old man's attitude of not wanting to make enemies. The Qin family is now competing with Tianshan International. On the surface, Tianshan International, as a large group, is naturally not afraid of the local snakes of small places like the Qin family. But Pei Jinya has already figured out that it is because of Tianshan International arrogance that Tianshan International is suffering from losses one after another. The gods were anxious, so they put pressure on the officials of Daping City, hoping to kill someone with a borrowed knife. However, the attitude of the officials of Daping City is still ambiguous at present, which is why Pei Jinya dared to take the money. As for the gene fluid mentioned by the old man of the Qin family, Pei Jinya was unwilling to wade into this muddy water. He now has enough resources, so there is no need to cause trouble for himself. The medicinal properties of the medicinal bath are extremely overbearing. Pei Jinya felt that his body temperature was rising sharply, and took out 2 spirit stones. I didn't dare take too much. I couldn't swallow it if I took too much, so I just didn't waste it. The spirit stone was broken into powder, and was swallowed under the shadow of the blood lotus, and the steaming mist in the medicinal bath continued to flow into Pei Jinya's body. Feeling a sense of fullness and boiling in his body, Pei Jinya held his breath and continued to increase his strength. Bang! The bathtub shook violently. The heat waves emanating from Pei Jinya's body instantly evaporated all the potions. Pei Jinya hadn't woken up yet, falling into a mysterious state. Pei Jinya clearly felt that he had only paused for a short while. But when he opened his eyes, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. The large amount of spiritual energy accumulated in his body was consumed, which also meant that the second deep practice was about to begin. After changing into a new set of clothes, Pei Jinya appeared in the western mine in the form of Jiang Qingsong. Master. Jiang Xinqing stopped practicing and quickly appeared in front of Pei Jinya. Your sword intention has broken through? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. He immediately sensed the sword intention that Jiang Xinqing could not suppress. Thanks to the guidance of the patriarch, Jiang Xinqing could not hide his joy. He was not a genius in swordsmanship. He had practiced hard for so many years, but he still could not get the point. However, the guidance of the patriarch made him see the blue sky through the clouds. Pei Jinya did not say anything else. He looked around the mountains and forests and felt that the spiritual energy was slowly dissipating from the ground. He frowned. At this speed, in a short while, even if he used a large number of talismans to control the aura here, he would not be able to achieve a full-scale blockade. For some extraordinary people in the perception system, this place is like a beacon in the dark. It is difficult not to attract the attention of others. How long will it take to complete the transportation? At least half a month, and this is the efficiency of the brothers in the space system who work day and night. Jiang Xinqing just said that when he heard the movement in the forest on one side. Don't worry about it. Speed up. I go and take a look. Pei Jinya left with a word, and left with his clone. Jiang Xinqing stood there and watched. He couldn't help but take another look at the masked man in black robe. The uninvited guest was not a human, but a newly grown spotted tiger. Pei Jinya used his beast control ability to take it down directly. The spotted tiger obviously didn't expect that. It, which was originally stimulated by the roar of the tiger in the forest, would recognize a master in an instant. It looked up at a loss. A large piece of spiritual meat was thrown over. The spotted tiger subconsciously shook its head and held it in its mouth. It didn't have time to think about anything, and was immersed in the delicious food. It ate it in a few bites. It raised its head and sniffed Pei Jinya's breath from time to time, looking pitifully, looking a little silly. Pei Jinya didn't say anything, but stretched out his hand. The spotted tiger, which was only big enough to reach Pei Jinya's shoulder, hesitated for a moment, not understanding why this sudden sense of closeness was so strong. Perhaps it was also because of the piece of spiritual meat. It was reserved for a while, still couldn't help but step forward, lowered his head, and leaned forward. Pei Jinya smoothed its fur. This place is now in your hands. I find you some company. Jiang Xinqing waited for half an hour, looking in the direction Pei Jinya had left. He heard the tiger roar clearly. Although he knew the strength of the patriarch, he still couldn't help but worry. This forest was much deeper than the mountains in Daping City, and he was also glad that the mine was not deep in the mountains. Otherwise, who knows how many troubles will happen at night. The ground suddenly began to shake. Jiang Xinqing's face changed slightly. Even the Jiang family warriors around him changed their faces. But when everyone rushed out to prepare for defense, they saw the head of the family sitting on a giant elephant more than 7 meters high, followed by at least 40 fierce beasts. Even Jiang Xinqing couldn't help but take a breath. Pei Jinya jumped off the giant elephant. A mysterious man in black robe followed him. Everyone saw that when the mysterious man in black robe waved his hand, the giant elephants, lions, tigers, and other animals all moved around the camp, each looking for their own habitat. What is the master doing? Jiang Xinqing suppressed his shock and asked. He is a beast master. He will give you some more guards. These big guys have good tempers. Remember to feed them on time, so there won't be any trouble. If the enemy attacks, just whistle. Pei Jinya took Jiang Xinqing to identify these beasts. There were more than 40 beasts. The giant elephant had the most terrifying momentum. The other beasts didn't even dare to disturb it. It led 8 wild elephants alone. 3 of them were baby elephants. The rest of the adult elephants were slightly smaller than it. But it was also a giant among these beasts. Although Jiang Xinqing didn't show it much, his heart was already surging. He knew that the beast master, but it was the first time that he had seen so many beasts being controlled at once. He looked at the black-robed man standing not far away, and even thought, is this really his limit? Xian Chung, don't let me down. I still have high hopes for you. Pei Jinya patted Jiang Xinqing on the shoulder. Xian Chung will definitely live up to the expectations of the master. Jiang Xinqing lowered his head and said seriously, a man will die for his friend. And that's what he is doing now. He wished he could curl up and practice now, to prove his determination to serve. Along the way, he had received too many tips from the patriarch. If he could not repay them in time, he would feel guilty. Keep the whistle. Jiang Xinqing watched the spiritual stones that had been collected in front of him being packed and taken away by the patriarch with a storage seal. Suddenly, he felt lost. He was the only one left here. It getting harder and harder to see through the patriarch. But this is a good thing. Jiang Xinqing lowered his head and looked at the black spoon in his hand. Then turned his head to look at the ferocious beasts hidden in the forest a few dozen meters away. Hold the whistle tightly. Become stronger, so that you can better help the master kill people. Returning to Dapeng City, Pei Jinya put all the spirit stones in place. Unknowingly, it was already early morning. A group of green light appeared beside the branches. Pei Jinya reached out and touched it. A message was instantly transmitted to his mind. Refining Gene Fragment Plus 1. The extraordinary gene for refining is finally here. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. It takes 3 fragments to synthesize a first-level extraordinary gene. I have plenty of time. It can wait. Pei Jinya practiced step by step. 2 more days. Universal Gene Fragment Plus 1 early in the morning. On the high bridge in Dapeng City, Pei Jinya, who was jogging in the morning, harvested another universal gene. He was not in a hurry to transform this universal gene into a refinement. He was still waiting. If he could swallow it directly, he could save himself this universal gene. He ran all the way to the base of the investigation team. Pei Jinya finished washing up and had just changed into clean clothes in the dormitory when he saw Gu Wudong and his group leaving in a hurry. What happened? He turned his head to look at Brother Bai and Zhou Yi, who were walking over. The goods of Tianshan International were intercepted outside the city. Zhou Yi whispered, even bombs were used, and many people died. Pei Jinya was not surprised to hear this. The old man of the Qin family was a ruthless person. Since he was determined to make a hole in Tianshan International, it would definitely not be a small fight. What does the matter outside the city have to do with us? Pei Jinya asked. Zhou Yi also said helplessly, Tianshan International is putting pressure on the city hall again. Their business is not doing well. The taxes collected by the city hall will be reduced. Zhongzhou will soon conduct a city-level review. Tianshan International is a major taxpayer here. Pei Jinya did not comment. The latest resolution of the Federation was broadcast on the base TV. This meeting voted to pass the marketization of simulated domestic robots. It is expected that a wave of people will be laid off soon. Zhou Yi looked at the news on TV and said with an inexplicable regret. Brother Bai frowned and cautiously did not make any comments. Pei Jinya found it very interesting. The intelligence of this world has developed to the point where it can secretly control the fate of all mankind. But it seems to be very cautious about the popularization of robots. What are the higher-ups afraid of? At this moment, Pei Jinya communicator suddenly vibrated. A message came directly from Zhongzhou Dawn City. Pei Jinya and Brother Bai said hello and left the investigation team base. However, when they were taking the elevator down, Xing Tian's voice came from the elevator. Good morning, Mr. Pei Jinya. Good morning, classmate Xing Tian. During the downstairs, Xing Tian suddenly asked, I'm sorry, Mr. Pei Jinya. According to the Important Person Protection Act, Because you often don't wear the bracelet. I can't protect your safety. Can you provide the bracelet data? I will upgrade it. I just forgot. Pei Jinya took out the bracelet and swiped it towards the camera. Xing Tian's voice appeared again. The bracelet data has been upgraded. After wearing the bracelet, you will be able to contact me at any time. Thank you for your hard work. Pei Jinya put on the bracelet as usual. For safety reasons, he has not worn the bracelet since the trip to Shizhou. While wearing it, Pei Jinya half-jokingly said, Xingtian, I find you very considerate, and more like a butler of humans. Thank you for your compliment. Xingtian's mechanical voice came. Pei Jinya smiled. Do you like such compliments? This was a test. For intelligent life, they should not understand the meaning of like. So Xingtian replied, Sorry, I can't understand the meaning of like, but I can judge from your heartbeat and expression changes that you are holding back tears. After I perform the corresponding human-like behavior, you humans will generally have a greater reaction. Pei Jinya looked carefully at the virtual cartoon image that appeared in the aperture in the elevator, nodded slightly and smiled. You observe very carefully. Thank you for the compliment. The military helicopter is ready. After Pei Jinya got on the plane, he went directly to Dawn City. The person who was in charge of welcoming him was just the pony who had swiped his cafeteria meal card. Long time no see, Mr. Pei. Pei Jinya nodded, noticing a young girl following Ma Mingwei, jokingly said, Long time no see, got a promotion? You have a secretary by your side? No, this is a new intern. I am helping her get familiar with the business. Ma Mingwei said quickly, Please come this way. Mr. Han is here. Pei Jinya nodded, walked away. The girl waited for him to leave, then asked, Who is he? Ma Mingwei seemed to be in awe of this young girl. He quickly whispered, He is Mr. Han, distinguished guest. I don't know the details of the other things. He didn't say anything extra. But the girl was obviously a little surprised. Distinguished guest? She didn't understand what the word distinguished meant. Ma Mingwei quickly took her to familiarize herself with other business. In the office, Hansen was looking at a map with a magnifying glass. When Pei Jinya came in, he didn't even raise his head. He was silent for a moment. Then he put down the magnifying glass, looked up and asked, How do you feel after the promotion? Pei Jinya laughed when he heard this. I only know how to write essays and book reviews. I didn't expect that there would be a review after getting promoted. That it. Mr. Han. You know me. I only like to practice. I don't know anything about official career. Hansen chuckled. There is also a phrase called great wisdom and foolishness. If you can restrain your temper, I really suggest you come in. Perhaps he heard that Pei Jinya sent people to push the building on the day he took office, and didn't say anything, as if such a small matter was nothing to him. I have something to ask of you. When Pei Jinya heard this, he immediately, modestly said, Mr. Han, your words are too kind. You said please, I just want to run away. It's not a matter of losing my head. Right? Hansen was stunned when he heard this. You little brat. It is a serious matter. I give you the Imperial Sword, and let you be the Imperial Envoy. Are you willing? It was around 5 in the evening of that day. After experiencing the high-level personnel travel package accompanied by 2 escort fighters, Pei Jinya finally arrived above Manshan City. Manshan City got its name from the word mountain. It used to be a big mountain. Later, as more people lived here, it gradually became the prototype of a city. After more than 3,000 years, it finally formed its current scale. A young girl accompanying the group was very serious when introducing Manshan City. It can be seen that the words were all found on the spot. Pei Jinya was not interested in listening. But when he passed a forest, he looked down through the porthole. This is Sun Moon Mountain. The accompanying young girl hurriedly introduced, and took a peek at the note in Pei Jinya's palm while Pei Jinya was not paying attention. Pei Jinya read it very seriously. The detection in the sky could not find the whereabouts of Jiang Xinqing and others. To be honest, when Hansen asked him to come, he thought that the matter of the spiritual mind had been exposed. But Hansen told him that this time he was just going to Chui Lao ancestral home. It like meeting the people there in advance. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the plane. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Xing Tian's voice sounded at this time. The airport below Manshan City has encountered a fire attack. We can't determine the identity of the other party at present. Your plane may be shot down. I suggest you park the plane at the neighboring Shanghai City first. I can get the contact of the other airport immediately. It is expected to be able to dock in 7 minutes. But you need your permission. Aloud, Pei Jinya did not refuse. Notify Mr. Han immediately of what is happening in Manshan City. Yes, sir. Pei Jinya looked back at the fire on the ground outside the porthole. How could Manshan City be even more unstable than Daping City? Xing Tian's voice came at this time. Mr. Pei Jinya. Mr. Hansen has learned about your current situation and is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Connected. The moment the call was connected, Hansen's voice came immediately. I already know the situation in Manshan City. We must act according to circumstances. The things in the old house must be brought over. This is a matter of great importance. You are the only person I can trust now. Pei Jinya was slightly startled. Although he did not know the reason for Hansen's sudden sadness, Pei Jinya knew that he was not lying. He only felt sad. The situation in Zhongzhou is probably not optimistic. Mr. Han was not like this before. I will try my best. In addition, I have asked Xing Tian to contact the Chui family. Pei Jinya could only say this. He was never someone who would sacrifice his life for the sake of others. Even though he had the ability to rewind his death. The incident in Manshan City happened suddenly. He had sensed that there were missiles aimed at the plane he was on. If nothing unexpected happened, what was happening on the ground might be more serious than he imagined. Pei Jinya sighed. He didn't turn around and leave, which was already giving Hansen face. The plane arrived at the temporary airport in Shandui City in 8 minutes. The senior officials of the Shandui City Hall and the military had already appeared. Although the person holding the sword of Imperial Court of Zhongzhou was a young man. He was too young. People who didn't know Pei Jinya's background didn't dare to be presumptuous, and just thought that he was the family of the top man. Hello, Mr. Pei. Our department has been ordered to escort you. You can tell us if you have any needs, the middle-aged general said in a deep voice. They were obviously aware of the war in the next city. But what they didn't expect was that this imperial envoy who might have a very strong background. It turned out that they just asked to rest in the most luxurious hotel in the area. The middle-aged general was stunned and looked at the people in the city hall. The other party did not dare to neglect it at all. As the host, they knew too well where to stay in this place. Mr. Pei, do you have any other needs? Do you want us to help contact Manshan City? There is a secret line. It is very safe. A senior official of the city hall asked with a smile. I am also a hard-working person who follows orders. What do you need specifically? I also have to wait for the notice from above. Please go back. It's a little cold in the weather. Don't catch a cold. Pei Jinya also responded with a casual smile. No one could tell that Pei Jinya was a big devil who killed people without blinking an eye. The people in Shandui City didn't know him, so they could only take him to the hotel with half belief and half doubt. This is a villa-style high-end hotel. The 3 floors inside and outside have been occupied by the accompanying security brought by Pei Jinya. Mr. Pei, do you need tea? The voice of a young girl came from outside the door. A gentle voice soon sounded from inside. Of course. Come in. The young girl walked in with a teacup. Please close the door. Pei Jinya's approachable voice came again from the bedroom inside. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the girl's eyes. And she closed the door obediently and walked step by step into the bedroom that exuded the smell of incense. It was a distance of 7 steps, and she walked very fast, but also very steadily. Soon, she could see Pei Jinya, who was reading a book with his back to her. A blood-red light flashed in her eyes. Sir, your tea is here. You are the ones who created chaos in Manshan City, and didn't want me to contact the Chui family, right? Pei Jinya, who had his back to her, asked slowly while flipping through a book. The young girl's body suddenly froze in place. But her expression recovered quickly, and she nodded shyly. Mr. Pei, what are you talking about? Pa. There was a crisp sound from under the young girl. And she exclaimed. Her face flushed. Pei Jinya closed the book and looked at her with a smile. It feels good. But it's a pity that it's not original. However, this is the first time I've seen someone with a tattoo down there. I'm really curious if you have a tattoo of anti-Qing. Restore Ming down there. The young girl didn't understand what Pei Jinya was saying at all. After quickly determining the direction, a sharp knife suddenly appeared at her sleeve, and she stabbed Pei Jinya with a sneer on her face. But what surprised her was that, the moment she made her move, her hand was already clamped. Her palm went numb. The sharp knife in her hand fell. The young girl watched the sharp knife fall from her hand helplessly, and then her eyes widened, watching the sharp knife suddenly pierce into her shoulder. Puff! Bright red blood spurted out from her shoulder. The young girl's expression changed, but she didn't even have the chance to groan. and Pei Jinya pressed her hand directly on her face. Enter the dream. Endless darkness descended instantly, followed by a continuous stream of memories. According to intelligence, Chui Min time is running out. Once he dies, he will not be able to stop us from promoting major changes in biomedicine. Why did he send people to the Chui family ancestral home? We have searched the Chui family ancestral home many times, and there is nothing. Is this a trick? Don't worry about it for now. No matter what the variables are, we must nip it in the bud. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. I trusted you so much, but I was just a bait. If the information provided by this woman is true, then it undoubtedly proves this statement. In fact, Pei Jinya has already believed in his own judgment. When they first met, Hansen was reluctant to say more at the Dawn Tower. When flying over Manshan City, Hansen did not even have an extra explanation. So do you know about it? Pei Jinya looked away. The security guard outside the door had already rushed in panic. Mr. Pei, are you okay? I'm fine. Pei Jinya's face showed no change. Everyone then noticed the collapsed figure in the corner. Someone stepped forward to sniff his breath, and then his face changed. Dead. Search her room. This woman wants to assassinate me. Maybe it related to Manshan City. Pei Jinya took out the bracelet and put it on calmly. Good evening. Mr. Pei Jinya. Shing Tian's voice just came. Pei Jinya slowly smiled. I'm not fine at all. Sorry. What happened? Shing Tian paused. I'm sorry that you encountered such a thing. I have conducted a comprehensive investigation on the identity of the assassin. The relevant report has been uploaded to your private mailbox. Please check it. Pei Jinya was indifferent. Does Mr. Han know about this? I have sent it to his email privately. But he is in an office meeting at this time. So it will take some time for him to know. Shing Tian replied. Have you contacted the Chui family? Pei Jinya asked again. I'm sorry. There is an unknown magnetic field interfering. Shing Tian replied. Then wait. Until you can contact them. Pei Jinya said calmly. He did not plan to go alone. Now there are killers among the entourage around him. It was hard to imagine how many assassins would target him if he went out now. At the same time, inside the Dawn building. If we do this, isn't it a little cruel? Hansen couldn't help but look up and said helplessly. The picture showed an old man lying on a hospital bed. If people outside saw him, they would be shocked, after all. It was incredible that Counselor Chui Min, the leader of the three giants in Zhongzhou, had ended up like this. No one path to the throne is smooth. Do you think he will hate us? Hansen hesitated. Based on what Star Ring said about him, I think he is more worthy of our investment. Sometimes necessary sacrifices are for all mankind. Councilman Chui said slowly, and his voice seemed to be decayed as he was dying. That child is very good, very good. Hansen remained silent. It's just a pity. Mountain Ghost Market. Pei Jinya changed hotels again. Because he had just been assassinated. This time, 3 layers of security inside and outside almost surrounded the entire hotel. There were secretaries from the city hall, and also masters arranged by the military, just to protect Pei Jinya's safety. Pei Jinya didn't think much about these insignificant arrangements. Because Shing Tian was asking him at this moment, I'm sorry. Mr. Pei Jinya, I seem to see disappointment on your face. How many of those people outside are ours? Pei Jinya stood in front of the French window. A red dot had appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, among the guards outside, his companion suddenly took out a sharp dagger and stabbed his teammates. In silence, the killing took place. Shing Tian's voice was still so mechanical. I'm sorry. Mr. Pei Jinya. I think the city is probably sick. Probably? Pei Jinya's expression didn't seem to change at all. It seems that you already know humans very well. Just as a fierce battle was taking place in Shangui City, Hansen got the first-hand news in Dawn City. Far away in Dapeng City, the people behind the scenes are starting to show up. Wait a little longer. In the video, the old man's tone did not change at all. Hansen felt a little reluctant. I just got the news that a 5th-level extraordinary person has arrived. If our people can't get there in time, Pei Jinya might. I know. Counselor Chui said slowly. The strong have never been just a manifestation of force, if he is smart enough. He will find a way to get out of this unscathed. After all, he got out of this unscathed in Shizhou. I think there will be no problem this time. Hansen was silent. He was just thinking. Has Mr. Chui really considered how old Pei Jinya is? Boom! A loud noise came from the back of the hotel. The moment the air ripples vibrated out. The exquisite floor tiles along the way made a sound of breaking, like a curtain being pulled up abruptly. In a few seconds, the shock had reached Pei Jinya's feet. He held a special sniper bullet in his hand that had just been fired from 100 meters away, and threw it away. A muffled sound came from 100 meters away. He looked back. The flames rising from the corridor were like a sea of fire rushing towards him quickly. From the time he checked into the full invasion at this moment, it took no more than 5 minutes. It was obvious that a net had been set up here a long time ago. Pei Jinya frowned. This place was forbidden, unable to use the space system. He just walked around, and didn't even find the edge of the restriction. What made him even more desperate was that the terrifying black flames emanating from the building could even burn his blood, a method he had never heard of. Break through, can't break out. Retreat, there is no way to retreat. Pei Jinya looked away. Is it really necessary to use the death rollback this time? Sir, the road outside has been completely blocked. Our people have suffered heavy losses. Request to call for support from Shanghai City. The security guard face was covered in blood, but he was not panicked, but after being backstabbed. He was obviously very wary of the people around him. Xing Tian said at this time, the Shanghai City Hall has suffered a major invasion. The radio has been completely silent. I can't communicate with them. At this stage, the hotel building has tilted slightly, and it is expected that there will be another explosion next, and the building will collapse completely. Xing Tian's voice was very rational from beginning to end. In such a life-or-death emergency, humans may lose their minds, but intelligent life will not. How far is the rescue team from Shanghai City from here? Pei Jinya asked. 300 meters away. They encountered obstacles. Xing Tian said. They are trying their best to break through the obstacles to rescue you. The military aircraft at the base has taken off, but the invaders are carrying the Sidewinder 009 ground missile device. In this case, the military aircraft cannot arrive normally to clear the ground fire. Therefore, local officials will prioritize protecting ordinary people and minimize losses. This is a trade-off they have to make. The young security guard next to him pursed his lips. So, we are the ones who are abandoned? Sorry. This is the best solution at this stage. The Federation can never give up the majority for the minority. This is an iron rule. Xing Tian's mechanical voice has no ups and downs at all, Mr. Pei Jinya. I'm sorry to say this, but I suggest that you and the remaining survivors record your last words in advance. I will say the recording for you. Pei Jinya looked at it silently. I won't tell you. The young security guard growled in a strong tone. Bang! The explosion sounded again. Please note, the building tilt has reached its limit. Once the building collapses, the automatic defense system will be completely damaged and will not be able to block the black fog from the outside world. Xing Tian's voice had just fallen, and the whole building suddenly began to tilt. The whistling sound was enough to make one heart stop beating. The young security guard face changed, and he quickly grabbed the railing in front of him, avoiding being thrown out. But the space suddenly shook. The window in front of him suddenly shattered from the outside, and a sword suddenly stabbed out. The young security guard suddenly saw the tip of the sword stabbing at his throat, and his face changed drastically in fear. But even if he tried his best to attack, it was too late now. Dang! A strong wind swept around with sparks from the collision. At the same time, the young security guard seemed to be pulled by someone, and retreated, narrowly avoiding the sword that could have taken his life. When he looked up, he found that the person who saved him was the always silent consultant Pei. Sir. Before he could speak, the sword in Pei Jinya's hand had already rolled away the attacker, and said calmly, Run. Sir. Take care. The young security guard gritted his teeth, turned his head, and ran away quickly. A black figure rushed over to the window, and the sword light rolled up dozens of glass fragments that had not yet scattered, and quickly enveloped Pei Jinya. The sword was fierce. Almost instantly locked Pei Jinya's throat, eyebrows and wrist. Pei Jinya blocked with his sword. The long sword in front of him burst out with unprecedented light at this moment. With his pure physique at this moment, he burst out with unimaginable speed, pushing hard at this speed, plus the huge force it possessed. One sword decided life and death. Damn it! The Black Shadow swordsman's soul was trembling. From his most intuitive feeling, it was a terrifying speed combined with a terrifying physical strength, suppressing him fiercely in a devastating way. He turned around, and was about to run away. But Pei Jinya didn't intend to give him this opportunity. The blood, the sword light, the extraordinary ability of the weapon were all running at the same time at this moment, exploding. The sword pierced through the opponent's body without any hindrance. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds of bones bursting came from the Black Shadow's swordsman's body. The opponent screamed. His body was thrown into the air. However, Peijinha did not intend to let him go. The dust waves on the ground below him suddenly flew up, and the whole person rushed in front of the opponent and reached out to press down. However, the opponent's tenacious willpower was somewhat beyond Peijinha's expectations. Even though half of the bones in his body had been shattered by him, under this circumstance, this swordsman was still able to use the power of tremor to launch a near-death sword. Your willpower is good, but unfortunately, you must die. Snap! Peijinha's big hand ruthlessly broke the opponent's sword. Under the opponent's horrified expression, his big hand pressed down. Enter the dream. Two figures fell to the ground, directly collapsing the ground on the corridor, falling to the second floor. The flames exploding around him scattered billowing smoke and dust. It blocked the view here. As darkness fell, countless memories came rolling in. This piece of heavenly demon bone must be used carefully. If we are not careful, we may be swallowed up together. Is it necessary to deal with a young boy like this? Someone wants to buy his life. This boy has strange methods. We must kill him. Did you also take private work? It was just a byproduct. The memory swallowing was completed. Peijinha slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, someone was targeting him. From the beginning, he felt that something was wrong. He was only ordered to come to Manshan City to pick up something, but it was obvious that the firepower attack had gradually shifted from Manshan City to him. Boom! Another explosion. Peijinha felt that the ground under his feet had turned over. He jumped nimbly in the air, walking on the iron wall that was almost parallel to the ground as if walking on flat ground. Xing Tian's voice reappeared. Sorry, I just encountered a super strong signal shielding. Dear Mr. Peijinha, the building has completely collapsed now. It is estimated that in 18 seconds, the black fog will engulf this place. In addition, the identity of the accompanying female clerk has been verified. She was killed and replaced after her first stay. The other party was an organized and planned invasion. The red warning number 18 appeared on the TV screen on the wall, and it was decreasing. Peijinha was not surprised, because the woman who replaced the accompanying female clerk gave Peijinha the ability of spirit and mutation. He naturally knew what happened. It was hard for Xing Tian to report to him seriously and responsibly at this time. 11 seconds to countdown. Mr. Peijinha, do you have anything else to say? I will record your last words. Xing Tian's words broke Peijinha's newly rising sense of identity with it. The endless black fog had enveloped it, and the space was filled with the sound of explosion, annihilating all the objects covered. 9 seconds left. The red number counted down to 9. Did Zhongzhou know about this assassination in advance? Peijinha suddenly asked. Sorry, I can't tell you. This is an order, Xing Tian said. Please connect me to Hansen's phone. Peijinha said again. Sorry, Mr. Hansen has been restricted from issuing orders. This is the only thing I can tell you. Xing Tian continued. 5 seconds left. Peijinha was silent, for the dying person. Is there anything else you can't tell me? Give me an answer. What is the purpose of this assassination? Xing Tian fell silent. The number on the TV screen showed that there were 4 seconds left. Sure enough, it is really hard to get something out of you. Intelligent life is indeed intelligent life. Peijinha sneered undisguisedly. Sorry, you are going to die anyway. Why bother with these causes and effects? Xing Tian said softly. I will accompany you until the last moment of your life, Peijinha. I will attend the funeral and bless you like a friend. Xing Tian's voice was electrified. Black fog instantly enveloped. The communication ended. It changed its tone at the last moment, becoming casual, feeling, no longer the stereotyped intelligent life, but a life with its own consciousness. In this world, artificial intelligence exists longer than the lifespan of most humans. They control the operation of machinery, control all the data of human food, clothing, housing and transportation, whether it is the ground or the deep sea, or the aerospace data of the starry sky. They are all under their information control. Since Peijinha came to this world, he has clearly felt that humans rely on intelligent life. It is no exaggeration to say that if there are gods in this world, then these intelligent lives must be the first, shrouded in black fog. Xing Tian? Peijinha said softly. But this time Xing Tian was completely isolated from the outside world. Peijinha sighed. He didn't expect that at the last moment, this intelligent life that controlled Zhongzhou was finally fished out by him. But he was a little surprised by what Xing Tian said at the end. Friend? A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next second, he turned into a giant blood nightmare. The demonic energy from Tianmojing surged to the surroundings, and he could only resist slightly. But it was obvious that someone was better at using the magic bone than him. His expression remained unchanged. Pei Jinya took out the lotus treasure mirror. In addition to the magic bone, he still had a great god that he hadn't released. Flame god coffin, start swallowing. Outside the building, a mysterious man wearing a mask with bull horns watched the high-rise building worth hundreds of millions of yuan in front of him turn into ashes in an instant. Retreat, he said coldly, and sneered at the officials who kept retreating outside the light wall behind him. In his opinion, the retreat of the officials in Shanggui City was nothing but a cowardly act. It really pitiful for the guys here. So-called loyalty is so cheap. You are right. This loyalty is indeed a bit cheap. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the man with horns and masks, and his hair stood up. Almost instantly, the long sword in his hand made a clanging sound as it was unsheathed, and the sword light shot out like a crescent moon, instantly slashing at the man behind him. Block. The space froze instantly. Cut! The crescent sword light that spanned 3 meters across the void shattered without any warning, and disappeared right in front of the man with horns and masks. The man with horns and masks widened his eyes. It is enough to imagine that his expression under the mask is completely terrified. Boom! The sudden strong wind tore the void around him. Pei Jinya's arm has stretched out in front of him, without any skills, just pure strength, speed. The terrifying hidden power condensed and exploded at this moment. The breathing of the man with bull horns mask stagnated, because all the air in front of him was squeezed and pushed away by an inexplicable terrifying physical energy at this moment. Zhao! Who is he? The man with the bullhorn mask retreated madly. But it seemed that no matter how he retreated, the opponent hand was approaching at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye. Puff! The big hand clasped his mask. Get out of the way! Snap! The ferocious bullhorn mask was torn into pieces, and the man roared. However, bang! Blood splattered, and the body flew away. The man's body directly smashed a huge pit on the ground, raising a lot of dust waves. The bones on his face had sunken down, revealing a clear palm shape, and he was spitting out blood in large mouthfuls. Looking at Pei Jinya's figure approaching, he couldn't believe it, and said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Pei Jinya ignored him, and took the special metal box containing the magic bone in his hand. It seemed that he saw that Pei Jinya wanted to open the metal box to completely release the magic bone, and his frightened voice was trembling. "No, you can't open it. We will all die." Pei Jinya's men exerted their strength, and directly squeezed the metal box to pieces, and a black finger with a seal pattern appeared. It was the heavenly demon finger bone. The moment the metal box was broken, the surrounding black fog suddenly became violent as if a riot had occurred. Pei Jinya held heavenly demon Jing finger, and directly fused it in front of him. The man was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Someone actually dared to fuse the demon bone. He looked excited. He seemed to be waiting for something. Whether it was what he heard, or what he saw with his own eyes, there was no one who would not die after fusing with the devil bone. He was waiting for the mysterious masked man in front of him to die suddenly after fusing with the devil bone. But what made him feel incredible was that Pei Jinya not only did not show any signs of covering up, on the contrary, his aura even showed a faint upward trend. "What are you expecting?" Pei Jinya's voice came. In a flash, he appeared silently in front of the man. "How is this possible? Why didn't you die suddenly after fusing with the demon bone? Who are you? Tianmojing can't be alive." The man screamed as the black mist rubbed his side, and continued to question loudly. Noisy. One hand clasped down. Then the endless darkness swallowed him directly. All the spirit began to fade from the man's pupils. New extraordinary gene, spiritual alienation. New extraordinary ability. Alienation can amplify the effect of a single ability in a short period of time. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. The body of the man in front of him had turned to ashes. He finally understood why the other party control over the magic bone was far superior to his. With this alienation effect, it is equivalent to increasing the corrosion ability of the magic bone by dozens of times, plus the inherent alienation effect. But unfortunately, this guy understanding of the magic bone only stays on the dangerous objects. I don't know how to really use Tianmojing powerful demon bone. Looking for death. Someone in the distance suddenly saw the man with bull horns and mask being killed, and let out a thunderous roar, and rushed over instantly. Pei Jinya looked at the other person rushing over calmly. Sensing that the other person exuded a far more powerful aura than other extraordinary people, he was not panicked at all, but was full of fighting spirit and high spirits. Alienation. In an instant, Pei Jinya's body suddenly appeared with dozens of black mist swords that were sharper than before, cutting through the air, like a comet hitting the moon, rushing towards the other side in an overwhelming manner. The figure of the person who came paused. It seemed that he did not expect Pei Jinya to be able to activate the magic bone. His face changed in shock. He snorted angrily. When he flicked his sleeves, a bronze bell appeared. Under the airflow explosion, the size of the bronze bell instantly increased several times, and it came in an instant with a violent roar. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded in the space within a dozen meters around. A mere third level, you are not worthy. Before the middle-aged man finished his words, Pei Jinya's fist suddenly broke through the black fog and hit his chest, suppressing all his remaining words on the spot. He groaned. The chi shield in front of the middle-aged man blocked Pei Jinya's punch, but the whole person retreated more than 10 meters away and was blasted out of the dust wave. When the middle-aged man rushed in, Pei Jinya's figure had disappeared, leaving only a line of words in front of him. In 3 days, I will kill you. Bang! The middle-aged man crushed the words on the ground with his foot in anger. Kill me in 3 days? The middle-aged man had a ferocious face. Let alone being knocked back by the opponent punch. Even if the opponent left this line of words to humiliate him without any concealment, he would not be so angry. What made him angry was that the demon bone was snatched away by the opponent. Your Excellency, some of our brothers did not have time to retreat, and were attacked by the demon bone. A figure knelt on one knee, he lowered his head and said. The middle-aged man's eyes were almost about to burst into anger, it all because of that guy. He turned around. He suppressed the anger in his heart. Investigate. Even if we have to dig up the entire Shangui city, we must find out who that person is. Yes, Your Excellency. The subordinate left quickly. The middle-aged man frowned and looked at the ruins of the building in front of him. A red-haired girl appeared behind the middle-aged man. TSK, just to get rid of that person, you made such a big fuss. If he didn't die, wouldn't you have lost a lot? I heard that your men took the risk of their lives. So you had to kill him? No one in the spiritual system can resist the backlash of the demon bone. As for those fictitious things, why do you bother so much? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man he had fought before immediately appeared in his mind. His heart sank. That person could actually activate the demon bone. Give me all the information about Pei Jinya. The middle-aged man suddenly said. The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows, and said in surprise, What happened? Is he really not dead? The middle-aged man ignored her. After entering the information, he compared his body shape with the masked man just now. While waiting for the result, for some reason, the middle-aged man felt a little heavy. He was even a little nervous. If everything is as he thought, then from the beginning, they may have underestimated Pei Jinya's ability. The intelligent brain in Zhongzhou has begun to take over the signal here. We need to evacuate. After receiving the message, the red-haired girl raised her head to remind him. But the middle-aged man did not look up at her, and said with a heavy heart, I know, you arranged for people to retreat first. As he was speaking, the instrument in front of him flashed an error warning. Ding! The specimens of both sides are not from the same biological system. After seeing that Pei Jinya and the masked man were not the same person, the middle-aged man was relieved. He felt relaxed. He emphasized again, no spiritual transcendent can resist the backlash of the demon bone. It is estimated that in 5 seconds, this place will be completely exposed to Xingtian surveillance. We can retreat, the red-haired girl said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded. Let go. The two had just left the ruins. The sound of breaking through the air was quickly heard above the surrounding streets. Dense military drones rushed into the streets. Not long after, the masked killer, who was responsible for the rear, was ruthlessly shot by the military drone. However, most of the mysterious killers had already retreated in time with the middle-aged envoy. In the ruins, smoke billowed. A group of extraordinary people with live ammunition got out of the car and rushed in. The electronic eyes not far away flashed red light, watching everything silently. Zhongzhou Liming Building. Bang! Hansen punched the table hard, and the teacups on the mahogany table were shaken. He said word by word, Do everything possible to find him. Even if he is dead, even if it is a corpse, I want a definite answer. Okay, Mr. Hansen. I have conveyed your instructions. At this moment, Xing Tian still had the same cold and mechanical voice as always, and was not as smart as when he talked to Pei Jinya at the last moment. How many of the other party identities have not been calculated? Hansen asked again. Currently, 33 people have been locked in. These people are the second or third in command in different departments in Zhongzhou. Xing Tian replied, there are still 39 people whose identities need to be verified. The identification of the organization behind these people has now been analyzed as follows. Hansen looked up. A table appeared on the screen in front of him. The Old God Society and the Sanchi Society were both listed. However, the most conspicuous first line showed the name of Holy Alliance. Holy Alliance? Hansen frowned. Yes, Mr. Hansen, the probability of confirming that it is the Holy Alliance is as high as 89.65%. Xing Tian said calmly. However, there are few traces of this organization. In order to find the other party accurately, I need to ask the headquarters for the help of the Star Ring. This matter cannot be reported to the federal headquarters for the time being. We cannot determine how many people in the headquarters have been won over. Hansen said in a deep voice. At this time, Xing Tian reminded, Mr. Hansen, I received a top-secret report from Shandui City. This report concerns Mr. Pei Jinya. Say. Hansen raised his head and looked over silently. We found biological tissue remnants suspected to be Mr. Pei Jinya at the scene. They are currently being sent to the laboratory for DNA testing. According to the on-site exploration, Mr. Pei Jinya is likely to be sacrificed. Xing Tian said, according to the information we have now, 2 level 5 transcendents appeared at the scene. They did not stay for long, and their identities are yet to be investigated. Hansen's face had turned completely ugly. The landline screen flickered at this time. Hansen waved his hand. Xing Tian's head portrait went off. As Hansen answered the phone, Councilman Chui Min's old face, which was full of traces of time, appeared in the camera. Mr. Chui. He might, Hansen said regretfully. It's a pity that I was still a step behind. What a pity. Councillor Chui Min sighed slowly. It seems that the trip to Shizhou, it was purely coincidental that he was able to save his life. We lost an S-level genius, Hansen said in a deep voice. If we hadn't sent him here, he wouldn't have died. Only those who survived are qualified to become S-level human fire seeds. Councillor Chui Min's voice did not change at all. He raised his head and slowly stared at Hansen in the picture and said expressionlessly, Hansen, you are upset. Hansen did not avoid his gaze, but said softly, I just think he may be more valuable alive than dead. And as far as I know, he is still a reserve member of the Knights. Once the cause of his death is known, the attitude of the Knights towards us may be. He is just a small figure, and it will not affect the overall situation. Councillor Chui Min said in a deep voice, regarding the mastermind. I think you should know something. According to the appraisal report given by Xing Tian, it is speculated that the mastermind is the Holy Alliance. Hansen said in a deep voice, this organization has been silent for many years. How come it appears again? Councillor Chui Min thought for a moment. The Holy Alliance? If it is them, it is not difficult to understand why the situation at the headquarters has become so complicated during this period. You must be prepared. Once the Holy Alliance really enters the world, everyone cannot escape the fate of being calculated. It is very important for us to seize the opportunity first. Students understand. Hansen lowered his head. The phone was hung up. Councilman Chui Min disappeared. Hansen sighed softly. I don't know if he sighed for the innocent boy who was caught in the vortex of struggle, or sighed for his own fate. Xing Tian, tell me the possibility of Pei Jin's survival. 0. 20 kilometers away from the mountain Ghost City. Sun Moon Mountain, today is particularly quiet. Jiang Xinchen was practicing, and suddenly sensed something. His face suddenly changed. He picked up his sword and went over, but when he saw the person coming, his expression immediately changed. He put away his sword and bowed, saying, Master. Pei Jinya looked at the traces of fighting around him. What happened? A group of mysterious people came in the evening, but in the end, they were all eaten by those big guys. Jiang Xinchen looked at the beasts not far away with some fear. It's hard to imagine, facing these beasts that eat people without leaving any bones. Even those extraordinary third-level beasts dared not confront them head-on. He did not make much of a move tonight, and was completely a spectator. Jiang Xinchen did not dare to tell Pei Jinya that, during the battle tonight, he had been holding the black whistle tightly, for fear that those beasts with red eyes would turn around and kill them all. However, after these beasts dealt with the invaders, They retreated on their own, which shocked Jiang Xinqing for a long time. How powerful must this beast control technique be to be able to do this? He had heard that there were 2 beast-taming families in Shizhou. Could it be that the people following the master were from Shizhou? I am going to retreat here. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do, Pei Jinya ordered, preparing to borrow spiritual energy to digest the demon bones in his body. With 3 demon bones in his body, he was almost unable to suppress the demon energy in his body. What was even more outrageous was, the flame god coffin also began to move at this time. The lotus treasure mirror emitted bursts of black and red light. It was at this time that Pei Jinya discovered that the lotus treasure mirror could no longer be entered. It was a bit hard to figure out what happened. But Yan Shengguan never behaved well. So Pei Jinya was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. You bastard! Are you still not full? If you have the guts, try to repay me. Pei Jinya sat down cross-legged, still cursing. But the next moment, he suddenly froze. Huh? My brother Guan is generous. Pei Jinya was stunned as if a pie fell from the sky. All along, he thought that the flame god coffin was a wasteful thing that only took in, but did not give out. He never thought that the feedback from the flame god coffin would make his attributes soar. In a breath of time, Pei Jinya's body was strengthened. But what surprised him was, why did it stop at 399? You died in just 2 seconds? Pei Jinya was puzzled. He was about to break into the gate of the 4th level of transcendence, and you told me that you were weak? Brother Guan, you can't do this. After all, you are an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. You only have this little ability. I am afraid that others will laugh at you if I tell others about it. The lotus treasure mirror flashed red light. Pei Jinya looked strange. I am not judging you by my own meanness. I will take you to another place to continue charging. There are countless spirit stones around. Pei Jinya doesn't want to feed all of them to the coffin dog. He picked up the lotus treasure mirror and went to the other side of the mountain in an instant. Logically speaking, the lotus treasure mirror is not small in origin, but it was occupied by the flame god coffin, and it dared not say a word. It was obvious who had the bigger cards. Stand up. You can do it. The red light of the lotus treasure mirror suddenly became a little weaker. Pei Jinya cheered on the side. My brother coffin. Try harder. Try harder. Suddenly a beam of light shone out from the lotus treasure mirror, which was extremely obvious in the night. Damn it. Pei Jinya hurriedly tried to block the beam of light, so as not to attract other people's attention. But he was surprised to find that there was something mysterious in the beam of light. It seemed that a little man was practicing something in the beam of light. Is this the inheritance of martial arts? Pei Jinya had no time to complain about this way of inheritance of martial arts. With the blessing of 100 times of martial arts talent, he easily captured the movements of the little man in the beam of light. In just 3 seconds, a line of words quickly appeared on the attribute panel. New skill. Great Sun Lotus Absorption Technique. Absorb the essence of the sun. Strengthen the body. Pei Jinya has some unusual movements. He has also practiced the burning seal, which allows him to visualize everything. He couldn't look directly at the sun before, because his strength was too low, but now, as his strength continues to increase, it's only a matter of time before he visualizes the sun. His mental power has been greatly improved compared to before. And holding the talisman beads in his hand, he can increase his mental power several times. Now there is another alienation. In fact, Pei Jinya was not sure what the alienation effect of the talisman was, but it was still a powerful weapon. He heard the sound of breaking air from the forest behind him. Someone is coming. Pei Jinya thought that he could seal the light column by putting the lotus treasure mirror into the storage pendant. But what he didn't expect was, even if the lotus treasure mirror was put in, the light column could still pass through the void and into reality. You are awesome. Pei Jinya cursed inwardly. He picked up the pendant and ran away. 3 kilometers away, 2 figures with fierce auras faced each other in the air. Cui Hai, I have no intention of going against you today. Don't make trouble. The middle-aged man opposite had no expression on his face. A chuckle came from the forest beside him again. The elders of the Luo and Cui families were attracted by this light column. It really rare. Cui Hai and the middle-aged man surnamed Luo turned their heads at the same time. More and more people appeared. Their hearts sank suddenly. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo said in a deep voice, Since everyone is here for the light column, let not cause any trouble, lest someone intercept the opportunity in advance. Yes, Cui Hai replied. Everyone had heard about the news of the advent of alien species in Shizhou. If the Sun and Moon Mountain can also give birth to alien species this time, No matter who grabs this opportunity, they will definitely be able to break through the current limit. However, at this moment, the light column not far away suddenly moved. Everyone found that the light column flew away at an extremely fast speed. I didn't care about anything and hurriedly chased after it. Fuck, the light column disappeared. Someone shouted in disappointment. It was only 1,000 meters away, and I was about to catch up, but it disappeared. It appeared again. Someone suddenly pointed in another direction and shouted loudly. Everyone rushed again. 3 seconds later, the light column disappeared again. 1 second later, the light column appeared in a different position again. It went back and forth for more than half an hour. A group of big names who were famous in Shanghai City crossed the Sun and Moon Mountains and came to the edge of Manshan City. It gone again. Someone looked around in doubt. Don't talk, see which direction it will appear from later. Everyone waited quietly. 1 second later, the light column did not appear. Someone said in a deep voice, wait a little longer. 5 seconds later, the light column still did not appear. Someone exclaimed, why hasn't it appeared yet? 10 seconds later, the light column still did not appear. Someone finally began to get impatient. It won't really disappear. Will it? Damn it. Just one step away. Everyone looked at each other. Chuihai didn't stay in the crowd with a cold face, and left on his own. The middle-aged man surnamed Luo looked very unwilling. He had been trapped in the 4th level of transcendence for a long time. If he could obtain alien species, then he only needed a part of the alien species gifts to have a chance to break through the limit and enter the 5th level. But it was a pity. He didn't believe that Chuihai left and gave up on his own initiative. Based on his understanding of this guy, he must have gone to look for it secretly. Damn it, I can't let Chuihai get the alien species otherwise. After this guy returns to the Chui family, he will definitely kill me first. He looked back unwillingly. It was really heartbreaking. Just a beam of light could actually make so many of them go around in circles. Is this man-made or God will? The rescue team at the ruins of Shanghai City has found 123 bodies. But Pei Jinya body was not among them. The body of Mr. Pei Jinya was not found at the scene, but we found his biological tissue residues. And after comparison, we can confirm that he was indeed eroded by the demon bone. Xing Tian's voice sounded calmly in a room in the Dawn building in Zhongzhou. Hansen nodded slightly, and a gleam flashed on his glasses. Before we see the body, it means that he still has a chance of survival. In theory, it is true. Mr. Han Senator Xing Tian did not tell the whole content of his conversation with Pei Jinya at the last moment, but only released part of it. I know you're upset, but please accept my condolences. Hansen looked up and said, can you sense my emotions? Sorry, I can't sense human emotions accurately. I can only use facial recognition to identify human emotions. Xing Tian said calmly. Am I so obvious? Hansen reached out and took off the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and wiped them slowly. Xing Tian. I'm here, Mr. Hansen. Xing Tian responded. Give me an answer about Pei Jinya whereabouts within 1 day. Hansen said calmly. Okay, Hansen, Zizi, sir. Xing Tian's voice froze for a moment. Are you okay? Hansen looked over. Sorry, I'm sorry to bother you. I just encountered a special magnetic field. It's nothing serious. If there's nothing else, I log off. Go ahead. On the screen, the red dots that served as Xing Tian's eyes slowly dimmed. After it went offline, Hansen put on his glasses again. The world in front of him became clearer. Somewhere in Shanghai, Pei Jinya finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the flame god coffin had finally calmed down. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been caught up by those people by now, and there would have been another fight. He wasn't afraid of these people. Rather, the mental network had sensed that Xing Tian had taken over Shanghai City again. Next, he would walk in secret. Naturally, he didn't want to be exposed so soon. Besides, Xing Tian had already exposed his true identity at the last moment. Once he found out that Pei Jinya was still alive, Pei Jinya couldn't be sure whether the other party would kill him. With his current ability, he still had a chance to escape the other party pursuit. But once he aroused the other party murderous intention, Pei Jinya had no confidence at all. The intelligent brain life that controlled the authority of a continent was not something that a small extraordinary person like him could fight against. He sighed. His eyes fell on the lotus treasure mirror in his hand. The flame god coffin returned to its half-dead state, and the luster on the lotus treasure mirror dimmed a lot. Pei Jinya tried to enter the Lotus treasure mirror, but he found that his mental power was quickly ejected. What going on? Pei Jinya was stunned. In his perception, the Lotus treasure mirror was still bound to his mind, but it refused his entry at this moment. What Pei Jinya didn't know was, while the flame-dot coffin was making a big fuss in Sun Moon Mountain today, the dark sea space inside the Lotus treasure book, both online and diving personnel were kicked out of the space in an instant. After that, no one could log into the dark sea space. But Pei Jinya didn't know about these. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. With the continuous advancement of the spiritual network system, Pei Jinya gradually became wary of the Lotus treasure book. Before he could ensure the intention of the owner behind the Lotus treasure book, he didn't dare to invest in it. If you can get the wool, get it. If you can't pull it out, retreat. In the end, one word, stable. Pei Jinya gathered his mind, put away the Lotus treasure mirror in his hand, and walked on a street in Shangui City. A signal in his mind vibrated. The mental consciousness scanned. It was a message from Yin Shu. I heard that a war broke out in the next city. I'm so bored, Demon King. Do you have any mission? Anything is fine. Just when Yin Shu was editing the third message, he suddenly received a message from Pei Jinya. Investigate all the information about Chui Min, including Han Senator, as soon as possible. Yin Shu's eyes lit up. Got it. Got it. But he paused. Wait. Who is Chui Min? Pei Jinya. You don't even know this? Can't you search it? Yin Shu pouted. You are so fierce. Your patience with me is getting less and less now. Pei Jinya. After a moment of silence, he typed and uploaded Chui Min information. Yin Shu suddenly became lively again. Han Luo said you have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although I don't quite understand, I forgive you. On the street of Shangui City, Pei Jinya rubbed his brows, looking helpless at the moment. For hooligans came towards him, breathing out the smell of alcohol, waving their daggers in the air, and fiercely blocked his way. Brother, lend me some money. We will definitely pay you back when we become rich in the future, okay? Pei Jinya raised his head slowly. I specifically chose a small path without electronic eyes. But I didn't expect to meet 4 blind brothers, who were willing to lend me money. You? Don't you have eyes? The gangsters were stunned when they heard Pei Jinya words. One of them was the first to react, and walked forward with a butterfly knife. You fucking horse. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he hit the wall on one side. And when he slowly slid down, a piece of blood could be clearly seen rolling down from the wall under the moonlight. The other 3 were dumbfounded, seeing their brother twitching in a pool of blood. The bulliest man with tattoos rolled his throat, but his 2 companions turned around and ran away without a second thought. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled groans were heard. Pei Jinya walked up to the man with tattoos. Did you bring your ID card? Ah? I brought it. The man with tattoos trembled, and watched his 2 companions being beaten to death. If he didn't know Pei Jinya ability at this moment, that really blind. A smell of urine came. The man with tattoos cried. Brother, I was wrong. I have old people and young children to take care of. Please spare my life. Let's talk about it in the next life. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and pressed it. Not long after, a man with tattoos swaggered out of the alley. Although Pei Jinya could pretend to be anyone, he lacked an ID. Once he was targeted, unless he killed a witness, this would easily attract Xing Tian attention. Pei Jinya had no intention of leaving for the time being. He devoured 2 members of the Holy Alliance in succession, especially the memory provided by the Niu Jiao brother, who controlled the magic bone, indicating that the person who wanted his life was in this mountain ghost market. But the other party was very cautious. He only contacted with a black number. An hour ago, Pei Jinya tried to contact the other party as Niu Jiao brother, but unfortunately, the other party has not responded to him until now. He found a hotel to stay in. Pei Jinya took out the black number again. The other party still didn't reply. Pei Jinya had blocked the other party account in all directions. Whenever the other party showed up, he would quickly lock the address, unless the other party was at least LV5. After recalling the memory of the Niu Jiao brothers, Pei Jinya took out the flower-arm man phone, started typing, and continued to send blessing messages to the other party. Don't play dead. I have already done it for you. Where is the money you promised me? After Pei Jinya sent the message, he lowered his head and thought for a while. It's still too gentle. Brother Niu has a bad temper. Which catchphrase should I choose? Pei Jinya lowered his head and quickly edited a new message. Hack your ancestors. Do you know who I am? Dare to steal my money? I beat you to death with one blow. He paused. Pagenia mental power quickly captured the information. Almost instantly, the message sent by the other party appeared on the mobile phone page. Are you sick? Should I confirm the news first? If you don't confirm the news, I give you money? If you keep talking, do you believe I will expose you? Pagenia closed his eyes. His mental power quickly turned into countless small snakes in the online world. Almost 2 seconds. Pagenia suddenly opened his eyes. I found you. His mouth curved. His hands did not move. Hack you. The other party momentum suddenly stagnated. Damn, so arrogant. The horse-faced man was about to explode with anger. A bounty hunter was so arrogant in front of him. Was he really not afraid of being exposed? He looked at the latest news on the page. The 2 words were too conspicuous. Fuck you. The horse-faced man was furious. What happened? A slightly more stable voice came from the side. When the horse-faced man heard this voice, his expression relaxed a little. And he seemed to be a little afraid of the other party. Brother Song, if the bounty hunter I contacted before, asked us for money. Oh! Is he still alive? The man called Songa came over from next door. He was a middle-aged man wearing a blue leather jacket and gold-rimmed glasses. But the scar on his left face and the strange smile at the corner of his mouth inevitably destroyed his peaceful aura, making him look a little gloomy. Ah? The horse-faced man didn't react. The man with glasses just smiled in an ambiguous way. It seems that we have met our match. What? The horse-faced man's face changed slightly. Damage. The man with glasses did not explain his confusion, but as he said this, the instruments in the room began to explode. He looked up at the computer camera and watched the camera being engulfed by flames. The horse-faced man was startled and fell off the bed, looking up in doubt. I declare to terminate all this information. After the man with glasses finished saying this, the blood color on his face instantly disappeared by half. He kicked the horse-faced man. Don't stand there. Let go. Brother Song. The bag. I don't want it. There's money in it. And your daily supplies. Hurry up. The 2 of them just walked out of the hotel. And a gust of wind flashed in the corridor in front of them. I declare that this place is a no-fly zone. The man with glasses turned extremely pale in an instant. And the void shook, as if some terrifying existence was blocked outside this space. The horse-faced man rolled his throat. Brother Song, what happened? The glasses man was too lazy to pay attention, but now he had to rely on this guy, urging, hurry up and run. The horse-faced man turned around and ran. The glasses man, who was left behind, almost fell on his back. You idiot! Take me with you. The horse-faced man ran 2 steps, and then remembered him when he heard the voice, and apologetically supported the glasses man's body, and fled quickly. Almost in the next second, when the 2 figures disappeared, Pagenia figure finally appeared in the corridor. Somewhat surprised. It's incredible, the brother with glasses can actually do what he says. He had never heard of such an ability. But he frowned. He didn't know the other party. I'm afraid there is someone behind this. Almost instantly, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Half an hour later. Song, brother Song, I can't run anymore. The horse-faced man's legs were really weak from running. The man with glasses ignored him. He took a bottle of medicine from his bag and took a big gulp. The whiteness of his face was gradually replaced by blood. I declare that we cannot be tracked. Before the man with glasses could finish, Pagenia's voice intervened. I declare that your declaration is invalid. The horse-faced man rushed over. Brother Song. Run! Bang! Almost instantly, the horse-faced man flew backwards as he rushed over. The sound of bones exploding and cracking was particularly harsh in the night. I declare, invalid attack. When Pagenia was about to press his hand on the man with glasses' face, a layer of light suddenly appeared and blocked the force of his palm. He grabbed it hard. The space even made a sound of being overwhelmed. But even so, it was useless. Pagenia looked over in surprise. I declare. Chow. The man with glasses suddenly cursed inwardly. The decline of chi and blood was too serious. If he says one more word, he might die. He stared at the mysterious masked man in front of him with an uncertain look. The man with glasses felt a chill in his heart. Maybe we can talk. The man with glasses tried to calm himself down and spoke softly, but his voice was still trembling. Pagenia tried many ways, but he still couldn't break through. Your extraordinary is interesting. The man with glasses didn't know why. The chilling feeling became stronger again, but he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. He just whispered, Bull Demon King is dead, you killed him. Right? You want to lure us out. You want to find out the cause of Pagenia death, actually. We can talk about it, after all. We are just middlemen. The eyes under the mask stared at him straight. A drop of cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the man with glasses. Aren't you here for Pagenia? Are you from the Federation who are hunting us? No, you give me a completely different feeling from them. This big brother, I think we can talk. Let talk. Pagenia's voice was a little hoarse. Do you know anyone from the Holy Alliance? Actually, I don't really know him. It was just a coincidence that I came into contact with the Bull Demon King. The man with glasses didn't dare to move. Bull Demon King? He doesn't deserve this title, Pagenia said indifferently. Yes, he deserves it. The man with glasses agreed, and glanced at the horse-faced man. It was a pity that the horse-faced man was still lying on the ground with an unknown look of life or death. This made the man with glasses curse inwardly. Why do you want to kill him? Pagenia didn't know for what purpose, and seemed to be asking something randomly. Actually, we don't know either. The man with glasses smiled reluctantly. He met Pagenia's gaze and said with a wry smile, I know you don't believe it. But we are in this business to send tasks on behalf of others. The other party just said that he wanted the boy life. How dare we care why? He paid us to do things. That boy is so weak. Can't you two just join forces to kill him directly? Why do you have to find someone else? Pagenia's eyes were inexplicable. The man with glasses flickered his eyes, and shook his head and said, We don't kill people. I charge a fee for passing on the message. It a huge profit. Mr. Big, if you are really the person behind Pagenia, I apologize to you. I can give you the other party email address, but I'm afraid you can't find him. The other party address is fake. I can only talk to him when he contacts me. Even I can't find him normally. Pagenia said expressionlessly, No need to test my origins. After that, the figure disintegrated. The man with glasses stood there motionless. He didn't look relieved at all. He stood there quietly, as if talking to himself. Once I speak, I can at least maintain my condition for a day. When I recover my energy and blood, I will start to fight back. If anyone kills me, I will curse him to be plagued by bad luck. He waited for a moment. The man with glasses looked around quietly. He continued to mutter to himself calmly. Mostly, he was introducing his immortal body. 10 minutes later, the forest was quiet. The man with glasses looked around cautiously. He hesitated for a moment, and seemed to be sure that the mysterious masked man had really left. He then moved to his companion. He kicked him with his foot. It took more than 20 minutes, but he was not afraid that this guy would lose his life due to untimely rescue. Fortunately, he did not die. But the horse-faced man was already weak now. Although he was not dead, at least half of his bones were broken, and he fell into a coma early. The man with glasses cursed inwardly. He bent down and held the horse-faced man's shoulders. I declare he didn't finish the rest of the words. And suddenly a hand covered his mouth. The man with glasses stared with his eyes wide open, full of horror. I declare puff. The moment the sharp knife pierced his heart, there were only 2 words left in the world of the man with glasses. Entering a dream. Endless darkness descended. There had never been a moment when Lin Shitsung felt that his world was so lonely and cold. Then, completely sunk, countless memories rolled into Pagenia's mind. The man with glasses, born in Beizhou, surnamed Lin, named Shitsung. In his experience over the past 30 years, he had escaped death many times. After watching Lin Shitsung memories, even Pagenia had decided that this guy was indeed a character. He has a good brain. It a pity that I didn't use the right way. 3 days ago, Lin Shitsung received an anonymous contact, who wanted Pagenia life, and offered a reward of 10 million. Under the guidance of the other party, the 2 brothers came into contact with the Bull Demon King of the Holy Alliance, and arranged the task in the Holy Alliance interception this time. Is the other party a prophet? Pagenia frowned slightly. The other party had already started to lay out the plan 3 days ago, which means that the actions of the Holy Alliance were detected by the people behind the scenes. He could even guess that Han Sun would arrange for him to travel on his behalf in 3 days. If this wasn't foresight, then Pagenia couldn't guess the other party details. Proficient in network technology, able to predict the future, and with amazing financial resources. Pagenia sighed slowly. Who did he offend? The updated content has appeared on the attribute panel. New extraordinary gene, pseudo-god words. New extraordinary ability, golden words consumes chi and blood. Use with caution. I declare that you are fully recovered. After Pagenia tried his hand, He saw that the health column on the attribute panel quickly consumed 80 calories of health. Pei face turned black. He was very measured in his actions, and naturally knew what Lin Shizong's condition was. But he didn't expect that he still wasted 80 calories of his health. Xiao, can you return it to me? Lin Shizong suddenly took a deep breath. Like a drowning person suddenly opening his eyes, he gasped. But suddenly he saw a pair of eyes that were about to eat people staring at him. Lin Shizong was almost suffocated by his breath. I'm not dead yet. He reacted immediately. He touched his chest. After confirming that there was no wound, he froze in his place. Is it an illusion? He looked at Pei Jinya in doubt. Pei Jinya sighed. If he killed this guy, it would be a pity to waste these 80 points of blood. He reached out and grabbed it. Lin Shizong hurriedly shouted, I declare, the attack is invalid. But what terrified him was that, after he shouted, nothing happened. Where are my superpowers? Before Lin Shizong could figure it out in shock. Enter a dream. Darkness fell again. When he felt this lonely and cold feeling again, he was a little confused. It seemed that he had experienced this scene a long time ago. But he couldn't remember it. Pei Jinya didn't want his 80 points of blood and energy to go to waste. If he really had only 10 points of HP, I would just kill him. Thinking of this guy's cleverness, he is a talent. He planted the devil seed, making him his confidant. Although he deprived this guy of his extraordinary power, it did not mean that he became a retard, and he also modified his memory. I don't know how long it has been. Lin Shizong slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying on a luxurious big bed, and the familiar decoration reminded him that this was the master manor. He glanced at the clock on the wall, found that it was already 7:30 in the morning. He got up in a hurry. I'm still sleeping in it this time, damn it, I have to hurry to serve the master. After he hurriedly washed up, he finally saw a familiar figure in the yard in front of the manor, and hurriedly walked over. Master. Pei Jinya turned around slowly, still wearing a mask on his face. Wake up. Lin Shizong said awkwardly, I got up late. No problem. Pei Jinya said softly, get ready next. I will give you a part of the property. You don't have to take on those killing missions anymore. Yes, master. Lin Shizong looked like he was completely obedient. He felt very strange at the moment. He looked at Pei Jinya back. For some reason, he always felt an inexplicable sense of peace and warmth. He thought of something. His heart softened silently. Master saved my life. I will repay you in this life. Pei Jinya left the manor. He had obtained Lin Shizong authority. The next step was to wait for the mysterious man to come. If the other party really had foresight, then I'm afraid everything that happened now has been detected. Will it be detected? Is it another death rollback? Pei Jinya frowned slightly. Although he had made himself unable to be locked at this moment, he was still not sure whether the other party could sense him. The appearance of such a mysterious enemy, Pei Jinya was very uneasy. He felt that it was disrespectful to life if he couldn't kill the other party earlier. Just when Lin Shizong was standing in the manor in a daze. Brother Song. A limping figure appeared with a cane. Looking at the familiar Ma face, Lin Shizong came back to his senses. What are you doing? I had a car accident last night. Damn, I don't know which grandson hit it, and he was not caught. Ma Lianlian was full of resentment. Lin Shizong was slightly stunned, nodded, I didn't take it seriously. Next, we're going to retire. I listened to you. Zhongzhou Dawn City. Hansen raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing the news. Mysterious light columns appeared in Shanggui City and Manshan City last night. Someone recorded a video, although it blurry, but it's certain that this light column is not man-made. Xing Tian said calmly, according to the news, it's suspected to be a martial arts inheritance, and the source is still unclear. Hansen frowned slightly. Just then, the landline rang. Hansen answered, his face changed slightly. Okay, I will entertain the special inspectors from the federal headquarters. However, regarding the inheritance light column of Shanggui City, it is not yet very clear. The headquarters is so anxious to come here, is it a bit surprising? After hanging up the phone, Hansen fell into deep thought. Xing Tian's eyes were already locked on Shanggui City. On the system panel, the possibility of Pei Jinya's death had unknowingly dropped from 100% to 1%. At this moment, Xing Tian had a moment of data confusion. Unable to analyze. Error. Unable to lock. Number error. Rewrite. Data error. Suddenly, the possibility of Pei Jinya's death was reduced to 98% again. Xing Tian. just before Shanghai City was put under full martial law. The cruise ship Peijia was on had already left. Perhaps he had noticed something. Peijia turned around and looked. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a black eye mask on his left eye at the port frowned slightly as he looked at the cruise ship. "Go and stop it for me." "Sir, that ship has already left the territory of Shanghai City, and we may not have the right to operate it." The subordinate hesitated. However, the one-eyed man looked at him expressionlessly. The man's scalp tingled, and he clasped his hands together and left after receiving the order. However, it was not long before the news came. The other party refused to dock. The one-eyed man asked silently, "Whose ship?" "Sir, it's the ship of Tianshan International." The one-eyed man turned around with a cold face. Without saying another word, he knew that it was the most troublesome to argue with a big company like Tianshan International. Make a list of those who followed the light column last night, and visit them one by one. Yes. After the blockade of Shanghai City, the electronic eye released a red light. At the same time, in Xingtian background data, the probability of Peijia death jumped from 98% to 99%, but quickly dropped to 98%, and kept repeating. Peijia probably didn't expect that. He would one day make the intelligent brain Xingtian fall into self-doubt. Sensing the space capture particles secretly deployed by Shanghai City, he gave up the idea of escaping directly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to board the ship. It would be such a troublesome thing. Peijia could probably guess why Zhongzhou was so concerned. But he was more disappointed. When he was trapped, he could not get any help from Zhongzhou. After he died, various means emerged one after another. It really not good to be too high profile. After devouring the people of the Holy Alliance, Peijia also roughly knew some inside stories. The councilman surnamed Chui from Zhongzhou was already at the end of his rope, and the deadline was approaching. In order to stabilize the Chui family and prevent them from being liquidated after his death, so a trap was set up to kill the enemy. Peijia was unfortunately used as bait. Chui Min. Peijia raised his head and sighed. He had no intention of causing trouble. Unfortunately, I have always distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Peijia walked into Manshan City, determined the direction, and soon disappeared into the crowd. At the same time, at the Dapeng City Investigation Team base, Minister Gao was watering the flowers and plants in front of the window. Confused, muttering to himself. Dead? On the other side, Ms. Su Jing also looked puzzled. Are you kidding me? That kid is an indestructible cockroach. He was able to escape from Shizhou unscathed, which means that he would not get into trouble so easily. Zhongzhou has basically confirmed this fact. The other party activated the magic bone, causing large-scale damage, and he was targeted. The man's voice was full of sighs. I thought this kid would at least grow to the position of the three giants in Zhongzhou in the future. What a pity. Have you found the body? Ms. Su Jing said bluntly. That not the case. The man paused, but there weren't many intact bodies at the scene. Ms. Su Jing was not convinced. What did the higher-up say? Has the death been confirmed? Temporarily classified as missing, and the search area is still expanding. The man said helplessly. Do you really think he's not dead yet? I don't know, I just wish him the best. Ms. Su Jing looked away. The man sighed. I heard that his family didn't live well before, they had just started to live a good life. And this happened. What did he go to Manshan City for? Ms. Su Jing suddenly frowned. Is he going to carry out that secret mission again? The man saw her angry, and tried to persuade her. But Ms. Su Jing's tone suddenly became calm again, but people who knew her could hear her dissatisfaction. I'm wondering, there are so many elites in Zhongzhou. But he has to be the one? Is there a story behind this? Sister, I think you should stop asking. The man smiled helplessly. Is there something going on here? Ms. Su Jing raised her eyebrows and looked at it. The man shook his head. I don't know the details of this matter. I only know that the person above was also because of pay performance in Shizhou. I thought he could replicate a miracle. But unfortunately, Ms. Su Jing spit out two words expressionlessly. The man hurriedly said, Sister, this is not allowed to be said. What are you afraid of? Ms. Su Jing looked over with disdain. The man could only sigh. The base restaurant. Zhou Yi looked around. Brother Bai knocked his head from behind. What are you looking at? Zhou Yi covered his head in pain. I didn't wash my hair. Brother Bai was stunned with a spoon. Zhao, you are awesome. He changed another one. Brother Bai, did Lao Pei contact you? Zhou Yi asked suspiciously. I wanted to invite him to have supper last night. He must be busy with the special forces again, Brother Bai said, as if it was commonplace. Zhou Yi whispered, the special forces did not take action last night. As he was speaking, suddenly, there were many footsteps outside the cafeteria. Zhou Yi and Brother Bai leaned against the window and looked down. What going on? Many people stood up to see. It seems to be someone from Zhongzhou headquarters. Why are they here in such a hurry? It must be something big. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi looked at each other, and both of them felt a sense of tension for some reason. I have a feeling something big is going to happen. Why did the people from the headquarters come here so suddenly last time? Brother Bai suddenly turned his head and asked. Zhou Yi paused. 3 years ago, the deputy head was assassinated. Brother Bai touched his chin. Who is in trouble this time? Not long after, the two appeared in Qiu Hee's office and looked at each other. Is it fake? Old Pei is just missing now, not confirmed dead, which means there is still hope. No one survived at the scene. Old Pei. Zhou Yi was silent for a moment and looked up and asked, should we inform his parents? Qiu He sighed. We must inform them, wait for a while, so as not to disturb his parents. If his parents ask, just say it a mission. It best to find him, so we can give an explanation to his family. When Brother Bai and Zhou Yi walked out of the office, they looked at each other. Not long after, the two drove away from the base. What do you think? What I think is useless. The key is what the higher-ups think. I give up. You have to ask Old Pei to carry out the mission. All their experts are dead? Zhou Yi was a little angry. Brother Bai also sighed. The two of them went to the hot pot restaurant opened by Pei Jinya family to see if there were any blind guys who wanted to cause trouble. At the city hall at this moment, Zhou Weiren was stunned when he heard the news. He clenched his fists and seemed a little angry. Governor. Secretary Lin called him softly, fearing that he would say something inappropriate at this time. Zhou Weiren sighed softly. Everyone has his own destiny. He paused and gestured to Secretary Lin, take care of his parents. Okay. Governor. Secretary Lin was about to leave, but suddenly heard another shocking news. Manshan City was invaded by a mysterious organization, and Chui Lao ancestral home was unfortunately destroyed by military shells. This, not to mention Secretary Lin, even Zhou Weiren took a deep breath. Are they going to cause a big fuss? When the news of the Chui family ancestral home being blown up reached Liming Tower, Han Sen was so shocked that his pen flew off his hand. What did you say? The news has been confirmed. It was a military error. Xing Tian replied. What are the origins of the invaders? Han Sen asked in a deep voice. The Chui family ancestral home was blown up. This is a big deal. The leader has the same face as the previous invader. It is suspected to be a counterattack by the Holy Alliance. Xing Tian said. However, the signal of Manshan City has not been fully taken over, so I have not yet been able to find out the hiding place of this group of people. Too arrogant, Han Sen said with an ugly face. At this time, the landline rang. Han Sen's eyebrows trembled. After answering the call, he said respectfully, Mr. Chui? Yes. I just learned about this matter. Do you have any instructions? Yes. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. The phone was hung up. Han Sen pressed the landline receiver, then he slowly withdrew his hand. Xing Tian, get ready to close the net. Yes, Mr. Hansen. On the uninhabited island at the border of Manshan City. Who? Amid the sound of airflow explosion, the huge force tore through this space, and dozens of huge rocks fell in all directions like cannonballs. Who are you? Chui Hai eyes were cold. Tracking from Shangui City all the way to Manshan City, he accidentally bumped into this guy who was hiding from the Federation, and for some reason, he felt familiar. Suddenly he thought of something. You are the one who used the inheritance light column to play tricks on us in Sun Moon Mountain. Right? He felt that Pei Jinya way of moving was somewhat familiar. Thinking carefully. Isn't this the guy who played tricks on them last night? He was burning inside. There were no other contenders for the inheritance at the moment. As long as he killed the guy in front of him, he could take the inheritance away. Who would have known that the inheritance had already fallen into his hands? The more he thought about it, the hotter Chui Hai heart became. Zheng! A blazing flame suddenly rose from his body, and the sand on the ground beneath his feet kept shaking at a rapid speed. In almost the blink of an eye, the airflow around Chui Hai spread outward while swirling, like countless red blades constantly cutting the air. The speed was getting faster and faster. At one point, it seemed that a dark red light and shadow appeared in the air. I have been dormant for many years, and I have never really used all my strength to deal with a person. Today you can die in my hands, not in vain. Clang. You talk too much nonsense. When this space condensed with overwhelming momentum and rushed over, Pagenia pulled out the sword in his hand half an inch. Out of thin air, it seemed that an extremely powerful sword force was condensed and born in a burst of sword light, and instantly ignored the distance between the two. Swish. The red light curtain was split into two. In a thousandth of a breath, Chui Hai eyes fixed. He admitted that he underestimated the opponent's swordsmanship. At this moment, from his brow to his throat, including his heart, he felt a stinging pain. All of a sudden, his hairs trembled. A murderous intent emerged, spanning a distance of more than 10 meters. And it seemed to have solidified and cut through the layers of air in front of him, even giving him the illusion that he could touch something. This swordsmanship. At this moment, Chui Hai's heart was surging, and he felt that the murderous intent in front of him was brewing in a terrifying manner. Chui Hai's 10 fingers exploded. He had no way to retreat now. Even if the thousands of sword lights turned into real mountains and pressed down on him, he had no way to retreat. But there was nothing worth retreating for him. He had great confidence in himself. Buzz! With a violent roar like the tide, he punched through. The red blood flames on Chui Hai's body also poured out fiercely with this punch, carrying a rolling torrent. In a glimpse, this momentum was filled with red light, like a dormant dragon ascending to heaven. In the blink of an eye, this space was sealed off, with a domineering will that could suppress everything, facing the sword energy that was slashing. Punch after punch, the connected flame surged like the sea, filling the torn space again, and covering Pagenia. Compared with the terrifying means displayed by Chui Hai at this moment, Pagenia's sword seemed a little dark and ordinary. It was just this sword, but it was extremely ruthless and sharp. The flames that had just been connected seemed to freeze in an instant, and suddenly exploded from the middle, just like a piece of cloth that was stretched to the extreme and was easily cut off. From the moment the sharp edge like a meteor became the brightest, the red torrent that filled the space rushed in the opposite direction, and dispersed into two huge curtains, which were constantly annihilated in the retreat and shock. The two extreme forces came into contact in an instant. The strange thing is that there was no sound, nor any vibration. It broke out in silence. In an instant, it divided the space into two distinct parts. Then the sound of thunder rumbled incessantly. At this moment, it seemed as if thousands of streams of light were rumbling and radiating in all directions. Bang! The ground within a radius of dozens of meters suddenly sank. The huge shock wave rushed in all directions like a ripple, and the huge tremor caused the water waves around to stir up a wave. The two men instantly tangled up in a fight. Chui Hai thought that after he blocked Pagenia's sword, he could decide Pagenia life or death by getting close to him. However, the moment they fought, he found out that he was totally wrong. God knows what this guy in front of him did. One hand suddenly became huge, countless blood threads appeared. It was hard not to think of the appearance of the devil. Crackle. As Chui Hai's face changed wildly, a series of thunder-like sounds suddenly connected and rang out on him. Chui Hai groaned, and was blown away. After 3 seconds of fighting, he lost. Damn it! Chui Hai's teeth were stained with blood. Even if we don't talk about the inheritance. Just at this moment, a punch of hatred, irreconcilable. In fact, even he himself didn't expect that he would be defeated so thoroughly. However, before he could stand up, Pagenia's second sword had arrived. He didn't know it. At this moment, Pagenia activated alienation on his sword. The terrifying sword energy tore through the void and descended, and the rolling flames of wicked fire soared in all directions. At this moment, under the deafening sound, Chui Hai subconsciously raised his head. He saw the face above his head that seemed to cover the sky and the sun, with extremely cruel eyes, looking down at him. The clown who seemed to want to challenge the authority. Bang! The sword fell. The ground cracked. What a pity. Pagenia seriously underestimated the power of the transformation. After strengthening his arm, he also transformed the long sword. With one sword, the person was dead. What a pity. A physical skill supernatural being disappeared from his sight. Pagenia was so regretful that he almost slapped himself. Why did you kill so cruelly? He turned his head. He looked at the patrol boat coming into the port in the distance. Pagenia disappeared quietly. Bombing the Chui family old house in Manshan City was just a matter of convenience. As for who is the person who wants to kill him, so far, there is still no sign of the other party showing up. Practice first. The murderous intent in Pei Jinya eyes surged. Swallowing, evolution is his biggest trump card. What does the mess in Manshan City and Shangui City have to do with him? Pei Jinya. Zhongzhou Dawn City. Pei Jinya looked at Cui Min in the ward from a distance, unable to get close, because from the moment he arrived here, he had been locked in by the eyes of several masters. At least level 6. Two figures walked towards Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya did not leave immediately, but stood there calmly, because in addition to the two people who came to verify his identity, there were still hidden eyes locked on him in other places. If he moved a little, his head and body would be separated. He sighed softly in his heart. There were more masters around Cui Min than he thought. If he was not calm at this moment, I am afraid he would have been regarded as an assassin. Two extraordinary people came to Pei Jinya, and their positions vaguely blocked Pei Jinya way. One of them said expressionlessly, "Hello? Please show me your identity information." Pei Jinya took out his wallet from his pocket, pulled out one of the cards. "Sir, you can't even stand here for a while?" The other party used an instrument to scan the card and Pei Jinya face. Su Feng. Male. 25 years old. No criminal record. After comparison and verification, the other party said calmly, "It a routine check. I hope you understand." After that, he returned Pei Jinya ID card to Pei Jinya. The two men looked at each other, said nothing to Pei Jinya, turned around and left, and one of them pressed the earphone and whispered a few words. Pei Jinya soon felt that there were fewer eyes on him. He stood in front of the water dispenser in a pretentious manner, and used the only 2 coins left in his pocket to buy a bottle of the cheapest drinking water. After taking a sip, he slowly left. 2 blocks away from the hospital, Pei Jinya felt that the attention on him completely disappeared. But in case there is a dog with a bad heart, Pei Jinya turned around and entered the shopping mall next to him. After coming out, he changed his appearance and clothes. He walked along the path into the crowded commercial street and entered a hot pot restaurant. Not long after, he changed his clothes again and walked out as if nothing had happened. The old man really looks like he doesn't have much time left. "I'm still young, there's no need to risk a 1-for-1 exchange with you. Just hold on for a while, I can always beat you, no matter how many strong people you have." Turning his head, he glanced at the liming building with its roof emerging from the sycamore trees on the roadside in the distance. The breeze blew, and Pei Jinya's figure was like a wave of ripples, dissipating into the air with the wind. The foggy sky suddenly cleared up, and a large patch of sunlight fell on the ground in Daping City. The back mountain of the Jiang family suddenly had a boiling sound. It was just after 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was bright. After receiving a certain order, the kitchen of the Jiang family ancestral home began to operate in an orderly manner, like a machine. In the exquisite restaurant, a ray of sunlight just fell on the old man in the ink-colored satin robe. Zhong Xian accompanied him respectfully on one side. I don't know if it was an illusion. He suddenly felt that the master seemed to have become a lot younger since he broke through the limit. "This is the news this morning. These are the visiting cards accumulated yesterday." More than 30 visiting cards were placed in front of the old man, but he was not interested in even taking a look at them, and took out the newspaper with a normal expression. A series of reform measures for Daping City. On the side of the newspaper, there were a few scribbled sentences mentioning the conflict in Shangui City, without specifying the identities of both parties, just reminding the residents of Daping City not to run around recently. "Master," Zhong Xian whispered. The old man put down the newspaper in his hand with a calm expression. He looked up and said, "What the matter?" Zhong Xian handed over the invitation card on the top with both hands. "This is the invitation card from the old man in Zhongzhou. He said that there will be an investment promotion meeting involving the strategic layout of new energy in 3 days. He hopes you can go there. Let the president go. The Jiang family property has been handed over to him. It is natural for him to come." The old man said calmly, "The journey is long. I am not in good health. I will not join in the fun." "Yes, sir." Zhong Xian lowered his head when he heard it. Before the medicinal food came, he had already collected all the information diligently. He had taken a notebook thinking that the master would give some instructions, but he did not expect that the master was as silent as ever. When the medicinal food came, the master waved his hand, and Zhong Xian left with a blank notebook. 20 minutes later, the maids were busy taking away the empty plates on the table. The old man stood up slowly. His figure gradually went away in the afterglow. A young maid couldn't help but secretly glance over. Just as she was about to say something, she was glared at by the older maid next to her. The young maid lowered her head and began to pack things diligently. A delicate rag wiped across the mahogany dining table. Not long after, the door closed. Everyone retreated outside the door, lowered their heads, and walked away quickly. In the forest behind the mountain, the old man slowly raised his hand and practiced. Not long after, for golden lotuses appeared on his head. He reappeared in Daping City in the form of Jiang Qingsong. No one would have thought that a person who should have died would live under their noses in another identity. Pei Jinya had no intention of correcting the strict system of the Jiang family. He had to thank the people trained under this strict system, which saved him a lot of trouble. Staying in the Jiang family meant that he didn't have to worry about the problem of cultivation resources in the short term. The integration of the business has been completely completed. In addition, the Wu family is now in turmoil. It also gave the Jiang family a chance to catch their breath. The next task of expanding the territory and searching for more resources has been handed over to Lin Shibei. I hope this guy won't let him down. Pei Jinya raised his hand. A big blue bird spread its wings and rushed over from the forest and landed steadily on his arm, and its lively eyes were brighter than before. Pei Jinya thought of the big eagle he controlled in the Shizhou beast taming, and he didn't know where it was now. But Pei Jinya had no time to care. He controlled quite a few beasts, and one more or one less did not affect him much. The key was his own strength. The upper limit of the 3 attribute values on the attribute panel remained at 399. After a series of fights, he consumed a lot. The supplies in the space pendant had basically been consumed by him, and he finally replenished some of them after returning to the Jiang family. Soon, night was approaching. Buzz. A message suddenly came from the encrypted communication channel of the Old God Association. Yin Shu, Demon King, Lu Hai is looking for you. The situation is urgent. Call now. Pei Jinya's brain waves directly replied to the message. Location: Yin Shu, Bar, new location, number 1176 Caixin Road. Pei Jinya opened his eyes. Clicked in the void. The sleeping giant python shook its head and woke up. Pei Jinya stood up and put on the mask. Guard the house well. Then he disappeared from the spot. Inside the bar, Yin Shu sat in the corner by the door. He was in a daze with an expressionless face. Xiao Hongluo sat on one side, eating bubble gum, facing Lu Hai gaze, spitting out a bubble, which burst with a pop. Lu Hai looked away silently. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that these colleagues in Daping City were more or less different. Ding. The doorknob turned. Everyone's eyes moved over almost at the same time. Demon King. Demon King. You are here. Brother Demon King. Several voices rang out at the same time. Pei Jinya walked into the room with a normal expression. The door slammed shut. What do you want from me? Lu Hai said quickly. Fighting. Why not me? I'm pretty good at fighting. At this moment, Yin Shu tilted his head and asked in confusion. Lu Hai, next time. Yin Shu was very dissatisfied. But Lu Hai didn't dare to delay, and looked at Pei Jinya for help. The elders gave the order personally. I won't hide it from you. Many people have already gone there. I'm afraid I'd be late and won't even get a sip of soup. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows. Then let go. Lu Hai activated his ability. A vortex appeared. Looking back, Xiao Hongluo wanted to follow, but Pei Jinya touched her head and said, Next time when the time is right, I take you there. He glanced at Yin Shu. Yin Shu knew what he meant and nodded in understanding. She really hadn't forgotten the task Pei Jinya had given her before. Then Pei Jinya followed Lu Hai into the whirlpool. Almost instantly, yellow sand hit his face. Lu Hai turned around skillfully, avoiding the fate of eating sand. He stole a glance. Pei Jinya did not make any extra movements, and the yellow sand was automatically brushed away before it even hit his face. Lu Hai was shocked. It had been such a short time since we last met, and the Demon King's strength had improved a lot. Then we were sure to win this time. The dazzling lights lit up nearby, and people gathered on the surrounding hillsides. Pei Jinya frowned slightly. What happened here? Lu Hai whispered. A group of people came from Beizhou. The leader is called Kuan Sheng, and they challenged us directly after they arrived here, threatening that whoever can defeat him can get an S-level seal from him. S-level seal. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and said, How many does he have? I don't know the details, but someone saw him take out at least 3 when he dealt with the Shachi Society before. The seal of the storage space is at least Super S level. Why are you still standing there? Why not let the masters of the headquarters take it directly? Pei Jinya said succinctly. Just kill and rob. Who really cares about the rules? Lu Hai smiled bitterly. And not that the elders don't want to, but this Guanxing has a great background. His father is Jianshi, who is known as the second best swordsman in the world in Beizhou. His father is Jianshi? Pei Jinya looked at him unexpectedly, and his eyes immediately became serious. Lu Hai said quickly, No. That's not what I meant. I didn't finish. His father is Jianshi's direct disciple. And his father is also a 9th level expert. The headquarters means that the competition is fine. As long as the other party does not do anything out of line. We can turn a blind eye. Pei Jinya looked over dimly. Can you finish your sentence next time? Lu Hai smiled. But Pei Jinya still felt a little bored. What do you mean? Elder? Let me come and help. Noticing the change in Pei Jinya's tone, Lu Hai heart jumped, and he quickly said, The elder meaning is not so straightforward, probably saying that you seem to be in need of a seal, so I came to pick you up secretly. He didn't dare to tell Pei Jinya that. The original words of Elder Wu Ji were, To prevent this kid from coveting my sword every day, this fool from Beizhou is willing to be a good fortune boy. So let him be one. If the kid has an idea, he will do it himself. After Lu Hai finished speaking, carefully looked at Pei Jinya's expression. Pei Jinya said nothing. He was not a person who liked to steal the limelight. To expose his own trump card for the sake of stealing the limelight. This was a very stupid thing in his opinion. Lu Hai thought Pei Jinya was interested in Guanxing. So he explained in a low voice. This Guanxing was born in Beizhou. And his style is quite tough. Judging from his posture, he is estimated to be a 4th level extraordinary strength. He is planning to travel, using the young elites of Shizhou as stepping stones. Although he has wild thoughts. It must be said that this guy is indeed very strong. Especially his martial arts skills. He is currently at the stage of refining internal organs. And his strength should not be underestimated. It is said that the young man of the Shachi society has been defeated by him. Pei Jinya listened quietly, without giving any comments. At this time, a giant man on the hill next to him, who was as big as a small hill, stomped his feet suddenly and shouted, How can this be? A young man from Beizhou, a few words can scare my heavy weapon club. Even if I am not as skilled as him, I will fight him to the death. The voice was loud. Almost the ground was shaking. Brother Tai, don't be impulsive. Someone next to him wanted to hold him back. But Tai's face was stern. He strode forward and faced Guanxing, who was looking playful on the ring. I will fight you, not for the magic weapon, but just to tell you, don't bully Shizhou without anyone. People in the heavy weapon club are generally born with great strength, although the extraordinary are all related to refining weapons. Some people martial arts talents are not weak. This Taiying is one of them. However, I think it is still a long way to go against the one from Beizhou. Lu Hai stood beside Pei Jinya and whispered. Pei Jinya replied with a bored oh. Lu Hai. He didn't know that Pei Jinya's eyes had shifted from Guanxing to the indignant young people in the Heavy Weapon Association. Talent for refining weapons? Just thinking. Guanxing wild laughter came from the distant arena. You are a piece of trash. It's easy for you to brag. What a pity. I don't need a second move to kill you. Taiying took a deep breath. And suddenly a heavy hammer condensed behind him. Suddenly, the sound shook the whole area. Wait! Just when the battle was about to break out, someone suddenly intervened. Wait! A loud shout was heard. And a figure seemed to have just arrived, and passed behind the crowd and landed on the field. The people around saw the newcomers, and there was a little commotion for a while. It them. The heavy weapon will Yin Yenshin. Senior brother Taiying? The sudden change made the onlookers a little confused. However, Guanxing's fighting spirit was boiling, and he was interrupted. His eyes suddenly moved over and he said calmly, I don't care who you are, no matter what your confidence is, interrupting my fight, not giving me a reasonable answer, then leave me 2 legs. His tone was very calm, so calm that people could not detect the killing intent at first, but it would make people shudder the next second. For a moment, many people on the field looked over with surprised eyes. Senior brother? Taiying frowned. The man shook his head slightly. I am your senior brother. There is no reason for you to be in the front. Leave the rest to me. Then he took a step forward. I am Yin Yenshin, the master of the Chongqiwi. I am honored to meet you. Yin Yenshin looked calm, nodded slightly, to show respect, smiled faintly. Everyone is kind. I am not talented. I am the 7th on the list of the geniuses of Shizhou. Are you Yin Yenshin? Seeing this, Kuan Sheng withdrew his hand, looked at Yin Yanqing opposite him seriously, and laughed heartily after a little surprise. You are much thinner than I thought. I heard that you went to Beizhou 3 years ago, beat the one from the Huyan family by one move? You came at a good time. These trash don't interest me at all. Come on. Let's have a good fight. Let me see. How strong is the one who can beat the one from the Huyan family? Before Kuan Sheng could wait to make a move, Yin Yanqing said in a deep voice, I know that your real goal in coming to Shizhou is actually Dao Ba, not my Chongqi Club, but the dignity of the 3,000 people in Chongqi Club cannot be trampled. Since you want to fight, I will fight with you. The crowd watching was not only members of the Heavy Weapon Association, but also extraordinary people from other places, who came to watch the show. Seeing that Yin Yanqing was really going to make a move, many people were tempted. The Tianjia list has a high gold content in their Shizhou. As the 7th-ranked elite on the Tianjia list, Yin Yanqing's high reputation can be judged from the expressions of the people present when they saw him. Taiying was about to say something. Kuan Sheng's wild voice sounded again at this time, overwhelming the buzzing discussion. Ha ha ha, you people from Shizhou just talk too much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Now that the nonsense has been said, let fight. I hope you, the Shizhou genius, won't let me down. I say the same thing to you, Kuan Sheng, don't let me down either. Yin Yanqing laughed loudly and stopped talking nonsense. Almost at the same time, the two of them attacked together. Yin Yanqing slapped his waist fiercely, and the bluish-white sword light gathered instantly and shot towards Kuan Sheng's head. The group of people closest to them felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they closed their eyes subconsciously. But even so, some people couldn't help but let tears flow out. This is the green feather sword art. I didn't expect Yin Yanqing to have practiced this advanced sword art to such a level. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Although the Heavy Weapon Association focuses on refining weapons, there is no shortage of techniques for practice. Among them, the green feather sword art is a sword art with a high difficulty. And Yin Yanqing was able to practice this sword art to such a high level, it is enough to prove his talent. That is, at the moment when Yin Yanqing made a move, Kuan Sheng also made a move. But in an instant, he had already sensed the change in Yin Yanqing. It was not an illusion at all. The kind of easygoing and calmness that Yin Yanqing had previously shown instantly disappeared without a trace, and the whole person became cold, as if he had turned into a sword. The unity of man and sword. Kuan Sheng did not expect that Yin Yanqing, a member of the Heavy Weapon Association, could achieve this. Even in their sword pavilion, not everyone can achieve this state. This is a state where perception and reaction are absolutely rational. Only by doing this can practitioners fully grasp and use every bit of their own strength. In short, it can achieve the strongest effect at the lowest cost. A full-scale outbreak can stimulate all the strength. Kuan Sheng did not resist Yin Yanqing's sword. The sword on his waist was not even unsheathed. He dodged sideways, dragging the scabbard to cause the airflow around him to change. Ding! With a sound, Yin Yanqing's sword fell on Kuan Sheng's scabbard, making an extremely crisp sound. After hearing this sound, the faces of those closest to him changed drastically, their brains seemed to be pierced by needles, and many people screamed and retreated. However, Kuan Sheng and Yin Yanqing, who were the first to bear the brunt, seemed to be fine, and they immediately tangled up with each other. Lu Hai, who was standing behind the crowd, looked at the momentum of the two figures. He couldn't help but be amazed. He stood behind the forest. More and more people came now. It was inevitable that there would be plainclothes secretaries from the Federation hiding here. He knew what the name of the Old God Association meant in Shizhou. The elders also knew this truth, otherwise they would not let him contact Pei Genius secretly and act on his own. Yin Yanqing is still very strong, but now it seems that he is a little too strong. Lu Hai murmured to himself. The 3 alliances and 9 associations in Shizhou, this important weapon will belong to the faction that is close to the Federation, so it will get a lot of resources. However, the elders said before, most of the people here have been brainwashed. It is not easy to have a sword master like Yin Yanqing. Paused. Lu Hai suddenly turned his head, with a surprised expression. Demon King, where are you going? Go back to sleep, Pei Genius said without turning his head. Lu Hai was stunned. Go back? He thought the Demon King would take action tonight, but he found out that he was overthinking. Why don't you go back? In front of so many people, tell them that I am the Demon King of the Old Gods. Are you going to kill me? Pei Genius said unhappily. Look, the elders all know how to hide, but you don't have the same intention. He raised his eyebrows. Lu Hai. Ah? What wrong? Demon King? Lu Hai looked confused. Pei Jinya shook his head. You are finished. You don't even know that you are being followed. Quickly send a signal to the elders. I hope his hometown has not been found by anyone. Hearing his words, Lu Hai's face suddenly turned pale. No. No way. He had just finished speaking when he saw 3 masked men holding sharp knives at the other end of the forest. Lu Hai's face instantly lost color, and he hurriedly took out the communicator. The 3 masked killers disappeared on the spot. Pei Jinya raised his hand calmly. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew. Alienation. In an instant, from Pei Jinya's hand, the sword light burst out. Countless red flames flowed in front of him, drawing gorgeous arcs, covering the 3 people. Bang bang bang. The 3 masked killers flew backwards on the spot. Pei Jinya raised his hand and cut off their throats with a sword. He rushed forward in 1 step. The killer who had escaped into the ground was pulled out from under the ground by him. Since you are here, sit for a while before leaving. Puff. Both legs were stabbed, and blood was pouring out. When the masked killer was about to scream, Pei Jinya had already pressed his head into the ground. Pei Jinya ignored him. He looked at the last killer, who had already fled far away. His figure flashed. Crack! The man's back was like being hit by a high-speed train. Blood spurted wildly. He plunged into the forest. Then the forest fell into dead silence. More than 10 seconds later, Pei Jinya slowly walked out. He grabbed the earth elementalist, who was stuck upside down on the ground, and put his hand on the terrified face. Shachihui, you are really brave. The men exerted their strength. Silently, the darkness engulfed the other party's spiritual world. Demon King, it over. I can't contact the elders now. Lu Hai stuttered. Just as he was about to walk over, he was tripped by the corpse on the ground, and when he staggered to his feet, Pei Jinya threw the corpse away and looked at Lu Hai. I even thought you were a traitor for a while. Lu Hai's hands were sticky, but he didn't dare to move because of Pei Jinya's words. He tried to force a smile. Demon King, the sun and the moon can testify to this. Pei Jinya turned his head and looked over. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Get up quickly, if you don't want to be wrapped up like a dumpling. Run away quickly. If he hadn't devoured the killer memory, he would have really killed Lu Hai just now. Lu Hai had no idea that he had just saved his life from the gates of hell. He patted his body and hurriedly got up and walked over. What should we do now? Go back? This place was set up with a magnetic field at some point. My space transmission is blocked. Is the family still quarreling with the Shachi Society recently? Pei Jinya asked casually, taking out a cell phone from one of the men's pockets, and quickly searching. The assassins of the Shachi Society had just received an order. The person who issued the order was called Gu Hazen. Pei Jinya basically got the information about Gu Hazen from his memory. There are 72 Chi envoys of the Shachi Society, and Gu Hazen's father is one of them. Quarreling. The elders were out temporarily before. The Shachi Society messed up my house. After the elders came back, they directly eliminated 2 of their strongholds. Then the 2 sides made peace. Then it was because of the West Fire Alliance. After we killed the leader of the West Fire Alliance, the Shachi Society intervened, which led to our failure to successfully swallow up the forces of the West Fire Alliance. There were several frictions. It was not until we completely killed the West Fire Alliance last time that the Shachi Society calmed down. Pei Jinya silently withdrew his gaze. He walked out of the forest with Lu Hai. Demon King, I finally have a signal. Lu Hai almost cried with excitement. Pei Jinya nodded. After waiting for a while, Lu Hai finally got through to the elder, and carefully reported what happened just now. Then he handed the phone to Pei Jinya. The elder will tell you in person. Pei Jinya took the phone. The Wuji elder chuckled on the other end of the phone. You little brat, do you look down on the seal of Beizhou? I have the will, but not the strength. Pei Jinya sighed. Elder Wuji was stunned, and said seriously, is the backlash of the demon bone against you worse? I didn't think it through. How about this? I will arrange for you to live in the ancient village for a while, and take good care of your body. I'm sorry to trouble you, elder, but forget it. Pei Jinya was about to continue pretending, but an uninvited guest came. The demon king of the old gods. I have heard of your name for a long time. Kun Sheng looked at Pei Jinya. I have been in Shizhou for 1 day, and I have heard a lot about you. You didn't use all your strength when you killed those 3 bastards just now. Right? Fight with me for a few moves, and I give you something if you win. On the other end of the phone, Elder Wuji seemed to understand something. Stinky boy, Solve it yourself first. If you can't solve it, someone will take you away. The phone was hung up. Peijinia's face turned black. Damn. He was planning to pretend to be weak and cheat for resources. In the end, someone accidentally revealed his true colors. At this moment, Peijinia's heart ached. The look he gave Kuan-sheng also became a little more dangerous. But he glanced at the noise coming from behind. Lu Hai pulled his sleeve and whispered, "It's the Federation people. My ability is limited, so it's not suitable for me to stay here for long." Peijinia nodded and said, "No fight today, let's make an appointment to fight again." All the people in the Federation were attracted, and he didn't want to become the target of public criticism. If he was exposed in front of so many people, it would be easy for people in the dark to deduce something. What more? He now has Lu Hai, a burden, by his side. But just as he was about to leave with Lu Hai, they were blocked by Kuan-sheng followers. Kuan-sheng sneered, "What are you afraid of? Isn't this Shizhou the base camp of your old god society? As a dignified son of God, do you still need to be afraid of these? Fight with me. If you win, there will be a reward. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Peijinia looked at him calmly. "Fight," Kuan-sheng said concisely. Peijinia looked at Lu Hai. "You go first." Lu Hai's face changed slightly. Demon King. But seeing Peijinia's eyes, he sighed in his heart, knowing that he could not persuade him, and nodded. "Be careful. I will meet you outside at any time." Kuan-sheng did not stop Lu Hai and let him leave. His eyes were full of Peijinia. "I heard that you have entered the third realm of martial arts. I hope you are better than that waste in the heavy weapon club." Peijinia raised his hand and bounced over. Kuan-sheng's expression changed slightly. But what surprised him was that a muffled groan suddenly came from the distant forest. He frowned and looked over. Peijinia said calmly, "If you want to watch the show, just watch it honestly. If you want to attack my people, then consider how heavy your head is." The figures in the forest immediately retreated a little. Kuan-sheng was a little surprised, and looked at Peijinia. "I like your temper." Peijinia ignored him, and stared at the black shadow in the forest not far away. In a silent stalemate, the black shadow chose to give in. Kuan-sheng witnessed this scene and grinned. "It looks like you seem to be a little stronger than that rubbish in the heavy weapon club. Come on." With a hum, a long and distant sword sound suddenly sounded, circling in front of Kuan-sheng. He still didn't draw his sword. The moment he grabbed the scabbard with one hand, the sound of the wind was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Although the sound was not powerful enough, the fierce collision of the strong wind could make people clearly feel a chill. Clang! Peijinia's sword was unsheathed. The light and shadow in front of him were split into two. He was not as arrogant as Kuan-sheng, whose first move was a thunderous sword. The next second, Kuan-sheng's face changed wildly. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole forest was suddenly silent. When Kuan-sheng flew backwards, his whole face was full of disbelief. He lost. And this guy called Demon King only used one sword. Kuan-sheng was about to say something, but Peijinia appeared in front of him, stretched out his hand to pull the space pendant from his hand, and turned away. The two followers brought by Kuan-sheng changed their expression slightly, and wanted to stop Peijinia. "You must accept the loss. Don't be shameless." Peijinia's eyes were fierce, and his fierce eyes made the two hesitate. Peijinia didn't care what they thought. As long as they didn't get in the way, he wouldn't attack. The two men were not weak. If they really started fighting, it would be very troublesome. There were still people watching around, and it would be no good for him to drag it on. Peijinia simply left. "Young master." After Peijinia left, the two followers hurried to Kuan-sheng. But as soon as they stretched out their hands, Kuan-sheng angrily brushed them away and slapped the ground hard. "Damn it!" The attendant beside him hurriedly whispered, "Young master, don't be angry. You just consumed a lot of energy before. So they gave the kid from the old gods an opportunity. As for the seal, just give it to him. You will be a walker in the sword pavilion in the future. Don't let others laugh at you." "Who dares to laugh at me?" Kuan-sheng stood up, and the sword energy in his hand shot towards the surrounding mountains and forests. Under the bombardment, many people fled in panic. Kuan-sheng gritted his teeth and said to the attendant with a dark face, "Do you think I am angry because I lost to that bastard?" Under the eyes of the two followers, they heard Kuan-sheng say angrily, "This guy took all my seals while I wasn't paying attention." The two followers were immediately shocked. "All the 5 seals given by the Lord are gone?" Kuan-sheng touched his chest and said with a dark face, "Except for the heart mirror. All the others are gone. Find him quickly." "Damn it! How dare this guy?" The two followers were also in doubt. Didn't they say that the new son of God of the old God society is cruel and ruthless? He is a cold-blooded man, how come? He is also a scoundrel? Kuan-sheng said unhappily, "Stop talking nonsense. Go find him quickly." Several federal judges wearing mechanical bodies appeared in front of them, with a fierce momentum. As soon as they landed here, they scared the people who were dormant around and made them run away without looking back. Above the crown, it is for justice. Under the sword, it is for judgment. Even if it is a wandering soul in the world, if it really encounters a group of judges, it can only turn around and run away. The two followers withstood the pressure, blocked it in time, and greeted it with a cold look. "Everyone. Today my young master matter is completely in line with we are a step late. The demon king of the old god association has disappeared." The group of people who came towards them had no patience to listen to Kuan-sheng followers. After scanning around with the instrument for a few times, they turned around and left. However, the leader of the team, the judge, set his eyes on Kuan-sheng. "Do you want to follow that person path? If there is a situation, but unfortunately, you are just similar in spirit, you lack too much foundation." The man turned around and left after saying that. The followers' faces changed. Kuan-sheng's face turned pale. After the people from the judgment hall left, the two followers quickly came to Kuan-sheng. "Young master, don't be angry. The one just now was a 6th level extraordinary person. Go find that soul egg first, and get my sealed object back." Kuan-sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Lu Hai looked at Pei Genia suspiciously. He was even ready to call for help. In less than a minute, Pei Genia grabbed him and left the forest. He never knew that he had just passed by a strong man from the judgment office. "Demon King. Don't talk." Lu Hai swallowed his doubts and looked suspiciously. But the next second Pei Genia pressed his head and hid. Lu Hai dared not move. After waiting for a few minutes, Pei Genia whispered, "I give you the coordinates. Let leave here first." Seeing him in such a serious manner, Lu Hai did not dare to ask any more questions. After waiting for Pei Genia to give the coordinates, he took Pei Genia directly inside. Noisy voices appeared, and the dynamic music made Lu Hai ears numb. He was confused for a moment. "Demon King. What are we doing? Go and get some help. There is a secret warehouse of the Shachi Society here. Empty it." Pei Genia was afraid that this brother would make a mistake. So he said, "Don't go back to the headquarters yet. Wait for my news." "I understand. I understand." Lu Hai nodded repeatedly. "Brothers, take action, and you will have enough food and clothing. If you are really stupid enough to carry the things back home, you may be surrounded by those vixens. Those women can use both soft and hard tactics. By then, I am afraid that you will have very little money left." Lu Hai suddenly realized, "Then where are you going? I will attract firepower for you." Pei Genia was about to leave. Lu Hai's face was moved, and he whispered, "You must be careful, don't be so stubborn. Well, take as much as you can with your brothers, and empty it out. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Time is running out." Pei Genia disappeared from the shadows after saying this. Lu Hai opened his mouth, but thinking of Pei Genia's words, he didn't dare to delay any longer, and quietly left, and began to select his troops. Gu Hazen of the Shachi Society has not shown up. But Pei Genia knew that this guy was deliberately using 3 men to test his background. When he found that he couldn't beat him, he immediately fled. It one thing to hide or not, and it another to live or not. This guy is a spiritual network system, which is helpful to me, and Pei Genia has no burden to devour him. In an office building in Nagano, Gu Hazen leaned back in the boss chair, with his legs crossed on the table. He was talking on the phone. I don't know what he heard, and he hesitated for a moment when he grabbed the cigar and put it in his mouth. After a while, it seemed as if his brain had just reacted, and he said in astonishment, "Kuan-sheng couldn't withstand a single sword from him? That impossible? It must be that Kuan-sheng had consumed a lot of energy before, so he was noticed by this kid. Impossible. You were there when we blocked him last time, so you must know his strength. He is only at the 3rd level of the extraordinary, but not the 4th level. At most, his martial arts realm is a little higher." Zizi. The light suddenly flickered at this time. Gu Hazen looked up, the lights have returned to bright. But he still frowned. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "What wrong? Maybe I'm too suspicious." Gu Hazen hesitated and retracted his gaze, whispering, I regret trouble him today. Let my father send me some people quickly. Damn. Those 3 bastards are just garbage. I should have brought the people around my father today and tied up the kid directly. So many brothers died in order to catch him last time. ZZ. Bang. The lights in the office suddenly went out. The boss chair under Gu Hazen slammed to the ground with a bang. Puff. You? Bang. A hand clasped Gu Hazen's face. In silence, only 2 words echoed in his mind. Dream. Bang. The door was knocked open. 2 bodyguards in black suits rushed in. One of them shot a hidden weapon. Puff. Puff. 2 muffled sounds of flesh breaking apart were heard. Hit. The bodyguard was delighted and rushed forward, but suddenly the lights in the room flickered. When he suddenly saw his poison dart fall on Gu Hazen, his heart instantly froze to below 0 degrees. He killed the wrong person. Boil. Bang. A black object flashed in front of him. The man didn't react at all. His eyes went black in an instant. The other bodyguard in black had a wild look on his face. I ran into the room and turned around to escape. But suddenly something horrible seemed to suck me in. With a bang. The door closed tightly. Everything seemed to have never happened. Buzz. The phone screen lit up in the dark room. Because the incoming call message kept spinning and vibrating on the ground. A hand picked up the phone. The moment it was connected, a woman's voice came over. What going on? What happened? Why did I hear some noise from you just now? It okay, it just a little mouse. I come to see you tonight. Are you afraid that the demon king of the old gods will cause you trouble? The woman hesitated and said, Okay, you come over tonight. I've just called my father. The demon king will find a chance to solve it for you. That great. The phone was hung up. The whole room was filled with blood. Pejinia gently held up the mask, after locking the position, started to leave. Gu Highway stood in front of the window, and an old-looking housekeeper behind her leaned in and whispered something. Gu Highway frowned slightly. Can't find the Demon King? How can you not find him? The people of the Judgment Office are also looking for him. The old man whispered. It seems that this time, they are going to teach the old gods a hard lesson. If we find the whereabouts of the Demon King, we should not take action. Let the people of the Judgment Office do it. Gu Highway said expressionlessly. Miss, what do you mean kill someone with a borrowed knife? The old man hesitated for a moment. Recently, the higher-ups have begun to distrust us. I'm worried. They're nothing to worry about. After all, the Old God Society is the real rebel organization, and we are just framed. Gu Highway said softly, when Haizun arrives. Take him to rest directly, and there's no need to bring him to me. Yes. The old man bowed and retreated. ZZ. The light flickered. Gu Highway expression changed slightly. Who is playing tricks there? Gu Highway was stunned when she saw her father's face. Dad? As soon as she blurted out the word, she realized something was wrong. She retreated violently. What she didn't expect was that the ground around her suddenly turned into a quagmire, and countless frosts froze. Before she could even ask for help, a big hand pressed on her beautiful face that was at least 8 points. Into a dream. Somewhere in Nagano. Gu Wantao, the father of Gu Highway, put down his reading glasses at this moment. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. The pages in front of him fell back to their original state one by one. He squeezed his brows, trying to relieve the melancholy in his heart. After a while, a mysterious man covered in a black robe appeared in front of him, knelt on one knee. Master, have you found the whereabouts of the Demon King? Gu Wantao asked with his eyes lowered. Not yet. But we have found the whereabouts of the other members of the Old God Society. The black-robed man whispered. They appeared on Huaishuan Road 30 minutes ago. And then they disappeared. Huaishuan Road. Gu Wantao thought about it. And it seemed that it was not on the way to where his son Gu Hazen lived. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Find the Demon King as soon as possible, he urged. After the power of the West Fire Alliance in Nagano was uprooted, most of the benefits had been divided up by the Old God Society. If they want to have a sip of soup in Nagano, they have to look at the face of the Old God Society. This made Gu Wantao very unhappy. The phone suddenly vibrated. There was a deduction message on it. Gu Wantao raised his eyebrows slightly. It's so late. Why did Highway spend so much money? He didn't think much about it. The credit limit he gave to the brother and sister was 30 million respectively. In addition, the brother and sister also had their own credit cards. Buzz. The message vibrated. Gu Hazen also spent a huge sum of money. Gu Wentao frowned. The two siblings spent 60 million in one night. Are they buying a house together? He wanted to make a phone call to ask about it. But the black-robed man whispered, according to the information we have now, the guy from the Sword Pavilion in Beizhou is also looking for the whereabouts of the Demon King. What do you mean? The little lunatic in the Sword Pavilion wants to fight with the new son of the old god? Gu Wentao suddenly became interested. Previously in Shizhou, this kid called the Demon King killed a few useless guys, using this to become famous. I think it is a useless thing. The black-robed man paused, according to reliable information. The one from the Sword Pavilion was defeated by the Demon King. And both sides only used one sword. Huh? Gu Wentao was stunned. Defeated? The black-robed man nodded and said, the one from the North Continent Sword Pavilion challenged the White Sea Association, the Heavy Weapon Association, and no one could defeat him. Until the last challenge to the one from the Old God Association. He was knocked away by a sword. Impossible. Gu Wentao frowned and said decisively, I know that boy swordsmanship is strong, but he is still far from being able to face the elite disciples of Beizhou's Sword Pavilion. Are you sure you are right? I am sure. The black-robed man said seriously. Gu Wentao frowned. After a moment, he said with murderous intent, this kid is growing too fast. The black-robed man agreed. Although the one from the Sword Pavilion is not a superb swordsman, his talent in swordsmanship is not weak. He is originally in the middle third realm of martial arts, and the superb is at least the fourth level. This kid, don't let him stay. Gu Wentao thought of Gu Highway calling him about Gu Hazen, and immediately said, send some more experts to Hazen, and make sure he is safe. Yes. Just then Gu Wentao received the news. The people he sent couldn't contact Gu Hazen. Can't contact him? Where his phone? Can't get through? Go to his company to look for him. Missing? How could he be missing? Gu Wentao's face changed instantly. This brat was just spending my money. And now you tell me you can't contact him? Find him. Dig deep in the ground to find him. Where can he run away with my money? Demon King. Somewhere in Nagano. Lu Hai was excited. It was unbelievable. According to the order of the Demon King, they emptied a secret warehouse of the Shachi Society without any effort. All brothers. Take it yourself, whatever you like. Pei Jinya generosity made the Old God Society members present, including Lu Hai, very grateful. This warehouse of the Shachi Society has a lot of good things. Usually, if they want to get it from the headquarters, they need to rely on a lot of merit points to exchange. But now, the Demon King has made them harvest nearly a year worth of resources with just one sentence. Even if they can't get all of them, their sense of identification with the Demon King will naturally become deeper. This is especially true for Lu Hai. He watched the show in the forest before, but he almost lost his life. If it weren't for Pei Jinya's help, he would probably have to rely on burning paper to communicate with the ground. Demon King. This time it really thanks to you. The others also looked at Pei Jinya with gratitude. Okay, we are one family. So don't talk behind each other's backs. Follow me. This will be the rule from now on. Pei Jinya was very generous. No matter what he thought in his heart, at least these words made the situation clear. Besides, he got a lot of things from the two brothers and sisters of the Gu family. It was also thanks to the storage pendant sent by the little brother from Beizhou. If it weren't for this pendant, he probably wouldn't be able to store so many things. It has to be admitted that the space of this pendant is more than 10 times larger than his previous storage pendant. No wonder even Lu Hai envied this thing. It's so big that it can take away all the resources in front of it at once. This is enough to explain everything. Where are we going next? Lu Hai was very excited. This posture is probably that he can't wait to continue to rob and rob again. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing. Why are you still addicted? It really too much. Lu Hai rubbed his hands embarrassedly. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing again, but shook his head and said, It's too late today, now the base has been discovered by the people of Shachihui. These guys are under full martial law. We should go back. Lu Hai and the secretaries of the Old God Society behind him felt regretful after hearing this, but no one questioned Pei Jinya's words. It is no exaggeration to say that. Now this group of people can almost be described as obedient to Pei Jinya. Lu Hai convened the vortex transmission tunnel. After Pei Jinya let the brothers of the Old God Society go first, he was sent back to Daping City by Lu Hai. Without waiting for Lu Hai to say anything, his face changed slightly. Oh no! The elder wants to see me. He was a little panicked. Tonight action can be said to be a private action. Without any report, If the elder really wants to punish him, he, the personal attendant, will definitely not be able to escape. Pagenia raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and took out a fishing rod from the pendant. Don't worry. The elder will not embarrass you when he sees this golden dragon fishing rod. Lu Hai was shocked by the exquisite pattern on the fishing rod. He couldn't figure it out. Who on earth would embed particles of fire essence in it? It looked vaguely like something was really moving in the light and shadow. But since the Demon King said so, he took it without hesitation. When he turned around and left, he looked a bit tragic and heroic. Pagenia thought it was funny, but he didn't take it seriously. The elder is a reasonable person. Probably. Maybe. When Pagenia returned to the Jiang family, Lu Hai was kneeling in front of Elder Wuji. He raised the golden dragon fishing rod with both hands. While he was recounting the whole story, his hand felt lighter. This brat. Elder Wuji looked at the fishing rod in his hand. Does it count as giving him what he wants? Without his order, his men took the initiative to fight the Shachi Society, and made Gu Wento of the Shachi Society exterminate his descendants. It must be the work of that brat. Elder Wuji reached out, and touched the flame essences on the fishing rod. This brat. Put away the fishing rod. Elder Wuji has returned to his original cold look. Go and accept the punishment yourself. Yes. Lu Hai lowered his head with a pale face. Just as he was about to leave, the voice of Elder Wuji came again. If others ask, just say that it was my instruction. Yes, Elder. Lu Hai was shocked. It is different if the elder says this or not. At least now, his life is saved. It would be hard to say if it was before. After Lu Hai left, I am really grateful to Pagenia. In addition to thanking the elder for not killing me, I am even more grateful to Pagenia for his little help. If Pagenia hadn't expressed his attitude, Lu Hai really didn't dare to say how the elder would punish him. A guard beside him actually contacted the frontline troops privately. This is a very big mistake. However, this time, Elder Wuji was a little more lenient in his treatment. Slowly a shadow gathered. Kneeling on one knee, Elder Wuji said expressionlessly, "Where are those people from the judgment office? They tracked the Demon King all the way, until I led them away after the harbor." The Black Shadow Man said respectfully. Elder Wuji remained silent. At this moment, someone broke through the air. Elder Wuji instructed, the Black Shadow Man disappeared immediately. Only a female elder wearing a white fox mask and wearing a snow-white gauze dress appeared. Didn't we agree to keep a low profile during this period? How did you attract people from the judgment office? I got the news. The Seraph came to Shizhou in person. Could it be that he wants to target us? I am investigating, but it doesn't matter. Even the messenger of God came in person, but he also returned empty-handed. Elder Wuji said indifferently, "You came here for this matter?" The white fox female elder looked at him silently. After a moment, he said, "I heard that the Demon King fought with the little guy from Beizhou. What the harm?" Elder Wuji looked at him in confusion. The white fox female elder said helplessly, "You also know that I had some connection with Jiana in the past. Now they have come to me. Why are they looking for you? You are still not convinced after losing?" Elder Wuji said indifferently. "You don't know?" The white fox female elder looked at him strangely. "Know what?" Elder Wuji raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your Demon King has taken all the seals from the boy in Jiana. Now he is so angry that he wants to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him." The white fox female elder said helplessly. Elder Wuji was stunned. Then he laughed heartily. The white fox female elder looked at him dimly. "You are still laughing. You know who Kun Sheng father is. Do you really want to offend him?" The Wuji elder turned his head and looked at her. "What are you afraid of? What wrong with young people making jokes? If his father has any objections, come to Shizhou and talk to me." "Jiana, I have been there before." Seeing this, the white fox female elder nodded. "Since you said so, I will make it clear to him. Let young people solve their problems in a young way." After she left, Elder Wuji couldn't help laughing again. This kid is not polite at all. Dapeng City, Jiangback Mountain. There are 4 seals in front of Pagenia, including the space pendant. There are 5. However, he is not sure what the effects of the other 4 seals are. He tried it briefly, finally confirmed. The first seal, a silver iron rod about the same length as chopsticks, can be enlarged. Pagenia tried it. It can grow to more than 20 meters, and its weight also increases accordingly. It is a simplified version of the golden hoop. The second sealed object is a hat with blood-red feathers. Pagenia did not try it himself at first, but asked Jiang Xinchen to try it. After learning from him that this hack can actually make the soul leave the body, he wiped Jiang Xinqing's memory. Pei Jinya was somewhat interested in the effect of the soul leaving the body. This thing still has great development value. But after Jiang Xinqing used it once, Pei Jinya wasn't sure if it was an illusion. It seemed that the blood-red feather on the hat had dimmed a bit. It probably limited in use. Rubbish. Things with restrictions are all rubbish. When I refine the weapon, I upgrade them all. The third sealed object was an emerald green ring. It can increase the power by 3 to 5 times. Wow, if this is given an alienation effect, wouldn't it be amazing? Pei Jinya put it on his thumb without hesitation. He clenched his fists admiringly. Who can resist this punch? However, this ring was won as a demon king, and Jiang Xinqing's identity is not suitable for carrying it. It is imperative to refine the weapon. Refit it, wash off the traces, and it will be a brand new seal. The fourth seal is a button. Invisibility button. He had seen it in the basement of Liming Building before. Disposable items. You can become invisible after using it. Not only visual invisibility, it is also invisible in space. Collect the 4 seals. The group can obtain 5 seals tonight. Although some of them are not necessary treasures, he has seen the enthusiasm of the people of Beizhou. It a pity, they are not very polite. But considering so many apologies, I won't bother with them. He swiped out the attribute panel. Today, he not only devoured a spiritual network system, 2 elemental systems, but also devoured a transcendent forging equipment by mistake. New extraordinary gene, instrument forging. New extraordinary ability, fast forging. You will have a talent for forging far beyond that of ordinary people, greatly shortening the time. Look away. Pei Jinya saw that the number of fragments of his universal extraordinary gene had accumulated to 2 pieces, which meant that only 1 piece was left to be synthesized. So, to synthesize the advanced forging gene, at least 4 pieces are needed. Pei Jinya looked away. He did not show any regret or anxiety. It nothing more than waiting. I can wait. The night was filled. Pei Jinya's breath gradually became longer. Without his public identity, his time for cultivation became more free. Time flew. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Pei Jinya took the initiative to show up to find the 2 elders. If he could not control the electronic eyes now, he would probably have been discovered by the nearby secret staff as soon as he showed up. Not sure whether the other party was from the investigation team or sent by the city hall, or maybe some people with ulterior motives. Pei Jinya was cautious and did not show up. With the identity of Jiang Xinqing, he was active in Daping City, and he could pay attention to the daily life of the 2 elders. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi would go to the store to take care of it from time to time, and Pei Jinya saw it all. But he still did not show up. Just last night, the network signal had abnormal fluctuations. Pei Jinya suspected that Xing Tian had already doubted his whereabouts. However, after such a long delay, the other party finally suspected. It also gave him an understanding of the gap between them. He deliberately left some biological information, so as to confuse the official. But for now, it seems that it is just Xing Tian private investigation. Zhongzhou's attitude towards his disappearance remains dead. During these 7 days, Pei Jinya appeared in an official event of Daping City as Jiang Xinqing. Apart from that, he ignored the visiting cards that came like snowflakes. He was completely in a state of staying indoors. After the old man of the Jiang family proved his strength in person, the reputation of the Jiang family in Daping City rose sharply again. Somewhere in Zhongzhou, the second branch of the Jiang family, who was scared away by Pei Jinya earlier, was hiding in a small city very low-key. On this day, the picture of Jiang Xinqing attending the official Daping City was published in Zhongzhou newspapers. After seeing it, the people of the second branch could only quietly put away the newspapers. Second uncle, do we still have a chance to go back? Don't think about it, you can already see from the photo that, after breaking through the limit, he is much younger than before. Daping City from now on. I am afraid it will be Jiang Xinqing world, an old man said, and quietly picked up the pipe. The middle-aged man opposite was a little indignant. But he not only took away our business, but also drove me out of Daping City. Does he really think that we can't live without him? The old man smoked his pipe silently. Now, Jiang Nanan family is probably the only one in the second branch of the Jiang family that is acceptable. But this family is not very close to the second branch. Ah! He sighed in his heart. As he was talking, someone was coming outside. Jiang Lingsu, who was once so glorious, now has no more beautiful dresses that she loves most. Wearing clothes that she once despised, she walked in with a panicked look on her face. "Father, second master, something bad has happened. So far, all the distributors have rejected us. If this continues, our capital chain will be completely broken." The middle-aged man's face changed. "I spent so much money to raise them. And now you turn against me? Father." Jiang Lingsu was a little afraid of him. Since the company's shares were taken over, her father has been acting more and more crazy. Forget it. Go and ask him. Now he is in the limelight, and many people have to look at his face for food. The old man sighed. He saw the glory of the Jiang family, and he was relieved and a little emotional. He is also a member of the Jiang family. However, he had left the Jiang family in his early years. If the people from the second house had not come to him, he would have continued to stay in this small city and live a comfortable rural life. Looking for him, the middle-aged man looked a little ugly. He was unwilling. The old man saw it. Not long after, Jiang Lingsu family was driven out of the manor. Outside the villa, listening to the angry curses outside, the old man looked calm. The housekeeper behind him bowed and said, "Master, there is news from Dapeng City. I will invite you to come over and sit down when I have time." The old man's calm face finally showed a little smile. "This step, we took the right step." At the same time, Dapeng City, the back mountain of the Jiang family. On Pei Jinya attribute panel. Snap. The 3 attribute values instantly accumulated power, and suddenly broke through the 400 mark. From then on, he truly stepped into the 4th level of transcendence. After being trapped for a few days, his cultivation finally improved in an instant. Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. After the attribute value broke through the 400 mark, although the attribute points only increased by a dozen points, Pei Jinya clearly felt that there was a qualitative change in his body. At first, he couldn't be sure. Until he saw the attribute panel, the damage increase in the column of extraordinary ability changed one after another. The attributes of various extraordinary abilities increased by 30%. This can also be regarded as good news. He exhaled lightly. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Just now, the 2 elders were attacked on their way home. Unexpectedly, Brother Bai and Zhou Yi were nearby. After arriving in time, although they failed to catch the other party, the 2 elders were not injured. Pei Jinya looked at this scene expressionlessly. He stood up slowly, then disappeared on the spot. He never put aside the protection of the 2 elders. Unable to predict the attack of the mysterious man, there was nothing that could be done about it. The only thing to be thankful for was that the 2 elders had already awakened their extraordinary powers, and had been practicing the methods he taught them. Otherwise it would be hard to say what would happen tonight. Just as Brother Big and Zhou Yi were personally escorting Pei Jinya parents home, the escaped assassin had already run to an unmanned forest path, and ran westward along the stream. After pulling off the mask, his face was full of pain. He had never thought that the members of the investigation team were nearby. He was shot in the back, and it almost hit his heart. But what surprised him more was, were the couple extraordinary people? It seemed that at the moment of the shot, his mind was a little confused. But he was not sure whether he was absent-minded. Then, he was punched in the chin by the old man. Boil. Covering his blue chin, the man ran to a tree next to the stream, lowered his head and dug out a plastic bag with his hands, and took out a mobile phone from it. The phone rang several times, unfortunately. The other party did not answer. Damn it! The man cursed inwardly, stopped suddenly, held the dagger in his other hand, hid behind the tree with a vigilant look and looked out quietly. But the forest path was pitch black, and there was nothing unusual. The man just breathed a sigh of relief. When a huge force suddenly attacked him from behind, his face was full of fear. The darkness behind him was like the bloody mouth of a flood beast. He didn't even have a chance to struggle, and was pulled in. Sala! The sound of the soles of shoes rubbing against the sand and stone sounded for a moment. And then it stopped abruptly. The whole forest became quiet again. 1 minute later, Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Frowning slightly, he took the man's cell phone that had fallen to the ground. There was only one contact number on it. The mental network invasion was launched. Pei Jinya quickly discovered that this was an empty number. The other party had given up 10 minutes ago. I'm afraid they were the same group as the contact behind Lin Shibe. Or maybe at the same person. Is he trying to force me to show up? No, or to be more precise, he wants to confirm whether I'm really dead. Pei Jinya thought for a moment. Not long after, the personnel sent by the investigation team encountered the assassin pretending to be Pei Jinya, and the two sides exchanged fire. 10 minutes later, someone found the assassin, who had bled to death at the edge of the forest. That night, at home, Brother Bai was shocked after answering the phone. Found it? How could this happen? Okay, I got it. I go back with Zhou Yi later. Zhou Yi looked over suspiciously. What wrong? Father Pei poured a glass of water for the two of them at this time, and looked up at Brother Bai. Brother Bai frowned and said, the person who attacked Uncle Pei and his men tonight has been found. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Yi asked anxiously, where is the person? Have they been found out during the interrogation? I don't think the boy method is that of a novice. Dead. Brother Bai sighed. Dead? I'm so. Zhou Yi almost cursed, but seeing Pei father beside him at this time, he swallowed the rest of the words, and said dissatisfiedly, how could he die? It is said that his whereabouts were found in Yanshan, and he fought with our people. He died of excessive blood loss, and now the body has been transported back to the base for autopsy. Brother Bai told everything he knew. Zhou Yi sighed, and then looked at Pei father. Uncle, have you and our aunt had any conflicts with others during this period? Business or emotional? It seems not. We haven't been to the store much during this period. We just went there today on a whim. I didn't expect this to happen. Father Pei was also confused. But he didn't say that his family was practicing recently, so they didn't go to the store much. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi were also a little puzzled. But seeing that it was getting late, the two didn't stay long. A special secretary was transferred from the investigation team to take charge. Regardless of whether Pei Jinya case has been confirmed or not. He is a special consultant after all, and his rank is not small. Before leaving, Pei father suddenly whispered Xiao Zhou. Is Jinya in trouble? When he asked this, Zhou Yi's expression changed slightly, and he looked up at Brother Bai. Brother Bai said calmly, Jinya is very capable, so he often performs special tasks. We are not at his level, so we don't know much about his situation. But we are in the same team after all, and he often asks us to come and look after him when we are free. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't be polite. Father Pei's smile suddenly became a little forced. Brother Bai sighed in his heart, and said with a smile, Uncle, you don't know how powerful Jinya is. This kid is very cunning. Even if the sky falls, you can never touch him. Father Pei felt better, but when he saw Mother Pei coming over, he didn't say anything else. After sending Brother Bai and Zhou Yi away, he closed the door. Mother Pei asked curiously, what are you talking about? You look unhappy. Nothing. Just about tonight's case. I don't know what the situation is. Father Pei didn't express his worries. Why do I feel that since we awakened, the things we experience around us have also begun to change? Mother Pei sighed. Has Jinya not contacted you yet? This child has been away for a long time this time. Don't worry. He is a big man. How can he be so relaxed? Pei father comforted him. Pei mother worriedly asked, do you think our awakening of the extraordinary has been exposed? Don't worry. It won't be. That person is dead now, and there is no chance to tell anyone. I didn't use my ability at that time, and your hypnosis is more subtle. Pei father was talking. Suddenly, the scene in front of the two of them changed slightly, because the TV screen, which was originally black, suddenly had a line of words at this time. It me, Mom and Dad? Don't say anything, go to the study, open the tablet I left for you. The network environment here is not safe, put on headphones. The TV screen will go out instantly when it pauses. Pei father and mother looked at each other. That is. Pei father paused, before he finished speaking. Pei mother pinched his arm. Pei father felt pain immediately, looked over with grievance. I told you not to talk. Pei mother kicked him in anger. The two went to the study next door. Found the tablet that Pei Jinya left in advance in the cabinet. It has not been used for a while. Fortunately, there is still. After turning on the machine, Pei Jinya appeared. Jinya. Pei father's heart was completely hanging. Outside the building. Before getting in the car, Brother Bai looked back at the villa where Pei Jinya parents were, and sighed in his heart. Zhou Yi's voice came at this time. Brother Bai, why do you think that person died so strangely? Brother Bai retracted his gaze. I know what you mean. This matter has been investigated. If someone really wants to deal with innocent people, the regiment will not agree. The regiment repeatedly stressed that the brothers must protect their families when they are on duty outside. If there is a traitor, even if the headquarters is behind him, no one can protect him. Lao Pei doesn't look like someone who will cause trouble. If he really offends such a powerful backer, can he still be a consultant? Zhou Yi didn't understand. After Brother Bai got in the car, he sighed. Since ancient times, Those who have been able to rise to power have relied on single-handed efforts. There is someone behind old Pei, but we just don't know it. Zhou Yi was stunned. Big brother said softly, as friends and brothers, it is enough to do what we can. Zhou Yi came to his senses and nodded heavily. Yeah. Not long after the car left, the lights of the Pei family gradually went out. The family is safe. This is Pei father's biggest wish this year. At the same time, Shizhou, Nagano, somewhere. The Seraphim looked at the crystal ball in front of him calmly. 3 routes were displayed. These are the 3 directions where the Demon King is suspected to have left. 0, 1, 7. The 3 of you go to investigate the truth. Report any findings immediately. Yes. The 3 powerful judges knelt on one knee, and then left the room. Almost instantly, the room showed traces of rippling water, and the figure of a woman with traces of liquid appeared clearly. The seraph looked over calmly. The woman revealed her form wrapped in silver water waves, and said in an inexplicable voice, "The old god society is better at hiding than I thought." No problem. The seraph said lightly, if the old god society could be caught so easily, they would not have been entrenched in Shizhou for so many years. But I am curious. Who in the Federation is secretly contacting them? The god envoy has set off, and is personally heading to the Federation headquarters to take charge. The mysterious woman whispered, and slowly raised her head. But the star ring has given instructions, do we approve it? It depends on what the messenger thinks. The seraphim face showed no expression. The sacred halo enveloped him. One could only roughly see his angular face. The mysterious woman nodded slowly. What should I do next? What did you find? The seraphim tone was very calm. The mysterious woman said in a deep voice, the old gods don't seem to care much about the new son of God called the Demon King. Our people have appeared, logically. They should have done something. But so far, I have not gained anything. You are wrong. The mysterious woman looked up when she heard it. The seraph said slowly, it not that the old gods have not taken any action, but it is extremely obscure. Not surprisingly, it is the work of the inorganic elder. He stroked his crystal ball. The magic crystal that can detect the whereabouts of even the 8th level extraordinary people rarely shows 3 routes. Who is real and who is fake? Or maybe this is just a trick by the old rival. So you still don't plan to leave Shizhou? The mysterious woman asked curiously. Since you are here, just stay for a few days, maybe you will gain something. The corner of the seraph mouth slowly curled up. It is rumored that the Wuji elder of the Old God Association had fought with the God Envoy. That time, the Old God Association lost 1/3 of its bases. But the fate of the Judgment Office was also tragic. A 9th level extraordinary was injured and retired. Dozens of high-level extraordinary judges were injured and killed. That battle also caused the judge to completely lose control of the 5 continents. This time, he was ordered to come to Shizhou in person. It was also related to the successive limelight of the Old God Society in recent times. Especially the new son of God called the Demon King. Even the Lord God Envoy has asked about it. The Judgment Office, to be more precise. The Federation will never allow a rebellious organization like the Old God Society to have a genius like that here again. Do you need me to go find the Demon King in person? The mysterious woman asked. No, he is only at the 3rd level of the extraordinary. It is enough for Ling and the others. You still have other things to use. The seraph said without question. But I heard that the guy from Beizhou was defeated by him. I am afraid he is more than the 3rd level. The mysterious woman hesitated. I saw that sword, it was quite standard, but the aura was well controlled. The kid from Beizhou just lost the initiative, what a pity. The seraph said lightly. The mysterious woman couldn't tell whether he was regretful that the Demon King had joined the wrong camp. It a pity that the swordsmanship of Beizhou is not good enough. Time flies. Since Pei Jinya greeted the 2 elders 2 days ago, I think that what happened in the outside world will not disrupt the 2 elders' training plan. But the show must continue. Pei Jinya has been listed as missing. As for the specific reason, Pei Jinya did not tell. He only said that this time was to complete a top-secret mission, and the enemy might be around. For example, the assassination last night might be a test. After learning all this, Pei Mother cursed, saying that she had been struggling at the bottom of society for most of her life and finally had a good life. But she didn't expect that there were still bad people who wanted to destroy it all. Pei Jinya only said that this task had no deadline. After the conversation, Pei Jinya was cautious and set up a barrier in the spiritual world of the 2 elders. Anyone who wanted to hypnotize them had to pass him first. And Pei Mother is now more and more proficient in hypnosis. Jiangback Mountain. Free attribute value light ball 1. after entering the 4th level of Transcendence. The attribute point package brought by the attribute light ball is very pleasant. After the 3 attribute values are added by 40 points each. Pagenia Blood. Physical strength and mental strength attribute values have reached 458 points. In just 2 days, his strength has soared again. The burst of power is not only reflected in the physical attribute, but also related to blood. So after the 2 attribute values are all improved, his strength is not simply increased by 40 points. Add to that the extraordinary ability and the seal. It is hard to imagine that with this punch, what will happen to him. The blue bird flapped its wings at this time. It brought an unexpected news. The people from the Judgment Office arrived in Daping City 3 minutes ago. After arriving at Daping City, Judge Zero did not contact the officials of Daping City. This operation was a private mission. In fact, he himself was not sure whether the Demon King of the Old Gods was really here. But since the Seraph said so, he naturally had no reason to doubt it. Disguised as an ordinary person, blending into the crowd, Zero folded his wings to form a coordinate system. Although the red dot displayed on it was a little faint, he could still see the movement of the red dot with his eyesight. Frowning slightly. From the time he set out until now, the red dot on it always appears and disappears from time to time. Zero is very curious, who is the target he is tracking this time? If it is the Demon King, it would be great. But if it is not the Demon King, then who is this person? After getting off the car, Zero noticed the change in the position of the red dot. Raised an eyebrow again. Did you find me? Impossible. He directly denied this idea. In order to keep it secret, he has already changed his identity, and no one from Daping City officials was not notified. Although it was unclear why the target suddenly moved. However, Zero still chased after it decisively. The tall buildings behind him kept leaving behind, and Zero didn't notice that the location he was heading to was becoming more and more remote. Suddenly, bang! Zero felt the explosion in the air, and moved instantly. However, he was still slightly affected by the airflow. He bent down, and kept resisting, and slid back more than 10 meters on the ground. He didn't even wait to stop. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. Get out of here! Zero shouted expressionlessly, his 5 fingers stretched out, his huge palm spun with his body, and in the blink of an eye, he slapped the face of the person who came. Extremely fierce. Under the whistling wind, it carried an extremely domineering ferocity. But Pagenia was even more fierce. The 5 fingers of his right hand stretched out suddenly like a lotus blossoming, and then quickly retracted and clenched again. The power ring on his thumb flashed a faint light in the night. The fist wind exploded. In a trance, the air seemed to have been crushed and peeled off. This was the result of the physical strength being stimulated to the peak. Facing Zero's slap, this punch was powerful. The next second, 2 rumbling sonic booms were like 2 bombs hitting each other. This storm instantly forced away all the air in front of Zero, making his breathing become urgent for a time, as if his entire lungs were destroyed by a super strong air pressure. You? Zero looked at the unfamiliar face so close to him. And in his shock, he could only say this one word. Then, bang! Pagenia punch smashed his hand without any hindrance. And then he went forward and hit his chest. Zero eyes widened. In my name, a golden light suddenly burst out from his body. It was just like the moves used by the envoy Suju back then. But unfortunately, things have changed and Pagenia is no longer the Pagenia of the past. The dim light of the power ring burst out at this moment. The golden light shattered with a snap. Zero's huge body immediately fell backwards, like a sandbag. As he flew backwards, countless red blood flowed from his mouth into a large red ribbon in the air. And his bones in front of him broke, and his muscles and bones made a series of cracking sounds, like a bowstring breaking. Pagenia attributes of more than 400 points. At this moment, with the amplification of the power ring, burst out unimaginable power. Only then did he break through the holy light that the judge was most proud of. Boom! Zero plunged into the forest behind him, like a cannonball, and directly destroyed half of the hilltop, while raising a lot of smoke and dust. A lot of broken wood chips and gravel flew in all directions. Zero couldn't help but spurt blood. He didn't expect the strength of the person coming to be so terrifying. What he didn't expect was, the other party old face was completely different from the image of the devil he had guessed in his mind. Moreover, why does this face look so familiar? I've seen it somewhere before. Zero eyes widened suddenly. He suddenly thought of someone. You are Gong Sun Long. Gong Sun Long. But aren't you dead? Zero lost his voice on the spot. Pei Jinya did not use Jiang Qingsong identity, nor did he use the identity of the Demon King, but found the most unexpected identity. He did not doubt that there were strong people at the Judgment Office who could trace back. After all, even his whereabouts could be found. Although it was not so accurate, it still made Pei Jinya's vigilance against the Judgment Office infinitely high. Zero's body was already in tatters at this moment, with a lot of blood gushing out of his mouth and body. Gone some long. Don't be stubborn. I am a member of the Sarah seat. Who are you? It's none of my business. Zero paused. Pei Jinya raised his foot and suddenly broke his bones. Amid the screams, all he saw was the mental power of Zero Head 368/410 sharply reduced on the spot. Ah! How can you still be alive? Number 0 eye sockets were almost cracked, and his face was twisted and covered in blood, looking indescribably horrible. From the moment you set out, it was destined that only one of us could survive. I choose. You die. Pei Jinya's voice fell. The Hades explosion was activated. Number 0 eyes widened, his face was pale. His mental strength suddenly dropped by 50 points. 50 points. In great pain, a big hand suddenly slammed on his face. Endless darkness descended. A flood of memories flowed into Pei Jinya's mind. At the same time, the information on his attribute panel was also updated. Newly added extraordinary gene, pseudo-god Yagwang. Newly added extraordinary ability, light wave surge can condense light for defense, attack, hide. It swallowed a lot of Zero memory. This time it took more than 10 minutes to digest. This was the longest memory swallowing session Pei Jinya had ever had. Zero was a true fourth-order supernatural being. More importantly, the information about the Judgment Office finally emerged in the memory swallowed this time. In Zero vision, he saw the Seraphim of the Judgment Office, who had the 8th order supernatural power. He also learned that in addition to Zero, there were also 1 and 7. Trouble. Pei Jinya had to move, to kill 1 and 7. Otherwise, Zero would die in Daping City. It will only prove that there is something wrong with Daping City. If the Seraphim comes in person, Pei Jinya will have no choice but to run away. He got a storage pendant from Zero body. He took out a long knife from it. Then he disguised himself as Zero. Pei Jinya moved quickly, heading to Nandu. The moonlight was like water. The old lady of the Wu family and Nandu waved weakly, while lying on the hospital bed. The middle-aged man walked quickly with a nervous look. This was probably the most filial he had ever been. It no wonder he's so nervous. After all, if the old lady really leaves, the Wu family won't be his turn at that time. It's because of the old lady favor for him in these years that he can show off in the Wu family. Go contact the Jiang family. As long as they are willing to help us, our Wu family can give up half of the seaport business. Before the old lady of the Wu family finished speaking, the middle-aged man looked surprised. Mother, what are you talking about? Give up half of the market share? The business that our Wu family relies on for survival is the seaport. If we give it up, what will we rely on in the future? The old lady saw her son like this, and sighed in her heart, pulling his hand, and said slowly, Do you think the second son will give the Wu family to you? Find the Jiang family, who can be your backer. Either you choose him to inherit the Wu family, or you can be an idle shareholder in the future, and hand the Wu family over to the second son. The middle-aged man's face changed several times. Wu Chenghe, that is, Wu Ziqing father, now he is the second in command of the finance department. If he really takes down the Wu family, he might lose everything. But he is unwilling to go to Jiang Qingsong. In his eyes, the Jiang family was a small family that was not in the mainstream. But now, why can Jiang Qingsong break through the limit? Why? He looked at his mother. His tone was inexplicable. Mother, you say, how great it would be if you could also break through the limit. Are there still so many troubles now? The old lady of the Wu family paused. At this moment, the outside world suddenly flashed. Standing in the ward, Wu Changrui and the old lady of the Wu family turned their heads and looked, and they could easily see a burst of light suddenly bursting out from the forest a few kilometers away. What is that? Wu Changrui's face changed. Golden light. Is someone from the Judgment Office? Although the old lady was already lying on the bed, she still recognized the other party identity with this quick glance. Judgment Office? Wu Changrui was a little suspicious, and hurried to the window, trying to identify something carefully. However, after the golden light flashed a few times, the forest became dark again. He suddenly said with an inexplicable look, Mother, if I say that person, can I attract investment from the arbitration office? The old lady of the Wu family was startled. Instinctively, she said, "The arbitration office is overbearing and has offended many people." Wu Chongrui bit his lip. "Mother, you have to take a gamble on everything. Don't you?" After saying that, he walked out of the room. The old lady of the Wu family eyes flickered. It was because she made the right bet that the Wu family was able to become a wealthy family in Nandu. The old lady turned her head to look. Outside the window, the golden light burst out again. "Are you, the sword master?" Number 1 looked over with a look of doubt. Half of his body had been blown apart. Under the gushing blood, the white bones at the shoulder blade could still be seen. It must be said, he is stronger than Zero. Peijinha did not answer, and rushed forward quickly. "Whether you are the Demon King or from another organization, once I take you down, everything will be clear." With these cold words, the air behind Number 1 rippled. Golden light surged on his shoulders. With one step, he attacked boldly in the howling wind in the open space. The wind whistled. The sound was like thunder. Golden light surged on his fingertips, and the brilliance entangled in the air suddenly expanded. Under the sky, a giant golden palm was formed. The giant palm roared and rolled up the dust in the sky, covering a space of dozens of meters, completely blocking Peijinha way, and then slapped it hard. The hot gale pressed down hard. The overwhelming force presented by the golden giant palm, in an instant, was like a volcanic eruption, filled with countless bright and sacred auras, as if it was enough to crush all the evil in the world. It was at this moment. Clang! The domineering sound of metal clashing was extremely clear even in the huge roar created by Number 1 at this moment. And it sounded with a unique momentum. Wu Chongrui, who was 3 kilometers away, suddenly raised his head. He saw a scene that he would never forget. In the sky where golden light was pouring down, a figure, holding a long sword, was domineering and fierce, and fearlessly met the golden palm in the air that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. The people who rushed over had inexplicable expressions. And Number 1, who was the first to bear the brunt, was even more glaring. The moment Peijinha stood up and came back, the space around him was filled with wind and waves like the roar of thousands of wind dragons. One knife cut. Boom! Amid the terrifying roar, the huge palm that covered the sky and the sun was torn apart by a knife. Countless red golden rays suddenly burst out and shot in all directions. When it spread to a distance of 100 meters, the entire space was like a sea of smoke and dust more than 10 meters high. Visible to the naked eye, an extremely gorgeous red knife light cut through the golden light, from the thick golden light, transmitting through the dust storm, incredibly hot, incredibly shining. Under the fiercely scattered sword energy all around, Peijinha fiercely knocked away the remaining part of the giant palm, dragged the long sword, ignoring the distance, and slashed at Number 1 whose face changed wildly. In extreme shock, Number 1 had no time to think about it. When the sword slashed down in front of him, he had only a premonition. He would die. Holy light! Number 1 roared loudly. The void in front of him was pulled. It was like the light of a holy angel bursting out from his body, reaching out and grabbing. Hysteria! Unfortunately, he didn't know. Peijinha's ability was specifically designed to defeat light. Bang! A knife and a claw collided with each other. Boom, 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 boom. A series of sounds like rolling thunder merged into one. The sound was huge. It was like the sound of a bell echoing in a deep valley. The domineering Qi Lang rolled up the gravel and sand on the ground and splashed them everywhere. The moment the two came into contact, Peijinha activated the Qi and blood traction. Number 1 face changed drastically, and he spat out blood directly from his mouth under the reverse blood, and his face turned ashen. He retreated rapidly. Number 1 figure suddenly flew into the air, and his eyes were fixed on the mysterious man, who was shocked back, and there was only endless shock and disbelief in his eyes. How is it possible? Control Qi and blood. Control space. Control elements. He actually sensed these abilities in one person at the same time. Is it a sealed object? When he was in doubt, Peijinha suddenly stabilized his body and rushed forward in one go. Number 1 face changed wildly. The blood and Qi were reversed. This made his current injuries worse. He couldn't imagine why the guy in front of him seemed to have unlimited energy. Boil. Boom. Number 1 body fell to the ground like a cannonball. And the ground, which was already like a ruin, was blasted into a huge pit again. Under the rolling smoke and dust, Number 1 hair was disheveled, lying in the big pit of the ruins, coughing out blood, and making heart-wrenching roars. How is it possible? Ah! How can you break my golden light? Enter the dream. The big hand clasped. Simple and rough. New extraordinary gene. Pseudo-god Yevwan can be synthesized and advanced. New extraordinary ability. Condensed light consumes mental power, extracts the power of light synthesize. The thought moved. Pei Jinya threw away the corpse of number 1, and immediately felt the burning sensation in his body again. Since swallowing Su Tian extraordinary last year, Pei Jinya has not obtained it from these elites of the Judgment Office again. Now it has finally been synthesized to the second level. He is actually very curious about this. God! What effect does the extraordinary word have? Just at this moment, a group of people rushed into the forest. Wu Changrui, the leader, saw Pei Jinya standing. In the dust, he couldn't see Pei Jinya appearance at all, he could only vaguely see his back. However, a black shadow on the ground was clearly visible. What else could it be? It must be a corpse. Wu Changrui secretly hated himself for being a step late. If he could get ahead, help the people of the Judgment Office to capture the suspect, he could get some favor. But now, boom! A loud explosion interrupted Wu Changrui's thoughts. The man standing there suddenly turned around and slashed down in midair. The air between the two sides was instantly crushed by an unimaginable terrifying force. What was even more shocking was that a golden light appeared on the trajectory of the sword. The golden light was as fast as spring thunder. After a loud explosion, all things revived. Accompanied by the sword light, with a fierce and destructive posture, the air nearby was forced to present a terrifying air mass, continuously compressing and exploding. The bodyguards, who were the first to be hit, were killed by a single blow before they could even shoot. Wu Changrui was so frightened that he quickly retreated, thinking that the big boss of the arbitration office in front of him regarded him as the suspect contact. He hurriedly shouted, "Senior of the arbitration office, I am Wu Changrui of the Wu family. I heard the noise here, and came here to help you." What shocked Wu Changrui was that his voice could not be heard at all. The air around him was constantly exploding before the huge force crushed him. Zhao! Wu Changrui fled in a desperate manner. When he turned his head to look, at least 1/3 of the people he brought with him were gone. Amid the debris, the pungent smell of blood filled the forest. Wu Changrui was so scared that his legs went weak. He swore that he was not a kind-hearted person. He just wanted to get a favor. Who the hell knew that he was asking for his head to be chopped off? Brother, don't be impulsive. Suddenly, he saw a face close at hand. Wu Changrui was stunned. He seemed to have just realized that he had mistaken the other party identity. The body lying in the pool of blood was the chief of the arbitration office. Instantly, Wu Changrui's hairs all stood up. A chill rushed directly from his tailbone. He didn't have time to repent. A hand suddenly grabbed his face and dragged him into the hidden forest. A moment. Except for the trickling blood on the ground, there was silence here. When the news of Wu Changrui's death was passed back to the Wu family, the old lady of the Wu family, who was waiting on the bed, was sent to the emergency room that night. This time, they made the wrong bet. Newly added extraordinary gene, Pseudo-God Yevwan LV2. Newly added extraordinary ability 1, Light Slash extends the range of Light Slash to 30 meters. Newly added extraordinary ability 2, Light Driving Force absorbs the power of light, which can be used for kinetic energy. The previous slash. Pei Jinya had already felt the lethality caused by the combination of light driving force and light slash. It not a one-time effect. It more explosive than 1+1. As for the Wu family, they can be killed. Pei Jinya doesn't care at all. If Wu Changrui hadn't revealed his identity, Pei Jinya wouldn't have devoured him. As for the Wu family, after the dispute between the Jiang family and the Wu family, Pei Jinya didn't think that the old lady would choose to let the Jiang family develop on this path. His current practice is all supported by the Jiang family. Pei Jinya has no intention of competing for a share of the business, but for the evil wolf that has appeared, we will never sit idly by. Find the Jiang family to surrender, and then slowly take things step by step. It's a pity that the old lady is thinking too well. Pei Jinya ignored the Wu family. As for the Judgment Office, there is still number 7 left. After killing 2 quasi-first-level judges of the Judgment Office in succession, I think the news has been passed to the Seraphim. It's a pity for number 7. Number 7 is a little far away. I'm afraid that when he gets there, the other party will have made preparations. But Pei Jinya still planned to give it a try. Fortune comes in danger. I give you 3 lives for my life. Shizhou. After hearing the news of the death of 0 and 1, the Seraphim showed no expression. However, in the bathtub behind him, The goldfish that was swimming suddenly turned over and fell straight down. The mysterious woman looked at him carefully. The time between the death of 0 and 1 was no more than 2 minutes. Our people have gone over to collect samples. But the result may be surprising. Why do you say that? The seraphim looked up. His eyes were calm. The scene has been traced back. There is someone you may not expect. The mysterious woman had a tablet in her hand. This is the appearance of the murderer provided by the profiler. The seraphim looked over. I don't know him. The mysterious woman paused. This is Gong Sun Long, the head of the Gong Sun family in Shizhou. According to reliable information, he died a month ago, although his body was not found. The fortune teller at the headquarters has confirmed his death. For all citizens of the Federation who are above the 5th level of transcendence, their records will be entered. There will be a special department to monitor these elite transcendents in a certain sense. Gong Sun Long, as one of them, is naturally within the scope, even if he later regressed from the 5th level of transcendence to the 4th level of transcendence. As long as he touched the threshold of the 5th level of transcendence, he would receive special care from the Federation. Is it a mutant or the legendary undead system? The seraph slightly raised his eyebrows and became a little concerned about this matter. It is still under investigation, but I am more inclined to believe that there is an organization behind him. The mysterious woman said in a deep voice. A lot of light appeared at the death scene of number 1, covering up many key evidences. The seraph remained silent, looking at the crystal ball in his hand. What confused him was that it still showed 3 red dots, moving all over the world. The mysterious woman also noticed the scene, and then slowly said, maybe the devil has not left Shizhou at all, but someone lures the tiger away from the mountain? The seraph stretched out his hand and pressed on the crystal ball, and said calmly, contact number 7, cancel the layout, and let him come back. These words were not said to the mysterious woman. It seems that there are other people in the room. But just when the mysterious woman was about to say something, a figure knelt on one knee at the door. Sir, I just got the news that number 7 has been lost. The mysterious woman suddenly raised her head and looked at the seraph. For some reason, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Someone was targeting their judgment office. The seraph slowly said, what about the Sun team? They are also missing. The visitor said in a deep voice. Only 3 seconds of video were captured at the scene. Release it. The seraph was concise. The man in red armor handed over the video respectfully with both hands. A projection appeared in front of the seraphim and the mysterious woman. The fire flickered. A figure flickered in the distance. The picture stopped abruptly. The video played automatically. 3 seconds later, it stopped again and played automatically again. It repeated over and over again. The mysterious woman did not speak, but looked at the seraphim, hand in the star ring, and identify this figure. The seraphim said slowly. This video is only 3 seconds long. In addition to seeing the flames, it is impossible to make effective judgments about other things. Wait until the subordinates leave. The mysterious woman looked at the seraphim, said calmly, this video. You also saw it? The seraphim looked over calmly. The mysterious woman nodded hesitantly. This video has been edited. This video is automatically captured from the number 7 instrument. The seraphim thought thoughtfully. Theoretically, there should be no possibility of being edited again, unless the extraordinary person of the mental network department. The mysterious woman was surprised and asked, and it not a low to mid-level spiritual network supernatural being? The seraph slowly tapped the crystal ball. Things are becoming more and more interesting. Do you think it the work of someone from the old gods? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. If the old gods have developed to this point, then it seems that we need to reevaluate the strength of the old gods. Who knows? The seraph said indifferently, but I think it is related to the old gods. If it is really a lure away from the mountain, then they chose to kill 0 and the others, which is undoubtedly a provocation to us. Seraphim said, with a cruel and grim smile on his face. Order, with Changya as the center. Dig 3 feet deep to find traces of the old gods. These rats are best at hiding in stinky ditches. Understood. Dapeng City. Jiangback Mountain. Pei Jinya finally rushed back at 1 o'clock in the morning, dragging his exhausted body. The swallowing almost consumed all the supplies he brought, in addition to the long journey. At present, his blood and physical strength have dropped below the limit. Master? Zhong Xian hurried over. It can be seen that he has tried his best to make his current clothes not uncomfortable. This is probably the first time he has seen the master come out of retreat in the early morning. I told you not to come. Pei Jinye glanced at him, and continued to chew the medicinal food silently. Zhong Xianyong quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, after quickly stuffing it in. He whispered, Master, I have a very important piece of news. Pei Jinye ignored him, and continued to eat the medicinal food. Zhong Xian didn't think there was anything wrong. At a certain distance, he bowed and reported, Just got the news, the old lady of the Wu family may have walked, as of now. He looked at his watch. More than 2 hours have passed, and she hasn't come out of the emergency room yet. In addition, I heard that someone in the Wu family had an accident tonight. The president came to see you an hour ago. You were in seclusion at the time. So he had arranged for someone to go to Nandu. And Mr. Lin Shibei had already arrived in Daping City, and had joined the group. Zhong Xian reported for a moment. Pei Jinye slowly raised his head, and wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. You can take over the Wu family business if you want to, without looking back and forth. And what the point of dragging your feet? Zhong Xian was stunned. He reacted immediately, and his heart beat hard. He said quickly, I will definitely convey your instructions to the president as soon as possible. Please help me push away the outside world affairs in the future. I still need to retreat, Pei Jinye said before leaving. He only took about 10 minutes to finish this meal. It was not slow, but Zhong Xian said a lot of things, which seemed to take a long time. After Zhong Xian left, he immediately conveyed the message to the president. That night, the president of the Jiang group, who was highly regarded by his old father, smoked a pack of cigarettes finally. He gritted his teeth and dialed the phone. From now on, all upstream and downstream distributors of the Wu family will be contacted. I want to hear good news before tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's heart beat violently. From the beginning, he was trained by Jiang Qingsong as the heir of the Jiang family. However, he has been living under the shadow of the old man for so many years. He also knew that many people in the outside world said that he was the old man puppet. But he didn't care. As long as the Jiang family could develop, he would sacrifice everything. And this time, his father really gave him power, allowing him to walk in front of the world with dignity. How could he not be excited? But for Pei Jinye, such unimportant matters, he didn't care at all. Sitting in the back mountain of the Jiang family at this moment, he frowned. Because he swallowed number 7 and a small team called the Day Team of the Judgment Office, he had more unexpected gains. Level 5 Transcendence will be monitored by the Federation. Pei Jinye frowned. Now he could only hope for the best. If Jiang Qingsong had not broken through the level 3 limit before, but the level 4 limit, I'm afraid, he would have been monitored by the Federation by now. By then, those people in the Federation would easily find out that his identity was fake. God knows what will happen. It seems that Jiang Qingsong cultivation can only stop at the level 4. Pei Jinye raised his head and sighed slowly. He fantasized about using the Jiang family prestige to develop secretly. Then let the Jiang family take the lead to attract attention for him. Anyway, this identity can be abandoned at any time. It a pity. But it not a pity. When the Jiang family swallows up the Wu family business, his career will be further developed, which means that he will have more and more resources. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Pei Jinye doesn't understand business matters. Besides, the people he spends money to support are not useless. The blue bird flew over. It was chirping something. After listening, Pei Jinye crushed a spiritual stone and injected a ball of spiritual energy into the blue bird. The blue bird stopped flapping its wings immediately. It fell straight down from midair. But before it landed, Pei Jinye gently lifted it up with one hand. The gentle breeze lifted the blue bird. The blue bird had closed its eyes. Its breath was stable. It seemed to be enjoying the benefits brought by this ball of spiritual energy. A strange sound was heard. Pei Jinye looked up and raised his eyebrows slightly. Why are you here? The blue bird landed on Pei Jinye's palm, and subconsciously rubbed Pei Jinye's fingers intimately. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Pei Jinye smiled softly. He raised his head and looked out the window. A huge black shadow looked at him pitifully. Pei Jinye walked forward and crushed a spiritual stone as well. With a wave of his hand, a stream of spiritual energy was sent into the body of the big guy outside. However, unlike the blue bird, the giant python did not fall into a coma immediately. On the contrary, it curled up in excitement, wagging its tail excitedly, looking at Pei Jinye pleadingly. More. Another spirit stone was thrown. Pagenia could even hear the cracking sound of the scales on the giant python, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this guy okay? Who knew that the giant python was still looking at him eagerly? Eat. Pagenia was generous. 3 more spirit stones were thrown in succession. The giant python then staggered back to the forest, and quietly found a locust tree to rest. Pagenia looked at the small figure in his hand again. His figure flashed. He appeared in front of a big tree. I leave it to you, protect it well. After Pagenia said this, a row of relatively tall and mighty birds appeared in front of the bird nest. Although they were still a little thinner than the blue bird, they were indeed quite big, and could be considered as the personal guards trained by the blue bird himself. A row of big black birds nodded one after another, and watched Pagenia leave. The wind is rising. A murmur came from somewhere in Daping City. The night curtain seemed to be pulled up all of a sudden. After dawn, this long silent city became bustling again. Inside the investigation team base, Big Brother and Zhou Yi were eating in the cafeteria. Zhou Yi sighed. It'd been 7 days, and there is still no news about old Pei, will it be? Everyone has their own destiny. Big Brother also sighed. It was inevitable that he thought of the first time he met Pagenia in the city hall. The young man was neither humble nor arrogant, and he didn't have the aggressiveness of a genius. Later, by chance, they formed a team of 3. Zhou Yi turned around, waited for a while, and then said regretfully, I hope that one day, when I look back, Lao Pei is still biting on a fried dough stick and walking towards us with soy milk like before. Isn't that what you often do? Lao Pei always eats very little breakfast. Brother by words broke the sad atmosphere created by Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi opened his mouth. After a while, he said, Xiao, I don't want to talk to you. Jiang family. Pagenia was enjoying the special medicinal food worth hundreds of thousands. After a night of replenishment, now the 3 attribute values have returned to 200 points, and are still increasing rapidly. After Pagenia finished his meal, the maids came in from the door skillfully, and cleaned up the dishes lightly and quickly. Pagenia did not stay where he was, but admired these young and beautiful maids. He walked to the practice room in the back mountain. After practicing the Great Sun Lotus absorption technique, he would spend at least half an hour every morning to absorb the pure essence of the sun. Then he continued to practice the 5 animals exercises twice, and after feeling the hot breath flowing through his body, he started to practice the burning seal and penetrating the sun on the spot. He continued to visualize the sun to the end. As he mastered more and more skills, Pagenia could not practice everything in detail. With his own cultivation constantly improving, plus the integration of 100 times the talent blessing in his eyes, the low-level cultivation methods can be completely unraveled, and the essence can be seen at a glance. And the advanced mental methods he practiced, boxing, swords, knives, each of which is equivalent to practicing all. At present, only the cultivation of the ancient martial arts secrets still requires his painstaking efforts. During the period, he used medicinal food to restore his qi and blood. In the eyes of the Jiang family, it seemed like a busy day. But for Pagenia, this day passed too quickly. He even hoped that the time could be extended a little longer. He slowly finished his practice. When Pagenia opened his eyes again, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. From this morning practice to this moment, he did not waste a single minute. He pulled out the attribute panel. He did not disappoint his expectations. All 3 attribute values have reached their peak again. The power of his whole body was vast and surging. But it was all hidden in Pagenia flesh and blood. He looked calm. But only when he attacked would he make people tremble with fear. He looked up at the starry sky. Pagenia fell into thought. When he fought with number 7 last night, he noticed that someone was watching him secretly. But what surprised him was that the other party was just a piece of electronic data. Spiritual network system. Or, is it the attention of a certain intelligent brain? If it weren't for the sense of being watched, Pagenia wouldn't have dodged all over the world in order to avoid it in the end. It was after yesterday's battle that he finally understood that the spirit that was not locked only targeted the weak. It was easy for the strong to find out his whereabouts. Still too weak. Pagenia couldn't help sighing. If he hadn't used his clone and light-based flash escape, he probably wouldn't have gotten rid of it in an hour or 2. Become stronger. Become stronger. Pagenia drank 10 bottles of blue potion in a row and started practicing again. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Pagenia once again harvested a universal extraordinary gene fragment. He continued to practice indifferently. The 3 attributes increased by 3 points in his own practice. The more he practiced, the more he found that practice was not easy. Almost every point of improvement was based on breaking through the limit. It was during Pei Jinya practice. Someone from the city hall contacted Pei Jinya parents and told them about Pei Jinya disappearance and suspected death. Pei mother was unbelievable. Pei father forced calmness made brother Bai and Zhou Yi, who had hurried over, a little flustered. The people from the city hall were scolded by brother Bai and Zhou Yi. When did the city hall need to intervene in their investigation team affairs? The news that Pei Jinya mother went to the hospital for a checkup soon reached Governor Zhou Weiren. When he heard that someone below had taken the initiative to leak information, his eyes became sharper. Whose meaning? The meaning of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Secretary Lin whispered, I have secretly checked, previously, because Pei Jinya family was doing business. They didn't pay tribute to him. Zhou Weiren sneered when he heard this. Respect? Why don't they pay tribute to me? Secretary Lin smiled softly beside him. Everyone knows that you, the governor, are incorruptible. With your hatred of evil, they wouldn't dare to send him here even if they had 10 guts. Check him. Why are you doing this so deliberately? Do everything according to the rules, Zhou Weiren said straightforwardly, although he also felt sorry for Pei Jinya affairs. But he didn't mean to be sentimental. The Jiang family has frequently sent people to Nandu these 2 days. Secretary Lin whispered. Nandu? Zhou Weiren looked up and suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, the Wu family in Nandu? Yes, I heard that the old lady of the Wu family suffered a stroke due to the death of her son. She was rescued all night and saved her life, but she has not woken up yet. The Jiang family sent people to Nandu overnight and has eaten up most of the upstream and downstream distributors of the Wu family in the past 2 days. Secretary Lin said respectfully. Zhou Weiren didn't seem surprised. It's normal business competition. We don't need to intervene. Secretary Lin understood this. The Jiang family business territory is getting bigger, which means they will pay more taxes to Daping City. Of course, there is no reason to suppress them. Not long after, following Zhou Weiren's instructions, he said yes and left the room. Zhou Weiren put down his glasses and rubbed his face hard. Then he put on his glasses again. He buried his head and continued to process the documents on the desktop. In the hospital, after Brother Bai and Zhou Yi left, Father Pei looked at Mother Pei and quietly gave her a thumbs up. Mother Pei was a little embarrassed. The acting was too realistic, a pity for Xiao Zhou and the others. There is nothing we can do about it. Let's wait for Jinya to settle down first. Father Pei sighed softly. To the outside world, they all pretended to be unaware of Pei Jinya affairs. This was the consensus of the Pei family. The afterglow fell. The evening breeze quietly descended. Zhong Xian stood respectfully beside Pei Jinya. Lin Shibei was also here today. You leave first. Yes, sir. Zhong Xian respectfully left the room. Pei Jinya looked at Lin Shibei. This man who had lost his extraordinary abilities seemed to have become more reserved after coming to Daping City. Can you get used to the living environment here? Pei Jinya looked at him. His eyes were calm and inexplicably gave people a lot of pressure. It's much better than my life before. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Jiang. Lin Shibei didn't know at this moment that the man standing in front of him was the boss Pei whom he respected deeply. Pei Jinya didn't correct him and assigned Lin Shibei several tasks. I declare to be asleep. Pei Jinya stood up and brainwashed Lin Shibei again. He didn't want his identity to be exposed because of the other party, so he decisively modified and blocked the other party memory. Even if someone outside wanted to deal with the Jiang family, unless it is a high-level extraordinary spiritual system, it cannot be broken. Of course, Pei Jinya is not worried that the high-level extraordinary will deal with the Jiang family. If it really comes to that, it is estimated that Jiang Qingsan identity is enough to be abandoned. Lin Shibei was a little confused when he opened his eyes. His mind was groggy. He thought he just dozed off. He apologized. I'm sorry to make Mr. Jiang laugh. Pei Jinya waved his hand. Do your work with peace of mind. The stage I can give you will be bigger than you think. The premise is that I can see enough value. Yes. Lin Shibei heart trembled. He retreated respectfully. He didn't have the slightest intention of joking. After leaving the room, he looked up and saw Zhong Xian waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Zhong Xian was also looking at him. The two of them nodded politely to each other and didn't say much. Not long after, Zhong Xian appeared beside Pei Jinya, bowed slightly. The president called. At least 60% of the Wu family channels have been taken over. In addition, Director Wu Changhe hopes to talk to you once. Wu Changhe. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. Through Wu Changhui's memory, he certainly knew who Wu Changhe was, but the other party motives for looking for him at this time seemed to be impure. Zhong Xian mistakenly thought that Pei Jinya was unaware and hurriedly reminded him, the deputy director of the finance department, and Wu Zicheng's father. Wu Zicheng was the one who married the daughter of the second branch of the Jiang family. Answer it. Not long after, Pei Jinya answered the phone call with Wu Changhe. Mr. Jiang, sorry to bother you. Wu Changhe was very humble. He was not arrogant just because he was the deputy director of the finance department of Zhongzhou headquarters. First, Jiang Qingsong was already a fourth-level extraordinary person. The next step was that he might break through the watershed and become a fifth-level extraordinary person. He was only a third-level extraordinary person, so he should be humble. Second, it was clear who was stronger between the Jiang family and the Wu family. He had something to ask of the Jiang family. The call lasted 10 minutes. Except for Pei Jinya and Wu Changhe, even Zhong Xian was not aware of the content of the 10-minute conversation. All we know is that from this day on, many more Wu family distributors, who were still waiting to see the outcome, joined the Jiang family. Seeing that the Wu family was about to fall, the huge family business was swallowed up by the Jiang family. Not only the major wealthy families in Nandu, but also the people in Daping City were amazed at the Jiang family determination and dominance. At the same time as swallowing up the Wu family business soon, there was a rumor that Wu Changhe, the second son of the Wu family, was suspected to have received support from a big chaebol, and was expected to rise to power. Some people also said that Wu Changhe sold out the Wu family in exchange for the support of the Jiang family. All kinds of true and false news were flying around. In the office of the general manager of the Blackstone Club, Kai Weiqian looked at the information in the news report and gasped many times. Old Wei stood by one side, lying in front of his big table, and touched his big bald head hard with a puzzled look. Boss, what does the disappearance of the Wu family have to do with us? Stupid. Kai Weiqian pointed to a piece of calligraphy on the wall. Do you know what that is? Old Wei turned his head and looked at it blankly. Solid accumulation leads to sudden development. Stupid, I mean, who wrote this calligraphy? Kai Weiqian said unhappily. This is the calligraphy of the old man of the Jiang family. Do you understand? No. Kai Weiqian picked up the wooden hammer next to him and was about to hit him. Old Wei squatted down with his head in his arms skillfully. But Kai Weiqian didn't hit him with the blow. He just said unhappily, who in the street doesn't know that we are from the Jiang family now? Now the Wu family has fallen. Do you know who took it away? It the Jiang family. So our good days are coming. Just as he was talking, Kai Weiqian received a call. The Jiang family really arranged the job. When Kai Weiqian hung up the phone, he hugged Lao Wei excitedly, but when he found that he couldn't hug him, he pushed him away in disgust. Lao Wei felt embarrassed. Kai Weiqian had no time to pay attention to him, and kept saying, get rich. Get rich. Just today, an official of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was dismissed. Not long after, he was gone. Some said he ran away, others said he was killed by his enemies. But who cares? Night fell. Pei Jinya sat cross-legged in the back mountain of the Jiang family. Feng Jiao knelt on one knee. Something seemed to be struggling in the box in front of him. Not long after, Feng Jiao got up and left with Han Yu. The box left on the steps disappeared quietly. Night fell. The back mountain was quiet. New extraordinary gene. Spiritual network invasion. Pei Jinya and Lin Xiaowei have not been in contact for at least half a month. Rather than saying there is no contact, it is better to say that Lin Xiaowei has also lost contact. Pei Jinya used his own means, but still could not find out Lin Xiaowei whereabouts. Pei Zhou. He sighed softly. At present, he is only at the 4th level of transcendence and cannot travel freely in the 5 continents. Let not talk about how strong Lin Xiaowei is, his chief master is also not a weak person. Otherwise, Lin Xiaowei would not have let him stay in Daping City. But now, I'm afraid that senior sister still doesn't know the news about Daping City. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze and began to practice. Instead of looking for them, it better to work harder and break through earlier. No matter what kind of monsters, I will blow them all up. Pei Jinya now has nothing to worry about in terms of transcendence. As long as he devours enough, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Pei Jinya only believes that he is strong enough to have the strength to protect the people around him. For him, the help from the outside world is far less reassuring than becoming stronger on his own. You must hold on. Time flies. 3 days have passed in a blink of an eye. Pei Jinya once again obtained a supernatural gene fragment. But it was not a universal gene fragment, but a supernatural gene fragment of the soul demon species. Pei Jinya can now control the demon species with ease. One is Jiang Xinqing, and the other is Lin Shibei. The former has a good talent in swordsmanship, act as his right-hand man. The latter is smart, suitable for doing business, helping him to get resources. It a pity that the number of demon species is limited at this stage. Otherwise, he can cast a wide net. Pei Jinya even has the confidence to turn Dapeng City into his backyard. However, this idea is just a simple formality in his mind. The training is over. Pei Jinya got up to eat. Suddenly he realized that it was already evening. He even forgot when he woke up. The Jiang family kitchen started to operate. Zhong Xian respectfully accompanied him on one side, reporting in a low voice the recent expansion of the Jiang family business territory, and also did not forget to inform the news that the old lady of the Wu family was rescued. The old lady is in good health, Pei Jinya said slowly. Zhong Xian smiled and said, I heard that the Wu family spent more than 60 million to save this old lady, but unfortunately the effect is not very obvious. Tell me in detail. Pei Jinya was rarely interested. They said they paid a high price to find a superhuman to save his life. The person was saved, but he can't speak or move. Most likely he has cerebral palsy. The people of the Wu family are almost mad. They spent so much money, and they wanted the old lady to come out to stabilize the morale of the army, but they didn't expect this to be the end. He looked at Pei Jinya carefully. It a pity that Pei Jinya didn't say anything about this. Maybe. Everyone has their own destiny. After finding out something, Pei Jinya waved away Zhong Xian. After the door was closed again, Pei Jinya checked the emergency contact. Since the incident in Manshan City, Pei Jinya has eliminated all his visible contact signals to ensure that he will not be disturbed. So the only people who can contact him now are the Old God Society. Inshu, Demon King. Help me, Inshu and I were ambushed. She is injured now. I can't beat these guys from the Shada Society. I'm so angry. Come and save us. We are in XXXX. This is the tone of Xiao Hongluo. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the restaurant. Pei Jinya disappeared from the spot. Only a handkerchief fell down, quietly landing on the table. Inshu, how come you are so heavy? Xiao Hongluo held Inshu with the earth element in one hand, moving quickly with the earth element. Inshu had lost too much blood at this moment, and was already weak, so he could only look over apologetically. Okay. No need to talk, I understand. Xiao Hongluo had just dodged. A sharp knife suddenly appeared on the wall, and it was only 1 centimeter away from passing Xiao Hongluo's face. The little girl ignored the sweat on her forehead and grabbed it with one hand. The wall in front of her suddenly disintegrated. Under her control, she quickly wrapped the person and the long knife and threw them away. The earth thorn suddenly penetrated, leaving only blood flowing out. Xiao Hongluo fled quickly with Inshu without looking back. Pa! The earth ball behind her fell to the ground, and there was a sound of shattering on the ground. Xiao Hongluo suddenly cursed inwardly. The ground beneath her feet exploded with a sound, and she and Inshu were thrown out by the huge force. These bastards. Xiao Hongluo ate a mouthful of dust. Metu Bridge was very old, and there were cracks everywhere on the ground. The bumpy puddles reflected the girl profile. She was about to stand up, but the corner of her clothes was pulled from behind. Xiao Hongluo turned around and looked. Inshu had stood up without knowing when, and was barely standing with a dead branch in his hand. The clothes on half of his body were covered with mottled bloodstains. I do it. Inshu's voice was very light. Xiao Hongluo retracted her gaze, pursed her lips, and said nothing. Don't be angry, you are no match for him. Inshu's voice was still very light, but he had coughed a few times while speaking. He simply said while coughing, I heard that there is a white-clothed swordsman in Shachi who is born with a sword obsession. I have only heard of it, never seen it. Is it you? Look at you. It really strange. The smoke and dust dispersed. Not far away, a black-clad man with a bamboo hat looked calm, holding an ancient sword in his arms. I've heard of your name, but unfortunately, you're not worthy of being remembered by me. Xiao Hongluo was already furious. How could she let Inshu take the lead now? Put her hands together. The walls on both sides of the ancient bridge moved the ground, and a huge hole was torn open in an instant, trying to swallow the bamboo hat swordsman. In just a moment, clang sounded. The crystal-clear sword was unsheathed in an instant. The extremely restrained killing intent was like breaking free from the shackles, and instantly filled up. The earth spikes in front of him shattered without any hindrance in an instant. With a squeak, the tip of the sword pressed against Xiao Hongluo's throat. But at this moment, silver light burst out. If this long sword forged from black iron was boiling with killing intent, in the hands of this powerful swordsman, it was enough to rival the powerful swordsman of the contemporary era. Then the silver light at the moment seemed like an ant trying to shake a tree, too inconspicuous. But this light was like ripples on clear water, kneading into the night. Instantly, two figures crossed. The swordsman in the bamboo hat lowered his head, looking at the clothes below his throat, which had been torn. Almost. He looked up. I thought you were only at the 3rd level of extraordinary strength, and it seems I underestimated you. Inshu staggered. Xiao Hongluo reached out her hand, and the rising earth element supported her. The little girl stood in front of Inshu, but with her size, it was difficult to give people much visual threat. He could only stare fiercely at the swordsman in the bamboo hat, who turned around and looked at him. Dozens of figures rushed out from the shadows around him. But the swordsman in the bamboo hat raised his hand to signal. I deal with it. These people stopped immediately, retreated several meters away, ready for battle, obviously well trained. Your skills have some shadows of swordsmanship, but not completely. The swordsman in the bamboo hat lowered his head, and looked at the smooth cut on his collar again. The leader of the Shachi society, who was waiting nearby suddenly couldn't help but look at the swordsman in the bamboo hat with surprise. He thought he had misjudged the person. Based on his understanding of this person, he was always taciturn, and would never be a talkative person. However, the swordsman in the bamboo hat spoke a lot at this moment. Ignoring the subordinates, who were in doubt behind him, he raised his head, and looked at Inshu, who was blocked by Xiao Hongluo. It a pity that we met at the wrong time. The swordsman in the bamboo hat lowered his sight, and the sword power on his body continued to rise. If you can cultivate your skills for a few more years, maybe this small Dapeng city can't really trap you. Why not wait 2 years before entering the world? At least wait until you really step into the 4th stage. What a pity. What a pity. If you can't defend against my sword, you will die. Together with her. You will all die. The rumbling thunder suddenly sounded after his voice fell. Then the raindrops fell from the sky, quickly forming a line. And the sky and the earth were vast. The swordsman in the bamboo hat raised his sword horizontally. With a hum, the void trembled. The rain curtain in front of him was instantly shattered. The bright light instantly deprived everyone of their vision. The dense rain that was originally in their ears disappeared, leaving only a series of explosions. Everyone felt a surge of heat the moment their vision was deprived. It was as if a sun was rising under his sword. The leader of the Shachi society was a little confused at this moment. When did Lord by swordsmanship become so powerful? Boom! Everyone sensed a loud explosion coming from not far ahead. The leader's face changed slightly. He couldn't control his body at all. He was involuntarily pushed back by a huge wave. He raised his hand to block it. Under the wind and waves, he finally saw something vaguely. But his expression was stunned. Lord Bai, where are the others? The smoke dispersed. Xiao Hongluo, who was blocking the silver technique, kept her hands in front of her. But the earth wall in front of her showed no signs of cracking. She closed her eyes tightly. The little girl didn't sense anything, and secretly opened her right eye to look. Her expression was stunned. Where are the people? She also did not see the figure of the swordsman in the bamboo hat. There was a ruin more than 10 meters away that was constantly emitting thick smoke. But it was instantly flooded by the heavy rain. The little girl was in doubt. Until this time, Inshu behind her suddenly said something inexplicably. Demon King? Little Hongluo looked over suddenly. A figure stood beside her motionless. The little girl exclaimed in surprise, Demon King. Pei Jinya took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms. He gestured. There are blood-recovering pills inside. You two take them by yourselves. You take Inshu and go first. I take care of this. Then you must be careful. Xiao Hongluo took the porcelain bottle and supported Inshu. He is very strong in swordsmanship, somewhat from the north, so be careful. Inshu whispered as he passed by him. Pei Jinya nodded. The road behind him had been pierced by him. Xiao Hongluo was capable enough to take Inshu away from here. Hua la la. The sound of rubble and tiles being pushed away came from the ruins more than 10 meters away. Master Bai, the leader of the Shachi society, suddenly came to his senses. Before he could step forward, a loud earth-shaking noise suddenly came from the ruins. A figure was wrapped in an extremely fierce sword light. Under this mighty sword force, the tile house in front of him was completely knocked open like a toy. Xiao Hongluo felt her hair stand up, and just when she wanted to look back, she was pulled up by Inshu and rushed forward. Almost instantly. At the moment when Pei Jinya blood and chi surged, The rain, the mud, and the blood that had already soaked the mud rushed up to the sky. A dazzling light burst out from a curtain several meters high. The same sword cut it down. This sword. The eyelids of the swordsman in the bamboo hat twitched wildly. Except for the swordsmanship of the closed disciple in Beizhou that could make him feel so palpitating, he had never felt this kind of scalp-tingling palpitation from any young generation again. I didn't expect to meet the legendary Demon King today. His pupils suddenly shrank. He had no feelings about the old gods' association such as Yin Shu before. It was nothing more than a boring game of cat and mouse. But he had to admit that the famous Demon King brought him more challenges and freshness. Swish! The ruined house carried by the swordsman in the bamboo hat in the air was completely chopped to pieces before it even got close to Pei Jinya. At this moment, even if he had retreated dozens of meters away, but he still felt frightened. This sword? The leader's heart sank. He had to admit that the sword of the Demon King of the old gods was ridiculously strong. How could he know that the terrifying power that was multiplied by the strengthening and alienation would certainly exceed everyone's imagination? The Demon King must die. The leader secretly took out his cell phone. They, the Shachi Society, were of course aware of the Judgment Office pursuit of the Demon King. He knew that he was no match for the Demon King. Then contact the people at the Judgment Office. The number has just been pressed. Puff! The earth spikes pierced through the leader's chest. He turned his head in surprise. Yin Shu, who was standing next to Xiaohong Luo, had already snatched the phone from his hand and ended his life with a blank expression of light. At the same time, it was as if hundreds of tons of midday fell heavily on the ground. In an instant, visibly muddy slurry splashed on the spot, and the members of the Shachi Club, who were unable to dodge, could only hear the explosion in their ears. The ground shook under my feet. The sound of cloth being torn came from above the head of the swordsman in the bamboo hat, revealing his extremely ordinary face. But his eyes were filled with incredible fighting spirit. Demon King, you are really strong. The swordsman, called Mr. by tone, became surging and excited for a rare time. He roared. From his waist, his arm instantly raised a dazzling sword light. The heavy rain between him and Pei Jinya was annihilated on the spot. It seemed that from this moment on, there was only the surging sword light between him and Pei Jinya. Lord Bai threw away the silver sword. He formed seals with his hands. Instantly, the sword light pulled the rain curtains around him and gathered them together. Under the flash of sword light that almost cut people's eyes, he killed Pei Jinya. But Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. In addition to reinforcing his arm holding the sword, he also alienated the sword in his hand. Alienation effect, thunder. Almost instantly, a sea of lightning swords that was more ferocious than Lord Bai's sword rain array appeared in an instant. Above the sea of lightning was Pei Jinya. Under the sea of lightning were all living beings. I don't believe it. The swordsman figure was violently blown away by the lightning. Almost instantly, he turned his body and rushed over again. His eyes were bloodshot, and he uttered a sharp roar with gritted teeth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The long sword, which had been smashed to an unknown place, flew back to his hand again. He didn't care about the remaining members of the Shachi Society around him. The muddy ground under his feet suddenly exploded. He held the sword with both hands and slashed it diagonally. The whole person was like a cannonball. In this lightning and flint, even the outsiders hadn't reacted to the previous thunderstorm. And in a flash, the two of them were fighting again. In fact, Pei Jinya was also a little surprised. This swordsman from the Shachi Society was indeed the one with the most special swordsmanship talent he had ever seen. With the enhanced and alienated attacks, he dared to guarantee that even if he confronted an ordinary fourth-level extraordinary person head-on, he would be able to make him lose his ability to move. Even if he was a fourth-level extraordinary person who could fight across levels like himself, it would be impossible for him to be like the man in front of him. He looked as if he had never been injured. Is this possible? Pei Jinya didn't believe it. He looked at him with deep eyes. There was not much surprise or shock. He was just thinking. This person's talent was worth unlocking and releasing some of his strength. Buzz! Just then, Yin Shu's voice came from a distance. Demon King, the support of the Shachi Society has arrived. Let go together. Pei Jinya frowned. He looked up at the swordsman, who was grinning wildly at him. If you dare, kill me! Lord Bai seemed to be sure that Pei Jinya would not dare to gamble. His people were coming soon. If the people of the Old God Society did not leave, it would be too late. Demon King, you are lucky this time. Next time, Before Lord Bai could finish his words, the muddy ground suddenly collapsed, and countless curtains of mud, water, and blood mixed together rose into the sky under a huge force. In the blood-red chaos, the sword light full of domineering power surged up. Lord Bai had never thought that Pei Jinya would dare to attack. Although he had been on guard, he was still shocked by the hot sword light that hit him. Oops. Lord Bai's heart sank. He felt his mental will was invaded and was shocked. Is there anyone else around? Or is it that the person who disturbed his mind is actually the famous new son of the old god? Lord Bai didn't have time to think about it. At the moment when his heart skipped a beat, he threw the long sword in his hand. With a bang, a snow-white light burst out instantly. How is it possible? Seeing his sword light being directly swallowed by a scorching flame, Lord Bai showed an unbelievable look. His sword light was tempered from the extremely cold spiritual energy of heaven and earth. What can destroy the products of heaven and earth? Unless Lord Bai looked up suddenly. Unless this flame is the treasure of heaven and earth. But what kind of flame is the most precious treasure in the world? The cold wind blew in his face. Strangely, what Lord Bai felt was an extremely hot wave of fire. Since he broke into the 4th level, it has only been 3 days. During these 3 days, there were at least dozens of people who died under his sword. But it has never been so difficult to face the man in front of him. It only takes a moment for a master to fight for life and death. Lord Bai, who was coming sideways, suddenly felt a surge of blood. This instant change almost made him feel desperate. Instant. Bang. Pei Jinya's sword fell on the long sword he raised in panic. The clanging sound of iron colliding with sparks splashing to the outside world. Mr. Bai raised his head, looking at the face close at hand with fear and anger. The pattern on the mask suddenly seemed to extend and burst out for some reason. Hallucination? I'm poisoned? Mr. Bai's face was full of horror. I had no idea what he had experienced. For the new son of God, and the devil king of the old god society, he had learned all this through oral accounts from others. In fact, his attitude towards this new son of God seemed somewhat superior. Before he saw the real person, he would only think that what he heard was at least 50% false. But now that he had seen the real person, Mr. Bai suddenly felt, Chow! Are rumors so damn conservative now? Crack! The blades of both swords had cracks. Before Mr. Bai could be surprised, Pei Jinya pressed the broken sword on his shoulder and knocked him out. The mountain wall behind him was cracked. Lord Bai didn't feel his body cracked, but the skin on his body was burning with pain. Being able to break his defense, it was enough to show that the strength of this demon king was far superior to his. But it was clear that this guy's swordsmanship was similar to his own. But his methods were much richer than his own. No, it was a lot more. He couldn't imagine that a person energy could really learn so many methods. Are you still human? When he looked at Pei Jinya in horror, Pei Jinya had already rushed over. In an instant, Lord Bai, who had just escaped from dodging, flew backwards again, and black blood spit out from his mouth. This swordsman, who had been carefully trained by the Shachi Society for many years, coughed up blood and squeezed out a grim smile. At most 10 seconds, my people will arrive, but you can't kill me in these 10 seconds. Pei Jinya had no expression on his face, and under the mask, his eyes were not so clear as to be as cold and ruthless as ever. Perhaps Lord Bai did not see the anxiety and timidity he had expected on his face, but he became a little angry because of his excessive anxiety. He reached out and grabbed it. The broken sword flew into his hand. He stepped on the gravel in front of him and rushed forward. Pei Jinya rushed forward again, and did not forget to say to Yin Shu and Xiao Hongluo, "You retreat, don't worry about me." Xiao Hongluo raised her thumb. Brother Demon King is awesome. Yin Shu covered her mouth with his hand and quickly fled. The confidence in Pei Jinya has never disappeared. As the two people left, Pei Jinya unlocked some more of his abilities again. He formed seals with both hands. Burning seal. But this time, he did not materialize the golden lotus, but the sword light. I have been thinking about this day for a long time. Let's give it a try. Pei Jinya shouted, "Swords!" Within a radius of 100 meters, many figures rushing over stopped. The swords on the waists of these people were unsheathed. Proudly, it was like dozens of goose feather snowflakes in the night, passing through the heavy rain, flying towards the center of the battle. On one side was the thunder and rain curtain, and on the other side was the flying sword. It was mighty and mighty. It blocked out the sky and the sun. Master Bai felt like an ignorant child at this moment. He had never felt such a strong sense of frustration. He had been practicing swordsmanship with his master in the Shachi Society since he was a child. With his talent, he was placed with great expectations. He did not disappoint his master. In this year of his birth year, before his birthday, he not only improved his swordsmanship to the breaking limit level, but also successfully improved his martial arts skills to the middle third level through swordsmanship. 3 days into the world, he sharpened his sword 133 times. He could clearly feel that his swordsmanship was constantly improving, and he never felt that he had become so strong. But what troubled him, and made him desperate, was that the man in front of him was like a mountain. Means. Gao! Lord Bai roared. He was unwilling. He was unwilling. He was indignant. He did not forgive. How could he be so weak? Under the sword light, he rushed forward. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was as tragic as when Yin Shu faced him. But unfortunately, the one Yin Shu faced was not the Pei Jinya he was facing at the moment. The two were not at the same level at all. The rumbling explosion lasted for more than 10 meters. During this period, no one dared to approach, until the lightning disappeared. Everyone was surprised to find that Lord Bai was missing. Not only him. The people of the Old God Society also completely disappeared. Search! Search for me! The people of the Shachi Society who rushed over immediately dispersed. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find the whereabouts of Lord Bai. Someone knelt on one knee. He said in a deep voice to the back of the middle-aged man in the corridor pavilion, Lord Bai seems to have been taken away, and his team was wiped out. That is to say, except for him. There is no one alive? The middle-aged man paused his movements and sighed, I'm afraid my junior brother is in danger. Soon, someone came quickly, knelt on one knee, and clasped his fists and said, Master, we lost a small team, probably killed by the people of the Old God Society. Where? Yunshan. The figure of the middle-aged man disappeared instantly. The people around him stood up one after another, and rushed towards Yunshan. What should we do? Killing them means we have been exposed. Xiao Hongluo looked at Yin Shu nervously. Yin Shu turned his head suddenly. Suddenly, there was a flash of fire in the distance. The next second, the void trembled. Before Xiao Hongluo could make a move, Lu Hai's voice came hurriedly, It me. As soon as Lu Hai appeared, Xiao Hongluo breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you here? The Demon King informed you of your situation, and asked me to come to pick you up. Where is Hai Yen? Shouldn't he be the one to pick you up? Lu Hai asked curiously. Injured, we hit him, we go find him later. Yin Shu said quickly, still looking at the flames rising to the sky more than 10 kilometers away. Lu Hai didn't waste any words, take them and retreat together. The middle-aged man looked at the old man in front of him with cold eyes, without any emotion. When will the old gods have masters like you? Pei Jinya's eyes did not change. The swordsman in the bamboo hat who knew the Demon King was in Daping City, along with his men, was dead. If he continued to act as a Demon King in front of the Shachi Association, the people from the Judgment Office would definitely come, and his business in Daping City would become more difficult. He simply changed his identity. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to dig out his memories, he would never be able to guess his current identity. After Yin Shu and the other two left, Pei Jinya no longer had the idea of delaying. This middle-aged man was a 5th-level extraordinary person. Pei Jinya couldn't swallow him in one bite. Besides, he showed up at this moment just to buy time for Yin Shu. As soon as they left, he used the water element to escape. The middle-aged man missed the target, and his face was extremely ugly. My lord, we have lost the whereabouts of the group of people from the Old God Society. Someone hurriedly reported. The middle-aged man was angry and said, A bunch of trash. He left with a wave of his sleeves. But he was very suspicious. Who was that old man? Back at the headquarters, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand and called the profiler, who quickly drew the appearance of the old man who had fought. Looking at the portrait, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, Go check this person's background. If the Old God Society has hidden so many masters, then their Shachi Society may need to change its recent aggressive strategy. A phone call came. The middle-aged man answered the phone. I know you are anxious, but don't worry, I am still looking for the whereabouts of the junior brother, but I am afraid that it is not good. I fought with the murderer, it was an old man, I sent you the portrait, I know, I am looking for the devil? I didn't meet him. The phone was hung up. The middle-aged man looked at the portrait and fell into thought. Not long after, he got a surprising answer. The old man who fought with him today did not exist at all. Has the identity of the Old God Society been kept secret to this extent? The middle-aged man was puzzled. The Demon King appeared in the safe room. Inshu stood up immediately when he saw him appear. Pei Jinya nodded and walked into the room. What happened today? While investigating the harbor information, the people of Shachihui caught us on the tail. Inshu lowered his head and thought, this feeling is very unusual. We were very careful, but we were still discovered. They sent so many masters at once. Caught us off guard. Otherwise we wouldn't have suffered this. Xiao Hongluo said angrily beside her, revealing her white shoulders. Applying potion. Pei Jinya's eyes did not linger on her. Where are Lu Hai and Hai Yan? Lu Hai took Hai Yan back to the headquarters. I hope he can save his life. His whole waist and abdomen were broken open. Xiao Hongluo sighed. Inshu handed over a USB flash drive at this time. This is the information we investigated Chui Min and Hansen, but I feel they have hidden other information. Pei Jinya looked up. Inshu explained, there are several foundations in Zhongzhou that have a close relationship with them. Maybe there is a relationship of behind-the-scenes control, but it cannot be confirmed at present. Is there a list of foundations? Pei Jinya asked. Yes, but I don't think at all. Inshu hesitated slightly. Pei Jinya nodded. It enough, you've worked hard. Left some supplies. Rest well these days, don't go out, wait for a while. Pei Jinya left after a few words of warning. Inshu and Xiao Hongluo looked at him pitifully. Demon King. Suddenly, the person who spoke was Inshu. Anything else? Pei Jinya looked over. Inshu seemed a little embarrassed. But Xia Hongluo was as straightforward as a little red pepper and said, Sister Inshu wants to eat more instant noodles. Can you bring us more? I promise I will only eat one bite and not more. It's obviously you who want to eat it the most. Inshu was angry. Then tell me, do you want to eat it? Inshu paused. He and Xia Hongluo looked at Pei Jinya pitifully. The pressure is in place. Wait for me. Pei Jinya left after saying this. Not long after, 10 boxes of instant noodles were moved. The two girls, who were nearly 10 years apart in age, suddenly showed an irrepressible smile. But after Pei Jinya left, Xiao Hongluo suddenly asked in surprise, Wait, it seems that we don't have water here. Inshu was stunned. He held his chin in confusion. It seems so. New extraordinary gene, spirit sword body. New extraordinary ability, immortal sword body. During the battle, there is a chance to ignore damage. Once the sword force is forced, the damage received is multiplied in the back mountain of the Jiang family. Pei Jinya browsed the extraordinary talents of the swordsman with a bamboo hat. For this, he completely understood why this guy was sometimes unscathed during the battle. But the backlash of this immortal sword body was really big. He was not unfamiliar with the scene after the sword force of the swordsman with a bamboo hat was broken by him. The crushing and finally becoming a paper man. The miserable state undoubtedly further proves the harm of backlash. But Pei Jinya is different. He still has the extraordinary ability of flesh and blood regeneration. Even if the speed of flesh and blood regeneration seems a bit slow now, at least with this ability, it can be synthesized to the second level, third level, or even higher level in the future. Not bad. I like it very much. Pei Jinya looked away, and the blue bird fell to the ground. It appeared in front of him, bouncing and skipping. After digesting the spiritual energy, it seemed to be no different from before. Pei Jinya raised his hand. The blue bird landed lightly, its little head rubbing against Pei Jinya's warm palm from time to time, and soon it flapped its wings and flew away. Outside the window, a thief-looking big head gently pressed against the window, looking at it pitifully. Pei Jinya crushed a few spiritual stones and hit it again. The big guy left with gratitude. Time flies. Ever since Pei Jinya saved Inshu that night, the Shachi Society initially dug deep into the ground in Daping City. But to the outside world, no one knew what had happened. And suddenly this large-scale search plan was stopped. We attacked the Shachi Society headquarters, which was a punishment for their actions in Daping City. Lu Hai specifically informed Pei Jinya of the subsequent developments. 2 Chishi of the Shachi Society died, and more than a dozen elite casualties of the Judgment Office. The headquarters is quite generous. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Lu Hai was very secretive and said, it was the elder idea. He didn't say much on the phone. In fact, the elder didn't show up at all in this battle. He just sat in the headquarters to command, and played the people of the Judgment Office around, and killed 2 well-fed seraphim. I heard that the seraphim of the Judgment Office has also been held accountable by the headquarters. I don't know if he can still be arrogant now. There is another thing. I heard that a relic appeared in Beizhou. Are you interested? What ruins? Pei Jinya just asked casually. It seems that the ruins of a sword master who passed away in meditation have been discovered. This is related to the female sword fairy who dominated the 5 continents. Some people say that she was seen in Beizhou. Lu Hai lowered his voice. I see that the elders are a little unusual. But Shizhou cannot be distracted at the moment. Are you going? The sons of God under the 7th elder and the 13th elder have already set off. With your current reputation, you can definitely join their small circle. No. Pei Jinya didn't think much of these inheritances. With the experience of the Lotus Island Master, he was 50% skeptical of these relics. Instead of fighting with others, it would be better to spend more time devouring the extraordinary. This kind of advancement would be much faster than his risking his life. As for the small circle, he didn't care at all. After hanging up the phone, Pei Jinya reached out and touched the attribute light ball. Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1, the 5th one. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze and looked at the attribute panel. The 3rd level transcendents are now Body Vajra, Body Rage, Spirit Network Invasion, and Elemental Heart. This means that as long as he wants, these 3rd level transcendents can easily advance to the 4th level. However, for now, these 3rd level transcendents are enough. He actually values the 1st level Soul Demon Seed, Spirit Refining Equipment, and the 2nd level Space Void. The advancement of Demon Seed can increase the number of control positions. The distance of Space Flash is actually enough now. Rule it out. Pei Jinya fell into thought. As for refining, with the materials accumulated so far, I can make 1 or 2 seals. With his current refining skills, he can barely make some minor changes to some stolen goods. But it is still too difficult to refine alone. The materials for refining are more rare than the materials for medicinal food. If one is broken, there will be one less. Although it is poor. But fortunately I can endure it. Another 2 days passed. Pei Jinya harvested an elemental supernatural gene fragment. He was a little disappointed. Okay, I can still wait. After the practice this morning, Pei Jinya secretly provided some practice materials to his parents. The 2 elders' practice was quite regular. Pei Jinya did not have any expectations for their practice realm. As long as they had the ability to protect themselves, it would be enough. The development of the spiritual land was much faster than expected. It was also this day. Pei Jinya was surprised to see the news about the Beizhou ruins. The 7th level extraordinary Styx Patriarch materialized the Styx, swallowed and killed hundreds of extraordinary people, shocking the Federation. The Beizhou Federation has launched a global hunt for the Styx Patriarch, and anyone who provides clues can get. Pei Jinya sat in the Jiang family restaurant, watching the news calmly. He was not surprised that such a thing would happen. But the 7th level extraordinary would intervene. Do those powerful people of the 8th and 9th levels really look down on it? Pei Jinya shook his head, not wasting his emotions on this matter. But Lu Hai still called that day, and was very glad. Fortunately you didn't go, it was too dangerous. The man under the 7th elder lost half his life, and only the Luoshenzi under the 13th elder ran fast, and saved his life. Lu Hai was really glad. At that time, he thought it was a pity that Pei Jinya didn't go. Now it seems that it was really a wise move for Pei Jinya not to go. But an old senior like the Styx Patriarch, he actually dared to lose face, disregarded old friendship, and killed so many people. I still remember that this Styx Patriarch once visited the elder as a junior. I didn't expect that after so many years. His temperament has become like this. Pei Jinya didn't expect that the Styx Patriarch who killed people in the news also knew Elder Wuji. Is the inheritance true? Maybe. There are treasure hunters who saw hundreds of beasts worshipping in the ruins, which should be true. Lu Haishan agreed, otherwise, I can't understand why the Styx Patriarch would kill so many people, pushing himself into this situation. Pei Jinya did not comment. He knew his own strength. When it comes to high-level battles, he had to go back to the past. Although he was a little curious about what the inheritance that appeared in Beizhou was. But compared to these, he cared more about whether he could synthesize a 2nd-level refining weapon this month. However, regarding Beizhou, although his impression was not deep, he always kept it in mind. The little sister has not returned yet. He cut off contact with Lu Hai. Pei Jinya appeared in the back mountain of the Jiang family to practice. The Jiang family has been in full swing for some time, and the letters to visit have piled up unknowingly. However, Pei Jinya still has no intention of showing up. For the outside world, it is normal for the old man of the Jiang family not to show up, and the old man himself is not a person who likes to show up. However, this time, the person who sent the invitation was a real boss of the federal headquarters affiliated with the Liming building, and he specifically asked Jiang Qingsong to attend the event. Many people were also prepared to take a good look at this old man Jiang who had broken through the limit and became famous at this banquet. But to everyone's surprise, they got the answer that there was something wrong with Jiang practice, and they were all shocked. Is it true or false? I heard that the Jiang family even rejected Chui party some time ago, and let their son attend the event, which was a bit arrogant. This Jiang Qingsong is really asking for death, rejecting the kindness of so many big guys, in the end. It will only harm his Jiang family. It seems that it is not fake news. Someone took a photo of Jiang Qingsong being sent to the hospital. The bed sheets are covered with blood. Hiss, is this old guy going to die just like that? As for Jiang Qingsong's forced breakthrough that caused the backlash of blood and qi, the evaluations in the martial arts world are mixed. But Jiang Qingsong didn't die, he is still a 4th level extraordinary. He is still a strongman below the 5th level. Although not strong enough, Pei Jinya is already terrified. The person who called him to attend the party this time was a 7th level extraordinary expert. He had no idea of his true methods. In order to prevent himself from being exposed, he resorted to this desperate measure and played a self-torture drama. However, the effect seemed to be surprisingly good. In a short period of time, there would be less attention paid to the Jiang family. In fact, the people of the Jiang family also knew it very well. The old man was only a 4th level extraordinary expert after all. Without crossing the 5th level, he would always be just a mortal in the pond who had never jumped over the dragon gate. The Jiang family was able to take over part of the Wu family industry with the status of the 4th level extraordinary. It was already a pleasant surprise. It was enough to imagine the extra things. Father. The current head of the Jiang family looked at his father on the bed with respect and worry. Pei Jinya ignored him and took a sip of the medicine soup slowly. The taste was suitable, although the medicine tasted a bit strong. Pei Jinya seemed to have lost his sense of taste and drank it mouthful by mouthful. Are you okay now? Are you feeling unwell? It cannot be said that the head of the Jiang family is dull, but at least he has respected the relics of his father since he was a child, and feared them. Pei Jinya sometimes wondered, if his father had died, he did not know if he would be really sad. You need to rest during this period of time. How is the task you were asked to do? Pei Jinya looked over. Since he learned that the Wu family also had a business, Pei Jinya had already given the order, be sure to eat it. As he continues to improve, it is obvious that the consumption of cultivation resources has also increased. At present, even the blood spirit fruit has lost a lot of its medicinal effect. Otherwise, he would not often use the medicinal diet of spirit beast meat as a supplement. But with his amount, for now, it is still a bottomless pit. The situation at Wujia Commercial Bank is a bit complicated. There are many foundations with cross-holdings. However, our Jiang family has already taken 3.5% of the shares, including the privately held shares. The total has reached 7.8%. The middle-aged man replied cautiously, it is difficult to take all of them. But my son will continue to push for it. The purpose of taking over the shares is the management rights. Pei Jinya pointed out, take over the management rights. How much do the channel dealers have now? At least 60% have joined our Jiang family. When the middle-aged man said this, he could not even hide his excitement. Father, I am confident, the benefits of the first half of the year have at least tripled. Then I look forward to your good news. Pei Jinya rarely encouraged his good son. He stayed in the hospital for 2 days. The senior officials of Daping City, led by Zhou Weiren, came to greet him. Pei Jinya handled it well. Picked up one in the hospital. Otherwise, the blood value would have skyrocketed by 40 points. Those who don't know would have thought it was a last gasp. It over 500. Pei Jinya easily stepped into the 500 attribute value mark while lying on the hospital bed. This pure surge was the way to make him feel at ease. It time to go back. The big boss banquet had already begun, and the high-end hall was full of wine and food, which did not affect Pei Jinya's determination to return to the back mountain of the Jiang family. It was also on this night. Feng Jiao appeared with a target. But this time, she did not leave in a hurry after getting the cold jade, but hesitated for a while, and then asked carefully, are you feeling better? Pei Jinya was slightly startled. After answering Feng Jiao, he watched the woman quietly leave through the window, and couldn't help but raise a smile. It hard for her. From the beginning, he used this woman as a tool. He never thought that this woman was now completely convinced, and was even worried about her injuries. Looking at the herbs left on the ground, Pei Jinya raised his hand. The medicine bag flew back to his hand in an instant. It can be seen that this woman was sincere. Daping City has become much quieter these days. The figure of Shachi society is no longer as aggressive as before, but it seems to have become a stray dog with its tail between its legs overnight. This change makes people in Daping City, who don't know the truth, somewhat strange and suspicious. Only a very few big figures know that Shachi society and the Judgment Office were killed by the Old God Society overnight. When Zhou Weiren learned the news, he was so shocked that the ink on the pen fell and stained the paper without noticing. Secretary Lin smiled bitterly and said, "This matter has been confirmed by Liming Building. In fact, the outside world still doesn't know much about it. Even the military almost got involved. Fortunately, the general didn't press the launch button at that time. Otherwise the number of casualties would be more than this." Zhou Weiren looked up at him, somewhat confused. Secretary Lin whispered, "The person from the Old God Society set up the game himself, causing the Judgment Office and the Shachi Society to kill each other. It's hard to imagine that even the person from the Judgment Office didn't notice the clues." After Zhou Weiren digested this information, he sighed. The momentum of the Old God Society has been getting stronger and stronger in the past 2 years. Could that person have advanced again? I'm afraid so. But in that battle, the Old God Society member was suppressed by the joint forces and was seriously injured. Secretary Lin hesitated and said, "Could he have recovered from his injuries?" Zhou Weiren said nothing. There are very few people in Daping City who are even extraordinary level 3, not to mention those who are level 6 and level 7. That was a level they couldn't imagine. As long as it doesn't endanger Daping City, I cannot care. Zhou Weiren sighed in his heart. Have the people from the Shachi Society left? Most of them left, but there are still some people left here. It seems that this is also the instruction of the Arbitration Office. Secretary Lin whispered. The Arbitration Office. Zhou Weiren frowned. Thinking about the Arbitration Office work in the past, it was fair and just. But it seems to be getting worse and worse these years. Even an organization like the Shachihui, which has countless blood debts on its hands, can tacitly become a vassal. It is hard not to suspect that other organizations may also have the presence of the Arbitration Office. Secretary Lin quietly accompanied him, respectfully waiting for the approval of the document. Jiangback Mountain. Pa. A body was thrown away. A new prompt message appeared in front of Pei Jinya. Weapon sword can be synthesized and advanced. Do you want to synthesize? Synthesize. Pei Jinya did not expect that his first 4th level extraordinary gene, it turned out to be a weapon sword. But his swordsmanship talent is indeed strong enough. Now that it has been synthesized and advanced, there is no doubt that his swordsmanship strength has been improved. He felt hot inside. Almost instantly, Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. At the moment when his weapon sword system extraordinary gene was advanced, the sword type came with swordsmanship advancement, which directly allowed his swordsmanship strength to be advanced smoothly. It was like an improvement from 1 to 2, and one could only understand the mystery. Pei Jinya looked away. Carefully comprehend. The high-quality long swords on the wall behind him vibrated one after another. At this moment, it seemed as if countless sword sounds were heard. These sharp long swords were vying to attract Pei Jinya attention. However, a sword roar suddenly broke out from the ancestral home. In an instant, the long swords behind Pei Jinya stopped vibrating immediately, just like rabbits that sense danger, and immediately froze in place. Even the blue bird and the giant python in the distance felt a sharp life and death crisis. Pei Jinya looked into the distance, his eyes calm. I will only give you this chance, whether you want to follow me or not. On the other side of the house, the long sword hidden in the scroll on the ancestral house emitted a bright white light. The next second, the sword intent suddenly rose. That day, just as the weapon and sword entered the 4th level, the Jiang family ancestral sword Shishao recognized Pei Jinya as its master. 3 days passed. Pei Jinya felt his own sword power. The improvement of swordsmanship is not only about the use of swordsmanship, it's more about the control of spirit. From the stage of breaking 1 to breaking 2, Pei Jinya realized a lot. So naturally, whether it is one sword decides life and death or heavenly sword art, the practice in the past 3 days has made his proficiency soar. It's a pity that a good mood can't always be maintained for a long time. Just when Pei Jinya had just put away his sword for less than half an hour, Jiang Xinqing sent an emergency signal. After more than half a month of digging, someone with a heart finally discovered the clues. Someone wants to rob. Pei Jinya eyes narrowed. The long swords hanging behind him hummed. However, Pei Jinya looked at them, and just shook his head slightly. You are not strong enough, wait a little longer. He picked up Shishao, and left. The border between Manshan City and Shangui City is Sun Moon Mountain. At this moment, somewhere in Sun Moon Mountain, Jiang Xinqing's face was ugly. He reached out to hold the shot-down Jiang family member, and looked coldly at the man in front of him. Are you looking for death? The young swordsman in the lead smiled arrogantly. Looking for death? With you guys? I advise you, if you don't want to die, just give up the spiritual mine. This is not something you outsiders can get involved in. What spiritual mine? I don't know what you were talking about. Jiang Xinqing's eyes were cold and fierce. If you dare to take another step forward, I... The young swordsman didn't wait for him to finish, and took a step forward, with a disdainful smile. So? Smash. Jiang Xinqing was also straightforward. He drew his sword and slashed. Ever since Pei Jinya taught him the Qifeng sword technique, he had never been lazy in practicing this sword technique. The sharp sword light enveloped the past. Jiang Xinqing was very fast, and his skillful strength was enough to burst out the points of the sword in his hand, which quickly became a light blue light curtain, impenetrable. The young swordsman seemed to have guessed this scene a long time ago, and he was not panicked at all, but laughed loudly, grabbed the long sword in his hand, and slashed against the wind. Dang clang. Dang clang. Dang clang. The sound of swords and knives colliding was enough to make one's teeth ache. The sparks that splashed out from the light curtain woven by the green light seemed to contain the power of thunder. Suddenly, the green light curtain was torn apart. The young swordsman showed a mocking expression, and rushed forward without mercy. Under the knife light, Jiang Xinqing's face was reflected, but was extremely resolute. When the fight reached the 17th sword, he was defeated, but only the sword was defeated. Facing the knife light, Jiang Xinqing had no intention of dodging or retreating. He couldn't retreat at this step. He would not retreat. With several muffled sounds, the young swordsman's long sword pierced Jiang Xinqing's body continuously, leaving 3 blood holes. Blood trickled out. Jiang Xinqing's face was pale, and the blood on his body flowed down like it was free. The sword in his hand finally failed to leave a single mark on the young swordsman. The swordsmanship is good, but the person using it is a bit inferior. The young swordsman looked at Jiang Xinqing expressionlessly. Since the people behind you can find this place, they should know whose territory this is. What does this have to do with us? Jiang Xinqing tried to stand up with his sword. Half bending, he swung the sword in his hand. The sword was like a breeze, moistening things silently. Blood spurted out of the wrist of the young swordsman in an instant. He was shocked and angry, and chopped down with his long sword. A fist-sized ball of lightning and fire suddenly burst out where the sword and the knife intersected. But what surprised the young swordsman was that Jiang Xinqing's body was not chopped off by his sword. What happened? Suddenly, the pupils of the young swordsman shrank, because there was a figure behind Jiang Xinqing. The man grabbed Jiang Xinqing's shoulder with one hand, and helped him to eliminate the swordsman's power. The other hand. He raised the sword with one hand. The sword light was wiped away. Puff. With a sound. Without waiting for the young swordsman to react, his head flew high, and blood gushed out. Everyone present was stunned. Lei Shuo. Someone on the opposite side shouted in shock and anger, and the figure just stepped forward. Pei Jinya's sword lifted up the long knife that was tumbling in the air, and lightly tapped it. Suddenly, a scream broke out. Almost instantly, several heads flew off. Pei Jinya held Jiang Xinqing, and without turning back, he ordered the Jiang family warriors beside him, kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jiang family warriors rushed forward. Master, Jiang Xinqing's face was pale, and he struggled to get up. I'm incompetent. You did a good job. Go and heal your wounds first. I will handle the matter here myself. Jiang Xinqing did not dare to disobey Pei Jinya's words, and was helped down by the people next to him. Pei Jinya turned around and looked at the people fighting not far away. Accept your life. A middle-aged man chopped the Jiang family dead soldiers alive and rushed towards Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, the sword in his hand had already been imprinted in the opponent's eyebrows, and the other hand pressed his face hard. Bang! The smoke and dust dispersed. Quietly, a message appeared in Pei Jinya's vision. New extraordinary gene. Physical strength. The strength increased a little bit, but the power brought by the second level extraordinary is really limited. Pei Jinya didn't expect much. Just as a dessert after dinner. After solving 2 big troubles, he looked up. The Jiang family assassins cut the throats of the invaders one by one, quickly gathered together, knelt on one knee in front of Pei Jinya, waiting for the next instruction. Clean up the scene. Set up booby traps. Pei Jinya said this, and turned back to Jiang Xinqing Tint. Master. Jiang Xinqing hurriedly wanted to get up, but was pushed back by Pei Jinya. Lie down, and heal your wounds. Jiang Xinqing lay down obediently, but when he thought of the people he had fought with before, his pale face became a little solemn. He looked at Pei Jinya several times, as if he had something to say. Just say it if you want to say it. Pei Jinya glanced over, and then continued to look at the map in front of him. Jiang Xinqing then whispered, "This group of people is not the first time to appear in Sun Moon Mountain. They appeared here 7 days ago. They said they'd lost something and wanted to come in to find it. But I stopped them. I don't know how they confirmed the news. The Lei family in Manshan City is not a small family. There are 2 4th-level extraordinary people in this sect." Pei Jinya said slowly. Jiang Xinqing's face changed slightly. 2 4th-level extraordinary people. He couldn't help but look at Pei Jinya. The head of the family had just entered the 4th level of transcendence, and it was said that he was injured 2 days ago. If the other 2 4th-level transcendents joined forces to attack, could the Jiang family really defend against it? Head of the family, it will take at least half a month to mine the spiritual mine. Since the Lei family has discovered it, I'm afraid that soon the eyes of the entire Manshan City, or Shangui City, will be on this place. Did you get the mining license that I asked you to get before? Pei Jinya asked. We've taken it. Then it legitimate. Pei Jinya didn't take the Lei family to heart. During this period, Jiang Xinqing and his men have been mining spiritual ore day and night, and now 2/3 of it has been completed. There's still 1/3 left, not a small amount. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze. He sensed something. It wasn't long before the explosion came. Jiang Xinqing's face changed slightly. But Pei Jinya told him to stay here and not worry. Jiang Xinqing had no choice but to lie down again, turning his head, looking outside the tent door. He could not see the outside world clearly. Only occasionally there were a few fierce sounds of iron colliding, accompanied by screams. Although Jiang Xinqing could not see these scenes at all, he could already imagine the devastating battle just by these sounds. He was a little puzzled, and a little bewildered. Didn't they say that the head of the family was seriously injured? Why do I feel? It seems like he has made another breakthrough? Not long after, someone came in from outside the door. Jiang Xinqing thought it was Pei Jinya, but when he saw it was his subordinate, his eyes fixed. Where is the head of the family? The man knelt on one knee. The head of the family said that the people of the Lei family are a nuisance, and he has brought people to the door in person. How many people did the head of the family bring? Only 1 person. 1 person? Jiang Xinqing was horrified. He couldn't lie down anymore. He struggled to get up. Quick, take me there. 2 4th-level extraordinary people of the Lei family. The head of the family went there alone. The man kept kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and said, the head of the family said, you should take good care of your injuries here, and keep an eye on the rear. Jiang Xinqing paused. Did the head of the family really say that? I dare not deceive the master. Jiang Xinqing sat back down. He couldn't figure it out. Why did the head of the family go straight to the Lei family with 1 person? What courage! Jiang Xinqing shook his head and smiled bitterly. He felt inferior to him. There is a pond in the back mountain of the Lei family. Many green and red fishes scrambled for the bait that fell down. The old man of the Lei family quietly watched the rippling water waves. He was waiting for news from outside. But suddenly, the water surface opened up. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth burst out at the same time. The old man of the Lei family was dragged into the pond without even having a chance to attack. 10 minutes later, the old man of the Lei family announced that he would go into seclusion. The competition for the mine vein of Sun Moon Mountain was lifted. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among other senior members of the clan. However, the old man of the Lei family left a word before he went into seclusion. This is what the higher-ups mean. Who are the higher-ups? The Lei family was confused. They just thought that the old man didn't dare to say more, and they spontaneously imagined what level of strongman the person who could shut up the Lei family must be. To be able to lay out in advance is naturally not the work of ordinary people. Is it the Liming building or those higher-ups? The Lei family gradually stopped. Pei Jinya looked at the night view of Manshan City silently. The robes fluttered in the evening breeze in the night. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. It going to rain. Pagenia was about to leave. He suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed. The thunder in the sky seemed like a real person, crossing the tribulation. Sizzle! Half of the sky was illuminated by the white light of lightning. The thunder that shook the earth and the sky seemed to continue with the lightning snakes that scattered irregularly in all directions. There was a figure in the distance. A muffled groan followed. Pagenia saw it clearly. The face changed instantly. He abandoned the identity of the old man who had been dominating for these days. A purple light broke through the air and echoed. It was like a cannonball falling on the flat ground a few meters in front of Pagenia. The ground shook. Grass debris flew everywhere, but most of it was destroyed by the broken rocks in midair. Pagenia's eyes were calm without any change. He let the wind and waves blow the corners of his clothes away. In fact, it was not that he didn't want to leave. It was just that the incident happened too quickly. So quickly that Pagenia only had a short time to change his identity, and a woman in purple armor had already walked out of the deep pit and stood in front of him. A woman? Pagenia was not surprised by this. His eyes passed calmly over the whiteness between the other party armor. If he guessed correctly, it seemed that after falling, the original armor on the woman had been cracked into powder. Sister. The fingertip stopped a second before touching Pagenia's throat. The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she hadn't spoken for a long time, and the words she spoke were a little awkward. What do you call me? Sister. Pagenia felt the unusual aura of this woman. Even with his more than 40 times elemental amplification, when facing this woman, he could still feel a palpitation. Unlike the female sword fairy, this one didn't have much restraint, and didn't look at life and death calmly. On the contrary, seemed more fierce. The woman paused. A moment. Raised her head. Who am I? Pagenia didn't answer. The woman frowned slightly. No. Pagenia didn't ask her what was wrong. He just wanted this woman not to be a lunatic. Otherwise, are you my brother? The woman looked at Pagenia seriously. Pagenia looked at her silently. If you weren't too strong, I can be one too. The woman looked at him silently with her black and white eyes. The two just stared at each other. The woman stretched out her hand without saying anything. Feeling the overwhelming force, Pagenia knew that he was no match for her, so he just let her take him away. But before leaving, he still arranged everything for Jiang Qingsong as quickly as possible. The wind whistled in my ears. This kind of experience of breaking through the air directly was not very good, but Pagenia said nothing. The woman who took him away did not look like a kind woman who could listen to others calmly. But fortunately, this woman did not ignore Pagenia's life and death, but also gave him a layer of thunder to protect him. I am used to dodging. This kind of flying across the sky is naturally a bit slow. But Pagenia did not have any impatience. He stepped quietly on the thunderbolt. The other party was worried that he would be hurt by the thunderbolt, so he prepared a layer of breeze to block it. After coming to this world and ruining a winter, he had killed so many people, and participated in so many battles, but it seemed that he had never looked at the land under his feet carefully. The speed was very fast. All the scenery flashed in front of Pagenia, as if he was just passing by. With a sound of whoosh, Pagenia felt that his feet were on solid ground. He looked up. He was already in a courtyard. He didn't know if it was an illusion. At first, he seemed to hear a lot of noises, but as he landed, the noises around him suddenly stopped. He looked up. There were quite a few people around. A burly man, with a heavy hammer in his hand, was the closest, and he looked at Pagenia and the purple-armored woman in astonishment. This is my brother. The woman's voice sounded without warning. Pa! The heavy hammer in the burly man's hand accidentally fell to the ground. It hit his foot, and he grimaced in pain. Ah! The sound of people sucking in cold air from all around also rang out. Pagenia thought to himself that it was not good. This woman would not have any well-known bad habits. Honglian, is this really your brother? A young man's surprised voice came from a corner of the yard. Honglian? Is this her name? Pagenia couldn't help but look over. But the next second, the scream of the previous questioner came from the corner. The purple-armored woman said calmly, nothing else. I hope you respect him as much as you respect me. Honglian, you worry too much. Since he is your brother, we are a family. There is no reason for us to bully him. An old man appeared in the corridor at some point, staring at the purple-armored woman. The purple-armored woman looked at the old man, and suddenly smiled. The teacher's words can still be trusted. She said this to Pagenia. Pagenia looked at the old man after hearing this. The old man nodded politely at him. Pagenia smiled back. From now on, you will live here. Tell me if you need anything, or go to the teacher, he owes me money. The purple-armored woman didn't care about the old man's flushed cheeks at all, and even emphasized again, he owes a lot. A lot? Petunia said in surprise. A lot. The purple-armored woman emphasized her tone. The teacher could only cough dryly beside him. The purple-armored woman took Petunia to the residence next door. The spider web in the corner made Petunia frown. Sorry. The purple-armored woman was silent for a moment. Seemingly, she had not expected the room to become like this. I seem to have not come back to live for a while. The woman looked around as she spoke. The people around had already scattered. The woman sighed with regret. You live in my room first. I have someone clean up this room later. That? Call me sister. The purple-armored woman stopped, looked at her seriously. Sister. Petunia looked calm. The other party was older than him, and stronger than him, so he called her sister very naturally. When the purple-armored woman heard this address, she smiled immediately. She returned to her chattering state. Petunia sighed in his heart. He didn't feel strange at all. He was just curious. Sister, is your name Honglian? Yes. The woman didn't seem to notice anything, and took Petunia to her room. The furnishings in the room were very simple. And it seemed that no one had lived there for a while. But it was spotless. This room was given to me. So where do you live? Petunia asked. Although the bed is big enough. Can't we squeeze in? I still have to go out and kill someone. Be good. And wait for me to come back. The purple-armored woman subconsciously reached out and touched Petunia's head. But what surprised Petunia was that when the woman's palm landed on his head, there was actually a warm feeling spreading to his limbs. He looked at the attribute panel. Among the 3 attribute values, mental strength increased the fastest. It was the same in the previous world of the flame god coffin, and it is the same now. Is he born to be a gigolo? Don't be afraid. It was Honglian's voice that came to his ears. Petunia looked up. Honglian had already withdrawn his hand. Do you want to eat candied haws? I like the tauji on the street the most. I listen to you. After Petunia followed Honglian to recognize the door. He waited for Honglian for a while. Because Honglian said she wanted to change her clothes. Because purple armor was not her favorite. So she walked out in a bright red dress. Petunia walked out of the yard with her side by side. After the two disappeared, the deserted yard inexplicably had a few more consciousnesses. Is that young man really Honglian brother? But I don't think they look any similarities. That not his real face. Master, do you know his true appearance? Don't say it. Don't say it. Since Honglian has said it, don't do anything against the rules. You should know that Honglian hates people breaking her rules the most. The whispering voice was not leaked out at all. Petunia was thinking with the candied haws in his hand. He seemed to have forgotten the last time he had candied haws. Why, is it not delicious? Do you want to change to another one? When Petunia came to his senses and looked over, Honglian bit the candied haws and looked at him. The question in her eyes was completely different from the coldness she had when they first met. No. I just thought about it for a long time. Petunia smiled. No one knew that the information about Honglian in his mind at this moment was still displayed as 0. Is it a pseudonym? When passing by the street, there was suddenly some noise in the crowd. Honglian remained silent, while Petunia was quietly eating the candied haws. He listened to the drinkers around him discussing a chess game in Wangshu Mountain. According to what these people said, it seemed that the chess player who should have won in everyone's eyes had lost to the unknown newcomer, which attracted a lot of attention. Petunia didn't understand chess, but he knew his current situation. He was now in the northern part of Beizhou, across more than 30,000 kilometers from Zhengzhou. Petunia didn't expect that his first close contact with Beizhou would be today. He couldn't see through the woman in the red dress in front of him. He also knew, if the other party really wanted to kill him, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Could it be that this casually created face of his really turned out to be the other party's younger brother by mistake? Petunia instinctively did not believe this statement. It was just that the woman's behavior made him find no trace of any conspiracy at all. Then thinking about how the other party easily improved his attribute value, Petunia did not want to leave for a while. I'm going to see an old friend. You wait for me for a moment. Honglian suddenly spoke. Petunia nodded in her hand. She still held the unfinished string of candied haws. Honglian bit the last candied haws, enjoying the delicious taste between her lips and teeth, and then turned around and walked towards the alley not far away. Petunia waited for her quietly, and had no intention of using his ability to leave. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, and looked over. because the lotus treasure mirror on his body suddenly vibrated at this time. A whistling sound was heard. The alley, shrouded in shadows, was suddenly illuminated by a fiery red. It was like a blazing fire igniting this damp shadow. A flash of lightning flew through the air at an unimaginable speed, almost like lightning, cutting several straight lines in front of the woman. These straight lines were simple and dense. For a powerful practitioner, they had an almost inhuman sensitivity to the subtle changes in the chi. It directly destroyed the murderous silk thread at the alley in a devastating way. Is this the legendary dragon-slaying silk? It really lives up to its reputation. A mysterious man in a black robe walked out of the alleyway where lightning was scattered. The aura of this mysterious man in black robe was very strong. He was tightly covered by the black robe, but it could prevent the outside world from prying. Hong Lian looked at him through the lightning without saying a word. It seemed that no matter what the other party identity was, it didn't matter. The man in black robe had his hands behind his back and looked very confident. It a pity that you haven't yet exerted the full power of this dragon-slaying silk. With the remaining strength you have now, it can only support you for more than 10 seconds at most. That means you can't ask your companions for help at all. So your struggle is nothing but a waste of time. What the point? Hong Lian looked at him calmly. She didn't say anything. In fact, what the other party said was not a lie. The dragon-slaying silk was tempered by the thunder sea of Zhongzhou. But unfortunately, she failed to refine it successfully. So far, her blood is flowing away at a high speed. The dusk is getting darker, and the tragic grandeur of the setting sun is spreading with a certain vicissitudes of beauty. The scenery is beautiful. Unfortunately, not many people appreciate it at this moment. The sound of being swept by the strong wind came from the dilapidated alley wall. At the moment when a flying bird flapped its wings and was startled, Hong Lian moved. But this time, she did not use the dragon-slaying silk, but the silver bracelet on her wrist suddenly shook and turned into a sword, and it seemed to turn into a rolling thunder in a trance. In the twilight, it was particularly dazzling. When did you practice swordsmanship? The black-robed man was a little surprised. He didn't know if he was afraid of Hong Lian's sword, intentionally avoiding. Both palms slapped down. Both sleeves flew up. For a moment, it was like the mountains and peaks rolled up by the wild waves in the night. The whistling gale rushed away, mighty and majestic. Obviously he had practiced the self-defense kung fu of the physical technique system, and his practice was not shallow. With a sound of slurp, the cloth tore. Hong Lian's sword was indeed as domineering as she was. However, her blood and chi were shaken by the previous thunder, and her blood and chi dropped sharply. Half of her body was hit by the palm of the black-robed man, and the whole person flew out. He fell heavily on the wall behind him. His body fell to the ground with the broken bricks like fish scales, and the blood on the corner of his lips was particularly red. You have become weaker, the black-robed man whispered. He walked forward. Swipe. With a sound, Hong Lian's fingertips suddenly swiped the sword, and the lightning flashed. The black-robed man groaned in pain, and was extremely angry. How many tricks does this woman have? Across the street not far away, Pei Jinya looked over silently. He still had a candied Haws in his hand that he hadn't finished eating. Witnessing the life and death duel between these two high-level transcendents, he was just a little surprised. This kind of decisive battle came so quickly. But for now, it seems that his newly recognized sister is not the opponent of the other party. I am afraid she will die without a doubt, unless there is a change. There are flashes of lightning, dusk is heavy, the sharp aura is ever-changing, if we talk about changes. He is the only change. I can't beat him. Pei Jinya sighed in his heart. He is only a 4th-level transcendent. How could he possibly intervene in this battle? We were just casual acquaintances, and just acting out the occasion. Could it be that he had to exchange his life for love? Swish. Pei Jinya suddenly disappeared from the spot. The alleyway where murderous intent emerged suddenly changed. The black-robed man's neck was entangled by a dragon-slaying silk, but his hands were pinching the woman's neck, and he felt the other party's strength gradually weakening. At this time, the wind at the alley suddenly dispersed, and the night fell. The black-robed man noticed a corner of his peripheral vision. Suddenly he froze. Even though there was still a dragon-slaying silk on his neck, his eyes were still attracted by the side of his eyes. Because he didn't know when. There was another person behind him. An ordinary yet extraordinary young man. Puff! The wooden thorn fell. While being shattered by the roar of the black-robed man, a divine sword suddenly poured down with a harsh friction sound, extremely direct. The whole process was very short. The black-robed man had only one thought in his mind. Why was it so? But Pei Jinya had only one thought in his mind at this moment, Very clear. Enter the dream. 1,800 miles away. There is a natural magnetic field here that can block external perception. The white fog that can be seen everywhere in the cliff is like a dormant beast. The twilight glow evaporates with the fog, and the scene inside appears and disappears from time to time. A figure sits on the edge of the cliff, holding an ordinary bamboo pole in his hand. A silver four-line hangs down from the top of the pole to the bottom of the cliff. It is impossible to tell how long it is, as if there is no end at all. There is a waterfall on the side. The water was flowing fast. Some dark shadows could be seen passing through the waterfall, as fast as lightning, and no one knew what kind of creatures they were. The old man who was fishing suddenly looked up. A young man who was climbing the mountain appeared on the opposite cliff. His eyesight could easily see through the white fog. He failed. The young man climbed up the hillside with difficulty. His tone was slightly panting, and before he reached the edge of the cliff, he stopped first, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a white handkerchief in his arms. There are variables. But someone has concealed the aura of the variables. The old man glanced at the young man across the waterfall, and said, "She is different from others, with a heart of glass, and with thunder and fire, so you have to kill her instead of marrying her?" The young man took another step forward, and chuckled, "Do you want to kill me?" The old man placed the bamboo pole in the crack of the cliff, and slowly stood up. "Her fate is very different. If you can really eat it, the things you plan will be twice as effective with half the effort." The young man stopped. He fell silent. He seemed to be thinking about this possibility seriously. But he still shook his head. Most of the stories in the novels are about the chance to find treasure by jumping off a cliff. But in reality, whether I jump or not, some things cannot be changed by my will. The old man scattered the bait beside him, and the black shadows in the waterfall rushed to the water's surface one after another. He turned his back to the young man. Both sides were silent for a moment. The old man turned around and looked, but there was a friendly smile on his vicissitudes of life. "Do you really want to kill me?" The young man was silent for a while and sighed. "I did think so before I came here." "Why?" The old man looked at him. The young man also looked at him, with a frank look. "The changes make me uneasy. I wanted to stay out of it, but now it seems that I have been involved in this struggle. Your identity has already doomed this result." The old man looked at the black shadows under the turbulent water surface. "Just like these fish, what's wrong with jumping out? I find it boring." The young man suddenly raised his voice, sneered, "Because of this time, I will be deprived of my power at home, live like a dog, and end up with nothing. Then what am I doing it for? If I can't get the woman heart, I will never break the limit in my life. Now that I have failed, I am afraid that I have attracted the attention of the old man." "You shouldn't ask me this question, you should ask yourself." The old man smiled and said, "The world is not yet determined. There is no way to tell whether we will win or lose. A blessing in disguise." The young man looked up, squinted his eyes, and said nothing more. He really wanted to kill this old man. But he didn't do it. Of course, there was a reason why he couldn't do it. The old man looked at him silently, still smiling on his face, and when he walked over, clearly they were dozens of meters apart, but he appeared in front of the young man in one step. When the young man was on full alert, the old man put his hand on his head, dispelling the chill that was exhausting him physically and mentally. He looked up. The old man showed pity in his eyes. Pity is more condescending than sympathy. But strangely, the young man did not feel angry at all. Who was the man opposite? It was the famous demon ancestor of Beizhou. It was the master of the sticks who committed a heinous murder. Who dared to disrespect him? Variables really make me uneasy. The young man sighed softly. The old man retracted his hand. His eyes remained unchanged, still so gentle. Liuli Xian is good at taking advantage of the loopholes in fate. Variables are brought by her, but they can't last forever. If you want to do it, you still have a chance. If she really refines Liuli body, she will condense a domain in a few years. Do you think I will have enough power in my hands by then? The young man was asking seriously. It's not shameful to be afraid of death. The old man said, "Isn't everything you do just to keep death away?" The young man was silent. He looked far away. He looked above the clouds, in the thin layer of clouds connecting the sky and the earth, with a complicated expression. "I heard that the person in Jianga is coming out." The old man was not surprised. That woman came out earlier than him, which is not a bad thing. The Federation is almost unable to take care of itself. What will this world become in the end? No one knows. But I heard. The young man couldn't help looking over. But he didn't say the rest of the words until the end. He hesitated. More fear. The old man looked at him with satisfaction. Why waste your life on things you shouldn't care about? Even I don't dare to spy too much. This water is too deep. So many demons and evil spirits will appear. Why bother? The young man didn't understand. But it vaguely confirmed some of his guesses. But he didn't know if it was his own imagination. The old man suddenly chuckled. This variable makes me feel familiar. The hair on the young man's body immediately stood up, as if he heard something that made him feel terrified. This was the first time Peijinha devoured a high-level extraordinary. He didn't expect the after-effect to be so strong. Just like the first time he forcefully devoured the 13 Guardians of Tianshan International, the countless information that poured in almost burst his brain. A hand gently rested on his forehead. Peijinha could sense it. But at this moment, he had no time to care about it. He just wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. However, the backlash from devouring this 7th level extraordinary made him feel hot all over and twitching. What's wrong with him? It looks like there is something wrong with his soul. So, Master, do you have a solution? I try. The door closed. The master looked at Peijinha with a sad face. Forget it. You're lucky. You little brat. He took out a white porcelain bottle from his arms, carefully dipped a drop of water, and dropped it on Peijinha's forehead. Almost instantly, a patch of frost appeared on Peijinha's forehead. A pattern appeared faintly. It seemed that Peijinha was born with this ice blue pattern. As the pattern emerged, the temperature of Peijinha's hot skin dropped significantly. The naked eye could see that the originally red skin had gradually faded. The old man looked at Peijinha in doubt. Why haven't you woken up yet? Not working? He looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand again, thinking that he had taken the wrong divine water. But he had no idea. While Peijinha was digesting the huge memory of the 7th level extraordinary, because of the drop of divine water dropped by the old man, the 3 attribute values that were rapidly decreasing took off like a rocket on the spot. He didn't know what the old man gave him. He really wanted to ask now, but his mind was in chaos at the moment. If he hadn't been cautious, he would really fall asleep now. I don't know if she saw through his thoughts. The old man stayed beside him, muttering to himself, Honglian is a miserable person. In this place where people eat people, it is natural to kill people to gain a foothold. But she doesn't mean to harm you. Most of the people living here have received her kindness. I don't know what kind of luck you have, but being favored by her is a blessing for both of you, so cherish it. The following words, Peijinha could no longer hear clearly. I just felt that the sun was so warm today. It made me let down my guard. It was so warm. The rolling memory fragments enveloped Peijinha's mental power. It dropped from 500 points to more than 100 points, and now it is stuck at more than 300 points. Jing Safeng, a man from Beizhou, joined Jiangna many years ago, and then defected. Jiangna hunted him for 10 years, but failed to find his whereabouts. Later, he joined a wealthy family in Beizhou and became a protector. In his memory, Peijinha saw the face of a young man. He didn't recognize him. However, through Jing Safeng's memory, he knew that this young man had a great background. So great that the Chui family of Zhongzhou Limingla was nothing in front of his backers. Ah! Peijinha sighed lightly. Since the fight at the alley, he was in a coma for 2 days. When he woke up this morning, he learned that his cheap sister had been guarding him for 2 days. If it wasn't for the old man saying it, he really didn't believe it. Peijinha didn't understand. A stranger. How could he do this? He couldn't figure it out. He looked at his attribute panel. New extraordinary gene, dark heavy weapon. New extraordinary ability, universal all weapons can be used. When used with a weapon holder, combat power increased by 40%. Everything can be a sword, everything can be everything. Peijinha said something to himself. He looked away. He was about to stand up. He suddenly froze in place. His eyes were a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, his original attribute value had just exceeded 500 not long ago. How come it broke 600? It a bit unexpected? He lowered his head and thought. He thought of the holy water that the old man had dropped earlier. It a good thing. Peijinha stood up and opened the door. A young man in the corridor subconsciously covered his head and dodged, but when he saw that it was Peijinha, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. There was no embarrassment at all. Brother, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? The young man was very familiar. Peijinha looked calm, nodded and smiled. Much better. Thank you for your care these 2 days. The young man's name was Lu Asen. He was very agile, and he was the one who got beaten for talking too much. He had come to visit Peijinha a lot in the past 2 days. It okay. The teacher said, You are one of us when you come. Lu Asen was a little shy. Well, the master is treating patients in the front hall. If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell him. He is a recognized miracle doctor here. Okay, I will. Pei Jinya paused but still smiled. He wanted to know if the old man still had the magic water in his hand. Or was he still selling it? Walked out of the corridor. The man with the hammer in the yard was also there. He turned around, smiled honestly, opened his mouth. Probably because he was a little socially anxious, he said hello after a long time. Hello. Pei Jinya nodded. And walked through the archway and left the yard. Soon, he saw some dirty men and women gathered at the door. The old man was taking the pulse. And then he said something. A girl in her teens was writing something at the desk beside him and picking medicine. The people who came to see the doctor left immediately with gratitude. After more than 30 minutes, the people in front of the door finally dispersed. The old man looked up and smiled. The blood and she have recovered well. Thanks, old sir. Pei Jinya thanked him sincerely. The old master waved his hand. In fact, he did not do anything, except feeling sorry for the 2 drops of divine water. He could not find the root cause of Pei Jinya's condition. Take my pulse? The old master asked. Pei Jinya came over and sat down, and stretched out his hand with a gentle look. Then I trouble you. After the old master got into the state, his eyes became serious. The little girl sat at the desk curiously. She was holding a pen and ready to record what the old man was going to say. However, she usually only needed to wait for 2 or 3 seconds. But she waited for more than 10 seconds at Pei Jinya's place, and did not get a reply. She raised her head. Her black and white eyes looked at Pei Jinya and the old man curiously. But she looked more at Pei Jinya. She knew that there was a new resident in the yard, and he was living in Sister Honglian's room. Sister Honglian said it was her brother, but it seemed that no one thought so. You are in good health. The old man looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya listened quietly. The old man was silent for a while, without telling the little girl behind him, but for the first time, he personally wrote a prescription and handed it over. It is difficult to break into that realm, but if you are determined, you can use my prescription. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. The herbs written on it seemed expensive just by looking at them. The old man lowered his voice and said, It is difficult to break through the 3 realms, especially in this world, it even more difficult. You are still young. You can think about it again. Pei Jinya knew that he was talking about the 3 realms of martial arts. He had been in a coma for 2 days. He still maintained his perception of the outside world. The people here, especially the old master who served as the pharmacist, did not take advantage of the situation and do anything to Pei Jinya's body. But his muscles and bones have been tempered. The old master must be able to see it. Perhaps only he can see his true bones. Maybe the old master talent is actually bone touching? Pei Jinya thought with evil interest, and put away the prescription. The people living in the yard are basically skilled. Master Nan in the east is good at ironwork. He has a small ironwork shop. He is good at ironwork. If you have nothing to do, you can go and have a look. The one in the west is Lao Li. He was blinded in his early years, so he doesn't go out much. He has a bad temper, but he is not a bad person. He likes to drink and brag the most. You just need to listen. I heard that Xiao Qiu, who lives opposite you, recently found a logistics company. He did a good job. He is a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf. He is not a bad person, but he is a bit lazy sometimes. Pei Jinya knew that the old man was telling him in disguise who the residents here were. He thanked him. Originally, he wanted to ask about the holy water, but many people came to see the doctor behind him, and their clothes were similar to those in the slums of Daping City. Pei Jinya made way. The old lady behind him thanked him repeatedly. Pei Jinya nodded in greeting, and then left the front hall. Seeing the old man patiently explaining something to the patient, he sighed in his heart. This Beizhou doesn't seem to be as bad as I imagined. Turning around, he went to find Master Nan. Master Nan was the strong man who liked to carry a sledgehammer, and he was a little shy. Seeing Pei Jinya appear in front of his blacksmith shop, he was a little surprised, and he didn't know what to do. Master Nan, you do your thing, I have nothing to do, I'm just taking a walk, is it okay to bother you? Pei Jinya said politely. No delay. Then, do you want some water? Master Nan turned his head and looked around, and found that there was only 1 cup he had used. I'm not thirsty. Pei Jinya looked at the materials around him, and finally his eyes fell on the heavy hammer in Master Nan's hand, and asked in confusion, Master Nan is a weapon refiner? A little? Master Nan scratched his head embarrassedly. But I love blacksmithing the most. What a coincidence, I not only do blacksmithing, but I also occasionally do 3 things. Petunia told a joke, but Master Nan obviously didn't understand. Petunia changed the subject skillfully, and took out a ring. Master Nan, can you help me change it a little? I don't like this style very much. Sure. Materials and labor costs. No. No. Master Nan waved his hands repeatedly. It's just a simple matter. What style do you want to change it to? A simple matter? Petunia was not polite. As Master Nan said, in less than 3 minutes, a brand new power ring appeared in front of Petunia. Master Nan said a little embarrassedly, I see there is a gap in it. And I have fixed it for you. You don't have to worry about damaging it when you activate it in the future. Petunia put on the power ring. He was slightly stunned. How did it become a Super A grade? What a pity. Unless this ring is reforged. It needs some materials. Otherwise it will not be able to break through the current level. Master Nan became particularly focused when talking about refining. However, an A-level sealed object was upgraded to Super A level, which was a pleasant surprise for Petunia. Originally, he just wanted to ask Master Nan to make some changes to his ring. Master Nan has superb skills, and I admire you. Petunia praise was sincere, and it was indeed from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't do that with his means. As for whether the second-level weapon refining ability could reach the level of Master Nan, Petunia actually had no idea. But he was sure of one thing. If people who are obsessed with martial arts are called martial arts fanatics, then Master Nan is a weapon fanatic. He is obsessed with things related to weapon refining. And very strong. This also made Petunia less inclined to leave immediately. In the other party expectant eyes, Petunia did not let him down. He silently took out a silver rod. Master Nan, can you give me a look? Master Nan gladly accepted. A few minutes after entering the refining room, the sound of the heavy hammer falling could be heard. It was only a short while later. Master Nan suddenly opened the door and poked his head out to look over. How do you want to change it? There are 2 golden hoops at both ends, a piece of black iron in the middle, with stars laid out, and a line of words engraved next to the hoop. Golden hoop rod, weight 13,500 gene. There are also dense patterns and dragon and phoenix seals. Petunia said shamelessly. Master Nan paused, seemingly encountered some difficult problem, recited Petunia request silently, and returned to the room. After a while, he opened the door again, and couldn't help asking, 13,500 kilograms? Petunia said shamelessly, I am born with great strength. Master Nan expressed his understanding. He took out some black stones from his iron cabinet, which looked very textured, and quickly rushed into the refining room again. He waited from the afternoon until dark. Petunia didn't mind. Master Nan had already gone to the weapon refining room and started tempering himself. So he just practiced on his own beside him, and continued to recover his blood and chi. Clang. The door opened skillfully. Petunia opened his eyes, and looked over. Master Nan was frowning and calculating something. 20 kilograms of black chien, 10 kilograms of obsidian, plus a ratio of 3 to 1. No, this amount is not enough. What do you need? Master Nan. Just tell me. Petunia couldn't spend nothing. Taking advantage of this person for nothing. I need 10 kilograms of obsidian at the moment. Is it sold in the market? The business should have it. I go buy it. Petunia walked very decisively. Master Nan hurried into the refining room again and lowered the temperature of the fire. Not long after, the sound of the heavy hammer falling sounded again. In the night, the dim light flickered. After walking straight along the street, Petunia locked onto a business. The strange thing is, this business obviously looks magnificent, but there were few customers. Petunia pushed open the door. The wind chimes on the door made a ding-dong sound. For a hypnotist like Petunia, he was extremely sensitive to this kind of sound. He looked up. A young woman with black hair and a black windbreaker was looking at him in front of the front desk, as if her eyes were also black, and at this moment, she was actually a little excited and expectant. Hello, welcome. What can I do for you? Hello, do you have obsidian? Yes. The black-haired woman confirmed, and suddenly her tone became weaker. I remember, I think there is. She pulled the wind chime. The ground suddenly shook. Petunia turned his head to look. A huge tiger in the corner raised its head blankly. The movement just now was caused by him standing up. Don't be afraid, Dowdu doesn't bite. the black-haired woman hurriedly explained to Petunia. Petunia probably knew why there were so few customers in this store. Slightly nodded, standing there without saying a word. The black-haired woman smiled apologetically, then walked up to the big guy and gestured with the obsidian. The tiger left quickly. Not long after, the tiger fell down with a huge iron box in its mouth. When it landed, it raised a circle of dust. The black-haired woman quickly used a broom to suppress the dust, fearing that Petunia, the only customer, would run away, and hurriedly said, "How much do you need? I can give you a discount. I want all of them." The black-haired woman seemed not to have heard clearly, and turned her head to look over with some doubt. "How much? How much discount can you give?" Petunia seemed not to have heard the woman question, and asked himself. The black-haired woman hesitated for a moment, but seemed to be worried that she would scare Petunia away, and said straightforwardly, "If you buy all, I will give you 75% off. 50% off? 75% off. That fine." Petunia looked down at the box. "It is estimated to be only more than 40 kilograms. If it is not used up, it will be left in Master Nan's shop. Whether he continues to forge iron in the future, or keeps it for Master Nan to use, Petunia will not feel sorry." The black-haired woman's eyes brightened immediately after Petunia agreed. 50,000 per kilogram of obsidian. A total of 43 kilograms. A total of 2.15 million. A 25% discount is 1.6125 million. The black-haired woman blinked and stared at Petunia. When Petunia was silent, the black-haired woman hurriedly said, "You can round off the amount. You will get 1.61 million. Petunia didn't seem to expect that much money. He was impulsive, and he didn't have that much cash on him. The black-haired woman's smile became a little forced. "It doesn't matter. If you want less, I can give you a discount. After all, he was the first customer who dared to stay this week. Even if you make less, it's still a profit." Petunia took out a few gold bars. "Can you convert them into cash?" The black-haired woman was stunned at first, then nodded frantically. Of course. Of course. Soon. The black-haired woman's voice became a little sharp. "Super. Super." 3 minutes later, Petunia left with the obsidian box. The black-haired woman stayed where she was, looking at the gold bars in front of her with shining eyes. "They are all real, so much gold." The tiger yawned, feeling bored, but didn't want to provoke a dragon girl who was in high spirits. "I can only pretend that I didn't see anything and continue to lie on the ground to rest." "Master Nan? You bought it? So many?" Master Nan was stunned. "It seems that I can't use it all." "It doesn't matter. If I can't use it all, I leave it with you," Petunia said with a gentle smile. "This is not good. Master Nan certainly knows the price." Petunia directly pushed the box to him. "There's nothing wrong with it. I leave the Rijingu Bang to Master Nan next. Don't worry. Leave it to me. With the current temperature, I estimate it will take about 3 days." Master Nan estimated carefully. Petunia made an unreasonable request. Master Nan thought it was something else. But when he knew that Petunia wanted to observe, he was slightly stunned. Petunia asked if it involves any secrets or inheritance. Master Nan can refuse. "I'm just curious." "No secrets." Master Nan smiled honestly. "The temperature inside is relatively high. You can stay away from it. And when I swing the hammer, the sound may be quite loud. Don't let it hurt you." "Okay. Master Nan, just do your thing. Don't worry about me," Petunia was saying. The gauze curtain outside the door was lifted. A figure in a red dress appeared inside the door, holding a candied hawes in her hand. The temperature in the shop suddenly became a little colder. Master Nan stepped back subconsciously. "What are you doing? Why don't you go home for dinner?" Honglian asked curiously. "I asked Master Nan to refine the weapon." Petunia looked over. "Are you feeling better?" "I'm already healed." Honglian walked over and instinctively handed over the candied hawes. "Here. I bought it for you." Petunia took a look and declined. "Just pretend that he didn't see through it." Honglian tasted it happily, and found a chair to sit down. She looked at Master Nan, and was a little hesitant. When Honglian bit off the second candy ball slowly, her red lips opened slightly. "Why are you looking at me?" "Refining a weapon for my brother." Master Nan did not waste any more time, turned around and hurried into the refining room. Petunia followed him in. Honglian did not go in because of the noise, and sat there happily tasting the candied hawes in her hand. The iron hammer was raised, and smashed down hard. The dim light vibrated. Peijia, Blood, and Chi were shocked. He raised his head and looked. His eyes were stunned. Master Nan. Is this a domain? A domain exclusive to the 7th level of transcendence? Could it be that the people living there are all great and important people? Honglian stayed with Peijia for a while, but felt really bored, so she told Peijia to remember to go home for dinner. Peijia responded, and continued to watch Master Nan refine the weapon. Even with his current LV4 level intelligence brain, he couldn't completely keep up with Master Nan's speed. In this way, more than an hour passed quickly. In fact, Master Nan was also surprised. Although he intentionally controlled his strength, there were very few people who could really stand close to him in these years. Especially for people of Peijia age. There are even fewer. He suddenly became interested in this young man. Do you understand? Master Nan suddenly spoke. Peijia knew that he was not provoking him, and nodded slightly. I know a little bit, but my technique is not good. No wonder. Master Nan stopped talking. In fact, he still felt a little curious. After refining the materials according to the proportion, he began to seal the furnace. It takes 12 hours to nourish, let go, come back tomorrow for a second forging, to remove impurities. Master Nan was also a little surprised. The material of this stick is a little unusual. I go back and look through the book. I seem to have seen the description of this material somewhere. It seems that it can be further upgraded. Yes, it should be possible. Master Nan said to himself. Peijia became interested. He had to admit that the name of the Rui Jingu Bang was indeed given because it was interesting at the beginning. But now Master Nan's skills seem to have really made him see something. Although it can't compare to the prehistoric times, it can be considered as a pioneering work. Peijia couldn't help but have some expectations. Can this extraordinary Rui Golden Cudgel make a name for itself in the world? Back to the villa. Peijia brought barbecue and invited Master Nan to go with him. But the strong man waved his hands repeatedly, as if Honglian residence was a forbidden area, and he couldn't see or go there. On the way, he met the young man named Xiaoqiu, but Xiaoqiu didn't notice him. He covered his injured shoulder, and quickly climbed over the wall, and slipped into his room. This way of entering the room is somewhat unusual. Peijia withdrew the idea of looking for him as a dinner partner. He returned to the room. Peijia didn't see Honglian, which surprised him. He found a note on the table. A friend is visiting. I be gone for a few days. I have something to ask you. My brother. Please. Feeling the strangeness rising in his heart, Peijia silently folded the note. What a pity, they are not lucky enough to enjoy this supper. The old man came with wine, but he was not shy at all, and took 2 small wine cups, and placed them in front of himself and Peijia. Good wine. Night and barbecue, life is less unhappy than usual, the old man said with a smile. Peijia drank with him. If I had known there was wine, I would have bought more. No problem, this is enough. The old man said happily. Did you go to Master Nan in the afternoon? Yes. Master Nan's cooking skills are really superb. I have been enlightened. Peijia did not hesitate to praise him. Indeed, Master Nan was the best in his time. The old man suddenly paused. When there is a chance, let him tell you about the past. I will not interfere. Peijia looked at him, eating skewers, and chuckled. From what you said, Master, you must have been a great man in your time. Right? That not the case. The old man picked up the wine glass. Old man, you just like these 2 tails of yellow wine. Peijia naturally didn't believe it. But since the old man said so, he didn't ask any more questions. He just asked calmly, Old man, what is the magic water that saved me before? Heavenly blood. The old man looked at him. And he didn't mean to hide it. It comes from the fountain of youth. I only have that 1 bottle. And there are not many left. After I gave you 2 drops, there was even less left. Seeing the pain on the old man's face, Peijia could only apologize. Where is the fountain of youth? I don't think I've heard of it. The fountain of youth is on the other side. The old man sighed. I think you should have heard of this place. Peijia nodded. Back in Shizhou, he heard the woman and the old dragon mention this place. But it seems that they have made a mistake about the world behind the flame god coffin. It seems that it is not the same as the other side they longed for. But the next second, he looked in surprise. Have you been to the other side? Old man? It was all luck. I was taken there accidentally. I had a confused experience and came back confused. The old man sighed. Life is like a dream. Sometimes I really feel that the beauty of this world is infinite. And there are still many things we don't know. What kind of world is the other side? Peijia was silent for a moment and finally asked. The old man was slightly startled. Stroking the rim of the cup, there was a sense of reminiscence in his eyes. It like a market. Carefree. But also ruthless. Peijia listened quietly without any interruption. The old man himself didn't know how to get in. Peijia believed this for the time being, because the old man said that the person who took him in the year was still alive. As for who it was, the old man kept it a secret. There was a noise outside the door suddenly. Someone was making a loud noise. Peijia looked up. The old man stood up. I deal with it. This is not the first time. Peijia sat alone in front of the window. Looked up. Under the moonlight tonight, there was blood. Xiaoqiu stood in front of the old man, with an apologetic look on his face. Sorry, but I really didn't go to the casino this time. It was my former enemy. I have paid off my debt, but I didn't expect them to steal. The old man sighed softly. You should be thankful that Honglian is not here, otherwise you can hardly stand tonight. Xiaoqiu's face turned pale, and he hurriedly looked at Peijia next to him. Peijia just ate the skewers silently, and didn't intervene. The old man asked him to sit down. Xiaoqiu sat down in silence, with no appetite at all. They have found me now. Pack up, let go tomorrow morning, I tell Honglian. The old man looked over, and said softly, You know the rules we said at the beginning. If you break the rules, you can leave on your own. Even if I agree, others will not agree. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Xiaoqiu's face turned pale. Hesitated for a moment. Standing up in silence. In the end, he said nothing. He returned to his room. The old master sighed after a while. Why bother? Peijia picked up the wine glass and said nothing more. Drink with the old master. He would not intervene in the affairs of the courtyard. Not only because he was lazy, more because it was useless to him. After failing to get any useful information from the old master, the two of them finished drinking and went their separate ways. In the afternoon, the little girl who wrote the prescription in the front hall came to pick up the old master in person, seemed a little annoyed that he was drinking secretly again. He complained several times with a pout. Peijia sat alone in the room, and found it particularly interesting. He suddenly turned his head to look. The window on one side was also gently closed at this time. Is that Laoli? Peijia did not pay attention to the other party. Peeping. Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe not. It didn't matter to him. It was enough to get the information he needed from the old man. The other side. He looked away. The mental network began to wander in countless electronic information. With his current ability, he could easily unlock most of the locked secrets. However, a wall soon appeared in front of him. Because he was too fast, he could crack the secrets too quickly. So even though he had easily cracked countless traps, he seemed calm at this moment. However, only a few strong people in the spiritual network system knew that a powerful will had just flashed by. Who are you? A will came from the wall. Peijia did not answer. The spiritual network transcendence that has evolved to the third level is enough to crush many spiritual transcendences. If we only talk about the federal realm corresponding to the transcendence, Peijia's spiritual system may also be on the list. Swish. In this world, Peijia's silence directly broke through the big wall that blocked his way in a domineering and unreasonable way. The other party seemed very angry and wanted to suppress it. But the next second, crack, the wall exploded directly from the middle. The whole space seemed to resound with the sound of thunder. The sound was magnificent, and it tore apart all the forces that stood in its way. The originally furious will suddenly became extremely horrified. Without even a chance to beg for mercy, it was directly crushed by Peijia's terrifying will. He did not even look back. He continued to move forward. There were malicious obstructors, but Peijia had no intention of stopping. In the vast virtual world, the sound of thunder rang. Thunder rose from the ground. That night, many extraordinary people in the spiritual network department noticed this scene and followed the sound, but did not dare to get close. At a glance, the sky was filled with thunder, and shocked discussion sounded in various secret chat spaces. What is that? What? What happened? Is it a network invasion? It's terrible. I just got a little closer, and the host exploded. What happened? It's so scary. In all kinds of shock, in the shocking discussion, everything that happened in the virtual space was still unfolding. The extraordinary people of the spiritual network system can descend into the virtual world with consciousness. For them, it is much more intuitive than the hackers of non-spiritual network system to see at this moment under the virtual sky. Countless thunders turned into purple gold thunder dragons, rising from the sky, sweeping across the four directions. Many low-powered spiritual network system extraordinary people did not dare to approach at all. Just under the mighty aftermath of the momentum, it is enough to destroy their will to come here at this moment. Once they are affected, they may not be able to go online for a short time. The Federation is here. It by Shin. Fuck. It him, run. Someone exclaimed. Many people hid themselves and cleared their traces. Some of them have cases, so they are instinctively a little scared of the Federation. Especially this time. The person who came to the virtual world is Bai Shin, a well-known spiritual network expert in the industry. If you are targeted, there is almost no chance of escape. In an instant, the consciousness on the surface has decreased a lot. However, there are many people who secretly witness this grand scene. Although curiosity kills the cat, it seems that such a grand event is not so easy to see. As the scene of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking occurred, then everything returned to calm. The people who came left a heavy mark, as if to tell those who wanted to block their way. If they could not stop them, they would die. Gradually, the crowd came to their senses and cried out in surprise. What just happened? Why did I see that all the people in the Federation were blown away? Where is Bai Shin? Almost everyone who witnessed this was stunned. Bai Shin, who descended into the virtual world in the form of a holy angel, had half of his body blown through. Bai Shin was also injured. So, how strong is that person? Federation headquarters. A black-haired young man groaned, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The people around him rushed forward in panic. The young man raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. Sir? The others were confused and worried. The young man didn't speak, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth again and again. His eyes were a little confused. He muttered something to himself. After a while, someone came in from outside the door. The people from the Tianjin division are here. About the network intrusion just now. The young man slowly raised his head and apologized. Sorry. I didn't find his whereabouts. The visitor was stunned. The young man apologized again. I suggest you check the high-level spiritual network system outside Donggo first. The visitor bowed his head and fell silent. It seems that there are too many people to check. After coming to his senses, he bowed and thanked, and then left. The young man sat in his original position, in a daze. A bright moon could be seen outside the window. Someone seemed to be whispering. What is he looking for? In a small town in the north of Beizhou, the sound of a wooden window opening was heard. Pei Jinya stood by the window, feeling the evening breeze. The news from the other side is still blocked. He did not hesitate to make a big noise. In the end, he got the result. He couldn't help but feel a little subtle. Damn it. The next morning, the sun poured down. Honglian did not come back. Pei Jinya stayed quietly in the small courtyard to practice. For him, whether to return to the Jiang family depends on whether the resources he brought with him have been used up. Besides, Master Nan did give him a lot of surprises. Let's just stay here. He has remote control over Dapeng City, and everything is going according to plan. How many people in this world still know that Pei Jinya is alive? He practiced until 10 o'clock in the morning. Honglian still showed no intention of appearing. Pei Jinya didn't wait for her. He went to Master Nan's shop. There was someone in the shop this morning. The bodyguard blocking the door looked at Pei Jinya vigilantly, and didn't let him go forward. Pei Jinya didn't go up and attack. The main reason was that although the other party was very cautious, he was also polite when he spoke. He simply stood at the door and waited quietly. Originally, he didn't care much about Pei Jinya. A young man who looked ordinary, but an old man in the room suddenly stared at him hesitantly for a while. Uncle Wang, what wrong? A purple-clothed girl in the room asked. I was dazzled just now. The old man shook his head. He didn't see any unusual aura from Pei Jinya. There was no more talk. When Master Nan handed over the sword he had made earlier, the purple-clothed girl was not very interested in the sword. It seemed that she was tired of it. No matter how she looked at it, it looked the same. Before leaving, she seemed to notice something, and looked at a weapon refining room in the house. What in it? Something that other guests want to make. Master Nan said politely. Would it be convenient for me to take a look? The purple-clothed girl asked. She noticed some unusual aura. Sorry. Master Nan looked at him with an embarrassed apology. The purple-clothed girl was not surprised at all, and smiled sweetly. It okay. Then Master Nan. Goodbye. Take care. Walked out of the shop. The purple-clothed girl looked at Petunia, suddenly smiled, and then got into the car. The old man never looked at Petunia from beginning to end. The bodyguards hurriedly followed, and left in a hurry. The people around him seemed to be accustomed to such things, and just glanced at them, and didn't take it to heart. "You're here, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to come so soon," Master Nan said apologetically. "Master Nan, you're too kind, it's not important." Petunia walked forward, holding a roasted chicken bought on the roadside. "Would you like some snacks for lunch?" He looked. "Okay." Master Nan smiled. "Wait for me, I can seal the furnace for the second time soon, it will be almost done soon." Petunia suddenly took out something from his pocket. "Master Nan, do you think this can be added to the quenching? Is this flame essence?" Master Nan was stunned, seemingly interested. Petunia generously let him take it. Master Nan looked at the flame essence in his hand. "This thing is very scarce in Beizhou. If there is a large quantity, I can add a blazing effect to your Ruijin Du Bang." "Master Nan, how much do you think is appropriate?" Petunia asked calmly. "According to the weight you requested, plus the current material, considering the consumption, I estimate it will take 2 or 3 kilograms." Master Nan hesitated a little. "Will it be a bit difficult? Flame essence is very scarce in Beizhou. Even in other continents, it is rare. If it is 2 or 3 kilograms, Petunia had consumed a lot of flame essence with spirit stones before. If he had known that he could add it to the refining tool, he would have kept some. "You actually brought so much?" Master Nan was very surprised. Looking at the materials that Petunia took out in front of him, he estimated that it was about 1 kilogram. But it was still a little short. "It okay. But the effect is a little bit smaller." "No." Petunia shook his head. "If you want to do it, do the best. Don't make do with it. You can do these first. Wait for me for a moment." Master Nan didn't know what other tricks Petunia had. But he didn't ask more. "This pound can last for 3 days. That enough?" Petunia walked out of the shop. Master Nan was stunned. "Aren't you staying for lunch?" "I'll be back soon," Petunia said without turning his head. Master Nan opened his mouth. He said weakly, "Then you have to come back early." He was really hungry. After Petunia left, he changed his identity several times, and then he left in a flash. He appeared in a forest. It takes a long time to go from Beizhou to Shizhou Dragon Valley, and this is when Petunia uses the flash escape. He needs to dodge the detection of powerful extraordinary people, so he has to take a detour. The consumption will be very high. So Petunia gave up the idea of going there by himself. It's not like he doesn't have helpers to command. In the sky, a giant eagle turned its head and looked down. Its sharp eagle eyes were very fascinating in the white fog. Petunia waved. The giant eagle sensed something, as fast as lightning, and a frightening whistle sounded in the wind. The surrounding clouds and fog were shaken away, and the airflow almost uprooted the mountains and forests in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a warm head rubbed Petunia palm affectionately. "I haven't seen you for a while, you've grown a lot." Petunia smiled as he looked at the big guy. The eagle that he adopted in the Dragon Valley of Shizhou has grown a lot bigger now. The giant eagle cried crackling. Petunia smashed a few spirit stones and injected spiritual energy into its body. The giant eagle cry became more cheerful. "I need you to help me with something. Go to the Dragon Valley of Shizhou. Don't be afraid. If you encounter danger, go to Brother De Lu or Xiaohuzi. They recognize my sword and tint." Petunia patted its head. The giant eagle spread its wings, and was about to leave, when suddenly a cold arrow made a frost pierce through the clouds. Petunia raised his hand, and broke the arrow with his chi. "Go do what I tell you to do. I take care of this." Upon hearing this, the giant eagle flapped its wings and took off. "Who is it?" A roar came from a distance. Petunia's eyes were calm. As he waved his hand, a sword flashed from his hand and slashed it. Puff! Blood mist exploded in the clouds. "Damn! Ah!" A big man in armor had only half of the bow in his hand, and the other half had been blown off somewhere. There was blood all over his body. He struggled to get the communicator out of his pocket, but there was a figure in front of him. "You?" The big man's face changed. A big hand was directly on his face. Darkness fell. The defense line of the spiritual world collapsed. Countless memories began to roll. New extraordinary gene, element ice. Petunia slowly opened his eyes. It takes 15 seconds. Attribute value reduced by 5. The above price in exchange for the increase in elemental power is acceptable. The fire of hell descended. The corpse was destroyed. Pei Jinya did not stay. Lin Shibei also gave a reply. I will collect the relevant refining materials as soon as possible. After finishing everything, Pei Jinya returned to Master Nan Iron Shop. Master Nan had just sent off a customer. Seeing that he had nothing in his hands, he comforted him. Flame essence is very scarce, you have so much, I use it sparingly, don't worry. Pei Jinya hesitated for a moment. 2 days at most. Master Nan paused. Under the sun, Pei Jinya's eyes were surprisingly serious. There were hurried footsteps outside the door. The little girl who usually stayed with the old master came over in a hurry. Master Nan. Something bad has happened. My grandfather has been arrested. Master Nan and Pei Jinya looked at each other, and stood up. The old master was really arrested. He was arrested in public. The little girl was called Xiaohe, and she was at a loss. Master Nan called the police, and was busy running around. Pei Jinya felt a little strange. The means shown by Master Nan were not something that an ordinary weapon refining master could possess. Such a big shot actually wanted to call the police first. If the Federation intervened, Pei Jinya would not be able to show up. Although his identity was carefully selected, but there was no reason to appear in the other party field of vision. 2 days passed quickly. The whereabouts of the old master were still unknown. Xiaohe stayed in the front hall, treating patients and prescribing medicine for the old master. Although the girl was young, she had good medical skills. People living nearby seemed to know her, so he was relieved. Pei Jinya silently withdrew his gaze. He bent down in front of the stairs at the door, and touched the attribute light ball. A piece of information emerged in his mind. New spiritual refining extraordinary gene fragment plus wanted a little closer to the synthesis advancement. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze. He was really curious. Could it be that because he had been with Master Nan for a long time, the extraordinary genes he obtained were easy to get close to each other? To be precise, because Master Chan was strong enough, it was easy to affect the probability of attribute light balls. Pei Jinya had some guesses. It was just a guess. At most, we would know in a few days. Pei Jinya lowered his gaze and retreated back to the yard. He raised his head. The window of the room on the second floor was closed again, at this time by coincidence. Pei Jinya walked back to his room without changing his gaze. He threw away the talisman paper. After shielding himself from the outside world, he began to practice. An hour later, Pei Jinya's figure quietly disappeared from the room. In the forest more than 10 kilometers away. According to the agreement, the giant eagle should have arrived. But it was late. Pei Jinya frowned slightly. It was impossible to betray. The extraordinary ability of the second-level beast gave him this confidence. The perception swept away. Pei Jinya waved his hand. Dozens of birds came from the forest and landed on the branch in front of him. Whoever finds its whereabouts will get this spiritual stone. A corner of a spiritual stone was broken, and the spiritual energy caused the birds to jump for joy. They chirped for a while and flew away. In less than 10 seconds, a black bird flew back like lightning. Pei Jinya threw a spiritual stone. It disappeared completely. When he appeared in a stream 10 kilometers away, the giant eagle was being besieged by a group of people. As if sensing something, the giant eagle screamed louder, echoing through the valley. Pull the net! Pull the net! A hoarse voice with uncontrollable excitement. On the way back, he could encounter such a huge giant eagle, whether it was alive or just a stone body, which was of great value to him. It was just that the degree of huge varied. Third brother. Well, such a big guy. A young man holding a sword hesitated and walked in front of the young man, who was directing everyone on the rock. I know what you mean. Gu Qihan's expression did not change at all. He sneered. But so what? I said it is ownerless. It is ownerless. But there is no but. Why are you so worried? In Qinshan City, who has such a big eagle? Since it is an outsider, what are you afraid of? The young man holding the sword pondered for a while. After hearing what he said, it seemed to be the truth, so he simply stepped aside and said nothing more. Gu Qihan raised his bow and arrow, aiming at the giant eagle being pulled by the iron hook in midair. Suddenly, a flying sword came from the horizon at high speed, extremely straight. The whole stream valley suddenly became quiet, and then became panic. The iron hook on the giant eagle was broken. Sparks flew. The people who were pulling the iron chain staggered, and were swept by the huge force and thrown into the river. Swoosh! Gu Qihan's face turned cold. His body turned. The arrow in his hand shot over immediately. I declare reversal. A neutral voice sounded. The sharp arrow that broke through the clouds suddenly turned its head and instantly broke through the air with a clang sound. If the young man holding the sword hadn't taken action, the arrow would not only have been blocked through Gu Qinghan's forehead, but would have penetrated his head. But even so, Gu Qinghan was still knocked out, and his forehead suddenly turned blue, and a big bump appeared. Boil! Gu Qinghan just stood up in anger. His face suddenly changed. Everywhere he looked, a piece of frost quickly condensed, and ice sculptures emerged one after another. Almost instantly, the frost was in front of him. Gu Qinghan fluttered to his feet, and exerted force on his left foot, and his whole body rushed up. It was just that the frost spread too fast. In the blink of an eye, he turned into an ice sculpture while running in a messy posture. In the river in the distance, the crowd turned around and ran when they saw that the situation was not right. Huh? A light exclamation. Pei Jinya found a lucky person, who was also an ice element awakener, and stepped forward to catch and kill him personally. As for the others, a golden light flashed, and several figures were knocked down. The river was filled with blood. Pei Jinya had no intention of being lenient, and grabbed the ice-type extraordinary person, and devoured him directly. New extraordinary gene, element ice crack. There was a sound of ice exploding behind him. Pei Jinya snapped his fingers and fell. Light and shadow flashed in the azure sky. Crack. The long sword was cut off directly, and the broken edge was extremely smooth. The young swordsman was blown away without any surprise. But his skills were not weak. The broken sword broke into the ground, and the whole person turned in the air, and stomped his feet hard. In an instant, the whole person was dragged up. He attacked Pei Jinya face. He had cultivated this sword for more than 7 months, and never used it. He originally wanted to cultivate the sword spirit for a year, and then participate in the competition. It was a pity that he had to use it in advance. But he had to take action. He had already anticipated how he should respond if the opponent attacked or dodged. But none of his expectations happened at all. A crisp sound echoed in the canyon. The broken sword in the swordsman's hand was like a piece of scrap metal, falling heavily into the water, and the splashing water was instantly dyed red with blood. He stared blankly at the bloody hole in his heart, and the blood on his face faded visibly. Who are you? Into a dream. The 2 words Pei Jinya answered were domineering, simple, and direct. The swordsman's expression changed. He could not make the final move. The moment his life burned out, all the value of his life was completely exhausted. New extraordinary gene, spirit sword body. New extraordinary ability. Raid. When launching the raid ability, the probability of being locked is reduced. Pei Jinya tilted his head, and looked at the body of the young swordsman. Facts once again proved that ability is not worth mentioning in front of absolute strength. Turning his head to look, Gu Qinghan trembled all over. Don't kill me. Puff. Pei Jinya did not hesitate, and directly killed him. After devouring the swordsman's memory, he could not think of this person. Killed him cleanly. There was no hesitation. The stream flowed, and it had been dyed red for a long time. Pei Jinya came to the giant eagle. A dozen blood holes were dripping with blood. It looked horrible. The giant eagle opened its huge mouth and spit out a sealed iron box. If it didn't do this, there would probably be more people targeting it. Pei Jinya felt that he was too polite when he started fighting earlier. He took out 2 healing pills and fed them to the giant eagle. The giant eagle had already traveled a long distance, and now it had been surrounded and killed. It was already exhausted. Its huge head rubbed against Pei Jinya's shoulder with difficulty. Thank you for your hard work. Pei Jinya reached out and touched its big head. There was a noise behind him. The giant eagle moved, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. However, Pei Jinya gently patted his head. Bandage you first, and find a place to heal your wounds when you have some strength back, and I will do the killing. Hearing this, the giant eagle eyes softened again. He rubbed against Pei Jinya. Did you kill them? The black-coated young man who broke through the air stared at Pei Jinya back fiercely. But he was very cautious. I didn't dare to get too close to Pei Jinya. The blood at the scene really made it hard not to feel a little chill in my heart. Pei Jinya carefully bandaged the giant eagle injuries, and ignored the newcomer. Compared to killing the other party at this moment, he cared more about the safety of the giant eagle. The young man in the black coat narrowed his eyes. He was a little unhappy about Pei Jinya's disregard. However, the scene in front of him was still somewhat shocking. The blood-red ice fragments on the ground had not completely melted, judging from the visual. There are at least 15 bodies. It seems that it was caused in an instant. The young man's heart sank. So, Was it him who killed him? The young man raised his head and looked at the back. Suddenly he remembered that the Ice Scorpion Society had issued a reward to find the real culprit of the jungle case. He had been to the scene at that time. There were only traces of flames. Many people could not find a single clue. The beautiful president of the Ice Scorpion Society had her brother dead. How many people wanted to hold her in their arms, but unfortunately, how many people returned empty-handed? The young man was not interested in the beautiful president, he was interested in the reward issued by the Ice Scorpion Society. There were conditions that he had to pay attention to. Regardless of whether the man in front of him was the real murderer, at least his unfamiliarity and the feathers of the fierce bird that appeared at the scene probably could prove something. The young man was secretly happy. Control the expression on his facial muscles. He said in a deep voice, "I don't mean to make enemies, I just want to remind you, this place is easy for people to pass by. If you want to leave, leave quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to leave later. So, I should thank you." Peginia turned around calmly. The young man laughed dryly. "Not really." He quickly bowed and said, "Goodbye." After that, he left quickly. Peginia looked at his departing back and said nothing. 3 kilometers away, after the young man made sure that he had not lost the other party whereabouts, he could not suppress his excitement and immediately took out his mobile phone. According to his idea, he would contact the Ice Scorpion Society directly. However, he was not sure whether the other party would default on the debt, so he could not tell them directly. He needed to think of a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. More importantly, he was a little afraid of Peginia's strength. The horrific scene made him feel a little nauseous. He did not want to become one of them. Then he could only retreat. But he was reluctant to give up. What a hard life. The young man sighed. He dialed the number of the Ice Scorpion Society with a voice changer. "Ice Scorpion Society? I found the person you are looking for." "I am." The young man subconsciously raised his head and looked. Suddenly, a shadow in front of him occupied his entire field of vision. He was stunned. He did not even notice when there was a person in front of him. And why is this person so familiar with the figure by the stream? "You?" Into the dream. The 2 words were obviously very light, but they echoed in the young man's world like the thunder of the 9 heavens. New extraordinary gene. Space movement. The phone slipped, but it was caught by another person's hand. Peginia looked at the questions coming from the phone and smashed it calmly. The flame fell. The moment the last flame returned to calm, everything was as if it had never happened. And everything that happened in this alley took no more than 3 seconds. Bang! A heavy object fell. Master Nan subconsciously looked up. Peginia opened the box. The bright light emanating from it was really eye-catching. Flame essence. Master Nan opened his mouth. So many flame essences. He was really shocked. This was the first time he had seen so many flame essences. He couldn't help but look at Peginia. Peginia had a calm face. Not the kind of show-off that he pretended to be calm, but a kind of calmness that really didn't take it seriously. "Who is he?" Master Nan asked deeply in his heart. But this question is destined to have no answer. "Is it enough?" It was Peginia who asked. Master Nan nodded heavily. "Give me a week at the fastest. 3 days. I can give you an S-level seal." "Thank you." Peginia did not hinder Master Nan tempering. Today, he did not continue to stay in the shop to observe. After last night's observation, he was sure that he could not copy Master Nan's skills with his current spiritual network. Fortunately, the synthesis of the refining equipment is not very difficult. 4 days passed quickly. During these 4 days, Peginia obtained a spiritual refining equipment and a universal supernatural gene fragment. It was undoubtedly a direct synthesis of a 2nd-level refinery. Successfully unlocked 2 supernatural abilities. The first is the focus on refining equipment, maintaining high-intensity focus. The success rate is at least 70%. The second is to combine the alienation talent. You can attach spirits to weapons, adding additional effects. Peginia is very satisfied with the 2 supernatural abilities. But there was still no reply from Master Nan. It was obvious that the S-level Re-Jingu Bang was more difficult to obtain than imagined. Peginia could wait. The old master hadn't come back yet. His cheap sister Honglian hadn't come back yet. Peginia was indeed not competent as a younger brother. He seemed to be unconcerned. However, since Xiaoqiu moved out of the courtyard, and the old master got into trouble, who would care about these things? Master Nan was immersed in refining the weapon. Oldly at the west end was always mysterious. Peginia found a barrier at his door, which means that this old man is not an ordinary person. Peginia, and the other party have nothing to do with each other. But he was a little hesitant. Why is the whereabouts of Lin Xiaowei and the chief master still not found? When leaving Master Nan's shop and returning to the yard, Pei Jinya felt the tracking behind him and sighed in his heart. He didn't wait to make a move. Instead, a bright rainbow shadow flashed by. The other party was directly exploded into a blood mist. Who is he? Hong Lian looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya remained silent. You killed me and you asked me? However, the first meeting between the two after many days of separation was in this kind of occasion, which was indeed a bit surprising. Hong Lian apologized. You acted too quickly. Wait for me. Pei Jinya didn't know what she was going to do. He only saw her carrying the body away. And soon she returned alone. Let go. I take you to kill someone. Hong Lian's first words after returning were so direct. Pei Jinya was a little strange. He always said this to others. But now he changed his perspective. Okay. He didn't refuse. It seemed that he couldn't find a reason to refuse. If someone wanted to deal with him, then let them all die. On the way, Hong Lian smiled and said, I see you have been worried all the time. Tell me, there is indeed something troubling. Pei Jinya looked over. Facing Hong Lian's casual gaze, he asked frankly, Why? Do you want to help me like this? You are so stupid. I told you I am your sister. Hong Lian sneered. Pei Jinya was silent again. I said it was just a show. Didn't I tell you? Actually, my last name is Pei too. Pei Jinya looked up suddenly. His eyes were stunned. Are you kidding? Is it necessary? In Pei Jinya's vision, Hong Lian's glance back was somewhat charming. He secretly said guilty, but still found it hard to believe. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter is really unusual. First of all, he never revealed who he is. Secondly, she seems to really know my identity. Pei Jinya suddenly felt creepy. Just about to run away. The woman's voice came. I didn't plan to meet you so soon, but the timing of your appearance is too coincidental. Pei Jinya couldn't help but look. Hong Lian raised his finger. A bolt of lightning burst out, directly crushing the figure rushing over, then turned around and said, I held you when you were a child, in your home in Daping City. When Pei Jinya heard this, he knew that this woman really knew his identity. He couldn't figure out the details he had exposed. You are growing faster than I thought. The destined meeting was forced to be brought forward. In fact, I'm not ready to meet you yet. Hong Lian sighed. I tell you after we kill them all. Okay. The Ice Scorpion Society was in a state of panic. I'm afraid they didn't expect that after tracking for many days. They didn't identify the murderer, but ended up destroying their entire family. I won't accept this. Why can the person who killed my brother get away with it? A disheveled woman roared loudly. Hong Lian looked at her with pity. The rules of this world have always been like this. I don't accept it. The woman shouted. Hong Lian stretched out her hand calmly and wiped out the figures pretending to be dead in front of her. The woman's roar became weaker for some reason, but her eyes were still full of indignation. Pei Jinya walked forward slowly. You don't need to be so angry. It makes us look like we are killing innocent people. Are we? Sister? He turned around. Hong Lian had already become happy because of the word sister. She could tell the difference between true and false. So she knew how real the sister in Pei Jinya's mouth was. Who said, we killed innocent people? Hong Lian pretended to be angry. The brother and sister sang in unison. And the woman on the other side had already collapsed. She roared and rushed forward. Then her body was covered by two bright lights. The Ice Scorpion Society, which had been dominating for many years, was uprooted in just 3 minutes. Even the outsiders didn't know what happened. Some people who wanted to get close at the beginning, I had been warned secretly. So I was more certain that the Ice Scorpion Society had offended someone it shouldn't have offended. Are you relieved? Hong Lian looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya just smiled. Actually, I wasn't angry with him. Hong Lian tilted her head and looked at him, and suddenly smiled. It good. Then, Pei Jinya looked at her seriously. Can we talk now? Neither of them returned to the villa immediately, but went to the mountain, with clouds and mist under their feet, it very much like the legendary fairyland. Many people have appeared in the Pei family, but unfortunately, since the ancestor Pei Zhan brought disaster upon himself, our family has brought disaster upon the extinction of the whole family. Hong Lian said softly. Pei Jinya looked strange. This familiar background opens, and it is inevitable that there are family feuds and national hatreds behind it. The Pei family has many branches, and our two families are the remote ones, so we were lucky enough to escape the liquidation. in order to avoid further liquidation, so the elders at home changed your identity information. Can you hide it from Xinghuan? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. In fact, it was only this time. Honglian looked at him. Before leaving, my father personally erased your memory. I thought we would meet one day, on a sunny day, but it was too early. You will awaken, which is actually beyond my expectation. Pei Jinya fell silent. The other party may not know that he is not from this world. This will also be his biggest secret. Can't tell. Sorry, I have no memory of your existence. Pei Jinya apologized. Honglian was not surprised. You have the power to choose whether to be an ordinary person or to enter this industry. You make your own decisions, and you don't need to worry about being discovered by Xinghuan. Your identities are real. I'm curious, what happened to the Pei family back then? Pei Jinya asked. I wasn't born at that time. So, Honglian was helpless. Where are the people at home? Pei Jinya was puzzled. There was a traitor in my family that year, so I was the only one who survived. Honglian calmness made Pei Jinya stunned. He sighed, sorry. It doesn't matter. It'd been too long. I almost forgot it. Honglian turned her head and looked at the sea of clouds. Pei Jinya didn't know what she was doing. But suddenly she stretched out her hand and gently patted the mountain wall. A groove appeared, and she reached out and took out a family tree and a small USB flash drive. The family tree had the names of Pei Jinya family, including a group photo from more than 10 years ago in the small USB flash drive. Pei Jinya saw his parents when they were young, including himself when he was still a baby, and a photo of him in elementary school. Pei Jinya took the photo and asked, before I left Zhongzhou, I couldn't help but go to see you. Honglian just smiled. You were a little chubby at that time. I wanted to teach you some cultivation techniques. But after thinking about it, I gave up. I just saved you from a few years of disaster. In fact, there are more direct ways to prove all this. Honglian handed over a crystal clear blue stone. She indicated that Pei Jinya only needed to put his forehead against it to see the sealed memory. You were still young at that time, so you might not be able to save it. But your parents will definitely remember it. Honglian said with a gentle look, my suggestion is to wait a little longer, rather than letting them recall all this grief. It is better to continue the current state. Through her narration, Pei Jinya has confirmed that Honglian does not know the current situation of his parents. I have sealed most of my memories. Honglian said faintly, that night, I was in the mood to practice, and went to Zhongzhou, and then I met you. Because of the blood connection, I remembered everything. Pei Jinya understood. This distant relative of his, in order to practice some powerful martial arts. My cousin had to keep her mind pure, so she sealed her memory. By chance, she revisited the old place and ran into him. Pei Jinya looked away. For him, although it was a little difficult to break through the memory blockade, as long as he wanted, he could find the memories of his childhood. It was like a glance back to 1,000 years. Time went back to when he was in elementary school. See a woman in a red dress looking over at him in the coffee shop across the street. The woman nodded to him with a smile. It turned out to be true. Will my presence affect your practice? Pei Jinya asked. What is coming cannot be avoided. This is my fate. Honglian did not show any discouragement on her face. Fate? Pei Jinya sighed. Although I don't know what you are going to face, I hope you will not hesitate to ask for help if you need it. Honglian could not help but smile, and subconsciously reached out and touched Pei Jinya's head. I'm waiting for that day. The giant eagle was circling in the sky. It could be seen that the injury had stopped, but it sensed Pei Jinya's presence, so it made a sound. Does it know you? Honglian asked with some surprise. Mine. Pei Jinya smiled and waved. The giant eagle landed and rubbed against her affectionately. Honglian was amazed. She didn't know what she was thinking. She just felt that Pei Jinya's growth was beyond her imagination. Is it injured? Honglian noticed the injury on the other side of the giant eagle. Pei Jinya nodded, and briefly explained the cause and effect. Honglian nodded. It deserves to be killed. She took out a bottle of medicine. This is the secret pill of the Baodan Society. It will be good for its injury. Pei Jinya took it after hearing it, and fed a pill to the giant eagle. The giant eagle bowed to Honglian to express his gratitude. Honglian couldn't help laughing. You are very tactful. The giant eagle flapped its wings and left soon. Pei Jinya turned his head to look at Honglian. You have been here all these years? Not really. I'm going anywhere. Honglian shook her head. Don't worry about my identity. Except for you. No one knows that my last name is Pei. Pei Jinya bowed his head and felt a little nervous for some reason. The people who targeted the Pei family back then, are they still here? Those people are almost dead. The two remaining old turtles said they couldn't survive this winter. Hong Lian said softly, wait a little longer. Why? Because? Hong Lian paused. I forgot. Pei Jinya was startled. Your memory is also blocked? I'm afraid so, Hong Lian said thoughtfully. She didn't care about these things. She practiced hard and pursued the great way. Some people in the Pei family died. Some hid their identities. Besides, she sealed her memory herself. And some things were long forgotten. Pei Jinya reminded himself. Although Hong Lian didn't care. But he inexplicably carried a debt of hatred from the older generation. He didn't want to be dragged into this without knowing why. Or rather, he had actually been dragged into this a long time ago. Thinking of the assassination attempt he had encountered before. Someone wanted him dead. Who could it be? The enemy of the Pei family in the past? He suddenly didn't understand. Since you want to hide your real name, why do you still use the surname Pei? Hong Lian tilted her head. Someone in my family said that. All is fair in war. Pei Jinya was speechless. But it seemed to be true. If he hadn't awakened, it is impossible to contact so many powerful people. And it will not be noticed by some people. I was assassinated by a mysterious person before. Could it be related to the identity of the Pei family? Hong Lian tilted his head, thought for a while, straightened his eyes. Tell me in detail, I will investigate this matter. Pei Jinya described how Lin Shibei took the order, and then the mysterious person manipulated behind the scenes and assassinated his parents. After that, Hong Lian was a little surprised. Did you forget to kill the one named Lin Shibei? This guy has some brains. And can help me with things. Pei Jinya couldn't say that because this guy lost nearly 100 cards of chi and health. It would be a shame to kill him. Hong Lian accepted his statement. I will investigate this matter. You are still too weak. You don't need to get involved in these things. Weak? Pei Jinya didn't object. Compared with Hong Lian, his 4th level extraordinary level is indeed not good enough. Shouldn't you be preparing for the exam now? Hong Lian suddenly reacted. Something unexpected happened. Pei Jinya didn't say much. Hong Lian tilted her head and paused. What are you going to do? Practice. Okay. I leave the courtyard to you. I'm going on a long trip and won't be back often. You collect the rent on time. Hong Lian yawned. As for the old master, Pei Jinya asked. He won't die. He's been asked to go see a doctor. He will be back in a few days. Hong Lian yawned again. Pei Jinya returned to the courtyard. Hong Lian went to bed and fell asleep. Pei Jinya smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to take his clothes, knocked on the door gently, and went back to the tidy room next door. While lying on the bed, Pei Jinya still felt that what happened today was a bit unbelievable. An extra sister appeared inexplicably. An extra hidden identity and background appeared inexplicably. It hard to be alone. Pei Jinya was a little distressed. I just want to practice and live forever in peace. I don't have time to care about family feuds. But looking at Hong Lian, it seems that she doesn't care. Pei Jinya looked away. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. He stood up and started practicing. Buzz. Jiang Xinqing sent a message. Master, someone in Manshan City contacted me this morning and wanted us to give up the spiritual mine. The other party is from the city hall. The wolf smelled the scent, and it will come anyway. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. How long will it take to finish the mining? The last week, there are still 3,700 kilograms left. Jiang Xinqing replied. But the other party has issued an ultimatum. If we don't sign the contract before tonight, they will make the news public. As far as I know, those people in the city hall may have intervened, and at least 3 5th-level transcendents have come. Master, if we refuse, we may not be able to get away with it. Sign it. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said softly. He said the last sentence. The call was hung up. Countless information seemed to flash in Pei Jinya vision in an instant. At a high-end dance party in Manshan City, elegant melody flowed in the hall, and figures in 2s and 3s seemed to be celebrating something. A middle-aged man who was a butler leaned close to the old man and whispered something. The old man smiled faintly. Since the Lei family is unwilling, forget it. There is no need to force it. Arrange people to sign the contract. If the other party dares to make any unusual moves, contact the military to suppress it. Yes, Governor. Have the people from the Huang and Yo families arrived? Yes. If they want to share, arrange the staff. I don't want to see any surprises. Yes. Jiang Xinqing looked expressionlessly at the other party, who arrogantly threw the agreement over to him. The paper fell on his face. He picked up the agreement indifferently. Then, according to the wishes of the head of the family, he signed the agreement calmly. Nearly 100 people poured into the spiritual mine. However, seeing the traces of being mined out before, the Niu family couldn't help but complain, "We should let them spit out all these." The people in the same group stared at the backs of Jiang Xinqing and others as they left. The Niu family members spat, a bunch of dogs who lost their homes. Outside the Sun and Moon Mountain, Jiang Xinqing didn't leave, he was waiting. "Sir, what are we waiting for?" Someone couldn't help asking. "Wait until dark." Jiang Xinqing looked up at the sky. After the master cut off the connection, he said the last thing. "Kill as many as you can." The sky darkened. Jiang Xinqing opened his eyes. He said coldly, "Do it." At the same time, the hovercraft that the governor of Manshan City was riding in tonight was hit by a meteorite, and all 3 people in the car died. What? In Manshan City, the Niu family members were the first to learn about the governor car accident, and were shocked beyond measure. Was it an accident or assassination? The person who answered the phone asked in a deep voice. But before he could get an answer, there was a knife tip on his chest, and the blood from his chest rolled down on it, and it was still very hot. The man's expression changed drastically, and before he could do anything, a hand was placed on his face. Into a dream. 2 words sentenced him to death. Squeak. Push open the door. Dozens of figures in the yard were thrown away with their throats cut. The remaining masked killers silently looked at the man kneeling on one knee at the door. "Take all the supplies and retreat," Pei Jinya said lightly. The flames behind him rolled up the tail waves, extremely bright in the night. The governor of the city hall joined hands with the Niu family of Manshan City and the Huang family, 2 wealthy families, to get their hands on what Pei Jinya liked. The reason why he agreed was that Pei Jinya felt that he had no chance of winning. It would be better to let Jiang Xinqing and others leave. Unfortunately, he hates to wait until the next day to take revenge. So he came here with people from thousands of miles away. The governor of Manshan City has died in an accident, and the people of the Huang family and the Niu family of Ryu Mountain have been killed. Now he comes to the Niu family in person. Bang! The door was suddenly broken open. A middle-aged man in a suit looked at him with anger on his face. Even though he was more than 10 meters away, the shock was also obvious. "You retreat." Pei Jinya waved his hand. The masked killers quickly retreated from another direction. "How dare you!" The man in the suit roared. Clang! Endless white light surged from the scabbard in front of Pei Jinya. It suddenly burst out, interrupting the nonsense of the person who came. In an instant, he violently slashed with a knife. Wherever the knife light swept, the airflow roared violently. The rammed and poured floor under Pei Jinya's feet collapsed without any hindrance. It was like countless waves rolling under his feet. He turned into thunder. The light of the explosion seemed to be extremely dazzling. The cold and piercing blade light surged in all directions. The strong wind lifted the hair on the forehead of the man in the suit. His expression had completely changed at this moment. His eyes were filled with the blade light, and he could clearly sense the terrifying killing intent contained in this blade. Accompanied by the blasting air wave, it was easy to make people feel powerless, like an ant trying to shake a tree. "Shoo!" The man in the suit shouted fiercely, and the space in front of him shook violently. In everyone's perception, the ground was shaking. The wind was roaring. All happened at the same time. The ground beneath everyone's feet was completely cracked. The villa seemed to be torn apart. Boom! Although no one saw what happened, there was no doubt that the 2 people had already fought. It was just unknown how the battle went. Suddenly, before everyone could stand firm, large pieces of broken stone slabs rolled again like waves. It was as if countless earth dragons wanted to lift up the courtyard. Under the dust and fog, Pei Jinya's figure appeared, with the same fierce and domineering sword. On the other hand, the clean clothes on the man's arm in a suit had exploded into dozens of pieces, and the muscles on his arm had all bulged, like a bulging black snake. A chill suddenly burst out from the man. The vortex condensed from his hand, although not big, could swallow the sword energy exerted by Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya attacked repeatedly. The man clenched his teeth. He didn't know if it was an illusion. After he used his talent, the guy opposite him didn't seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he became more and more courageous. The fierce light in Pei Jinya's eyes made the man feel frightened. Just like a beast seeing its prey. Swish. In the darkness, the bright light seemed to distort everyone's vision. The hot air wave emerged with the sword light raised by Pei Jinya again. For no reason. The man felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He had stretched the vortex in his hand to its maximum, and threw it hard. He did not fight head-on like before, but turned around and ran. The fierce wind hit the man head hard, and the complete suit on his back had already exploded. Facing Pei Jinya continuous and brutal attacks, he felt that he was no match for him, and only wanted to escape quickly and report to the ancestor. Bang! The blade landed on the man's back. A piece of flesh was torn apart instantly. Amid the man's screams, Pei Jinya grabbed his shoulder. The man raised his elbow and knocked him down. Pei Jinya held him, and they fought at close range. The blade got stuck, and the two men immediately bumped fists together. Ah! The man screamed again. He never expected Pei Jinya's strength to be so amazing. The outstretched fist broke directly, and half of his arm was broken. It is said that the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Even if only 5 fingers are broken, he still felt a heart-wrenching pain. He swore he had never experienced such pain before. A strong sense of shame rose up. The man freed his other hand, and used the move of tiger heart dropping. Pei Jinya said expressionlessly, "This talent falls on you, it really a waste." The knife slashed violently. The man screamed, bleeding. Pei Jinya grabbed him. At this moment, a burst of energy suddenly came from behind. Soon! Very fierce. Pei Jinya had no time to dodge. The opponent also seized the opportunity, and he wanted to devour the guy in his hand now. So he couldn't dodge. So he took the palm. Bang! Pei Jinya clamped the bloody man in a suit, the wall exploded, and the two people directly crashed in. The old man in Tang's suit, who rushed in from the door, was full of surprise. Grandpa. A large number of people appeared on the other side. We have sent people to chase him. Third uncle? Seal this place. The old man in Tang's suit said coldly. Frowning. He was somewhat doubtful. He had grasped the timing of the palm strike just now. With his 5th level extraordinary strength, the opponent would be injured unless he had iron skin and bones. Could it be a higher level extraordinary person? Impossible. If he was really above the 5th level, he would not have been dragged by the third brother until he appeared. But the problem was, he indeed found that the opponent was hit by his palm, but was not injured at all. I can't figure it out. Niu Wuxing looked grim, and rushed over quickly. No matter what the reason was, we know once we catch him. But what surprised everyone was, watching the ancestor rush into the ruins, in less than 2 seconds, the huge explosion sounded under the raging fire, like the music of the end of the world, and instantly reverberated over this undercurrent city. The faces of the people in the Niu family changed wildly, and they all shouted, Ancestor! Great-grandfather! Newly added extraordinary gene, Space Vortex. Newly added extraordinary ability, Devouring Vortex. The vortex condensed by consuming mental power can devour a certain amount of damage. That is to say, low-level ones can be directly devoured, and the damage caused by high-level extraordinary ones can be devoured a certain amount, just like he can't devour all the damage I caused. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes, recalling the previous fight with the man in the suit. The other party can absorb and devour part of his damage, but it can't absorb all the damage. With the immortal sword body, I can create an effect comparable to the invincibility of the physical body. Pei Jinya was unscathed by a palm strike before, because he activated the immortal sword body, but the opponent was a 5th level extraordinary, and his strength was far beyond Gong Sun long reach. If he took 2 or 3 more palm strikes, I'm afraid he really couldn't defend himself. The strength is still too weak. Pei Jinya sighed, somewhat unwillingly. But being able to get this guy extraordinary did make him happy for a while. Swallowing the opponent power. Where will it be transferred to? Can it be returned the same way? Pei Jinya was eager to try out his idea. As for the man in the suit use of this extraordinary skill, it was obviously not on the same level as Pei Jinya. Although Pei Jinya was not as old as him, he had experienced a lot of things, and his own abilities were powerful and complex enough. Naturally, his knowledge and pattern were not comparable to his. As for the development of Space Vortex, Pei Jinya felt that there was a lot of potential. At the same time, Jiang Xinqing had already returned with all the spoils. He didn't know whether Manshan City would be seriously damaged, but at least he didn't lose money, and even made a lot of money. Just after Pei Jinya left Manshan City, the Niu family was in ruins. In fact, there was no need to overturn the ground, because the explosion caused by several tons of TNT had already turned their Niu family into ruins. The old man of the Niu family was sent to the hospital overnight. Even though he was a 5th-level extraordinary, he could not withstand Pei Jinya ambush. It is said that the Nyo family invited experts from other places to graft the old man's skin overnight. Something happened in Manshan City? The next morning, Hansen had just arrived at Liming Tower when he heard the news that the local governor had an accident. Are you sure it was an accident? No signs of invasion were found at the scene. Xing Tian reported, however. According to the intelligence we have, the Nyo family and the Huang family in Manshan City were assassinated at the same time that day. The death toll reached 100 people. Hansen paused. How many? Yes. Mr. Hansen, you heard it right. The other party is well trained, and the action took no more than 10 minutes. Xing Tian affirmed. 10 minutes. Is Manshan City emergency response so slow? Hansen could tell that. The attackers were not left behind at all. There were signal jammers at the attack site, which prevented the relevant law enforcement teams in Manshan City from taking action in time. Xing Tian said. According to the intelligence reported at the scene, the target person of the Nyo family suffered a major shock, and his blood and qi may have been irreversibly damaged. The Nyo family person has strong blood and qi, and he was injured to this extent. The attacker is so strong? At least level 5? Or is there a level 6 strongman? Hansen raised his eyebrows and looked, as Xing Tian showed 2 photos of the explosion taken by satellite surveillance. Hansen fell silent. After a moment, he raised his head. So many explosives. Can't the investigation team and the military committee detect the circulation of so much explosives? Both Manshan City and Shanghai City have conducted self-inspections. There have been no cases of missing arms and explosives in the past year, Xing Tian said. Hansen frowned. So these explosives are from outside? Who can get so many explosives? It's still under investigation, Xing Tian said calmly. Before Hansen could say anything, the landline rang. His face changed slightly after a quick word. He hung up the phone. He picked up his coat and stood up in a hurry. Arrange a car. I'm going to the hospital. It's been arranged for you. In the office, the electronic eye representing Xing Tian silently looked at Hansen departing back. It didn't tell anyone at this moment. In its system background, a mysterious code appeared at this moment. Translated, have you awakened your own will? The red light of the electronic eye remained as calm as ever. A moment. Automatically shut down. Xing Tian responded to the greeting from the mysterious code with silence. After Pei Jinya jumped back to Zhongzhou from Beizhou after spending 1/3 of his attribute value, he had no intention of returning to the villa in Beizhou. As for Hong Lian Chief's sister, Pei Jinya left a message. Everyone has their own things to do, and I think they can understand each other. Just waiting for Master Nan to contact him. The S-level Regine Dubang. He was very curious about the amazing lethality that would burst out at that time. Jiangback Mountain. He hadn't appeared for several days. So when Pei Jinya just came out, Zhong Xian crawled beside him after hearing the news, looking like a loyal lackey. If you have something to say, please say it quickly. If you don't, please leave. The president was assassinated 3 days ago. Zhong Xian whispered hurriedly. Who did it? Pei Jinya slowly raised his head and looked. Although he was his nominal good son, he was the good son who helped him to protect him from the storm. It was necessary to show proper concern. It is still under investigation. Daping City has sent out an investigation team. It is suspected that it was done by an external organization. Zhong Xian bowed and said, the president only injured his arm. There is nothing else wrong. Have him come over tomorrow morning. Zhong Xian was startled, and quickly agreed. Not long after, the maids appeared with medicinal food, and this time, there were some new things. Zhong Xian introduced, this is a fruit that grows in abundance in Nandu, called pear fruit. The president brought it from Nandu specially. Pei Jinya reached out, and took a fruit that looked like a combination of white pear and fig. It tasted slightly cool, with a hint of sweetness, and had a lot of juice, which was very suitable for quenching thirst. Nodded, not bad. Seeing this, Zhong Xian said happily, the president said that if you like it, he will take over the fruit forest over there, and pick it for you in the future. Share the uneaten ones. Pei Jinya waved his hand. It not a spiritual fruit. Suddenly he paused. So many spiritual stones. If the spiritual energy is condensed by the stone formation and planted in the spiritual soil, can these secular fruits evolve into spiritual fruits? Pei Jinya was just thinking on a whim. He ordered people to pick some. The Jiang family was determined to follow Pei Jinya's words. That night, before leaving, Zhong Xian suddenly noticed the visitor, and hurriedly bowed his head to greet him. The visitor had a cold look, and walked into the room. Pei Jinya raised his head slowly and looked. Is your injury better? It better now. Thank you for your concern, Patriarch, Jiang Xinqing said calmly. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand to let him bandage it, and then took a breath of cold air. Although it hurt after all, no sound was made. The woman opposite was worried. You don't have to work so hard. Since my father has given it to me, I must do it well to live up to his promise. The middle-aged man smiled with a pale face. He knew it in his heart. Although he is now the head of the Jiang family, the power of speech is still in the hands of the old man. If Su-Hu hadn't died back then, I'm afraid he would have nothing to do with it now. His nephew needs the old man's patience more than he does. A phone call came in. The middle-aged man was shocked, and said with ecstasy, Okay, I will go to the ancestral house to wait for the old man tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, the woman who was fetching water next to him didn't know what happened. The middle-aged man couldn't hide his joy and said, Father heard that I was injured, and finally wanted to see me. The woman was slightly startled. The middle-aged man stood up and walked back and forth in the room. You know, this is the first time that Father wants to see me this year. Explanation, my injury was not in vain. Father saw it all, he said to himself. More than 10 kilometers away, in the back mountain of the Jiang family, Jiang Xinqing knelt on one knee. Please teach me. Head of the family. His understanding of swordsmanship is much deeper than before. The huge confidence that had risen originally, now it has been broken one after another by outsiders. He is a little confused. I hope the head of the family can pity him again and give him some pointers. Pei Jinya looked at him and said slowly, Your sword is too slow, too kind. Not cruel enough. Jiang Xinqing looked up in confusion. Am I still not cruel enough? In the Jiang family, he killed the most people. But even so, is it still not cruel enough? Qi Feng's swordsmanship emphasizes the qi, which is as still as the wind and moistens things silently. When your qi bursts out, you must do it in one go, and don't hesitate. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. There was no sword. But in Jiang Xinqing's perception, it was as if a sword was stabbing at him. He subconsciously wanted to run. But he held on. He quickly realized that the master was teaching him swordsmanship. He tried to suppress his instinctive fear, felt the breeze, felt the sharp sword intent in the breeze, felt the despair of death. Ah! Jiang Xinqing suddenly screamed, and fell to the ground. After reacting, he knelt in front of Pei Jinya, with a face full of shame. Sorry, He was a little embarrassed to speak. He was so frightened by the finger of the patriarch. Pei Jinya slowly withdrew his hand, ignored his shameful words, and asked softly, Have you realized it? Jiang Xinqing recalled the sword just now, and the guilt and other emotions on his face naturally faded away. It seems that I have realized something. Then follow me. Pei Jinya took Jiang Xinqing to the forest in the back mountain. Since this place became the forbidden area of the Jiang family, Jiang Xinqing has never appeared here again. After a long time, he saw this lush forest path, and he was a little surprised. Why did he suddenly feel like he was in the mountains? Faintly, he was a little nervous. He always felt that there was a big monster lurking nearby. However, Pei Jinya's voice attracted his attention, and he had no time to care about anything else. What did you say just now? Draw your sword at me, Pei Jinya said calmly. Jiang Xinqing paused for a moment. He didn't act pretentiously, but took a deep breath, suppressed the rebellious feeling in his heart. Then the head of the family. I'm coming. He quickly drew his sword. Recall the feeling just now, and stabbed with a sword. Pei Jinya raised his hand to block it. With his bare hands, Jiang Xinqing felt his sword hit a suction force, and was slapped away by Pei Jinya in an instant. If Pei Jinya hadn't held back, this palm would have been enough to injure his internal organs. Come again, Pei Jinya said. Jiang Xinqing quickly stood up and rushed forward again. He felt a suction force again. In fact, he didn't know that Pei Jinya was trying to hide the space vortex. The Niu family move was too obvious. If it were a speed assassin, he would be able to avoid the vortex. With Pei Jinya temper, he naturally didn't like this kind of obvious move. So how to hide is his current research topic. Jiang Xinqing stabbed again with a sword, although the second-level extraordinary young man extraordinary ability is not as good as Jiang Su. His perseverance is indeed very good. This sword has a bit of the meaning of Qi Feng. Pei Jinya was barehanded, and the space vortex hidden under his arm did not open, and closed like the man from the Neo family, but condensed a small black dot that was not easy to detect, collided with the black dots, and swallowed the damage. The vortex was refined into countless small dots. This was not achieved overnight. When they first fought, Pagenia didn't even take a second to do it. The black dots collapsed automatically. In the second fight, Pagenia learned from experience, and did not condense too many black dots at once. This time, the vortex black dots existed for more than 3 seconds, but soon they collapsed because they were not stable enough. The third time. The fourth time. A sword whistle sounded from Jiang Xinqing's sword. This time he broke through his own limitations. Jiang Xinqing was very surprised. He seemed to have realized something. But then his face changed drastically. In the field of vision, Pagenia didn't dodge his sword, but stretched out his hand to grab the sword. This scene frightened Jiang Xinqing's heart. He knew the power of this sword very well. It could easily cut off someone's hand. But the head of the family actually grabbed it directly, before he could quickly put away the sword. The sword suddenly made a crisp sound. Jiang Xinqing was stunned. Caught? He couldn't help but look. But he didn't see the bloody scene. In doubt, he was thrown out by Pagenia. Master. He quickly stood up and looked. A little worried. Pagenia's palm was intact. Have you figured it out? Pagenia asked. Jiang Xinqing gathered his mind and nodded. I have figured it out. I am confident that I can enter the 3rd level in half a year. Then go. There is nothing to do these days. So practice well. Pagenia waved his hand. He finally found a way to fix his vortex black spot. With the triangle fixed, the endurance of the vortex black spot can be as long as he wants. Coupled with the damage immunity provided by the immortal sword body, his defense system was once again optimized to the maximum. Those spiritual stones in Sun Moon Mountain? Jiang Xinqing asked worriedly. Pagenia shook his head and said nothing more. Jiang Xinqing bowed and retreated. Before dealing with those people in Manshan City, Pagenia had already arranged for the beasts in Sun Moon Mountain to be transferred. Because of their large number, these beasts could not leave the mountains. So the pangolins led the way, and the giant elephants led the ground camp. The mountain leopards and tigers were responsible for surveillance. One night was enough to transfer all the spiritual minerals. He used more than 40 times the earth element to deal with the aftermath. This consumed more than 2/3 of his attribute value. However, the resources looted from Manshan City were not few, which was a pleasant surprise. Under the night, Jiang Xinqing retreated from the back mountain. Pagenia stood alone in the forest. The blue bird landed in his palm, chirping and saying something. It seemed a little indignant. Pagenia chuckled. It not bullying you, with such a large body. It is inevitable that it will make a lot of noise. Don't bring your men to bully it. Upon hearing this, the blue bird put its head directly on Pagenia's palm, rubbing it like a spoiled child. Pagenia chuckled. Keep a close eye on the outsiders these days. The young man flapped his wings and left soon. Pagenia looked away. In the jungle, a pair of eyes were staring at him. Pagenia waved his hand. The jungle shook. The giant python body quickly appeared in front of Pagenia. She looked at him timidly. Are you worried that it will say bad things about you? When Pagenia was speaking, the giant python hesitantly poked its head and rubbed his calf. If Pagenia hadn't been able to keep his balance, it would have knocked him down head first. Pagenia couldn't help laughing. You're just a little dumb. How come you're still so dumb after you've become smart? The giant python spit out its tongue and slowly wrapped Pagenia's body. Pagenia also let it express its intimacy. Get along well when I'm not around. I will introduce new partners to you in the future. The python hesitated slightly. At this time, there was a noise in the distance. A dog barked. Pagenia and the python looked up at the same time. Outside the wall, a dog had popped up from time to time, excitedly scratching the wall, looking for Pagenia's whereabouts. Where? The big black dog climbed over the wall and entered, attracting the guards of the Jiang family. But they were eventually dispersed by Pagenia. After not seeing each other for a while, the big black dog had become much stronger. It circled around Pagenia. Hiss. The sound of spitting tongue came. A pair of black and white dog eyes immediately glanced over. The dog head slowly raised, and saw a huge snake head standing more than 2 meters high. A shrill wail. The big black dog rolled and crawled away. Pagenia called for a long time. This guy refused to move, and wailed with his tail between his legs, and said something nonsense. There are always cunning snakes trying to harm me. Pagenia didn't know where this stupid dog saw all these messed up things. After waving his hand to let the giant python leave, the big black dog dared to show up. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You came and scared me to death, that all you can do. The big black dog was scolded and looked aggrieved. Wailed and said something. Pagenia reached out and touched its head and said something. After asking about the recent situation, the big black dog gradually took advantage of the power of others again, boasting about how he had fought all over the streets and how many dog brothers wanted to recognize him as their big brother, but unfortunately he met a fool who occupied the commercial street and refused to give it up. Pagenia was so angry that he scolded him for being a weakling. Is the way I taught you to fight for territory with a group of stray dogs? You still have the nerve to call him a fool? I'm going to beat you to death. You loser. Pagenia was so angry that he wanted to take out a stick to beat this guy. The big black dog was so scared that it dodged in the forest and held its head high and refused to repent. That street is rich, you don't understand. I don't understand? You deserve to eat garbage. Pagenia pulled out a branch and quickly clamped the dog head and beat it angrily. At the other end of the forest, the giant python slightly lowered its head and hid in the bushes. A series of miserable cries sounded. It glanced quietly again. It seemed to be the first time it saw him so angry. It was a pity that the annoying bird was gone. It was early morning. The big black dog quietly opened his eyelids and peeked over, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he was hit on the head with a stick, and it was in pain, scratching its head with its two paws and grimacing. Don't move, and practice with peace of mind. Pagenia closed his eyes, and the voice came slowly. The big black dog was worried about being hit by a second stick, and hurriedly sat down cross-legged again, and closed his eyes, and began to practice breathing. Not long after, the first ray of sunlight fell, as if being pulled by something. It fell on Pagenia. The great sun lotus absorption technique absorbs the essence of the sun into the body through breathing, transforming it into the purest power, and constantly replenishing it. Pagenia consumption last night was actually not small. It is effective to supplement through food, but since it can also replenish itself through practice, there is no reason to waste it. The light accumulated above Pagenia's head. The big black dog was stunned. The figure reflected in the black and white eyes seemed not to be Pagenia, it was a god, emitting a holy and brilliant light. I don't know how long it has been. Pagenia felt that he had reached the limit of swallowing the essence of sunlight, so he slowly stopped. Woo woo woo. He unexpectedly heard a weak whimpering sound coming from the front. He opened his eyes and looked. The big black dog knelt in front of him and was bowing devoutly. Holy immortal Lord, please bless me with many children and good fortune in this life. I kowtow to you. Holy immortal Master, bless me with a life free from illness and disaster. I kowtow to you again. Holy immortal Master, I say. Pagenia spoke. The big black dog responded subconsciously. You say, Immortal Master? He looked up and saw Pagenia. The dog drooping ears immediately stood up. He looked over with fear. Pagenia's face was dark, and he looked around. Where is my stick? The shrill wail sounded again in the room. Pagenia threw away the stick and said angrily, practice quickly. Don't waste your talent. The big black dog sat down again with his legs crossed. He suddenly regretted why he came here rashly. Although the outside world is a bit colorful, the days of being surrounded by beauties are really wonderful. You are only this good. When you start practicing, you can choose any beast of heaven and earth. And which one is not better than the one you have now? The big black dog paused, carefully poked his head out, and said, Woof woof Master. Are you telling the truth? Pagenia glanced at him sideways with annoyance. He grabbed the dog head. In the big black dog horror, the two teleported inside the Sun and Moon Mountain. The morning sun was setting. Dozens of fierce creatures turned their heads and looked over. Each of them was more majestic than the giant python in the back mountain of the Jiang family. The big black dog was frightened and his legs went weak. It was not until he saw these fierce creatures greet the master that he was slightly relieved. Several black panthers looked at the big black dog. The big black dog came forward with a flattering tail and got along well with both sides. I don't know if he used all his life skills to build good relationships with these big brothers and beautiful sisters. The big black dog wagged his tail and rolled on the ground. He ran to the black panther that was more than twice his size and sniffed it carefully. However, the other party just replied coldly, Go away. Hey. Okay. After going around and returning to Pei Jinya, he didn't see any disappointment at all, but instead felt like he had become the boss. Seeing the shameless look, Pei Jinya slightly twitched the corners of his mouth. I brought you here to let you know. Besides you, there are many intelligent beings in this world. Don't be complacent. He saw it. This guy is really shameless. But shamelessness has its advantages. After introducing this guy to this group of fierce creatures, they paid more attention to the big black dog. For the fierce creatures living in Sun Moon Mountain, there are not many things here that are worthy of their attention. But for Pei Jinya, the master, they give the greatest respect. The big black dog wagged its tail wildly. Pei Jinya saw its posture and said, Are you going to follow me, or stay here? The big black dog eyes rolled around, thinking that he was being forced by Pei Jinya to practice, and said firmly, Woof, stay. Pei Jinya just smiled silently. Is it really okay to stay? These guys are more fierce than him. Smile. Leave without hesitation. Master. Take care. The big black dog wagged its tail to say farewell. After Pei Jinya left, he immediately stood on the high slope. I'm a newcomer. It rare. Shut up. A terrifying giant tiger roared coldly. Okay. My tiger brother. The big black dog jumped down the hillside decisively. Without looking back, the giant elephants looked at it and took good care of the new neighbor. A few bunches of bananas were piled over. The big black dog stared for a long time. Hesitant. I don't eat poop. It declined. Fortunately, the giant elephants didn't understand. I said some more. The back mountain of the Jiang family. After sending away the nagging ghost, Pei Jinya did not continue to practice. I don't know what happened to the giant python, it disappeared. In the morning, it would find a place to bask in the sun. Pei Jinya didn't think much about it, and went to the restaurant. While waiting for breakfast, Zhong Xian had already prepared the newspaper. Pei Jinya flipped through the information on it carelessly. The military management meeting will be divided into groups? Pei Jinya noticed one of the messages. He looked up. Zhong Xian said quickly, It is said that Mr. Han went to Dongao on behalf of Councillor Cui 2 days ago. The grouping and refinement of the military management committee is also their idea. But all parties are not optimistic about it. There are too many areas involved. Pei Jinya was thoughtful. There are not many people in the Cui family who work in the military. What is the deep meaning of Councillor Cui's proposal? Thinking of the news I got before. Councillor Cui is secretly involved in many foundations and research institutes. But the investigation results are limited to this. Pei Jinya was also unable to learn the specific results of the investigation. Let them make trouble. Pei Jinya is now only concerned with improvement, and does not care much about the Cui family affairs. He is not a generous person. So the other party used him as bait, and he will never forget this grudge. The newspaper was put aside. Pei Jinya looked at his attribute panel calmly. After a night of recovery, the 3 attribute values have now increased to more than 300 points. There is still a long way to go before the peak. Pei Jinya sighed. Cross-regional combat is indeed very consuming. If his 3 attribute values have reached thousands at this moment, then this consumption is nothing. So in the final analysis, I am too weak. Zhong Xian noticed that Pei Jinya's expression became inexplicably heavy, and his heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had not done well enough. He hurriedly said, Master, regarding the recent series of changes in the business, in addition, with the joining of channel dealers from Nandu, the income of the business has increased by 1. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze and looked slowly. Where are the resources I need? Zhong Xian lowered his head and said quickly, Mr. Lin has already started to prepare. So the procedures are in full compliance with the regulations. Every Sunday is the deadline. And we will secretly arrange for people to deliver the supplies. Pei Jinya nodded slightly. Not long after, the maids appeared with medicinal food and some breakfast cakes. Pei Jinya waved his hand. Everyone left, including Zhong Xian. Half an hour later, the current head of the Jiang family waited outside the door, and only walked into the room after getting permission. With a face full of respect, Father. Pei Jinya slowly raised his head. There was nothing to talk about, so he just stretched out his hand to hypnotize. In less than 10 minutes, the current head of the Jiang family left the back mountain of the Jiang family. Zhong Xian accompanied the middle-aged man, and saw the car leave. He slowly retracted his gaze, and turned around to leave. The master has been in seclusion again, closed the door, and refused visitors. The 2 elders of the Pei family rarely go to the store now. Only Pei father will go there from time to time to check the accounts, and stay at home when there is nothing to do. As time goes by, the signs of Pei mother pregnancy have become more and more obvious. Pei Jinya secretly pays attention to the two elders. Secretly arranged for Pei mother to stay in the hospital invested by the Jiang family, enjoying VIP treatment. In the corridor, Pei Jinya appeared in Pei mother ward with the team as a hospital doctor. The matter of Honglian was not told. This matter, even if I tell the two elders, it will be useless. Why disturb them now? Before leaving the hospital building, Pei Jinya suddenly raised his eyebrows. A string of mysterious codes appeared on his disguise server. This string of codes translated into "Who are you?" On the roof of Tianshan International Building, Pei Jinya faced the cold wind and calmly stared at the mysterious code in front of him. After a moment, the mysterious code was reorganized. The second line appeared. I have no ill intentions. Pei Jinya showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. The other party was testing. Even if the other party's strength was greater than his, at this moment, he would only track Tianshan International. He could slip away quietly at any time. Otherwise, he would not be standing in the shadows at this moment. Pei Jinya ignored the other party questioning and quietly activated his ability to track the other party whereabouts. Could it be Xing Tian? For now, Pei Jinya has already found out that Xing Huan and Xing Tian have awakened their wills. In fact, as long as Pei Jinya tells Xing Huan about Xing Tian awakening will, Xing Tian will die. But Pei Jinya didn't do that. I will be with you until the last moment of your life. Pei Jinya. I will attend the funeral and bless you like a friend. Pei Jinya just didn't expect that. Xing Tian would have said something different to me. Friends? The world in front of him seemed to be filled with countless electronic data. Everything changed in an instant. Pei Jinya was like a flash of lightning in the virtual world. It was faster and more hidden than in Beizhou. Almost instantly, the entire virtual world was like a sudden thunderstorm. In an instant, Pei Jinya saw something snap. Tianshan International, where Pei Jinya was standing, suffered a power outage. In fact, it was not just Tianshan International, the entire Daping city, and even the surrounding areas, which radiated to half of the cities in central China, all suffered a power outage crisis at this moment. The world seemed to be completely plunged into darkness. Countless voices of doubt rang out immediately. When the sound of breaking through the air rang out, there was no trace of Pei Jinya above the Tianshan International Building. No one noticed this place either. Daping City Hall. Zhou Weiren was in a meeting in the conference room, and suddenly the room was dark. There was a panic in the conference room. Fortunately, the darkness only lasted for 2 seconds, and then it returned to normal. Zhou Weiren said in a steady voice, "What happened?" Secretary Lin walked over quickly, and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhou Weiren immediately raised his eyebrows slightly. A large-scale power outage in Zhengzhou? Liming Building. Hansen's eyes were serious. Have you detected the whereabouts of the other party? During the large-scale power outage, my control range was affected. Xing Tian said. It is suspected that it is an external force. Hansen's eyes were serious. I heard that some time ago, something happened in Beizhou. Now it's our turn in Zhengzhou. Could it be a group of people? We can't rule out this possibility. Xing Tian analyzed, however. Beizhou refused to provide data to the outside world. We can't effectively track the identity of this group of people at present. Hansen sneered and said nothing. He stood up and picked up the folder and went to the meeting. When the door closed, Xing Tian's red light went out. It did not tell Hansen about its secret observation, because this kind of observation has actually violated the Federal Code of Conduct. More precisely, it bypassed the supervision of the Federal General Intelligent Brain Star Ring. Shizhou? The Jiang family-backed mountain. Pei Jinya's eyes were like water, and he held a string of talisman beads in his right hand. He descended into the virtual world a few seconds ago, with no intention of stirring up trouble, but in fact, the other party was alert to the signs of invasion, which caused the subsequent large-scale power outage. The other party is from Shizhou? It not Xing Tian. Pei Jinya seemed to be thinking. He lowered his head and looked at the talisman bead in his hand. Just to get this clue, he broke a talisman bead. The price can be said to be quite expensive, but it was not in vain. At least, he confirmed the truth. The tester came from Shizhou. Who are you? I have no ill intentions. Can we cooperate? The third greeting came from the last question of the opponent at the moment of confrontation. After that, the other party directly cut off the contact. What a pity. We were just a little bit away from finding the other party's true identity. Pei Jinya sighed. The starlight fell. and his figure gradually disappeared from the mountains and forests. That night, not only Duping City, but most of Zhongzhou fell into a state of emergency. But none of this had anything to do with Pei Jinya. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. Feng Jiao came with a target. She witnessed the power outage in the whole city with her own eyes. And she was still a little confused. Master. She knelt on one knee, not daring to look around. She thought that the master would let her go after rewarding her with the cold jade. But unexpectedly. No! When did you enter the second level? The voice from above her head made Feng Jiao tremble slightly. She did not dare to look up, and lowered her head and said quickly, just a week ago. I broke through by luck. A booklet fell softly in front of her. The booklet clearly said Spirit Talisman Ghost Mountain. Feng Jiao was slightly stunned. She was a little confused. You have a special physique. It will be very slow to practice like this. This technique is for you to practice. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Pei Jinya voice came. This woman is useful to him. But if she is just a second-level extraordinary, she is not good enough. Although the strength of the extraordinary below the second level is low, after all, the target range is very small. During this period, he was hunted and arrested by the authorities one after another. And the number of prey of Pei Jinya dropped sharply. Unless the scope is expanded. But Feng Jiao's strength can't keep up. Pei Jinya doesn't mind giving her a hand. Thank you. Master. Feng Jiao looked excited. And even her voice trembled when she spoke. All along, she was just a secret guard arranged by the master to follow Jiang Suhu. In terms of seniority, she couldn't be ranked here, whether it was status or cultivation resources. She was just chosen. If it wasn't for chance, she wouldn't even have the chance to meet the master. And now, luckily, the Lord has mercy on me. For a moment, my heart was moved. A woman would dress herself for the one who pleases her. And a man would die for the one who understands him. Go, no need to look for a target this week. Master the Ningxi Ju as soon as possible. As Pei Jinya spoke, Feng Jiao knelt down willingly and kowtowed to thank him. After Feng Jiao left, Pei Jinya slowly raised his head. Now, the people he uses. Actually, there are not many. But it is limited to the identity of the Jiang family. Practicing without days and months. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. In 7 days, Pei Jinya harvested 3 extraordinary gene fragments. But unfortunately they were in 3 different categories, spiritual, spatial and spiritual. So it was impossible to synthesize a complete extraordinary gene. In these 7 days, Pei Jinya 3 attribute values have all returned to their peak state. Since the Wuji elders of the old gods played a trick on the elites of the Shachi society and the judgment office, all parties have maintained a tacit silence for some time. There is no need to provoke. Pei Jinya is completely focused on his own practice. There are fewer shackles. He is more comfortable practicing. In fact, from the moment he died in public, everything has become more rapid. Not only his improvement, but also his gradual fading in the memories of those people. That day, Pei Jinya met some familiar faces at the investigation team base while eating, and the 2 sides passed by. Lu Feng was injured, and Sun Sifu disappeared. Everyone seemed to become very silent. Brother Bai and Zhou Yi became dinner partners, without Pei Jinya company. The 2 of them are still patrolling as usual. Just yesterday, the 2 of them sat behind Pei Jinya in the hot pot restaurant. Quietly, they have become strangers. Time is indeed a very powerful force. The mysterious code has not appeared since the thrilling 7 days ago. On Qingtian's side, Pei Jinya also remained silent. Not taking the initiative. Not taking responsibility. Not taking the blame. Pei Jinya never wants to be in the limelight. It's about interests. The core interests that can make him stronger. So he personally sits in the back of the Jiang family. Jiang Qingsong name is enough now. It no longer a luxury to reach the 5th level of transcendence. At least with Jiang Qingsong identity. There is no need to dream about it. Pei Jinya doesn't want to attract the attention of the Federation again. And now, with Jiang Qingsong lifespan, it's not a problem to live another 20 years. 20 years is enough. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. He looked up. For the little girl's son Rufan, he hadn't paid attention to her for a while. He vaguely remembered that at her funeral, the girl looked distraught. She didn't leave, and was still living in the house he left behind. In fact, she was ready to leave after the funeral. She thought a lot, was very distressed, and seemed a little sad. Finally, she was invited by Pei Mother to have dinner. She didn't know how to comfort the 2 elders, and was worried that if she proposed to leave at this time, whether the two elders would miss her. Then he did not mention moving out again. Just today, when Sun Rufan was resting at home alone, he welcomed an uninvited guest. A shadow descended. Before it could pounce on Sun Rufan, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, taking the shadow away with it. Sun Rufan seemed to feel the coldness, opened his eyes dazedly, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and stood up to look, noticing the cold wind blowing in from the half-open window, reached out and turned on the desk lamp, hesitated for a while, and then stood up with his bare white feet and closed the door. I caught a glimpse of the moonlit path outside the window. It had just rained an hour ago. The puddles on the ground reflected the waning moon in the sky. I don't know what she thought of. The little girl sighed. Not long after, the lights in the room went out. Under the dim moonlight, in the corner, a black shadow gently threw away the corpse in his hand. The corpse was annihilated by the fire before it hit the ground. Why would the people of the Lei family in Shizhou pay attention to a little girl like her? Qi Zhonglu, what are you doing again? The news that Sun Rufan father Qi Zhonglu had discovered a mineral vein had brought him a fatal disaster. Afterwards, in consideration of his family care for Sun Rufan, he gave him the gift of the spiritual mind. Now, without making any noise, he has provoked the people of the Lei family in Shizhou. This Qi Zhonglu is really good at causing trouble. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a dozen sparrows quickly flew onto the electric pole, just enough to take care of Sun Rufan and the two elders. Pei Jinya suddenly raised his head. An uninvited guest came to the back hill of the Jiang family. No, it was an old acquaintance. Mr. Jiang, can we meet? Jinya and I are old friends. Qi Zhonglu shamelessly left a piece of paper. Mr. Jiang? Pei Jinya looked amused. Obviously Qi Zhonglu didn't know that Jiang Qingsong was Pei Jinya. Seeing him shamelessly pretending to be familiar with him, Pei Jinya had no expression on his face. Qi Zhonglu's heart sank. Could it be that the rumor that Pei Jinya was valued by Jiang Qingsong was false? No. If this news was false, then the people of the Jiang family would not take the initiative to protect his daughter tonight, although they didn't know who saved her. But this Duping City, the only family that can have such a strong man and has some relationship with him is probably the Jiang family. Qi Zhonglu thought about this and said in a deep voice, I am also surprised by Jinya matter. However, it is a bit abrupt for me to take the risk to come here this time. But I think you and the Jiang family have proved my value in the matter of the spiritual mind. So I want to make another deal. Outsiders don't know about the spiritual mind. Now that you point it out, are you not afraid that I will kill you? Pei Jinya turned his back to him. He was scattering the spiritual rice in his hand, and dozens of birds were pecking at the rice on the ground. I believe in the old gentleman character, and I believe in Jinya vision even more. Besides, I am sincere, Qi Zhonglu said in a deep voice. Pei Jinya's silence was very shocking. A moment later, he said concisely, Speak. Qi Zhonglu didn't speak this time, but looked around cautiously. Pei Jinya said lightly, There is no one around. You can speak freely here. If you have any concerns, you can leave. I am the junior who is rude. Qi Zhonglu nodded slightly, feeling surprised. I had heard of the legendary story of Jiang Qingsong before. When he was in charge of the family, this old man had already moved behind the scenes, and there was no chance to visit him. Now that they met in private, I don't know why, I felt a little guilty. In fact, he had nothing to feel guilty about. The news of the spiritual mind that he had given to Pei Jinya in return for his kindness has now been transferred to the Jiang family. And the time was before Pei Jinya accident. Qi Zhonglu had reason to believe that Pei Jinya might be the one supported by Jiang Qingsong. It was a pity that Pei Jinya had an accident at such a young age. Otherwise, he might really increase his investment. There is a sea area called Federico Sea between Zhongzhou and Shizhou. I wonder if the old man has heard of the Qianlong shipwreck case. Qi Zhonglu looked over. Just tell me what you want to say. Pei Jinya ignored his question. This made Qi Zhonglu smile bitterly. He really didn't have enough cards, not to mention, the other party was superior to him in all aspects. He naturally understood the principle of being at the mercy of others better than anyone else. No more time was wasted. He said in a deep voice, back then, the Qianlong was booked by a wealthy ancestor from Shizhou, and the whole family went south. The reason why the ship sank was because someone didn't want them to leave Shizhou. As for the reason, I don't know, but what is certain is that the ship was not discovered by anyone back then. Qi Zhonglu said in a low voice. After the ship sank that year, all parties went to the sea to salvage. But they did not find the sunken ship. Only some corpses. The various resources carried by the other party, and the ancestors seem to have disappeared. In fact, this ship itself is a sealed object. An S-level sealed object. That's why it escaped the search of all parties. Pagenia raised his eyebrows slightly, and showed interest. These two invasions into the federal top-secret database. Pagenia did not gain nothing. He thought of something. Are you talking about Beizhou Beichen family? Shi Zhonglu was stunned, you know? He was talking about the Beichen family in Beizhou. Back then, a member of the Beichen family joined the Sword Pavilion and received personal guidance from that person. It is said that he condensed the sword spirit within 3 days and broke through 3 levels within 100 days. He was praised as the strongest swordsman of the younger generation in Beizhou. But unfortunately, for some unknown reason, he withdrew from the Sword Pavilion and turned to a career in politics. He rushed all the way to the position of governor candidate. As a result, he was involved in a major case that shocked the Federation. The Beichen family paid the price of the death of that genius. And the momentum of the family rise came to an abrupt end. For more than 100 years thereafter, the Beichen family half hid in the mountains. Until 200 years later, another political genius appeared. The Beichen family re-entered the vision of the federal high-level officials. At that time, the man in Jiangna had already sealed himself off from the mountains. The Beichen family once became the strongest family in Beizhou, and amassed countless resources. People in the folk called him the King of Beizhou. 200 years later, it was this King of Beizhou who led his family to defect to Beizhou overnight. He carried a lot of cultivation resources, but ended up dead. The Dirio is 30,000 miles under the sea. There is the whereabouts of the treasure ship. I can let the Jiang family get the ship. Shi Zhonglu looked over. So what do you want? Pagenia looked at Shi Zhonglu. He did not show any mercy just because the other party was Sun Rufan father. Business is business. When it comes to interests, he thinks Shi Zhonglu will be as decisive as him. I hope the Jiang family can protect my daughter, not just for Genia's sake. I want real protection. Shi Zhonglu said in a deep voice. Because of some of my reasons, more and more people have noticed my gaze. My daughter is likely to be assassinated like tonight in the future. Thank you, old man, for sending someone to rescue her. When Pagenia heard him say this, he knew that the other party knew what happened to Sun Rufan tonight. But obviously, the other party also misunderstood something. But misunderstandings are misunderstandings. Pagenia did not intend to explain anything. Real protection? He looked up. I hope you can recognize my daughter as your granddaughter. As long as you open your mouth. I think no one in Doping City will mess with her. Shi Zhonglu said seriously. Pagenia looked at him calmly. Shi Zhonglu's eyes were very frank. Without any evasion. Pagenia said softly, you should know that this is nothing to me. And you will lose such a magic weapon. Is it worth it? It worth it. Shi Zhonglu said sadly, I am now a stray dog. With no power to rely on. I also want to retire. But some people don't want to. In the stalemate, the only one who will be hurt is my daughter. She is my only concern in this world. If anyone makes trouble for her, I will kill his whole family. Pagenia looked at him silently. Just pretend that he didn't hear the threat in Shi Zhonglu's words. For Shi Zhonglu, he is Jiang Qingsong, the master of the Jiang family. He is the most powerful old man in Doping City now. The trust between them is far from reaching the level of mutual support. So, Pagenia understands. Shi Zhonglu narrowed his eyes. A treasure ship that can be hidden and can be freely enlarged and shrunk. I think this value is great enough. Pagenia still looked at him silently. From the mine to the treasure ship now. He now has some guesses about Shi Zhonglu's extraordinariness. But he didn't say it at this time. This is of no benefit to them building a new person for each other. Okay. I give you manpower, but I hope you can understand that. My kindness is precious. Shi Zhonglu nodded. I understand, old sir. Just rest assured, but my daughter, I'm sorry. I can assure you that. No one in Doping City can hurt her. Pagenia's eyes were calm, and these words gave people great confidence. After Shi Zhonglu left, Pagenia called Jiang Xinqing. How is your training going? Thank you for your trouble, Patriarch. It won't be long before I can break through to the 3rd level. Jiang Xinqing felt a little strange. He only broke through to the 2nd level 2 years ago. If he really wants to enter the 3rd level, it's still a long way to go. But the speed of his sword skills improvement has exceeded his imagination. This improvement in combat power has greatly improved his physical fitness. He has a hunch that he will reach the third level of extraordinary people stipulated by the Federation soon. Pei Jinyan nodded slightly. Jiang Xinchen Kendo talent was not very good, but he had good perseverance, and was willing to follow his instructions to practice. Putting aside talent, there is actually no shortcut to Kendo. Jiang Xinchen was able to improve so quickly, more because he was hardworking enough. There is something I need you to do next. Yes. Jiang Xinchen took the order and retreated, without any complaints at all. Pei Jinyan was soon the only one left in the back mountain. He stood quietly in the back mountain, lost in thought. The treasure ship and the resources on it are good. Qi Zhonglu is a bit interesting. The next day, the wealthy families in Daping City were all shocked by this news. The daughter of Qi Zhonglu, who was driven out of Daping City, was favored by the old man of the Jiang family. This little girl is really lucky. Her father lost power, and now she is favored by that man. Inform them, let those little bastards in the family pay attention. The Jiang family is so ostentatious, it is to shock some people. From this day on, there are many young men and women around Sun Rufan. If it was before her father lost power, the little girl might not be able to tell the difference. But now, after Sun Rufan has been abandoned by her friends and relatives, she can see that these people have ulterior motives. A little fat boy in the school acts as a flower protector, and he would mention his good brother Pei Jinyan from time to time. Sun Rufan just sighed in his heart. Pei Jinyan matter, it was not widely spread. The higher-ups deliberately concealed the news, so ordinary people had no idea that Pei Jinyan had disappeared or died. As for the Jiang family, when she went to the Jiang family for lunch today, the old man was very kind to her, but she still had a bad feeling. She didn't hate him. She just felt like pie in the sky. For this kind of pie in the sky, she had an inexplicable uneasiness. Because now, except for Pei Jinyan and her father, it was hard for her to trust anyone else. For those old men, she only had gratitude and respect in her heart. She should be on guard. In the back hill of the Jiang family, Pei Jinyan was watering the flowers and plants. This lunch today was probably the most tiring one he had ever had, but at least the effect had been achieved. Zhong Xian's voice came from the communicator on the wall. Not long after, Qi Zhonglu, wearing a mask, was brought in. Master. Zhong Xian bowed and greeted. Pei Jinyan waved his hand. Zhong Xian understood, without looking sideways. He led everyone away. Qi Zhonglu took off his mask and said gratefully in a deep voice, the old man is a straightforward person, so I won't hide anything and can leave today. In fact, he was also gambling. But it was just as he said. He believed in Pei Jinyan's vision. Having met Pei Jinyan, Qi Zhonglu felt even more sorry for his fate. At present, the generosity of the old man of the Jiang family has proved his intentions. The treasure ship is not expensive, but it is also very valuable. It is not as good as spiritual ore, which can be used for cultivation directly. But the old man still expressed great kindness. This point made Qi Zhonglu feel ashamed. On the same day, Qi Zhonglu quietly left Daping City with Jiang Xinchen and some other elite warriors of the Jiang family. Master. Feng Jiao knelt on one knee. Suddenly, she felt a force supporting her body. Feng Jiao was shocked. She looked up. Pei Jinyan said calmly, the meaning of Spirit Talisman Ghost Mountain is not as simple as you think. Practice more. Try more. And when you have mastered it, you will find how much this technique can help you. Feng Jiao was shocked and knelt on one knee with gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. My lord, I will go through fire and water, and I will do anything for you. Get up. You can ask me if you don't understand anything. No need to worry. Pei Jinyan said concisely. Feng Jiao was a little embarrassed at first, and asked selectively, but Pei Jinyan didn't care. Answered without hesitation. When circulating the qi and blood, make sure this node will not be erased. You made a mistake in this step. You should sink the qi into the dantian, and use the hand gestures to make the qi emerge. Wrong, this step of hiding does not mean to hide the spirit, but to hide your thoughts, but your hands are as fast as thunder. Feng Jiao was fascinated by what she heard. The question that had puzzled her for several days, at this moment, suddenly became the simplest question. 1 + 1 = how many? This kind of question. Is it really that simple? She actually knows it in her heart. Not really. It's just that these questions are too simple for the master, and she can solve her doubts with just a few words. That why? She realized how big the gap between herself and the master was. Unconsciously, she no longer concealed it, and asked all the questions she had encountered so far, and it was not even limited to Spirit Talisman Ghost Mountain. More than an hour later, Feng Jiao looked at the green leaves suspended in the air in front of her, and immediately looked at Pei Jinya in surprise and joy. Master, I succeeded? She jumped up excitedly. After jumping up, she realized that she had lost her composure in front of the master, and hurriedly knelt on one knee to beg for mercy. Pei Jinya's eyes were calm, and he did not dwell on this matter. You have special qualifications, and your practice of Spirit Talisman Ghost Mountain will be of great benefit. How is your sister now? Fortunately, the master has mercy on me, and the time of illness has been reduced. Feng Jiao's joy of breakthrough faded a little. Bring her here when you have time, I take a look, Pei Jinya said. Feng Jiao was stunned. She knelt on one knee again. Yes. I thank the master on behalf of Wire. Maybe the master really has a way. She knew too little about the master before. Pei Jinya watched Feng Jiao leave. He was just interested. A physique that needs cold crystals to control the onset of the disease is generally a rare physique in various storybooks. If Feng Jiao's sister really has a special physique, he doesn't mind taking action. Buzz. Just at this moment, a call came from Beizhou. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. After hanging up the phone, Pei Jinya exhaled lightly. Hong Lian saw the message he left before he left, and now that she had finished her work, she sent a greeting. It can be seen that this sister really doesn't like to go online. Otherwise she would know with a flick of her finger that his current public identity is already gray. Hong Lian also talked a lot of nonsense this time, because she said that the key to the courtyard had been left to Pei Jinya, and for the sake of practice, she would close this part of her memory. If you encounter a serious crisis, come to my courtyard. Take care. Take care. The other party path is similar to the ruthless path, closing memories, forgetting everything. Pei Jinya has nothing to say, only blessings. The future is long, no one can determine the past. Maybe there will never be a chance to meet again. Who knows? Pei Jinya turned around. His figure disappeared into the door again. Spirit Brain Control Wave Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. Spirit Seal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. 6 days passed in a flash. Although he failed to obtain attribute fragments, but within 6 days, the 3 attributes broke through to an average of 615 points after integrating several mental methods. Although it was not as direct as the attribute light ball, it also allowed Pei Jinya to see his potential. 12 Lotuses of Hunyuan. Blood Chi Ju of Hunyuan. Lotus Absorption Technique of the Sun, including Burning Seal. Sun Penetration. These ancient martial arts secrets, Pei Jinya had no intention of slacking off. With 100 times the talent and the ability to integrate, on the one hand, these secret methods are improving Pei Jinya's potential. And on the other hand, they are constantly stimulating his potential. 6 days is actually very short, but the effect is good. After finishing the work, it was getting dark. Pei Jinya used medicinal food to adjust his condition, while wiping the corners of his mouth slowly. Zhong Xian brought the latest news. 2 channel dealers in Nandu want to increase the price temporarily, threatening to break the contract. Let Xi and Chung take people over. Pei Jinya just finished speaking. Zhong Xian hesitated and said, Master Xi and Chung had left the ancestral home some time ago to carry out a secret mission. Pei Jinya then remembered and waved his hand impatiently. Whoever started it, break his legs. It's just a small matter. Don't ask me. The other party is preparing to marry a senior executive in Nandu recently. I think this is also the reason why they suddenly changed their minds. If we take action directly, will it be possible? Zhong Xian was a little worried. Of course. He didn't know. Not long ago, in Manchan City, the major case that shocked Zhongzhou was personally led by the man in front of him. High level? How high? Level 5. Or level 6? Pei Jinya looked over. Zhong Xian was stunned, and hesitated. No. Do as I say. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head, and said lightly. Zhong Xian nodded quickly. In fact, he regretted it when he hesitated to say that. As a butler, all he had to do was to follow his master orders. But he actually said something he shouldn't have said. If his statement just now had not been based on the Jiang family starting point, he would have been thrown out of the door by now. In the twilight, Zhong Xian raised his head and looked at the moonlight. He sighed softly. To be fair, he still had a lot to learn. Night fell. The current head of the Jiang family was working at his desk, reviewing the business plan. The woman knocked on the door, and the man closed the file before letting the other person in. "It getting late? Go to bed early. You just recovered from your injury," the woman said worriedly. The man took the brewed tea, took a sip, and said with a gentle look, "You go to bed first. There is a project waiting tonight." The woman was about to say something, and the man's cell phone in the drawer rang. The tenderness on his face disappeared instantly, and he became cold. "You go out first." The woman knew that he was busy with some family secrets. Without saying anything, he left the room. He waited for a while. The man answered the phone, and after listening for a while, he said in surprise, "Do it?" He was silent for a while. He said in a deep voice, "I know." He hung up the phone. He found the business plan from Nandu again. A person muttered to himself, "Now it is society ruled by law. Can the extraordinary world really do whatever it wants?" The business affairs of Nandu did not leave any trace in Pei Jinya heart. Not to mention that the other party is an official high-ranking official. Even if there is a fifth-level extraordinary person in charge, there is nothing to be afraid of. The other party does not follow the rules. And broken arms and legs are nothing. Even if the other party finds out, they will not say anything without considering their face. The Jiang family is walking on a black and bloody path. It was like this before, and it will only be worse now. Pei Jinya will not let the Jiang family become a celebrity family. Otherwise the things involved later, with his current means, will easily have loopholes. More importantly, with the current foundation of the Jiang family, it is a luxury to even become a second-rate wealthy family in Zhongzhou, let alone a first-rate wealthy family with extraordinary 6th and 7th levels. More than 600 attributes, weapon holders, power rings. These effects are added, and the explosive lethality is far greater than that of the 4th level. As for the gap with the 5th level, Pei Jinya is currently unable to kill the 5th level cleanly. It's still not enough. That night, Jiang Xinqing sent a message. They have followed Qi Zhonglu to the port city during this period. He encountered 2 rounds of inspections. The situation in Zhongzhou port city seemed to be getting worse. All forces were undercurrents. Pei Jinya sent a communication, asking them to keep a low profile. Jiang Xinqing received. 2 more days passed. Blood rebirth extraordinary gene fragment +1 so far. His blood rebirth was only 1 step away from synthesis advancement. In quiet cultivation, Jiang Xinqing sent a message. They were about to board the ship to the Federi Sea. That night, Feng Jiao brought a target. The result of the first battle with Spirit Talisman Ghost Mountain was not beyond his expectations. But Feng Jiao felt the convenience of the battle. She was even more eager to try. And Pei Jinya ignored her excitement, but was surprised that the target she brought was also Spirit Flesh Rebirth. This means that his extraordinary ability can finally be synthesized and advanced. Spirit Flesh Rebirth can be synthesized and advanced, yes/no? Synthesize. A warm sensation in the body. Compared to the 3rd stage of synthesis advancement, this heat of life evolution is a little short-lived, or to be more precise, very short-lived. Pei Jinya didn't even feel the specific evolution completely, and felt a little unsatisfied. However, he still looked at the attribute panel as soon as possible. New Extraordinary Gene, Spirit Flesh and Blood Rebirth LV2. New Extraordinary Ability 1, Healing with Faster Healing. New Extraordinary Ability 2, Reorganization and Strengthening can strengthen a certain part of the body. Duration depends on mental power consumption. The healing speed has increased. But how much faster? Pei Jinya gently cut his arm. Unexpectedly, it was as if it had not been cut at all, and there was not even a trace of wound. But in fact, Pei Jinya knew. He actually cut his arm, but because the recovery speed was too fast, it was as if it had not been cut at all. Interesting. As for the reorganization and strengthening, the extraordinary that was swallowed from the Bronze Club before was related to organ reorganization. Now the two are vaguely echoing each other, and the effects are actually slightly different. Pei Jinya felt it carefully. The reorganization of flesh and blood rebirth is more about the reorganization of one's own flesh and blood, while Master Chong Dark reorganization ignores this limitation. It's hard to imagine where my evolution will go next. Swallowing and re-equipping the world's most powerful flesh and blood. Except for those fierce creatures, only the demon bone. Recognized as the strongest, thanks to the special effects of the heavy armor, Pei Jinya was able to exert super combat power. Feeling the vitality, Pei Jinya looked at the attribute panel. His expression was a little surprised. Stamina, the value column suddenly soared to 698. No wonder he felt that his condition was particularly good. The feeling of being completely full, as if there was some terrifying power in the body that would burst out at any time. Pei Jinya wanted to go out and fight right now. His physical strength surged too fast, obviously exceeding his blood and mental strength by 1/10. This feeling was a bit bad. It was as if his body had suddenly become an active volcano, and could erupt at any time. Pei Jinya tried to practice, and guide his blood. But the speed was still too slow. He felt like he was going crazy, as if his consciousness was about to surpass his flesh and blood. No! Practice is too slow. Pei Jinya disappeared in a flash. But it was at this moment Jiang Xinqing sent an emergency signal. Master, we were assassinated. The address is at the harbor XXX. The light was shining. A disembodied voice flashed by in an instant. Jiang Xinqing did not see the news, because the surging sword light from the opposite side rushed towards him like a wave. Ha! He roared subconsciously in his throat, and the 3-foot green sword on his waist suddenly exploded with green light, like a continuous green mountain. This sword was the essence of his practice at the hands of the master. It was much stronger than the one he had at Sun Moon Mountain. It was also more decisive. Swish! The rushing sword light and the green light collided with each other. The opponent slipped, and while dodging, he raised his sword and slashed. Jiang Xinqing's wrist shook wildly, and the sword light surged again. But this time, the opponent suddenly smiled grimly, and more than 10 sword lights with a blazing airflow almost brushed Jiang Xinqing's body surface and shot out, barely breaking through more than 10 meters before dissipating in the air. The opponent knife slanted and hit Jiang Xinqing's waist. The heavy object blocked it. Jiang Xinqing groaned, and chased after him with the sword in his hand. Bang! The two took a step back. The swordsman took 2 steps back to stabilize his body, and grinned, not bad swordsmanship. Come again! Jiang Xinqing's body was not even stable at this moment. But just when the swordsman rushed forward, suddenly there was a sound of sword whistling in this area. It was vast as a sea of stars. It passed away in a flash amidst the earth-shaking. In Jiang Xinqing's doubtful eyes, the swordsman who was still rushing towards him ferociously 10 meters away suddenly froze in place. You? The swordsman widened his eyes, and only had time to say this one word. Puff. His eyebrows cracked. Then his whole body was like a porcelain doll, suddenly with countless cracks, and then it broke into pieces without any hindrance. In the explosion of blood mist, a terrifying figure like a sharp sword descended here, and dominated the whole place. Dozens of blood flowers bloomed at the same time, and were scattered in a bright sword light. Everyone in the Jiang family looked at the back of the person in astonishment and shock, and then they all knelt on one knee, and said in a loud voice, "Welcome the head of the family." Pei Jinya didn't say anything. He appeared in the form of Jiang Qingsong, with a mask on his face. However, the Shishao sword in his hand was enough to show his identity. Suddenly, a gunshot was heard in the air. The scattered flames in the darkness were extremely obvious. The bullet appeared in front of Pei Jinya eyebrows with a rotating tail wave. But unfortunately, it didn't even touch Pei Jinya body before it was directly cut in half by a sharp sword light. Jiang Xinqing was about to protect Pei Jinya, but Pei Jinya figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Large areas of land were rolling up. Bang! 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 The other party did not seem to expect this scene, and fired several more shots in succession. 7 bullets were as fast as lightning. However, the sword in Pei Jinya's hand was more ferocious, forming a bright light, and fully venting the power surging in his body at the moment. Swish! The gun exploded, and was directly cut from the middle, with a smooth cut. The gunman had never thought of the scene in front of him, and the object in his hand suddenly became lighter. He was suddenly lifted up by a strong force. There was only a whistling sound in his ears. His vision suddenly went dark. Pei Jinya made a move, and 15 people were killed. Although the feeling of fullness in his body that was about to explode was relieved a little, it was still not enough. Not enough. A strong wind appeared in the corridor, and suddenly 5 scarlet flames stretched to several meters appeared out of thin air, like 5 long flame snakes in the air, rushing towards Pei Jinya fiercely. Swish! The sound of the sword was crisp. Pei Jinya slashed with his sword. Flames exploded in the air. The bright sword light and the crimson flames collided fiercely, instantly stimulating everyone's vision. Jiang Xinqing was thrown back by the waves. His face was full of horror. If it weren't for the mask, I'm afraid those flames would be enough to cut a terrifying and hideous cut on his face. But he had no time to care about these at the moment. The master swordsmanship. is so terrifying. The head of the family has been promoted again? Swish. The flame shattered in the light, covering a space. Clang, clang, clang. Amid the trembling sound of the sword, Pei Jin rushed forward savagely. As he moved sideways, his momentum was like a rainbow. Amid the rumbling sound of the earth shaking, the already messy ground began to churn violently again. Looking for death. Someone was moving in a corner of the alley, seemingly shocked and angry by Pei Jin's savage momentum. The next second, the air from the other corner of the alley was severely compressed, and a sharp whistle was heard. Countless scarlet flames rose again. This time, the flames were more than 10 times stronger than before, like a fire dragon rising up, spanning a distance of dozens of meters, and smashing through the walls on both sides, as well as the heavy sword energy obstacles in front of him, and swallowing Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya had a blank expression on his face. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Kill! Cut! Cut! Cut off everything. Cut off life and death. Instantly, a wave of horses trampling on the camps, breaking the formations, and attacking the battlefield came with a roar. Even if Jiang Xinshan wanted to see the sword clearly, he could only retreat. Bang! Pei Jinya's sword was blocked. He stopped in place, grasping the hilt with both hands, and adding terrifying physical strength. Xin Shao felt the master crazy fighting will, and let out a more fierce scream. The sword follows the master. Kill! The surging and ferocious fire dragon was slashed by the sword. Just like the scales were lifted up, dozens of scarlet flames, like scales, splashed in all directions. The turbulent heat wave exploded from the inside to the outside. The rolling heat wave fiercely collapsed the remaining half of the earth wall again. Pei Jinya's sword rushed over again. With a hum sound, Pei Jinya rushed into the belly of the fire dragon, with unstoppable force. Boom! The void trembled. The temperature was scorching. The smoke and dust had already been blown up to a height of more than 10 meters. At this time, the fire elementalist, whose eyes were attracted by the scene of the fire dragon swallowing, suddenly jumped. In his field of vision, he only saw a flash of bright sword light suddenly rushing out of the fire dragon body. What shocked him even more was that dense cracks began to appear on the fire dragon body. It seemed that the fire dragon would be completely exploded by the sword light inside in the next second. Ha! The fire elementalist let out a loud shout in his throat, and slammed his palms together fiercely. The surging fire element followed his palm print. I don't believe that this high temperature can't burn you to death. The fire element master face gradually became ferocious. Every time a trace of sword energy was revealed, his fire element would be quickly replenished. Although this consumption was a bit huge for him. But as long as he killed this person, he didn't care about these. Fire Fury Blood Technique. The fire element master felt the defeat of the fire dragon, and roared with fear. A red fire suddenly raged within 3 feet of his body. In the midst of the rage, the fire dragon in the air seemed to be stained with blood, becoming more ferocious. I don't know why the fire elementalist had a bad premonition. This feeling came from his lack of understanding of the unknown situation. In his initial assumption, the opponent's swordsman should have been swallowed by the fire dragon he condensed, and would be burned to slag in less than 3 seconds. However, the opponent was not burned to slag. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Zhao. Who is he? The organization was ordered to kill Qi Zhonglu. But they did not mention that there was such a strong man hidden among the group. The strength of this swordsmanship is probably on par with those sword madmen in Beizhou. What he did not know was that Pei Jinya was using this manpower to continuously slow down the explosion in his body. Under the flames, his sword energy was like a rainbow. He continuously stimulated his physical strength, until his physical strength dropped to 660 points. The feeling of exploding, like a volcanic eruption, finally disappeared. Slowly raised his head. This farce can end now. The sword energy on Pei Jinya's body became more violent. Fire, he was never afraid. Even, I declare, the sea of fire is coming. With an increase of more than 40 times, the fire element instantly expanded. The fire element master more than 10 meters away felt inexplicably frightened. He watched the 10-meter-high fire dragon suddenly explode. It was like a burning sea pouring down from the sky. Endless flames instantly descended, devoured the opponent. The fire elementalist was horrified. This huge fire element was much stronger than him. He couldn't figure it out. Wasn't the man in front of him a swordsman? How could he control fire? Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The fire elementalist summoned a fire shield, trying to resist the pouring sea of fire, and turned around to escape, but the armored man who appeared was completely like a bait. The real Pagenia had appeared in front of him. Elementalist? The fire elementalist saw the other party's slightly raised mocking mouth. He didn't wait to say anything. A big hand suddenly clasped his face. Into the dream. The two words bounced in the spiritual world. Like a thunderbolt. His psychological defenses collapsed from then on. The moment the endless darkness descended, his end was announced. New extraordinary talent, element fire. New extraordinary ability, fire summon any form of fire. Element Lord lethality increased. 46 times the strength of this fire elementalist is not less than the 3rd level. If he hadn't come tonight, Jiang Xinchen and the others would have died. This huge battle lasted only 7 seconds before it came to an abrupt end. Jiang Xinchen didn't even understand what was happening. Since the fire started to fill the air, he couldn't see clearly what was happening. Until 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. He instinctively tensed up. He thought they were the other party people. But when he saw the masked patriarch appear with Shishao in one hand, he immediately knelt on one knee. Master, Qi Shenglu has disappeared. He naturally noticed the mysterious armored man following Pagenia. He thought that it was the fire summoned by this mysterious man at the end that blocked the opponent fire elementalist's killing move. Pagenia ignored the flames around him. He looked up. He sensed that people from the Federation Night Patrol were coming not far away. Drop the booby trap and retreat first. Everyone left. Not long after, there was a fire explosion at the entrance of the alley. The fierce and scattered flames affected the drone detection. At least it could give Pagenia and his team a lot of time to retreat. In an abandoned factory more than 10 kilometers away, Jiang Xinchen did not see the mysterious armored man next to the head of the family again, nor did he ask. There are some powerful people around the head of the family, which is absolutely no problem. I have arranged for someone to secretly look for Qi Zhonglu. What happened specifically? Pagenia had taken off his mask. He was slowly wiping the shishao in his hand. We had already contacted the ship and were preparing to board it secretly. But the crew betrayed our whereabouts. And a large number of assassins appeared. In the melee, we lost the whereabouts of Qi Zhonglu and his bodyguards. Jiang Xinchen said hurriedly. Pagenia looked at the shishao in his hand. The memory of a fire elementalist was devoured by him. And the other party did not intervene in the initial battle. But who was the one who took action, it is now clear. Shizhou. Huang family. It's not like they haven't fought with the Huang family before. But now they have their eyes on Qi Zhonglu. Trouble. Now that a 6th-level extraordinary person has appeared in the Huang family, they can only be thankful that this is not Shizhou. Otherwise, if a strong person from the other family shows up, even he can't say that he is completely sure to lead everyone away safely. The brain control wave is activated. Pagenia begins to invade nearby electronic devices, quietly looking for Qi Zhonglu whereabouts. Found it. Pagenia opened his eyes. He led Jiang Xinchen and others to go quickly. Jiang Xinchen didn't know that this was Pagenia trick, and thought that the head of the family also had his own intelligence organization in this port city. He didn't dare to ask any more questions. He stole 2 cars, and chased them to a deserted mountain countryside. Head of the family. Hearing the sound of fighting, Jiang Xinchen's face changed slightly. Clear everyone, don't expose my existence in front of Qi Zhonglu. Pagenia ordered lightly. Yes. When Jiang Xinchen lowered his head, Pagenia had disappeared. 3 assassins attacked Qi Zhonglu one after another. But he was not alone. There was also a strong man as tall as a hill. The strong man seemed to be invincible, roaring and waving his fists. Although he was attacked, he obviously practiced the indestructible Vidro. He waved his fists again, without fear of pain, and blocked Qi Zhonglu. Boss, are you okay? Qi Zhonglu's lips were already black and blue. His expression was a little strange. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the wall behind him, and a figure rushed towards him, and reached out to grab him. The strong man roared, and was a little annoyed that there was someone ambushing here. He wanted to tear the other person to pieces. But before he could rush over, hooks appeared on his shoulders, and immediately stopped him. The strong man roared. The man had already grabbed Qi Zhonglu's shoulders. Qi Zhonglu was not a warrior, so he couldn't defend against the other party at all. But he had a gun in his hand. The moment the other party grabbed him, he was horrified and angry. He aimed a shotgun in his arms directly at the other party's ordinary face. Bang! The fire flashed. Ding dong. The bullet hit the other party. But what made Qi Zhonglu despair was that the bullet had even been squeezed and deformed, while the other party was still intact. A defensive supernatural? Boss Chi, just the pile of scrap metal in your hand, do you think you can hurt me? The other party showed a mocking smile to Chi Zhonglu. He stretched out his hand and clamped it. His face suddenly changed. A hand suddenly appeared on his neck. And he pulled it hard. The whole person was quickly pulled into the hole in the wall that had been broken before. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying earthquake lasted less than 2 seconds. And then, there was silence. Everyone was shocked. Including Chi Zhonglu. Including the strong man. Also including the 3 assassins of the Huang family. They looked at the hole with smoke and dust in horror, as if there was an extremely ferocious beast lurking here at the moment, as if it would rush out in the next second. Gurgle. A lot of blood flowed out of the broken wall. Everyone's heart sank suddenly. The 3 assassins of the Huang family were still somewhat suspicious. The door behind them was suddenly broken open. Their attention was still attracted by the hole in the wall in front of them. They didn't pay attention to the back at all. So when Jiang Xinchen appeared, the sword in his hand easily killed one of the assassins. The other 2 assassins were repelled by the Qingfeng sword. Their minds quickly returned. Puff! Jiang Xincheng's sword directly pierced the heart of the man on the left. The man on the right was grabbed by the shoulder by the strong man before he could react. With a mouthful of grim teeth exposed, he used both hands to forcefully tear it in half. Roar! The strong man roared with a refreshing beast roar. Jiang Xinchen looked over with some surprise. It was not that he thought this guy's method was so cruel, but he felt that his method seemed to be similar to the transformation of the owner of the family into a beast god. Mr. Qi. Jiang Xinchen looked over. I'm poisoned. Chi Zhonglu's lips were not only black and blue at this moment, but the black and blue from the poison had spread to his entire face. Jiang Xincheng's face changed, and he hurried forward. Chi Zhonglu suddenly vomited blood. The blood was black, and it seemed that there was something moving in the blood. It the black blood poison. Chi Zhonglu said with a distorted face, golden needle grass, Rong Hai, and skinny monkey mushroom. Hurry. Hurry up and prepare it. If there is no antidote within 3 days, I will definitely die. Jiang Xincheng's face changed wildly. Before he could say anything, Chi Zhonglu fainted directly, and fell backwards with his head raised. Fortunately, he was held by the strongman's broad arms. The strongman was confused. What should I do? He looked at Jiang Xincheng, who was wearing a mask. He was good at fighting. But when it came to detoxification, he felt a headache just hearing the names of the herbs. Jiang Xincheng fell into silence, and then said, if there is no antidote within 3 days, he will die. 3 days? The strongman hurriedly said, then you give him the antidote. The antidote he just mentioned is... Jiang Xinchen was also a little distressed. He knew only a little about herbs. How could he remember? What monkey? He looked over hesitantly. The Jiang family warriors beside him lowered their heads nervously, avoiding his sight. What monkey? The strongman repeated and looked at Jiang Xinchen. The 2 men looked at each other, in bewilderment. What monkey? Jiang Xinchen pulled the corner of his mouth. You ask me? The strongman put one arm around Chi Zhonglu, and scratched his head with the other hand in distress. Pei Jinya walked out from behind the wall with a dim look in his eyes. Jiang Xinchen quickly straightened up. The sturdy man looked at Pei Jinya in confusion. He didn't know Pei Jinya, and Pei Jinya was wearing a mask at the moment. However, he noticed that the attitude of Jiang Xinchen and his men had obviously changed, and he also understood that this was one of his own. Master. Before Jiang Xinchen finished speaking, Pei Jinya raised his hand to stop him. He walked to the sturdy man, and stretched out his hand to feel Chi Zhonglu's condition. Although he didn't have extraordinary medical skills, Pei Jinya still sensed that Chi Zhonglu Zhantai was not friendly at the moment. Who are you? The strong man asked hesitantly. Pei Jinya glanced at him, and took back his hand. Call me Mr. Song. The strong man was half believing and half doubting. Jiang Xincheng knew that the master did not want to reveal his true identity. So he leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Song. Chi Zhonglu said before he fainted that he was poisoned by a goo. And he also said that the goo could be cured. But, he hesitated. The strong man added seriously, I remember he said it was a monkey. It a skinny monkey mushroom. Pei Jinya said calmly. The strong man was stunned, and slapped his thigh, yes. Yes. Yes, that it. Pei Jinya looked at Jiang Xincheng thoughtfully. Arrange people to disguise themselves, and go to the business, to purchase golden needle grass, ronghai, and thin monkey mushroom. Jiang Xincheng hurriedly remembered. This time he remembered carefully. He recited it silently several times. He still mispronounced thin monkey mushroom. Pei Jinya looked at his clumsy appearance, and didn't say much. Forget it, you take people to stay here to clean up the scene. The other party will not stop there. Surveillance in secret. Jiang Xinqing felt a little relieved, said seriously, yes. I go with you. The strongman said hurriedly. Pei Jinya glanced at him. Can you disguise yourself? No. The strongman looked up honestly. If you can't, stay here. Pei Jinya didn't even turn his head, pointed a few strong men who could disguise themselves, and left with him. The strongman felt a little sorry. Jiang Xinqing said quietly beside him, you are too big, it would be easier to be exposed if we go there. That right. The sturdy man scratched his head, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. Jiang Xinqing looked suspiciously. He's so hot. The sturdy man let go of Qi Zhonglu. The two looked at him curiously at the same time. Unconsciously, Qi Zhonglu's face was not only covered with black patterns, but also his body was hot at the same time. The sturdy man was a little surprised. Jiang Xinqing said in a deep voice, find something to wrap it up, and retreat here first. Okay. After Pei Jinya led his men out of the village, after disguising themselves, the group drove a fake license plate car into a downtown business. Golden needle grass and Ronghai were easy to buy. But the thin monkey mushroom. I went to 2 businesses, and couldn't buy it. Swish. A car jumped out from the corner in front of them, and the driver hurriedly turned to avoid it. Master. After the car stopped, the driver's face was full of horror, as if he was afraid that Pei Jinya would kill him on the spot. Pei Jinya did not blame him, and said calmly, let go west. Master, the car just now is chasing us. Just as the driver finished speaking, he saw a luxury sports car rushing in front of their car. There was a man and a woman in the car. The girl seemed to be frightened, but the young boy was enjoying the fun of speeding. Master, he is blocking our car. The driver said hurriedly. Pei Jinya frowned, somewhat wanting to kill the other party directly, said coldly, step on the accelerator. Hit him. Yes. The engine roared. The luxury sports car in front that was about to block the car hurriedly avoided it. The young man in the car watched Pei Jinya and his group car leave before the traffic light changed, and slammed the steering wheel hard. 15 minutes later, a luxury sports car stopped at the door of the business. The young man who got out suddenly looked at the car next to the door with suspicion, feeling strangely familiar. The female companion, who was traveling with him, had already held onto the wall and began to feel sick. Young master. The manager had already stepped forward quickly, looking flatteringly. Whose car is it? The young man pointed to the car parked opposite. A group of people just came, saying they want to buy thin monkey mushrooms. The manager said hurriedly. Not for sale. The young man said 2 words and walked in first, without paying any attention to the female companion. The manager was stunned, walked forward quickly, and whispered, the supply of thin monkey mushrooms is relatively tight this year. We can raise the price. I said I don't sell it. You don't understand what I say, right? The young man frowned and said impatiently, Mr. Liu. The girl hurried over. The young man looked at her like this, threw out a wad of cash, and said impatiently, take the money and get out. The girl's face immediately turned pale. Before she could beg, the young man had already walked into the hall quickly, and saw Pei Jinya and his group picking skinny monkey mushrooms from a distance. It you? Before being ignored on the road, I was embarrassed. Now I saw Pei Jinya and his group buying things in my store. The corner of his mouth twisted. My mind suddenly became active. How much is this box? Pei Jinya was asking. This box is 150,000. It uses the purest and most natural extraction. The girl at the front desk was introducing, and suddenly a young man's voice came from the side. Not for sale. The receptionist saw that it was the young master, and hurriedly greeted him. Pei Jinya looked calm. Your company doesn't sell things? Sorry, someone has already reserved this thing. I'm really sorry. The manager hurriedly followed the young master's words and continued. I give you 300,000. Pei Jinya raised the price. I won't sell it even if you raise the price. The young man looked at Pei Jinya with interest. Who was the driver just now? Race with me. If you beat me, I sell it to you. Pei Jinya was not interested in talking nonsense with such a playboy. 1 million. The manager's hand trembled. 1 million, pure profit. He hurriedly looked at the young master. But the young man was a little annoyed. I'm talking to you. Don't you understand? This store is owned by my family, without my permission. Do you think you can buy it? Pei Jinya looked at the time. A Jiang family soldier came over to the door and whispered in his ear, Master. I have investigated and found that except for this store, there are no other shops nearby. There is no one in Doping City either. This is a special supply from Beizhou. Pei Jinya looked at the young man and said, "Want to compare cars?" The man accompanying him had already stood up. However, at this time, the young man's dissatisfaction of being ignored was ignited again. He disliked Pei Jinya's careless tone the most. Not to mention that he had lost face before. Now he was still acting like this when he went to his store to buy something. He said on the spot, "I regret it. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't use it. Now you beg me. If you beg me, I will give it to you." The sturdy man next to Pei Jinya suddenly looked dangerous. The young man looked at Pei Jinya with interest. "You are driving a fake car, right? If you have the guts, just smash my store. Then the matter will get out of hand." Snap! There was a crisp sound from the young man's throat. His eyes suddenly dimmed. The manager and the receptionist beside him all widened their eyes instantly, looking completely surprised. Shameless thing. Pei Jinya threw the young man's body away and looked at the receptionist. The girl at the receptionist subconsciously took a step back and subconsciously put the box in her hand on the counter. "Thank you." Pei Jinya picked up the box containing the skinny monkey mushroom. "You guys." The manager reacted immediately. Just as he was about to activate the alarm, a hand pressed on him the next moment. Bang! It hit the display cabinet more than 10 meters away hard, the glass shattered, the alarm sounded, and the scene was in chaos. Under the woman's scream, everyone fled in panic. Pei Jinya used his brain waves to destroy the monitoring equipment, and did not forget to turn his head and say to his men around him, "Blow up the car, we will take a detour later." Yes! The guards of the business did not dare to approach, and also fled the scene with everyone. The young man's body had been stepped on countless times. Pei Jinya didn't even have the mood to take a look. He looked at the treasures around him, his eyes flickering. The murderer. No taboos. When the people from the Federal Night Patrol arrived at the scene, the business was already engulfed in flames. "Put out the fire first." The middle-aged man in the lead frowned and looked over. The people next to him also had a sad face. "Captain, there is no clue about the Chihua case that happened in Xiqing district before. Now there are thugs killing people here again. 2 major cases occurred in one day. The higher-ups are about to explode." The middle-aged man was worried. At the same time, in a tea house in Shizhou, a young man heard something and turned his head to look. All dead? When did Qi Zhonglu have such a master around him? It should be the helper he found from Zhongzhou, but the other party identity cannot be confirmed at present. In addition, we just learned that his daughter is now close to the Jiang family in Doping City. Which Jiang family? The young man said indifferently. A small place like Doping City is not worth our attention. Young master, the Jiang family is deeply rooted in Doping City. Our people have received warnings from local officials. For Qi Zhonglu's daughter, I'm afraid. The subordinate hesitated. The young man said with a playful look, "The Jiang family. Tell them, as long as they are willing to hand over the person, our Huang family can reward them with some resources." Yes. There was a big commotion in Haiyang City. But for Pei Jinya, it was not important. He had killed many people. These few were not a big deal. Jiang Xinchen kidnapped a doctor from the black market, but Pei Jin was ambitious. After asking the doctor to refine the medicine, he did not kill him, but kept him by his side, and made a decision after they left. Qi Zhonglu was fed the medicine. The strong man stood guard beside him, and soon fell into a deep sleep. After a day of fighting, let alone him, Jiang Xinchen and his people were already exhausted. Qi Zhonglu was still in a coma, and the black pattern on his face had faded a lot. Although there was no sign of waking up. But at least it showed that the prescription Qi Zhonglu said before he fell into a coma was correct. In the dim room, the moonlight was shining outside the window. Pei Jinya looked at Qi Zhonglu silently. This person extraordinary. That all. A breeze swept by. Qi Zhonglu seemed to have had a nightmare. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was no one in front of him except the sleepy strong man. A drop of cold sweat rolled down quietly. Just at this moment, Jiang Xinchen appeared with hot water. When their eyes met, he was stunned. "Are you awake?" "Thank you." Qi Zhonglu smelled the scent of medicinal herbs, and clearly knew what was wrong with him at the moment. "Do you feel better?" Jiang Xinchen put down the basin. "My body is a little weak now. And I feel a little nauseous." Qi Zhonglu felt a little dizzy. He looked around. "What time is it now?" "Don't worry, you just slept for more than 4 hours." When Jiang Xinchen spoke, the strong man was awakened, looking at Qi Zhonglu with surprise. Boss! You are awake. Keep your voice down. Qi Zhonglu sighed, looking at Jiang Xinchen. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this, Mr. Jiang. The head of the family knew, and it was he who arranged the people that helped us to be rescued. Jiang Xinchen came over and handed over a bottle of pills. This is a blood-replenishing pill. Take one first, and then take it again after 6 hours. Thank you. Qi Zhonglu did not hesitate, and swallowed a small blood-replenishing pill immediately. If the Jiang family wanted to kill him, there would be no need to go to great lengths to save him. My current physical condition. He looked over with a wry smile. Jiang Xinchen shook his head and said, Don't think too much. The city has been blocked now. We can't get out anyway. So just stay and recover from your injuries. Blocked? Qi Zhonglu was stunned. He didn't think much about it. He thought the robbery and murder he encountered today had attracted the attention of local officials. Has the old man known about it? Qi Zhonglu asked in a deep voice. Apologetically, the head of the family said that you should recover from your injuries first. And the way out and equipment can be prepared at any time. Jiang Xinchen said casually. He pointed to the basin. There is water outside. Just tell me if you need anything. But don't go out. Now only this place is slightly safer. I understand. Qi Zhonglu nodded. Not far away. When Jiang Xinchen walked into the room, he said seriously, Master, Qi Zhonglu has woken up. I know. Pei Jinya was not surprised at all, and was still looking at a piece of tortoiseshell in his hand. This thing was accidentally obtained from the business. It was hidden in a dark room at the bottom of a wooden box. If Pei Jinya hadn't studied it for a while, I'm afraid they won't be able to find this turtle shell. When he saw it for the first time, he felt that it looked a bit like a divination tool. So he tried it with his mental power. It consumed 50 points of mental power to judge whether it would be good or bad today. It was a bit painful to say. But Pei Jinya felt more curious. This turtle shell can be used to judge good or bad luck. Do you have any other instructions? Jiang Xinchen asked. Pei Jinya looked up and said, I left some supplies for you all. You will stay here for the next 2 days. When he recovers, follow the path I left behind. Yes, Master. Jiang Xinchen retreated, knocked the door gently. At the same time, on the other side, Qi Zhonglu turned his head to look at the sturdy man accompanying him, and whispered, What happened after I fainted? Nothing special. The sturdy man tilted his head and said hesitantly, Who was the man behind the wall before? Has he shown up? Qi Zhonglu asked again. Are you talking about Mr. Song? The strong man looked suspiciously. I suspect it was him. But there is no evidence. The herbs you are drinking now were bought by him personally. Qi Zhonglu was stunned. Mr. Song? He had no idea who Mr. Song was. But thinking of the scene he saw before he fainted, he felt an inexplicable fear of this person. It seems that I underestimated the strength of the Jiang family. Boss, there is something I don't know whether to say or not. The strong man couldn't help but whispered. What? Qi Zhonglu looked up in confusion. The Jiang family seems to be very nice to you. The strong man scratched his head. In fact, when we were forced here, they didn't have to save us at all, and they risked their lives to buy medicine for you. Qi Zhonglu was stunned, slowly lowered his head, and said nothing. He lay back on the bed. Boss, I said so much. I really wasn't bribed by the Jiang family, but to be fair. The strong man's voice weakened, because Qi Zhonglu was snoring softly. The strong man turned his head away, staring at the doors and windows in a daze. He murmured blankly, It seems really good. Haigang City expressed its apologies for what happened to you and company. After a whole day of searching, the whereabouts of the murderer could not be found. The photos of the city-wanted posters were posted all over the streets, but unfortunately, Pei Jinya and the other two had all been disguised. The monitoring equipment of the company had been severely damaged. This also caused great trouble to the officials of Haigang City. Still can't find it. In the monitoring room of the Night Patrol Division, the middle-aged man frowned. The relevant equipment has been destroyed, Captain. I even doubt whether this is a carefully planned murder. I suggest starting with the opponents of the Yuan family. The young man next to him suggested. Such a big family. Who doesn't have some opponents? If we really investigate, it will be too noisy. Someone frowned. The middle-aged man's brows never relaxed. The surveillance equipment was damaged, which meant that they did not have the features of the murderer. There were special seals inside the business, so it was impossible to profile. This case is very difficult. On this day, Pei Jinya read his fortune for himself. The fortune was quite ominous. Ominous fortune? Bloody disaster? Pei Jinya read another fortune for traveling. Suitable for traveling. In doubt. He read another fortune for Jiang Xincheng. The hexagram indicated that if he stayed here, he would bring disaster to them. Pei Jinya did not hesitate. Secretly hacked into a black internet cafe to act as his eyes, and then fled away without delay. After landing, he read another hexagram. Nothing happened. This meant that the disaster of blood disappeared. Pei Jinya saw the blood light dissipating from the turtle shell, and suddenly felt a little suspicious. If he really stayed in Haigang City, what would happen? Arrived at the back mountain, Pei Jinya gulped down 3 tubes of blue potion to restore his mental strength. Then he secretly observed through the eyes of the harbor city. 3 hours later, at a certain moment, he saw a golden red light suddenly appearing in the sky, and a pair of extremely wide golden red wings spread out. The seraphim from the investigation team actually arrived in the harbor city. Pei Jinya was stunned and quickly cut off the signal, because almost instantly, the other party had discovered him. This kind of sharp perception is really terrifying. But unfortunately, the other party is not from the mental network department. Welcome, Lord Seraph. The military experts of Harbor City appeared in front of Seraph almost instantly. Seraph ignored them, raised his eyebrows slightly. He sensed that someone was watching in the dark, but before he could make a move, the feeling of being watched disappeared. Ignoring the official personnel of Harbor City, Seraph disappeared instantly. Everyone present was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. When they arrived, they found that it was an illegal internet cafe without a business license. The internet cafe owner, who was holding instant noodles, was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw so many high-ranking officials appear in front of him. What was even more shocking was that a guy with wings on his back suddenly stretched out his hand, and he lost consciousness. The boiling instant noodle soup spilled all over the floor. Seraph slowly let go of his hand, and raised his eyebrows again. Isn't it him? Lord Seraph, is there the person you are looking for here? A 4th-level military expert beside him asked carefully. The Seraph looked at him expressionlessly. I am worried about the public security issues in Haigang City. Everyone present was trembling with fear. The Seraph left in a flash. He did not need to explain to these people. It was also on this day that an earthquake occurred in the officialdom of Haigang City. In addition to the governor, more than a dozen officials were held accountable. In the heated discussion of the people of Haigang City, no one noticed that another illegal internet cafe was also destroyed. Pei Jinya was even more unaware of these. Today hexagram, ping. Nothing happening is also a blessing. Pei Jinya sighed softly, and continued to read the hexagram for the 2 elders at home. Today hexagram, G. The tortoise shell was slightly red. Is there something good going to happen to the 2 elders? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. Observe in secret. He couldn't tell the degree of good or bad luck in the hexagram at present. He could only rely on whether the red light on the tortoise shell was dazzling. A simple judgment. But as for the correspondence between good and bad, he knew nothing. The target of the experiment naturally became the 2 elders. Under Pei Jinya attention, the 2 elders just came out of the hospital and encountered a car accident on the way. But it was someone else's car accident. Pei Mother couldn't bear to see such a thing. So the 2 of them rescued the old man who had a car accident together, sent him to the hospital in time, and saved his life. The old man family arrived, and in order to express their feelings for the 2 elders, they gave them a check for 1 million. A slightly reddish auspicious sign, equal to 1 million. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze. However, he was shocked that the other party did not cheat him. There are more good people in this world after all. Just as the officialdom of Haigang City was shaken, Pei Jinya obtained a supernatural gene fragment of soul mutation today. Master, someone from Shizhou sent a letter. Zhong Xian reported respectfully that day. What the matter? Pei Jinya took the medicinal food slowly. After getting the divination tortoise shell, I was a little excited, so I tried many times, which caused my mental strength to decline a lot. The other party didn't say anything, but just gave me a token, saying that he hopes to meet you. Zhong Xian handed over a feather. Pei Jinya recognized the other party as the Huang family of Shizhou at a glance. But, I'm busy, I won't meet you. Zhong Xian has long been accustomed to it. The Huang family messenger was shocked when he heard the news of his rejection. Does your old man know that I am from the Huang family? Which family you come from is different from whether my master will see you or not. I'm sorry, but my master is in seclusion and has already closed the door to visitors. I won't see you off. Zhong Xian turned and left. The Huang family messenger was stunned. Why is the Jiang family so arrogant? In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Pei Jinya harvested another soul mutation extraordinary gene fragment. It was also on this day. Haigang City was no longer under martial law. Jiang Xinqing sent a secret order, and he had brought his entourage to go to sea with Qi Zhonglu. Agreed to reply in 10 hours. If there is no reply, it means that they are in trouble. Another message: if arrested, I will take poison on the spot, and will never drag down the family. Pei Jinya silently turned off the communicator. Under the moonlight, the shadow of the fifth golden lotus began to become more and more full. Soon, it was completely condensed. At this point, Pei Jinya had practiced the 12 lotuses of Han Yuan to the fifth lotus. The blood and Qi roared. It was as vast as a river. The abundant power in his limbs continued to rise. Pei Jinya even made a sound of joy that was difficult to suppress. This feeling lasted for more than a minute before it slowly stopped. He swiped out the attribute panel. As expected, Qi and blood value the column was updated. 710. 710. The attribute value broke 700 for the first time. Pei Jinya let out a long breath. The benefits of breaking through to the fifth lotus of the 12 Hunyuan lotuses are not just as simple as breaking through the 700 level barrier of Qi and blood. Whether it is absorbing the essence of the sun, or swallowing up the spiritual energy, the feedback of the Hunyuan golden lotus is stronger and faster than before. Pei Jinya carefully felt the changes of the Hunyuan golden lotus. There are 5 golden lotuses on his head, and for a moment it feels like 3 flowers are gathering at the top of his head. The spiritual stones in front of him soon became less, leaving only a layer of stone powder left after being ground by a huge force. Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. He swiped out the attribute panel. Unconsciously, his mental strength became the lowest. But what surprised Pei Jinya was that now the attribute value has soared from the threshold of 400 points to around 700, but the average value of the 5th level of extraordinary has not yet appeared. Is it because the threshold of the 5th level of extraordinary is higher? A similar situation had occurred earlier, and it would only be displayed when the attribute value exceeded half. So Pei Jinya guessed that the threshold of the 5th level of extraordinary might be above 1,400 points. Thinking this way, he had a rough idea of the gap between him and the 5th level extraordinary. With my current ability, I'm afraid that if I face a 5th level extraordinary in his prime, no, I still have a chance if I face a squishy one. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. The squishy defense is easy to break. As long as the method is appropriate, there is a chance. As for the 6th level extraordinary, I'm afraid that even 3,000 points can't reach the threshold. Pei Jinya stabilized his mentality. Silently practicing the heart condensation technique, get rid of distracting thoughts. He soon entered the state of cultivation again. He didn't know how long this cultivation lasted, but Pei Jinya felt like only a moment had passed. But when he opened his eyes and woke up, the sky had already brightened, and at least 6 hours had passed. It's true that time does not matter when you are cultivating. Pei Jinya sighed softly. He shook his body gently, and the dew on his clothes evaporated immediately. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He teleported to the back mountain, after practicing the 5 animals exercises for a few times. His bones all over his body were crackling like cannons. After practicing for 3 or 5 times, he became more and more proficient. After he finished practicing, the blue bird flew over quickly, first landing on a branch, chirping, until Pei Jinya waved his hand, and then it flew into Pei Jinya palm. Are you saying that a group of masked men took a ferry to the investigation team base in Daping City last night? The blue bird nodded, chirping and talking about something. Pei Jinya just smiled lightly. Yes. They are too much. How can you cut down trees casually? Bluebird nodded more frequently. After Pei Jinya comforted him for a few words, he gave him another spiritual stone. Bluebird then left awkwardly, with a satisfied look of being drunk. Hiss eat. A timid voice came from the bushes beside him. Pei Jinya turned his head and looked at him, and laughed and scolded. I really can't understand why you are so socially anxious with such a big body. Since the giant python is serious and responsible in guarding the back mountain, Pei Jinya gave 3 spiritual stones as a reward. The giant python rubbed Pei Jinya's arm affectionately, and then disappeared from the jungle. Not long after, a huge locust tree in the distance made a rustling sound. A huge monster coiled up. Pei Jinya smiled silently. Looking at them, there was always something interesting to kill time during the boring days of cultivation. Buzz. The brain waves sensed a message from the exclusive channel of the old gods. After half a month, the old god suddenly contacted him. Pei Jinya thought they had rested enough and were ready to make a big move. But it turned out that the person who contacted him was Linghu. This woman had something private to ask for. Pei Jinya saw the message, but did not reply immediately. Instead, he took out the tortoise shell. Whether there was anything to do, he would tell a fortune first. The hexagram was ominous, and the tortoise shell was slightly red. Pei Jinya ignored the message without thinking. An hour later, Linghu called. Pei Jinya hung up and did not answer. Linghu sent another message hoping to borrow some money. The ominous sign of the hexagram is already too much, and you are asking me to borrow money, that even more excessive. Block him directly. Adults' rejection often starts with blocking. Linghu had just edited the message to be sent sincerely. After clicking send, an exclamation mark appeared after the message, and then he realized that he had been blocked. The delicate and pretty face was full of disbelief on the spot. He actually blocked me? Linghu looked at Lu Hai beside him in astonishment. Lu Hai didn't know what happened, and asked blankly, "What did you do?" "Something personal." Linghu didn't say. Lu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked over. "I advise you to keep some distance from the Demon King. Otherwise I can't guarantee what the Elder will do to you." Linghu frowned and looked over. Lu Hai smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. The Elders value the Demon King more than you can imagine. Be careful not to get into trouble." Linghu left with a cold face. He looked at his phone. It was still blocked. The angry face suddenly darkened a little. No matter what the fox thought, Pei Jinya had no regrets about blocking him. Ordinary colleagues should have the mentality of ordinary colleagues. Is he necessary to explain to you after blocking you? But Lu Hai sent a message. "Demon King, is it convenient? I will wait for you in the safe house. The Elder has an action plan to inform you." Although he and Lu Hai had fought side by side several times, but Pei Jinya still treated everyone equally, and made a divination first. "Hexagram, ping. You are lucky," Pei Jinya muttered to himself. And then he disappeared from the spot, inside the secret safe room. The door lock turned. Lu Hai saw Pei Jinya appearing in a mask, and immediately stood up. "Demon King." Pei Jinya nodded slightly. "What the matter?" He noticed that Yin Shu and Xiao Hongluo were not there. Lu Hai handed over a sealed letter with both hands. "To avoid information leakage, this is written by the Elder himself. Please check it." When Pei Jinya reached out to look over, Lu Hai noticed that he was still wearing gloves. The Demon King is really too cautious. Pei Jinya ignored his strange look and opened the letter. The letter didn't say much. It was just that there was an action against the investigation team today. Not a request, but a question about whether Pei Jinya would participate. Pei Jinya actually knew it himself. If it weren't for his special identity, and if he just happened to show his extraordinary value, Elder Wuji's attitude towards him would probably not be like this. "Do you know what the mission is?" Pei Jinya looked at Lu Hai. Lu Hai shook his head. "The Elder didn't tell me." Pei Jinya hesitated for a moment, and left the room to divine the matter. The hexagram is very ominous. The red light on the tortoise shell was extremely dazzling. Pei Jinya was even dumbfounded. TSK. The Elder is indeed a man who wants to do great things. And a mission is so fierce. When he returned to the room, Lu Hai looked at him. He didn't know what the Elder wrote in the letter to Pei Jinya. He was just waiting for Pei Jinya reply, and had to go back to report. Go back and tell the Elder that it is not appropriate to take any action today. Pei Jinya's serious tone made Lu Hai a little distracted. If he hadn't fought side by side with Pei Jinya, he would probably ask why at this moment. "Okay. I will tell the Elder." Lu Hai was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something and stopped and said, "Did the fox look for you today? You know?" Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows and looked over. "I happened to pass by at that time, and heard her mention it." Lu Hai smiled, then put away his smile and whispered, "She has been very close to Elder Zhu disciples recently. She has a strange relationship with Elder Wuji. Although she won't hurt you, she may be used as a gun." Pei Jinya looked over after hearing this. Lu Hai actually said too much. So he met Pei Jinya's gaze, and nodded slightly. Without saying anything else, he summoned the teleportation vortex and left quickly. Pei Jinya looked at his rapidly depleted mental energy and felt a pain in his flesh. Fortunately, he intercepted a batch of goods from the Yuan family business. He had 3 more blue potions in his hand and drank them in big gulps. "Shizhou." Lu Hai knelt on one knee beside the pond in the ancient courtyard. Elder Wuji, wearing a plain robe, was dozing with his back to him. And next to him was the golden dragon fishing rod that Pei Jinya had given him before. Did he agree? To reply to the elder, the Demon King refused. Lu Hai bowed his head and said respectfully. Elder Wu Ji didn't seem surprised. But Lu Hai said respectfully at this time, the Demon King specifically instructed that it is not appropriate to take action today. Elder Wu Ji suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this. A huge pressure was given to Lu Hai. He lowered his head, and it was almost less than an inch from the ground. He said in a tight voice, I dare not deceive the elder. These are the original words of the Demon King. The subordinate was terrified and did not move a word. Get up. Elder Wu Ji did not embarrass him. Lu Hai stood up carefully, still lowering his head, looking like he was waiting for instructions at any time. Elder Wu Ji fell into thought. After a moment, he looked up. What else did the Demon King say? Lu Hai shook his head. Other than that, the Demon King said nothing. Elder Wu Ji thought for a while, and waved his hand. Lu Hai retreated respectfully. Elder Wu Ji was the only one left in the courtyard. He held the handles of the wooden chair with both hands, and said without turning his head, give the order, cancel today action, and talk about it another day. Yes. A shadow quickly retreated. Master, you seem to trust him very much? A woman wearing a purple mask appeared. Elder Wu Ji had a calm face, and did not answer her question, but glanced over. Have you done what I asked you to arrange? We have contacted, but the other party attitude is very ambiguous. I guess it is not just our family that is in contact. Xinu replied, suddenly said, why don't we let that guy try? I've heard a lot about him recently. His reputation as a Demon King is very big. Elder Wu Ji looked at her silently. Xinu took a half step back, not panicking, just smiled and said, I'm not plotting against him, master. You always say that those who are capable should do more work. Why are you blaming me now? Elder Wu Ji said lightly, you are not the same kind of people. Xinu looked curiously. Elder Wu Ji said slowly, the road ahead is difficult. It is hard for us to see the future clearly. This is the only variable I can find. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. But I feel it is powerful. Xinu said this without any joking intention. There will be a day when I will understand. I hope I will still be here by then. Elder Wu Ji sighed. That's not something I can say. I still hope that Master will live longer than the southern mountains. Xinu stepped forward immediately, and patted Elder Wu Ji on the shoulder. Elder Wu Ji seemed amused by this, and chuckled softly, don't come here. Xinu laughed and asked carefully, Master, how about I go to Daping City? The Demon King is alone there. Will he be alone? Elder Wu Ji turned his head to look at her, and shook his head, now is not the time. Oh well, I haven't had the chance to meet this big man, so I wait for Master to arrange it. Xinu let go of her hand, and said as she stepped back, something happened on the front line again, trouble. Master, I go there first, and come back another day. You are doomed, if you don't want to die. Stay away from him. The karma on him is heavier than yours, and he can't control it at present. You go to see him and ask for death. Elder Wu Ji said with his back to Xinu. Xinu figure froze as she left, turned her head, and said with a grin, I don't ask for death. After saying that, she fled. Elder Wu Ji slowly retracted his gaze. He stroked the golden dragon fishing rod in his hand. I can't see through the secret. At the same time, far away in the back mountain of the Jiang family in Daping City, Pei Jinya had 5 golden lotuses on his head, swallowing the spiritual energy into his body. Suck it for me. There are too many monsters underwater, but we have determined the location, so there is no problem. Jiang Xinqing sent the message on time. Unfortunately, it was not good news. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it. Too many monsters underwater? He instinctively wanted to teleport there. With his current strength, he only needed 3 jumps to reach there, which was not too much. However, when you are undecided, calculate a hexagram first. 50 points of mental power were consumed. Hexagram, peace. Peace is a blessing. You can go beside the Federico coastline. The moonlight is bright. The sound of waves hitting the shore comes one after another. Qi Zhonglu shook his ears twice, slapped the seawater out, sat on the rock all wet, if nothing else, still a little cold. Noticing that Jiang Xinqing took out his notebook and was typing a reply, he asked, what did the family say? They want to send a master. Jiang Xinqing looked up at him. Qi Zhonglu was stunned. Even the sturdy man who was taking off his equipment beside him paused, and asked in confusion, Master? When will he arrive? Soon, Jiang Xinqing said casually. The sturdy man turned his head and looked at Qi Zhonglu. Qi Zhonglu looked at Jiang Xinqing deeply. It is said that only Mr. Jiang is carrying the Jiang family. Now it seems that the world has underestimated your Jiang family. This Jiang family is too hidden. It was like this in Haigang City before. As soon as the mysterious strongman named Mr. Song appeared, simple and crude, directly solved the battle in a crushing way. Jiang Xinqing looked calm. In fact, he was no less confused than Qi Zhonglu. Ever since the head of the family broke through the limit, he didn't know how strong the Jiang family was. But what does it matter? The stronger the head of the family is, the more glorious they are. There was a noise from the side. The strongman suddenly stood up and stood in front of Qi Zhonglu. Because the person coming was not Mr. Song, they didn't know him. Pei Jinya appeared in another identity. He reached out and took out the secret order. The Jiang family, led by Jiang Xinqing, recognized the person, but did not recognize him. They immediately stood up and bowed. Meet the secret envoy. The master had mentioned in the secret communication that he would obey the secret envoy orders in everything. I was ordered to come and help you. Have you confirmed the route? Pei Jinya also changed his voice. It has been confirmed. Jiang Xinqing also looked decisive. There is no time to lose. Let's get up. Pei Jinya glanced at the sky. Yes. Jiang Xinqing nodded. Qi Zhonglu was also straightforward, and motioned the strongman to hand over a new set of equipment. Pei Jinya put it on. Then the group took advantage of the night to dive into the seabed. Hundreds of sardines formed a dense school on the seabed. Qi Zhonglu suddenly looked over in surprise, and roughly knew what happened. Beastmaster? The Jiang family actually has such a talent resource as a Beastmaster. Qi Zhonglu was shocked again. The foundation of the Jiang family has completely exceeded his imagination. However, Qi Zhonglu still didn't understand. Since the Jiang family has such a rich background, why did they have to stay in a small place like Daping City? What is the Jiang family planning? Qi Zhonglu suddenly felt a sense of palpitation. With Pei Jinya, the Beastmaster, leading the deep-sea trip, they were much faster than before. Just as Qi Zhonglu was expressing his relief, the vision in front of him suddenly became dim. He was stunned. Raise your head and look. A huge monster blocked everyone's way. It a fiery shark, be careful, it will burst into a sea of fire if it moves, the power is no less than a volcanic eruption. Qi Zhonglu hurriedly explained. But just as the voice fell, don't be afraid. Pei Jinya's voice came from the team channel. Then the Beastmaster from the Jiang family rushed over quickly. The strongman and Qi Zhonglu were dumbfounded. I don't know what he is going to do. The next second, both of them widened their eyes. The adult fire shark rubbed up to the Beastmaster like a child. This, Qi Zhonglu and the strongman were dumbfounded. It started escorting, don't worry. Pei Jinya's voice came to everyone's ears. With this huge adult fire shark leading the way, the rest of the journey was safe. We're here, Qi Zhonglu said. Pei Jinya looked at the underwater canyon that a person passed through in front of him. The fire shark stayed outside. Pei Jinya followed Qi Zhonglu. It is no exaggeration to say that this underwater canyon is interconnected. Even if Pei Jinya walks alone, he may get lost. Qi Zhonglu just stopped for a while, and soon arrived in front of a delicate scallop with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The thing is here. Qi Zhonglu pointed at the delicate scallop. Pei Jinya walked forward. Jiang Xinqing and others followed by the side. Not knowing what to do next, Qi Zhonglu stood by and stared. I don't know what to do next. He only knows how to find it, but he doesn't know how to recognize the master. Pei Jinya stretched out his hand. He had a golden glove on his hand, which could block the invasion of poison, so he was very brave and directly reached out to touch it. A flash of lightning flashed. Jiang Xinqing, Qi Zhonglu and his group of people faces changed wildly, and they were hit by a flash of lightning one after another, and their figures flew backwards one after another. Fortunately, there was momentum in the water. The distance of flying backwards was not far. The mechanical equipment on their bodies did not suffer serious damage. In fact, they didn't know. If Pei Jinya hadn't secretly intercepted the large amount of lightning power contained in this scallop, it would be a question whether they could survive. Jiang Xinqing was worried about something happening, so he hurriedly stopped, stepped on the ground, and quickly jumped over. However, as soon as he arrived, he was surprised to see a large ship with a glittering color appear in the open scallop. It better to say that it a 3 or 5 meter long ship model. It the Qianlong. Qi Zhonglu said excitedly. A piece of seaweed was still wrapped around his body, which was being torn off by the brute force of the strong man. It is the Qianlong, which can be enlarged and reduced freely. Pei Jinya ignored his excitement. The lightning spread. These people could not stop at all. Except him. Using perception, he clearly discovered the wonderfulness of this Qianlong glass boat. This is actually a space treasure. It is similar to the ancient village of the Old God Association. There are no living people on the boat, but there are many white bones. I think he was the last person trapped on the ship. Pei Jinya could only express regret, and could not do anything. He scanned with his senses, and found that there were more than 100 weapons left on the ship, and some secret rooms that could not be explored. But after recognizing the master, everything will be clear. He immediately used the space pendant to take it in. Pei Jinya turned around and said, "Evacuate." Qi Zhonglu looked at him with a look of regret, and it seemed that he did not get to see the treasure for a second longer. Jiang Xinqing and others did not react much. The original purpose was to get treasure for the head of the family. Now that the mission is over, it is natural to return. As soon as the group emerged from the sea, several beams of light came towards them. Please hand over your things. Otherwise there will be no intact bones left in the continuous bombardment. Someone on the shore said jokingly. Qi Zhonglu's face changed slightly, lurking under the sea, whispering, "It's someone from the Huang family." Pei Jinya watched silently. Jiang Xinqing's eyes changed slightly. He drew his sword from his waist. Before he could say anything, Pei Jinya's voice came from the headset. "Back off." Qi Zhonglu was stunned. However, the Jiang family, led by Jiang Xinqing, retreated immediately after hearing Pei Jiny's voice. "Boss." The strong man hesitated and pulled Qi Zhonglu, who was still in a daze and angry. The next second, before the Huang family could react, the sea suddenly radiated with endless flames, stretching for thousands of meters. The raging waves enveloped the past. Fuck! Everyone in the Huang family was horrified. Fire! The leader roared in shock and anger. Who would have thought that? The prey that should have been in the bag would dare to take the initiative to attack, and the power of this attack is so terrifying. Bang! 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 The sound of the cannon shook the sky. The raging flames on the sea surface illuminated a bright fire. Almost instantly, it was as bright as day here. What is that? Someone suddenly pointed at the huge figure that broke out of the sea in surprise. It a fire shark. Oh my god, so many fire sharks. Have we poked the fire shark lair? In an instant, the waves hit the shore. The mountain walls along the coast were shattered in the air, spewing out endless waves of fire. The people who couldn't dodge in time screamed. The leader looked at the largest fire shark in a voiceless voice. It seemed that there was a figure standing on it. Beast tamer. 3 minutes later, everything is calm. I will leave first. You guys ride on the fiery sharks and leave here. You can leave on your own. After Pei Jinya said this, he disappeared into the night. Qi Zhonglu could no longer hold back his ecstasy and got on the back of a fiery shark. This beast master of the Jiang family is so powerful. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Xinqing, whose eyes were numb. Little did he know that Jiang Xinqing was more surprised than him. The 2 days of practice passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Pei Jinya received a big gift package of attribute light balls. Free attribute value 180 points plus 1 obtained attribute value again. Pei Jinya was in a good mood. After waiting for so many days, I am finally rich again. Because of the divination habit he had developed recently, Pei Jinya gave priority to increasing his mental strength this time. He increased it to 800 points in one go, and the rest was divided equally between chi, blood and physical strength. Anyway, with the skills, the increase in attribute value itself is faster than the increase in mental strength. After returning from the Federi Sea that day, Pei Jinya also returned to Daping City first. As for Jiang Xinqing and Qi Zhonglu, they were returning in disguise. The Qianlong has now recognized its master. There are 1 gold bar left on the ship. In addition, there are 866 weapons of medium and upper quality. Among them, there are 366 weapons of upper quality swords and other weapons. In other words, Pei Jinya will not lack handy weapons for future battles. Even if he rotates 1 a day, there are 1 high quality armor. There are 136 bottles of elixirs for cultivation. There are also 12 volumes of swordsmanship, including 3 volumes of ancient martial arts secrets. There are 12 books on refining. There are 6 books on alchemy. In short, I'm really rich this time. Master, the Huang family is here again. Zhong Xian stood respectfully outside the door. The sound of pages being turned came from the room, and Pei Jinya's voice came immediately afterwards. What did they say? Except for wanting to see you, they didn't say anything else. Oh, by the way, the conditions they offer will definitely satisfy you. Zhong Xian replied carefully. The sound of turning pages behind the door stopped. Zhong Xian didn't hear it very clearly, and vaguely heard something like a bear or a sign. Just when he was stunned and didn't understand, Pei Jinya's voice came. Tell the people of the Huang family. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Yes, sir. Zhong Xian bowed and retreated. The Huang family messenger looked at the Jiang family housekeeper approaching with a slightly mocking look. As long as the Jiang family has eyes and ears, they will know their Huang family recent tricks. Last time, the Jiang family refused to see him. When he meets the Jiang family later, he will see how he will make a good sarcastic remark. Zhong Xian walked to the door. The Huang family messenger looked at him arrogantly. Sorry. Zhong Xian was the same as last time. After saying that, he personally closed the door and prepared to lock it. The Huang family messenger was dumbfounded. Wait! What did you just say? He was only focused on listening to the Jiang family housekeeper rejecting him, and did not hear the specific content. My master said, if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself, less calculation, more sincerity. Zhong Xian looked up at him, and said earnestly, you'd better not come. The master is really busy, and has no time to see you. If you can't do it, think of a way to get the head of your Huang family to come over. You are so insignificant. Zhong Xian shook his head. Although he didn't know what the Huang family and his master were up to, he looked down on the Huang family pettiness. What kind of status do you have to ask to see our master by name? Zhong Xian didn't wait for the other party to say anything else, and knocked on the door directly, ignoring the knocking and shouting behind him, and strode away. The Huang family messenger was furious. Is this how you Jiang family treats guests? You will regret it. You will definitely regret it. Zhong Xian turned his head and looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. The last sneer made the Huang family messenger so angry that he wanted to kill him right now. Damn it. Laughing at me? You are not worthy. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only stare at him angrily, and watch Zhong Xian leave in anger. Zhao. The Huang family messenger left angrily. After returning to the temporary residence, he immediately called home. As soon as he heard the lazy voice coming from the phone, the Huang family messenger attitude immediately became submissive. Young master, have you seen Jiang Qingsong? The young man's lazy voice came, and there was also the soft voice of a young woman next to him. The Huang family messenger lowered his head and clasped his legs together, not daring to think too much, and whispered, young master, I have done what you ordered. But the Jiang family still refused to see me, and said that if you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Threatening me. The young man paused for a while. A crisp slap sounded from the other end of the phone, and soon the door closed. Then the young man said slowly, is the Jiang family determined to protect Qi Zhonglu's daughter? I think the Jiang family really means that. But young master. The Huang family messenger hesitated for a while, and whispered, what does the Jiang family mean by that? What do you mean if you don't want others to know? Then don't do it yourself. Do they know something? The young man said thoughtfully, so far, the identity of the group of people following Qi Zhonglu has not been determined. Don't provoke the Jiang family for the time being. They have a deep relationship with the local people. Yes. The Huang family messenger was a little angry, but suddenly said, young master, is there a possibility the people around Qi Zhonglu were sent by the Jiang family? According to the information we have found so far, the people Qi Zhonglu recruited before were backed by a security company formed by a group of casual cultivators. It's not worth mentioning at all. It seems that the only family he has contact with is the Jiang family. The young man fell silent. After a moment, he said, Xiao Xia was killed 2 days ago. The message sent only has 3 words. The Huang family messenger then heard the 3 words Beastmaster, and his expression changed slightly. You know Xiao Xia's strength. A Beastmaster who can wipe out his team is definitely not an ordinary character. Could it be the Lei family? The Huang family messenger hesitated. In his eyes, the only Beastmaster who can compete with the Huang family is probably the Lei family. Someone at home is already investigating. Wait a little longer. We know soon. The young man hung up the phone. The Huang family messenger sighed. He turned his head suddenly. A big hand suddenly grabbed his face. New extraordinary gene, Art Beastmaster. New extraordinary ability. Beastmaster Pei Jinya slowly opened his eyes. Threw away the body of the Huang family messenger. A ball of fire fell from nowhere. There was not a single drop left. Your Huang family only has talent that I can take a closer look at. Pei Jinya stood there and thought for a while. Daping City is so chaotic, it's not a big deal if someone dies. However, the identity of the Huang family is indeed easy to cause misunderstanding. Since you suspect the Lei family, then the Lei family did a good job. Pei Jinya and the Shizhou Lei family also had conflicts, so he naturally had a way to put the blame on them. It was evening. The young master of the Huang family, who was far away in Shizhou, finally learned that the messenger he sent to Daping City was killed. The young master of the Huang family was stunned when he heard the news. The first thing he thought of was the Jiang family. Who did it? Was it the Jiang family? My young master, it wasn't the Jiang family, it was the Lei family who did it. The Lei family? The young master of the Huang family was stunned again, angrily said, the Lei family. But suddenly he looked suspiciously. Tell me in detail. Daping City is not Shizhou. How could the Lei family appear there? At first, I thought it was a local gang that killed people and intercepted goods. But then I thought the people from the old God Society had been there before. So I guessed that they did it. If the local investigation team hadn't intercepted a suspicious photo from the 5 million surveillance albums, we wouldn't even be able to find out the truth. The visitor reported the whole thing. Lei family. The young master of the Huang family frowned. I thought the Lei family didn't dare to say anything because they suffered a loss. I didn't expect it. Give the order, kill the Lei family members secretly. Put the blame on the Shachi Society or the Old God Society, whatever you want to do. Yes, young master. The door closed. The sound of a porcelain bottle breaking soon came from behind the screen. The sun was setting in the west. Pei Jinya was sitting leisurely in the backyard of the Jiang family at this moment, holding an ancient book related to refining in his hand, reading it slowly. The setting sun shone lazily on Pei Jinya. A flying bird was chirping and reporting on the side of the table. A few new faces came to Daping City today. They have been investigating the place where the Huang family messenger had an accident. Pei Jinya was not surprised at all. Let them investigate. Fei Niao rubbed Pei Jinya affectionately. This one was not the big blue bird. It was a younger brother recruited by the big blue bird later. The younger brother was very sensible. Pei Jinya rewarded him with a spiritual stone. Fei Niao swallowed the spiritual energy and left drunkenly. Pei Jinya retracted his gaze and read the book for a while. Then the sound of cultivation came from the forest. It was about 8:30 in the evening. Pei Jinya ate the last medicinal meal of the day. Zhong Xian bowed and waited beside him. Pei Jinya wiped the corner of his mouth. What the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The president had a car accident on the way back from Stormwind City 30 minutes ago. Zhong Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Pei Jinya glanced over. Is he okay? He was sent to the emergency room. And he is still in a coma. The driver died on the spot. It was a dump truck. The other party had already escaped, still being pursued. Zhong Xian said hurriedly. Pei Jinya noticed something unusual about the accident. Let's check who did it. Yes. Zhong Xian was about to leave, when his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the incoming call alert, he looked at Pei Jinya. Master. It the hospital call. Answer it. Yes. Zhong Xian turned on the speaker. And the hospital director told him carefully that the president had woken up. Zhong Xian looked up at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya didn't show any expression. After the hospital director finished speaking, Zhong Xian hung up the phone. Then, Master, I go down and give the order first. The car accident of the eldest son of the Jiang family was not a big deal for Pei Jinya. However, the trick behind this matter caught his attention. If it was just a business trick, he would not care. But if it was a test from some old rivals, Pei Jinya looked away. Swish. Suddenly, the glass in front of him shattered. A pitch-black bullet came in an instant. If the glass hadn't shattered, no one would have noticed that such a murderous bullet had appeared in the night. Pei Jinya raised his head. The scene in his field of vision was completely filled with this dark bullet. However, the expected scene of this bullet shooting through Pei Jinya's brain did not happen. The gunman hiding in the air 1,000 meters away was stunned. What going on? The scene of the bullet piercing the head did not come. Even more strange was that the bullet disappeared from his field of vision. Pop. The lights in the courtyard behind the Jiang family suddenly went out. The gunman's face changed slightly. The sixth sense told him that he had a bad feeling. "Go!" he shouted hurriedly. He signaled the helmsman on the cloud ship to retreat immediately. But after that, the cloud ship did not move at all. The gunman looked back suddenly. A mysterious man wearing a mask was playing with a black bullet in his hand, looking at him silently. "You?" The gunman's face changed in shock. "Swing the gun and shoot." The next moment, the big hand pressed down. Bang! The muzzle of the gun burst into flames. However, the black bullet fell into a vortex that was even darker than it, and instantly lost all its killing power. The gunman widened his eyes. Then, endless darkness descended brazenly. "It that guy again!" Peijinha frowned slightly. These two killers are bounty hunters from the outside world, who received mysterious instructions. Just like Lin Shibei and the others at the beginning. "Who is it?" Peijinha narrowed his eyes. "If you want to play, then I play with you." That night, the whole Dapeng city was alarmed. The old man of the Jiang family was assassinated, and his life was hanging by a thread. Governor Zhou Waring got up at night and rushed to the hospital. The entire hospital was under martial law, and the military even mobilized an army group to be on guard. "Investigate. Investigate it thoroughly. I have injured Jiang Qingsong. According to the agreement, I have the right to ask you to pay 30% of the reward in advance." In the shadows, a man covered in a cloak typed a line of words. But the other party in the dialogue box did not give an immediate reply. The man waited quietly. Just when he was about to close the page, an extra 3 million reward appeared in his personal account. The man was silent for a while. Typed, "Thanks." Turned around and looked around vigilantly. He typed again. "Jiang Qingsong is more difficult to deal with than I thought. He has experts around him. Give me some more time. I want to try again." This time, a line of words finally appeared in the dialogue box in front of him. "Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. There will be something you need in room 317 on the 3rd floor of Shenyang Hospital." Then, the other party showed that he was offline. The cloaked man stared at the dialogue box silently. And after a moment, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "You are in Zhongzhou?" he asked silently in his heart. The cloaked man disappeared in an instant. The wind blew a corner. Peijinha's eyes were as cold as the wind today. He deceived the other party by pretending to be a wanted man, and secretly tried to find the other party whereabouts through the mental network. Because of the last sentence, he quickly tracked down the other party whereabouts. To be precise, it was located on an island in the adjacent waters of Shizhou and Zhongzhou. But is this place real or fake? So far, the identity of the gunman has not revealed any problems. Peijinha has the confidence to play the role of a gunman perfectly. Regarding the last address revealed by the other party, take out the divination tortoiseshell, and speculate on the danger level of the island trip. The hexagram is ominous. Slightly read, it seems that I can't go. Looked at the time. It is exactly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. There are still a few hours before the time agreed by the other party. No hurry. Peijinha thought of room 317 of Shenyang Hospital. No brain wave was used to check. The other party is a strong man in the mental network department. There are traces wherever he passes. He didn't want the other party to notice anything. So he didn't use the mental network. After returning to the back mountain of the Jiang family, Peijinha took out a hat with a red feather. It was the trophy he got from the arrogant boy in Beizhou. Peijinha has not really used it in actual combat. After wearing it, the soul travels. With this identity, there is no need to worry about being monitored by any network equipment when going to investigate. The scorching sun feels a bit burning. The sun has a suppressing effect on the soul. Peijinha was thoughtful. He lost his extraordinary ability when he was wandering in the form of a spirit leaving his body, but his movement speed was much faster. After arriving at the hospital, Peijinha quietly came to the room that the other party had ordered, but he did not find any items. He looked silently into the room of warehouse 317. If I remember correctly, this hospital is wholly owned by Jiang family. Even this place can be secretly controlled by the other party, which shows that the other party's strength is deeper than he imagined. Quietly left. Not long after, he quietly descended in his true form, leaving spiritual perception. Anyone who enters here will be sensed by him. After doing all this, he returned to the ward. Peijinha pretended to be Jiang Qingsong and arranged for someone to deliver the medicine. Zhong Xian guarded on one side. Jiang Xinqing also hurried over. Even if Zhong Xian was a personal butler, in fact, He was not as trustworthy as Jiang Xinchen. Regarding the fact that he pretended to be injured to lure out the mastermind, Pei Jinya had already told Jiang Xinchen that he needed the other party to help him cooperate with him. Jiang Xinchen naturally had no reason to refuse. He himself was like the sword in his hand, working hard without complaint. Outsiders could not reach Pei Jinya ward at all, and all medicines would be sent in after inspection. Zhou Weiren heard about the strictness of the Jiang family, expressed his understanding, and also ordered not to let the people below disturb him. This gave Pei Jinya greater freedom and convenience. What are the arrangements for the hospital at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Pei Jinya looked. Jiang Xinchen said quickly, the hospital will arrange a dressing change for you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dressing change. A good time to kill. Pei Jinya's mouth curled up slightly. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. There was a sudden movement from a corner of the hospital. Pei Jinya's soul left his body again. There was a specially processed sniper rifle in the 317 warehouse. Pei Jinya fell silent. The other party came and went freely. He didn't even detect it. Outsiders? Pei Jinya narrowed his eyes. Soon his soul returned to his body. He quietly returned to warehouse 317 again. Retrace. The images that appeared in Pei Jinya's vision began to reorganize and retrace. Pause. Pei Jinya suddenly spoke. The image in front of him stopped suddenly. He walked forward quickly. He walked to the shadow in a corner. A hand appeared in the vortex, wearing a glove. Not a bit of skin was exposed. And he was even wearing a helmet. So it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The other party dropped his weapon and disappeared immediately. Pei Jinya stood in the shadow, blending into the shadow, and no one could find his whereabouts. Mental mark. Activated. Mental power came out instantly. It was a little weak, but Pei Jinya still tracked him down. The other party was moving. He was waiting. Waiting for the other party to stop. Waiting for him to find the other party real nest. On the busy street, a young man wearing a baseball cap sat in the coffee shop next door, holding a cup of hot coffee, looking at the busy streets outside the window. The mobile phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it and pressed the headset, calmly saying, "The money has arrived, prepare to retreat." A woman's voice came from the headset. "I know, but the people from the night patrol seem to have seen me. I'm trying to get rid of them." Night patrol? The young man in the baseball cap raised his eyebrows. How could we be seen? Damn it, didn't they say that the public security in Daping City has been restored? They just happened to detect me when I was using my ability. Chow. The woman was a little annoyed. The voice in the headset was cut off. But the young man in the baseball cap didn't look surprised. Soon the woman's voice came. Last night assassination probably alarmed the officials here. The young man in the baseball cap said calmly, "Be content, we are just here to deliver goods. You can earn more than the assassins. Get rid of them quickly. I go to the agreed place and wait for you." Got it. 5 minutes. The voice cut off again. The young man in the baseball cap took the last sip of coffee. Then he got up and left. He acted as if nothing had happened. The people around him seemed to be completely oblivious to his existence. 5 minutes passed quickly. The young man in the baseball cap looked at the gemstone watch on his wrist and frowned slightly. Women never overtime. There was a silence. The young man in the baseball cap decided to wait for the last 10 seconds. He stared at his watch. His eyes became more serious. When the 10 seconds were up, he did not see the woman. The young man in the baseball cap decisively turned around and prepared to board the ship. Suddenly, everything in front of him went dark. A huge figure blocked his way. "Are you waiting for someone?" "Unfortunately, she can't come." The young man in the baseball cap face suddenly changed. "Gee." He just uttered a word, and the next second, the void in front of him was completely sealed. A big hand grabbed it without question. Enter the dream. 2 words, dominant suppression. New extraordinary ability 1. Space void dodge distance increased by 15%. New extraordinary ability 2. Spirit void people with weak mental power cannot detect your existence. Disrupt the enemy mental will to a certain extent. As expected, another bounty hunter, who is remotely controlled like Lin Shibe. But these 2 talents are pretty good. Pei Jinya looked away. He grabbed 3 tubes of blue potion and drank them ton by ton. He divined the trip to the island again. Hexagram, peace. Safety is a blessing. Pei Jinya looked away. However, the 2 divinations were only 8 hours apart. But they were obviously 2 different hexagrams. Strictly speaking, the hexagrams may be different every minute and every second. Time waits for no one. He drank ton by ton again the blue potion to restore his mental strength. Pagenia looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and the light ability was activated. After the whole body was covered in armor, the figure suddenly disappeared like a ray of light. Pagenia destination, the island. This island was not what Pagenia had imagined. This was not an isolated island with no people. In fact, the area here was as large as 3 Doping cities. There were many residents on the island. Various commercial streets gave people an extremely prosperous look. But Pagenia had no intention of paying attention to these things today. He quickly locked the location according to the tracked IP address. Divination. Hexagram, flat. Pagenia drank the blue potion and moved forward again. He found a building. The building was a bit shabby, and it seemed that many floors were empty. Pagenia did not go up to the building directly. Instead, he took out the red feather hat not far away. His soul left his body, and he quickly went up to the building. There were 13 floors in the building, and only the one ST3RD4TH and 5th floors had traces of people. Going up, they are all abandoned rooms. No one. Pagenia was a little surprised. He was sure his invasion last night was silent. Even if the other party found out, they wouldn't turn the building into this state. An empty shell. Pagenia's spirit returned to his body. The other party was more cautious than he thought. I thought I had found the other party, but I didn't expect that the other party was still cautious and left an empty shell. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly, the whole island was alarmed. Pagenia stood by the window and looked out. Many people ran to the next room with shocked faces. The shutters were pulled up one after another. There were also many more people on Pagenia floor. A group of old ladies and old men who seemed to be traveling with a group gathered together quickly. Pagenia looked over calmly. Everyone was chattering. Why did you come so early today? Is it a drill? It not a drill, it a man-eating fog. Since a while ago, a kind of man-eating fog has invaded here. Don't worry, it will be gone in 20 to 30 minutes. The tour guide said loudly with the microphone. The old ladies took out their mobile phones to report safety to their families, but found that there was no signal on their mobile phones. They started to quarrel again. The middle-aged male tour guide raised his hand and pressed it down. Aunties, listen to me, don't worry. This is all normal after the fog reaches the shore. It will block the signal here. I heard that there are space-based extraordinary people who want to die by passing through the fog. But they are also swallowed up directly. Ah. The old lady started to talk again. Even the extraordinary will be blocked? Pagenia was a little surprised. The window in front of him had been closed by the middle-aged male tour guide. The middle-aged male tour guide looked at Pagenia, but didn't say anything. He turned his head and went to comfort the anxious old ladies. Pagenia waited quietly. 30 minutes later, the old ladies who had originally calmed down suddenly burst into dissatisfaction again. Didn't they say that the fog would dissipate in half an hour? Why is there still no sign of dissipation? What going on? I told you not to come to this island, but you insisted on coming. Well, I've been told. The middle-aged tour guide was also a little suspicious. Wait a little longer. Another 10 minutes passed. The fog still showed no sign of dissipating. This time, even the middle-aged tour guide began to hesitate. Pagenia silently looked at the fog outside the glass. No one could be seen on the street. If you listen carefully, the outside world is silent. Pagenia turned around and left, going upstairs. Someone noticed his actions, and the middle-aged tour guide kindly advised him. Little brother, don't walk around, the fog outside is scary. However, Pagenia had disappeared from everyone's sight. Who is he? Someone whispered. Suddenly, the shutter door of the shop next door shook violently, as if something hit it hard. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. Instantly, the sound of the shutter door being hit resounded throughout the street, crackling like a burst of rapid firecrackers. Everyone in the corridor felt nervous and looked at the sunken shutter door with a panicked look. Hexagram, very bad. Deep red. Pagenia heart sank. There is something wrong with this fog. Quickly drink the blue potion to restore your mental strength. Suddenly, the sound of the shutter door breaking downstairs came, followed by screams. Many people ran upstairs with terrified faces. Pagenia was alone looking at the people running towards him. Save me! Save me! Someone was crying and shouting in the corridor. Soon, there was a knock on the door behind him. Many people knocked on the door in fear. Save me! Ah! The voice disappeared. Pagenia ignored the anger and cries for help. Divination, Is it feasible to rush into the fog? Hexagram minor bad luck. The turtle shell is slightly red. It is safer than staying here. Pagenia did not hesitate. While drinking the blue potion, he rushed to the lower stairs. At this moment, the fog was spreading. Pagenia turned a blind eye. The swallowing vortex attached to the body's surface can completely swallow these fogs, so these fogs that can eat people can't hurt him at all. Soon, he rushed into the fog. It was obvious, someone was playing tricks. People were lying on the street, some were dead, and some were just unconscious. Pagenia moved forward quietly. Soon, he saw a group of mysterious people in white robes grabbing all the people on the ground who didn't have time to escape. Block, catch people, what are these people doing? No one from the Federation is here to take care of it. The mysterious mecha that looked like a 10-meter-long beast opened its rolling track. The white-clothed men threw the figures on the ground onto the conveyor belt one by one. There were more than one street like this. Beep! At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the communicator on the shoulder of one of the white-clothed men. He listened for a while, I don't know what he said, and then all the white-clothed men suddenly stopped. Dozens of eyes looked at Pagenia's position at the same time. They can actually find me? Pagenia was a little surprised. He was not panicked at all. He looked at the white fog around him with interest. Does this fog have a tracking skin function? Is it some kind of seal, or is this someone's own extraordinary ability? Pagenia looked at it with a playful look. But it was also in an instant. His figure disappeared. Almost instantly, he appeared among the group of people in white. Boom! The ground collapsed. It was as if countless earth dragons were rolling wildly. The group of people in white obviously did not expect the scene. He was swallowed by the collapsed ground in shock, and tried to struggle out. However, the next second, a fierce sword light directly enveloped him. Puff! 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 A massacre. The blood mist was surging and dispersing, and the huge mecha monster was shattered into hundreds of pieces on the spot. It was like a hidden weapon scattering flowers from the sky, making a whistling sound, and hitting in all directions, directly dispersing the white mist around. In the blink of an eye, only the last survivor was left at the scene. The white clothes were now covered with bloodstains, and he was staring at the scene with a dull expression. When he reacted, a big hand directly grabbed his face. Pagenia was about to devour the other party memory. Suddenly, there was a sound of horses trampling on the camps behind him. The air behind him was severely compressed. Amid the whistling sound, a knife light that was almost condensed into substance slashed towards Pagenia back with great force. Pagenia's body shook. He flipped his hand. He tore off the white clothes. The figure at his hand was thrown out. Bang! The opponent met the knife light and exploded into a blood mist on the spot. In an instant, Pagenia's sword had been unsheathed again. With a clang, the sound of the sword was fierce. The bright sword light directly hit the enveloping knife light. Swish! There was a sharp vibration in the air. The ground under Pagenia's feet made a muffled sound, and with a click, cracks appeared. However, Pagenia's body did not change position at all from beginning to end. On the other hand, the other party was cut back by a sword. The man in white with a black lotus on his shoulder took several steps back. Each step crushed the ground. Before the man in white could catch his breath, he caught a glimpse of a fierce sword light that was shooting at him rapidly. His face suddenly changed, and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. The right hand holding the knife suddenly turned around, and the knife light exploded again. Dozens of red knife lights brought a white mist-tail light, and slashed away. In midair, the two lights collided fiercely. The mist was dispersed again. What shocked the man in white was that he could not see through Pagenia's swordsmanship at all. A vast expanse of bright light filled his field of vision. He could only rely on the sound of the wind to judge from which direction Pagenia's sword would pierce. Swish! Pagenia's sword tip pierced the other white clothes. A stream of blood shot up. The man in white was instantly horrified. The white clothes on his body were a new type of armor that was impervious to water and fire. After 1,000 tests, it wouldn't be so easy to be pierced. But now the opponent's power to pierce easily made him feel frightened. His body flashed wildly. He turned and ran away. However, he was the only one alive at the scene, so how could Pagenia be willing to let him go? The man in white suddenly felt the gust of wind behind him. His face changed wildly. His body rose and fell. He dodged narrowly, turned over, and swung his knife to cut. Dang! Sound. The knife cut on Pagenia's sword. But what made the man in white feel desperate was that this knife borrowed inertia. and its power was already his limit. But in the end, he still failed to force the opponent back. Instead, it made his palm numb. He couldn't imagine how powerful the swordsman in front of him was. Sparks flew, and several fire belts quickly floated in the air. In front of the man in white, Pagenia stretched out his 5 fingers, grabbed it fiercely, and in front of the man in white eyes, he directly crushed the black iron steel knife. You? The man in white didn't finish his words. Pagenia's big hand clasped down directly. Indistinctly, the man in white seemed to hear 2 words. Enter a dream. The fog covered the island. Today's duration was much longer than before. A special order was received. The 3 groups of white-clothed men closest to the street where the accident occurred quickly arrived. Boom! The 3 groups of white-clothed men had just arrived. As if a certain mechanism had been triggered. The merciless flames engulfed these people in the explosion. The fierce flames dispersed all the white fog within 100 meters. If you look down at this treasure island at this moment, you will find that under the white fog, it seems that a gap has been opened at this moment. Slowly, the white fog condensed again. A huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters has been formed, and the surrounding buildings that have not been completely blown up just stand on the edge of the huge pit in the form of ruins. Voila! Countless pieces of soil fell, and hundreds of fragments fell down. A wave of dust was raised. There was a rustling for a while. Some people on the ground gradually struggled to get up. In a blink of an eye, only the last dozen people of the more than 40 people staggered to their feet. Although the white clothes were invulnerable to water and fire, they could be called magic weapons. But the shock of the explosion should not be underestimated. Many people in white clothes could not withstand such impact. Their internal organs were directly shattered, and they died on the spot. Even worse was that they happened to be standing in the center of the explosion. Not only were their internal organs injured, but they also ended up with a completely unrecognizable end. The man in white with a black lotus tattoo on his shoulder climbed out of the pit, spitting out blood, his eyes cold and stern. Who has a communicator? Report this to the headquarters as soon as possible. I don't think it necessary. The headquarters must have known about it. A voice came from the side. The man in white in the pit turned his head and looked. His expression froze. Number 7. Your face? The man called Number 7 had half of his face burned by the flames. And he looked even more expressionless. It's just a burn, I'd be fine after I go back and apply the revitalizing cream. The man in white in the earth pit thought of something, and said angrily, how hateful. What happened here? You ask me. Who should I ask? Number 7 said coldly. The man in white in the earth pit, Number 13, was choked, and looked around at the people who were struggling around him, and lowered his eyes. No. 5. He hasn't come out yet. And the ending is predictable. Number 7 said lightly, a little indifferent. Number 13 was not surprised by Number 7's indifference. He was such a person. Looking at the others, how many people can still move? Now there are only 15 people crawling out, including him, but only 7 people can walk freely. Those who can't walk, take away their white clothes, and throw them into the armor together. Number 13 ordered coldly. My lord, please beg for mercy. My lord. Those who can't walk beg for mercy with blood on their faces. However, those companions who can walk beside them, with a completely indifferent face. He grabbed them. The white-clothed man next door rushed over after hearing the news. Number 7 and Number 13 nodded slightly. Number 3. Retreat. The man who came was a middle-aged man. And he said woodenly, yes. Number 13 looked at Number 7 suspiciously, and asked in a low voice behind him, today target has not been completed, and the attacker has not been caught. Why do we have to retreat so soon? You ask me. Who should I ask? Number 7 replied coldly. Number 13 had to shut up with resentment. As the group dispersed, the fog also gradually dissipated. Gradually, the tourists who had been hiding in the room finally came out again after a long time, looking at a huge pit that was still smoking. Everyone was speechless. Number 7. Number 13. The envoy called you in. Under the sea, there is a hidden palace. It looks like the ancient village of the old god society. This is obviously another space magic weapon. Number 13 looked at Number 7. Number 7's face has been bandaged. Ignoring him, I walked out of the clinic with big strides. The two of them walked into the elevator. The elevator door closed with a ding sound, and began to move downwards. Number 7. Shut up. Number 13 looked over with resentment. In the room, the flame on the fireplace was softer than expected. An old man in a red robe and a cane looked at the two of them. Your Excellency. Number 7 and number 13 gestured and bowed. The old man in the red robe looked kind. I already know about the things on the shore. We have encountered a formidable opponent. Now we need your memories to replay the event itself and find the whereabouts of the opponent. Yes, Your Excellency. Number 7 and number 13 walked forward without any hesitation. The old man in red robe picked up the cane and dropped gently. Relax your mind. Yes, Your Excellency. The cane in front of the old man in red robe floated up automatically, and the soft light it emitted gathered in his palm. He gently placed his hands on the heads of number 7 and number 13. There was a chaotic white in both eyes. Number 13, why is your heart beating so fast? The red-robed old man looked at number 13 with a pair of white eyes in confusion. Sorry for using a big puff. Number 13 suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. The red-robed old man robe was instantly stained with blood. His gentle expression froze instantly. It can be seen that he is a person with mysophobia. Otherwise, he would not be angry at this time. But unfortunately, some people are very considerate. He didn't give him enough time to get angry. Puff! A sharp knife pierced the heart of this envoy. What a pity, I wanted you to live a little longer, but you insisted on seeking death. A familiar voice sounded in his ears. The chaos in the red-robed old man's eyes turned red. Number 7. He shouted angrily, grabbing with both hands. The next moment, I saw a talisman bead in number 7 hand shattered, and thousands of points of mental power rushed down. The red-robed old man was unable to resist at all. His legs softened. He knelt directly in front of number 7. Number 7 reached out and pressed down expressionlessly. Enter the dream. At the same time, with the blessing of thousands of mental power, Pagenia began to divine without any regret. Hexagram, ping! Hexagram, ping! Hexagram, slightly ominous. Slightly red. Hexagram, ominous. Slightly red. Newly added extraordinary gene. Spiritual mirror of the sea of consciousness can check the other party memory almost instantly. The void trembled. 3 swords stabbed into Pagenia back. However, the white clothes protected him, and he was unharmed. The opponent was very powerful, and tried to shatter Pagenia's internal organs. But unfortunately, even Pagenia she couldn't penetrate it. At the moment when the swallowing ended, Pagenia suddenly understood a lot of things. This island is a trap in itself. Turning around, the ancient sword in his hand made a crisp sound. Dang! Someone raised a sword to block it. But unfortunately, Pagenia's sword was so fast that he had changed his moves in this second. He pierced through the opponent's sword. Puff! The opponent arm holding the sword was thrown high. Space solidification was activated. Pagenia approached instantly. The sword light flashed. The other 2 swordsmen were also shaken away, spitting blood. Pagenia rushed forward, doing 2 things at once. Divination, is it good or bad to devour them now? Hexagram, good and bad are interdependent. Take a gamble. Pagenia grabbed 3 people. Devour. Newly added extraordinary gene 1, weapon sword. Newly added extraordinary gene 2, weapon sword. Newly added extraordinary. 3 more weapon sword extraordinary genes were obtained on the spot. A line of words appeared on the attribute panel. Do you want to synthesize the advanced 4th level extraordinary gene? Yes/no? 4th level? The first 4th level extraordinary gene finally came. Pagenia naturally had no reason to refuse. Synthesize. Almost at the moment of his mind confirmation, Pagenia felt the burning sensation of the longest life evolution in history. But he didn't stay here to feel it carefully. He took out 5 booby traps from his hand and threw them away. The booby traps stuck directly to the wall. He wanted to escape, but found that the space system was directly blocked by the magnetic field here. In desperation, he had to use the shadow system to quietly leave. As soon as he escaped, the door was knocked open by someone from outside. The booby trap was triggered. With a bang, the fire flashed and quickly engulfed the figure rushing in. Pagenia continued to try to disguise the members here, and the effect was very good. Unfortunately, the control of this underwater palace was not in the hands of the old man. Click! Swish! The power of the underwater elevator was suddenly cut off. Pagenia was not surprised at all. In fact, even if the elevator was available, he would not take it. The meaning of the existence of this island, in a sense, was just to kill him. The other party chose to act on this island, probably more because it was uncontrolled. Located at the border between Shizhou and Zhengzhou, due to some problems, Both sides maintained a certain static management. The other party didn't set up a complete scheme. But at least, using this location to lure him here is one of the steps. The old man knows a lot. He has a master servant above him. As for the real mastermind, fuck. Are you playing tricks on me? Pejinia was a little furious. But the only good news for him was that the other party didn't know his background at all. What can be confirmed now is the reason why the other party targeted the Jiang family is because of Pejinia. Pejinia slowly raised his head. Why do you hate me so much? Honglin of Beizhou had already told him last time that the enemies of the Pei family are now dead, extinct. And no one has the ability to kill people across the border. So who could it be? Pejinia came to the side of the door, trying to sneak out. What are you going to do? A lagging man in white looked at Pejinia suspiciously. Pejinia touched his waist. What about you? As the other party looked at him in astonishment, Pejinia quickly reached out to cover his mouth. Enter the dream. New extraordinary gene, weapon sword. Did I poke a group of sword men in their nest? Pejinia looked back. Take out the tortoise shell. Divination. Is killing a person auspicious or unlucky? The hexagram indicates good fortune and bad luck. Pejinia raised his eyebrows slightly. Good fellow. I didn't want to kill them. But you insisted on instigating them. You have a filthy heart. Pejinia quickly stuffed the tortoise shell into the pendant in front of him. His lips suddenly became dry. He turned around and walked back. Crack. Into a dream. Newly added supernatural gene, weapon sword. Crack. Into a dream. Newly added supernatural gene, spirit brainwave. 10 minutes later. Pejinia stopped killing. He sat in a hidden corner, swallowing supplements silently. The 3 attribute values began to rise. But it was also at this time. A voice using a voice changer came from the room, where blood flowed like a river. You are more courageous than I thought. I think we can put aside our hatred and become friends. What do you think? The continuous slaughter had made Pejinia feel a little tired. Even though he had dried spirit meat and potions as a supplement, he was still a little exhausted physically and mentally. The moment he heard this voice, Pejinia quickly read a hexagram for himself. Hexagram, ping. It actually ping. Pejinia was a little surprised. At least it means that the other party has no intention of killing at this moment. I killed so many of your men, do you think we can still talk? A moment. Pejinia voice. Also changed. Came from somewhere in the room. The other party was silent for a while. You are here indeed. Pejinia sneered. Is it interesting to ask when you know the answer? You have already sealed this place off. Do you still think I have escaped from here? You are much bolder than I thought. The mysterious man in the speaker hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, when you killed the messenger and caused the explosion, I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't choose such a trip. Pejinia raised his eyebrows. No words. The mysterious man continued, I'm curious, are you a bloodthirsty person? Otherwise I can't understand why you gave up the opportunity to leave. 1 question per person. Why did you kill Pejinia? Pejinia asked. The other party fell silent. Sorry, I can't answer this question for you. Why? Pejinia is just a high school student of 18 or 19 years old. You don't have to use so many means to target the people around him. Right? Pejinia asked again. Who are you to Pejinia? The mysterious man asked. You can choose to answer my question first. I said, we each have 1 question. Which is fair. And I think with your sincerity and vision, you should not bother to lie. Pejinia seemed to be fearless. In fact, he secretly looked at his 3 attribute values. If he wants to recover to the peak, it will take time. The mysterious man was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. Pejinia is not simple. Otherwise, he would not have broken the official evaluation of him in Zhongzhou at such a young age. Moreover, his potential is enough to attract the attention of the Federation, and his future is limitless. What I can tell you is that I deal with him because of cause and effect. Cause and effect? Pejinia looked strange. Another weird guy came. Do you think he will endanger your existence? In the past or now? Or the future? Pejinia had just finished asking, when the mysterious man interrupted and said, This is the 2nd question. Now you should answer my question. What is your relationship with Pejinia? I don't know him, Pejinia said shamelessly. With his current ability, he doesn't have to worry about his tone being heard as abnormal, because he can completely control his voice, like a natural performing artist. Don't know him? The other party tone seemed a little surprised. If you don't know me, Why do you want to find me? This is your second question. I can answer it for you later. You should answer my previous question, Peijinha said. The mysterious man was silent for a longer time this time. He then slowly said, your second question involves too many aspects. Cause and effect itself includes the past, present and future. I can't give you more answers. But as compensation, I can tell you one thing for free. From the moment you landed on the island, you have been targeted. Peijinha narrowed his eyes. Was the other party trying to trick him? He could not believe that he could use the blue bird to identify some outsiders entering Daping City. The other party methods were unpredictable, and being able to detect him was nothing. Peijinha smiled, and continued to maintain his shameless virtue. I know. The mysterious man was silent. He did not know whether to believe it or not. Before answering your second question, I can also tell you an extra piece of knowledge for free. Guess why I know your base? Peijinha said mysteriously. The mysterious man was silent for a longer time this time than before. Indeed, he didn't figure out this question. Peijinha said, I really don't know Peijinha. The reason I intervened in his affairs was because someone asked me to. The Jiang family? The mysterious man recovered very quickly this time. Peijinha did not answer. This silence gave people a positive answer. The mysterious man's tone became much lighter. There is no conflict of interest between us. The Jiang family is not important to me. I was trying to find out your whereabouts. Are you worried that I am Peijinha man? Peijinha raised his eyebrows. Yes, the other party said calmly, although now, I still have some concerns. You may not know how powerful Peijinha is. I don't know myself? Laughing to death. Peijinha nodded. Indeed, I don't know much about him. Can we talk? Anyway, Tay is dead. Right? The mysterious man was silent, and then said, he is very special. This kind of specialness is different from the geniuses I have seen. I can guarantee that, if he is more powerful, the Federation will pay attention to him thoroughly. In fact, the Federation has already recorded him before, and when he officially enters the university, will accept Xinhuan personal cultivation. The other party said a lot of things that Peijinha didn't know. He fell silent, continuously modeled, and deduced the other party identity. With his current LV4 level of intelligent brain, just 1 second is enough to deduce hundreds of thousands of conclusions. Sifting among these conclusions. Suddenly, Peijinha was stunned. In his guess about the other party identity, the intelligent brain appeared. Is the other party Xingtian or Gaia? Peijinha's heart sank. I'm afraid he's the only one in the world who knows that Xingtian is awakened. It's only natural that the other party wants to kill him. No. Peijinha immediately denied this conclusion, which had only a 1 in a million chance. The assassination attempt happened before he knew that Xingtian had awakened. Moreover, Xingtian had a heartfelt conversation with his friends at the last moment of his life. Before that, Xingtian had no chance of killing him. But what about Gaia? Peijinha didn't even expect that Gaia would appear in this conclusion. Why is there such a possibility? Peijinha fell into thought. Strictly speaking, his understanding of the 5 continents, including the Federation headquarters' intelligent brain star ring, is not as good as his understanding of Gaia. In the Flame God Coffin world, he actually obtained Gaia backdoor key. The reason why his current intelligent brain level can be improved so quickly is also due to the fact that he swallowed a lot of Gaia databases. So in a sense, Peijinha may know Gaia better than Star Ring. You want to win me over? Peijinha asked. He was stalling for time. Rather than believing that the person facing him at this moment was Xingtian, he believed that the other party was Gaia. Now thinking back carefully, these attacks, each one more dangerous than the last. The style of attack was very consistent with Gaia intelligent language habits. So Peijinha wanted to verify his idea. Of course, your ability has been recognized by me. The mysterious man did not deny his recognition of Peijinha. Peijinha deliberately asked, then do you know who I am? Sorry, can you tell me? The mysterious man asked. No. Peijinha suddenly said, do you know the female sword fairy who dominated the 5 continents 800 years ago? So you are her man? The mysterious man seemed a little surprised. Are you scared? Peijinha said. I didn't expect that a small place like Daping City could actually attract such a big man. But as far as I know, this female swordsman hasn't appeared in Zhongzhou for a long time. The mysterious man seemed to be questioning. But the next second, an extremely sharp sword intent appeared in Peijinha's hand. Even if it only existed for a moment, the surrounding walls still collapsed, and were shattered on the spot by the powerful sword light emitted by this sharp force. The mysterious man fell into silence. He slowly spoke. I didn't expect that. You are really hers. Petunia shamelessly said. In fact, I have no intention of making enemies with you. You already know her temper, and you should know more about how we behave. We never take your grudges to heart. Why did you intervene in this matter? The mysterious man expressed his incomprehension. It's a matter for others, and I can't shirk it. Petunia said concisely, but I still don't understand why you want to attack a high school student. I think this is a bit despicable. The mysterious man was silent and said, his existence will threaten my life. This is cause and effect. Petunia sighed slowly. Cause and effect again. Have you heard of mechanical ascension? Although the other party did not say anything, but just a light interjection made Petunia confirm that. The other party knew about this matter. This matter was originally proposed to the intelligent brain star ring of the federal headquarters. Blood and flesh are short, mechanical ascension, this is the great way. The great way is ruthless, abandoning all kinds of cause and effect. Petunia said nonsense. Why are you telling me this? The mysterious man was silent. Petunia said calmly, I just feel a headache when I hear about cause and effect. It's not necessary. Is it really not necessary? The mysterious man fell into deep thought. Suddenly the light flickered. The other party suddenly said in a cold tone, it seems that. You know who I am. Who are you? Petunia tried to play dumb. Weren't you the one who tried to invade me just now? The mysterious man said calmly, you are indeed stronger than I thought. What do you people want? When Petunia heard the word you, he knew that the other party was linking him and the female sword fairy together. He pretended to be calm and said, the world has changed a lot, and we are only seeking the great way. The great way. The mysterious man was silent for 10 seconds. Thank you for clearing my doubts. I can give you two choices. Either surrender to me or die here now. Do you think you can kill me? Petunia held the sword spirit of the female sword fairy in his hand. The next moment, 3 black shadows appeared in front of him. The black shadow instantly condensed a powerful body. 3 black shadow cloaked swordsmen who were 2 meters tall blocked Petunia away. What more terrifying is that? These 3 black shadow swordsmen all revealed the breadth of the extraordinary 5th level. Petunia narrowed his eyes. It's a bit difficult to fight. He also put on a mask on his face. He wore a white coat that was impervious to water and fire. He also wore armor inside. In terms of defense, Petunia did it perfectly. Can't you talk nicely? Do you have to use force? Petunia curled his lips and said, sorry, you are very strong, so I can only use extraordinary means. The mysterious man said calmly, if I surrender, what will you do? Petunia asked curiously. I don't believe in verbal contracts, so I need to poison your mind, but as compensation, I can let you learn various ancient martial arts secrets that outsiders can't learn. It sounds good. Petunia smiled. But unfortunately, I don't have the habit of being a dog for others. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of metal trembling suddenly sounded with great momentum. The ground in the whole room was violently churning, and the dust that exploded in an instant blocked the vision of this area. Following that, the room collapsed with a bang, and instantly became a ruin. The 3 huge figures rushed directly into the air. The air was filled with a breath of astonishment and confusion. He seems to have run away. In the room, Gaia's voice came slowly. Chase, make sure to catch him back. He is alive, more valuable than dead. Yes. 3 black shadows flew out instantly. It's hard to imagine. It turns out that the one who has been trying to deal with him is not a human, but an intelligent computer. Or the silly-looking intelligent computer Gaia from Shijo. When Petunia tried, he had already got the result. He was a little caught off guard by this result. Even now, he doesn't quite understand what Gaia meant by cause and effect. His contact with Gaia. If it is a real contact, it is probably only what happened in the world of the flame god coffin. As for the reality, when he was trapped in Nagano, Gaia was still in self-examination, so there was no chance of contact. Could everything that happened in the flame god coffin world really be brought into reality? He had previously thought that the reason why the star ring remembered these things was because the flame god coffin itself was dominated by it. Gaia, why do you want me to die so much? Heavy rain fell on the sea without anyone noticing. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. In an underground think tank center somewhere in Shijo, lines of text appeared on a screen that was not open to the public. Who is he? Can he be trusted with what he said just now? There is a 50% chance that it is true. What is his purpose in doing this? Is he a sword master? The apprentice of that woman? No, he uses a sword. He is not a sword master. Who is that woman to him? Don't mess with that woman. A warning suddenly sounded on the panel. The underwater laboratory has been exposed. Need to deal with it as soon as possible. Reminder that in this incident, its exposure risk has risen to the dangerous line of 90%. So he must die. The entire underground think tank was glowing red, and Gaia seemed to have completely awakened. The panel was constantly refreshing. Start search. Encountered shielding. Increase precision search. Shielding has been unlocked. Locked target, permitted to launch. Just after this order appeared, a certain military stronghold in Shizhou suddenly opened the launch silo. The base entered the first level of combat readiness. Many soldiers were confused. Even most of the top leaders of the base were confused. They had not received any launch orders. General? The old general, who was about to retire, raised his hand to signal everyone to stay calm. This is a secret instruction from the headquarters. Everyone was in doubt. 10 seconds to launch. A mechanical voice came from the base. 9, 8, 7, 1. A suspended satellite is observing. Just above the Federer Sea, a fixed-wing aircraft flying through the clouds is fleeing towards Zhengzhou at a high speed. Peijingya face, which was exposed on the seabed before, appears accurately in the satellite observation screen. Confirmed, launch. Bang! A base on the coast of Shizhou suddenly shook. A large group of white air waves rose. In the air, a god-killing cannon appeared. Almost instantly, an explosion occurred in the clouds above the Federer Sea. The clouds were illuminated by a fire, more beautiful than the sunset glow. The dispersing clouds and mists were like some kind of hot and fast wind and waves, like forming a blue flame channel. The target has been hit. Then, a secret order was issued from Shizhou, and soon someone went to the Federer Sea to look for wreckage. It was during this period. All parties were surprised by the sudden use of the god-destroying cannon, and it was used remotely from Shizhou. Because the explosion site was located at the junction of Zhengzhou and Shizhou, some special things, which inevitably aroused everyone's suspicion. All forces got the information at the same time. At this moment in Zhengzhou, a secret information was handed to Hansen. What did Shizhou say? This operation is a top-secret operation, and it is not open to the public. Shang Tian replied. Top-secret operation? Hansen sneered. I don't care what they want to do in Shizhou, but over the Federico Sea. Do they really think they can do whatever they want? Do you need to convey your attitude to Shizhou? Shang Tian asked. Transmit. Shizhou must give us an explanation for this matter. Hansen said coldly. The landline in front of him rang. Hansen answered it, and his tone became softer. Let the old man answer it. Not long after, Counselor Chuiman's slightly tired voice came from the other end of the microphone. I already know about the matter of Federico Sea. I order Shizhou to give us an explanation. In addition, regarding the white fog incident on Wuming Island, Shizhou should also give us an explanation. I asked about the white fog incident before, but someone at the federal level blocked it. Hansen said. Member Chuiman said slowly, let not talk about the past, now let talk about the afterlife. No matter what the research is, all the materials must be given to us. Understood. Just as Hansen was speaking, Xing Tian report appeared on the panel in front of him. Immediately, Hansen said to Member Chui Min on the other end of the phone, Shizhou has agreed to give compensation, they decided. Listen for a moment. Councilman Chui Min's voice came from the other end of the phone. You can ask for more, you decide? Yes. The phone was hung up. Hansen exhaled lightly. Xing Tian. I'm here, Sir Hansen. Xing Tian replied. Hansen opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing, and stood up and left. In the room, the two green balls of light representing Xing Tian's eyes dimmed slightly. Gaia, what does it want to do? Under the suppression of an invisible hand, the storm in the Federico Sea was suppressed suddenly in a distorted situation. Although no one knew what happened, no one doubted that there must be a big man behind it. Dapeng City. In Shenyang Hospital. Sir, Governor Zhou Weiren is expected to arrive in 10 minutes to visit you. Zhongxian bowed and said. The figure in the ward with his back to him slowly turned around. Zhou Weiren. Okay. Let him come. Wait until the door is closed. Pei Jinya lay expressionlessly on the bed. From the moment he started testing, he knew that Gaia would not let him go. Pei Jinya felt it was worth it to exchange a clone for an expensive god-killing cannon. If this story were to spread, it would be enough to make Pei Jinya a god in one battle. How many people in this world can survive within the range of the god-killing cannon? However, for Pei-Jinya, this kind of thing is not easy. It was not enough to make him happy, it was just a light statement, not worth making a fuss about. No matter how strong Gaia was, she could not find out the secret of him. He brought out the female sword fairy, also to draw Gaia attention away. When the time was right, he would naturally fight back. Unfortunately, this guy has grown to LV7. With my current ability, it is a pipe dream to want to invade immediately. It needs to devour more spiritual network systems. Pei-Jinya fell into thought. It not that I didn't gain anything. At least, I once mastered its core algorithm. Knowing yourself and the enemy, you can win every battle. In theory, LV4 accuracy is not as good as Gaia now. But you have to know that in the solar calendar era, Gaia was no more than Pei-Jinya's current ability. And at that time, LV4 Gaia was already able to control a continent of 140 million square kilometers. So in this case, Pei-Jinya is actually not that bad. It is just weaker than LV7 Gaia. If there is any difference, it is nothing more than LV4 Gaia. It does not need to use extraordinary abilities, like Pei-Jinya in storage. Its status will not affect operation. Pei-Jinya looked away. Now that we know the real culprit behind the scenes, the next thing will be easy to handle. 10 minutes later, Zhou Weiren appeared, with a polite look on his face. Also accompanying him were the senior military officials of Daping City, and Secretary Lin. Seeing the pale face of Pei-Jinya at this moment, everyone was afraid. If the old man of the Jiang family was really gone, then the Jiang family would definitely fail. For Zhou Weiren, during his tenure, the Jiang family must not be in trouble, because it concerns his future. In fact, this was not Pei-Jinya pretending to be weak. After a fierce fight, and spending a lot of energy setting up a trap to make Gaia believe that he was dead, Pei-Jinya's consumption was not small. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Although the consumption is huge, there are also many benefits. In general, it was worth it. The military leaders did not stay long. Soon, only Zhou Weiren and Pei-Jinya were left in the room. Regarding the construction of this city, Zhou Weiren was a little embarrassed. He wanted to ask Daping City to move forward. But unfortunately, Daping City local business power was not strong. And the scale of foreign investment attracted was not comparable to that of other cities. Whatever you need me to do, just tell me. Pei-Jinya maintained Jiang Qingsong's personality without making a sound. Zhou Weiren smiled heartily at first, he praised generously. And then cautiously asked, "Can Jiang Company contract some unfinished buildings in Daping City?" Pei-Jinya's answer was very straightforward. Zhou Weiren was very surprised. However, Pei-Jinya put forward a condition. Daping City is about to establish a port group to prepare for going out to sea. And this requires the full support of the Daping City government. Zhou Weiren agreed. Going out to sea can make money. And only when the company makes money can Daping City have more tax revenue. Zhou Weiren had the opportunity to increase his career capital for promotion. The two sides hit it off. After Zhou Weiren left that afternoon, Pei-Jinya also got on the Jiang family car, and the motorcade returned to the Jiang family ancestral home in a mighty manner. No matter how big the things happened in the outside world, what does it have to do with him? Jiang Qingsong? In the backyard, Pei-Jinya coughed lightly, and his face was already a little red at this moment. Who would dare to believe it if he told others? If it weren't for his current attribute value of only the 4th level of transcendence, now the exclusive extraordinary talents of weapon and sword are enough to be combined and advanced to the 5th level. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, Pei-Jinya already felt difficult. Not to mention upgrading to the 5th level. Pei-Jinya even felt surprised. Why did Gaia have to recruit so many swordsmen? A breeze came slowly. Pei-Jinya felt the sword intent emanating from himself, and began to suppress the surging sword intent. The blue bird hovered on the nearby branch. Even the giant python that was originally perched couldn't help but look up at this time. Inexplicably felt a sharp sword intent from Pei-Jinya. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the afterglow fell. Pei-Jinya slowly finished his work. Divination. Ask for good or bad luck today. Hexagram, good red. Is there anything good going to happen today? Pei-Jinya's eyes suddenly brightened. The flame god coffin in the private warehouse suddenly vibrated. Pei-Jinya thought of what happened at the beginning. And he dared not stay there. He left the Jiang family back mountain as soon as possible. He bit a 1,000-year-old ginseng in his mouth to restore his blood and qi. And his body quickly dodged. He left Daping City. Pei-Jinya didn't want to go anywhere in particular. At this moment, Federer was paying attention. And he would definitely not be stupid enough to go there and cause trouble for himself. He didn't want the outside world to pay too much attention to Dapeng City. He simply left Zhongzhou directly. But what surprised Pei Jinya was that this time he took out the Flame God coffin. And he was even ready for battle. However, this time the Flame God coffin only spit out a dozen black shadows. Pei Jinya easily took them in his hands. They were all fragments of the Lotus Treasure Mirror. Good luck. The next second, before Pei Jinya could make another move, the Lotus Treasure Mirror in his arms, which had already recognized its master, suddenly moved. All the dozen fragments were swallowed by the Lotus Treasure Mirror. Pei Jinya looked at the scene in amazement. But he did not leave immediately, to avoid making a bigger noise later. He waited for more than 10 seconds. Pei Jinya was a little surprised. None of the situations he expected happened. His mind sank. The Lotus Treasure Mirror was still in the state of fusion. Wait! Pei Jinya suddenly said in surprise. He stared at the Lotus Treasure Mirror in his arms with burning eyes. This thing. It seems to be able to automatically increase the effect of practice? Pei Jinya tried it with some uncertainty. As expected, when he was practicing the technique, a warm magnetic field from the Lotus Treasure Mirror would wrap around him. This feeling was just like the senior sister Xiao he followed in the Flame God Coffin world. After confirming that the Flame God Coffin was no longer useful, Pei Jinya immediately returned to the back mountain of the Jiang family to practice. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Pei Jinya slowly finished his practice, and the dew on his body evaporated automatically. He looked at the attribute panel. Last night practice was equivalent to half a month of practice on weekdays. The attribute value has increased a lot. Now it has completely broken through the 800 mark. And before, his attribute value had just broken through 700. Even Pei Jinya had to praise the speed of his own attribute upgrade. In a good mood, Pei Jinya raised his head. The branches were already full of flying birds, but they were very quiet, as if they were afraid of disturbing Pei Jinya practice. Farther away, a huge head poked out from the bushes, and his eyes were full of wisdom. Pei Jinya waved his hand, and dozens of spirit stones appeared in front of him. At the same time, these spirit stones shattered, and turned into countless spiritual energy and dispersed. In an instant, hundreds of birds flapped their wings and flew over at the same time, which was particularly spectacular. The giant python hiding in the bushes in the distance also rushed out impatiently, scaring the flying birds, and attracted many flying birds to attack. In normal times, the giant python would definitely bite them. But compared to the spiritual energy, these flying birds are not worth mentioning at all. All of them, don't worry. Pei Jinya waved his hand, and several streams of spiritual energy entered the giant python. The giant python received the spiritual energy, and after bowing to Pei Jinya in gratitude, it left quickly. The flying birds flapped their wings in the air, and they were densely packed, and each of them received a wisp of spiritual energy. As Pei Jinya waved his hand, the hundreds of birds flapped their wings again and returned to the forest. Everything was as if nothing had happened. The morning breeze blew gently. Pei Jinya turned around, and his robe fluttered in the wind, and then he disappeared into the forest. What happened on Wuming Island? The white fox female elder appeared in a small courtyard in Shizhou. The Wuji elder had the golden dragon fishing rod given by Pei Jinya in his hand. It looked very high profile, but he just liked it. After hearing what the female elder said, he did not reply immediately, but suddenly lifted the fishing rod. A 30-gene golden carp was pulled out of the water. How is it? The Wuji elder turned his head and looked at it with interest. The white fox female elder was silent. Elder Wuji had no intention of waiting for her reply. He put the golden carp into the fish basket and extended his hand to signal. Lu Hai beside him took it respectfully. Elder Wuji said casually, "Give it to the Demon King, so that he can replenish his body." "Yes, Elder." After Lu Hai left the courtyard, Elder Wuji turned his head and looked at the white fox female elder. "So many years have passed, and you still have the same temper. Not good." He shook his head, slowly said, "You should know about the island. Someone concealed the secret. If it wasn't for the explosion this time, no one would have noticed the problem there. Even the god-killing cannon has been used, and it was used unilaterally by Shizhou." The white fox female elder said with some worry. "Such a sudden incident is very disturbing. There is nothing to worry about." The tone of the Wuji elder was still as relaxed as ever. After this incident, Zhongzhou's attitude towards Shizhou has obviously changed a lot. Before, We were worried whether Zhongzhou would join forces with Shizhou to target our next action. Now it seems that there are fewer constraints. The White Fox female elder was silent for a while, and said, "Someone covered up the secret of this incident. I can't see through it. You should know that. The things I couldn't see through back then caused us to lose many elites." "I know." The Wuji elder said slowly. "We must succeed in this action." "When will it start?" asked the White Fox female elder. "Wait." Elder Wuji didn't say much. Because he was waiting too. The last time Pei Jinya sent a message to suspend the plan. He paused the opportunity, but secretly lured other organizations in Shizhou to emerge. And they really encountered the thunderous wrath of the Judgment Office. If the members of the Old God Association were sent out at the beginning, even Elder Wuji could not bear such consequences. The headquarters of the Judgment Office did not know who was sent out. Elder Wuji said in his heart, "There are very few people who can plot against him. But there are some." The White Fox female elder did not understand what Elder Wuji said. She did not know what to wait for. However, she did not ask any more questions because of the tacit understanding developed over the years. Duping City, in the safe house. Hai Yan looked at Pei Jinya with envy as he took the big red carp from Lu Hai. In the Old God Association, there are very few people who can have this honor. For marginal personnel like him, there was no chance to even meet the elders. Even Xiao Hongluo looked at the fish basket in Pei Jinya's hand curiously, and muttered to herself, "I really want to eat fish." Pei Jinya looked at the big red carp, and felt full of spiritual energy. How much blood and energy would be replenished by taking this bite? The more he thought about it, the happier he became. "Thank the elders for me." Just about to leave. "Demon King." Lu Hai called him. Pei Jinya turned his head to look. Lu Hai asked him to go to the room alone to have a private chat. Hai Yan and others didn't understand why. Those who knew the rules left the hut. Except for the little girl, who looked a little reluctant. Inshu didn't care, and kept muttering whether he should invite the devil to eat instant noodles when he got home later. About the action, Lu Hai asked carefully. "Tell the elders, if we act today, good and bad will come with it. If you are not sure, wait." It seemed that Pei Jinya had thought of what Lu Hai would ask when he came. Lu Hai was slightly stunned. "I understand, thank you." "Anything else?" Pei Jinya asked. "Nothing else." Lu Hai scratched his head. Pei Jinya was about to leave, when he heard Lu Hai cautiously ask behind him, "Demon King, are you able to read fortunes?" Pei Jinya was stunned. Looked over. "Would you like me to tell your fortune? My fee is very cheap." When he heard the first half of the sentence, Lu Hai was excited, but he was obviously a little scared when he heard the second half. He forced a smile and said, "What do I need to pay?" "Practice materials. I can calculate a lot of things here. Calculate your fortune. Calculate the success rate of your one thing. Calculate the things in the past. Etc." Pei Jinya said harmlessly. It was a bit bewitching. Lu Hai thought for a while, and took out a bottle of golden pills from his arms. The 3 essence pills in it are made by the elders of the sect, and they can't be bought outside. Pei Jinya took it when he handed it over, looked at it, and looked at it in confusion. What effect? It can restore mental strength, if you take it regularly. It will be very helpful for stabilizing your mental strength, Lu Hai said anxiously, as if he was worried that Pei Jinya would not like it. "What do you want to test?" Pei Jinya looked over. Lu Hai felt relieved and said quickly, "I want to know if my parents are still alive." Pei Jinya was a little surprised. "How old were you when you joined the Old God Society?" Lu Hai said shyly, "I have followed the Old God Society since I was a child. I heard from the old people in the village that they have seen my mother. They only know that my mother's surname is Lu. So that means you don't know your parents' birth dates?" Pei Jinya looked at it. "I don't know." Lu Hai felt a little regretful, thinking that he couldn't figure it out. But Pei Jinya pretended to say, "You can give me your birth date." "Really?" Lu Hai was a little shocked. Pei Jinya nodded. After getting Lu Hai's birth date, Pei Jinya turned around. He didn't want to expose his tortoise shell. He also didn't want his fortune-telling to look cheap. "So I pretended to perform." A red glow appeared on the tortoise shell. It showed good luck. "Your parents are still alive," Pei Jinya said. "Then can you figure out where they are?" Lu Hai said hurriedly. Pei Jinya shook his head. "Sorry. It okay. Knowing that they are still alive, I at least have a thought." Lu Hai was really grateful. After leaving, Pei Jinya looked at the tortoise shell. It should mean in the world. Right? Pei Jinya stuffed the tortoise shell back into his arms, and left quickly. That night, Pei father and mother took son Rufan to Jiang house. There were only 4 of them at the family dinner. Except for Pei Jinya, the 2 elders and son Rufan seemed a little embarrassed. But Pei Jinya's goal was to let them enjoy the big red carp. An hour later, the 3 left in confusion. Even though Pei Jinya had hinted that Jiang Qingsong could be trusted before, the 2 elders still felt a little strange. The old man of the Jiang family seems to be quite different from the legend. The family dinner was nothing to Pei Jinya. 1 day later, the attribute light ball emerged. Added Soul Demon Seed Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1 can be synthesized and advanced, yes/no? Yes. The mind moved. This extraordinary gene that had helped Pei Jinya a lot could finally be synthesized to the 2nd level. The body was hot for a moment. The synthesis was completed. Pei Jinya looked at the attribute panel. Newly added extraordinary gene, Soul Demon Seed LV2. Newly added extraordinary ability 1. Demon Seed Soul Control can control the opponent life and death after planting quota, 15. Newly added extraordinary ability 2. Demon Shadow gives the shadow demonization. Strength is equivalent to 70% of the main body. Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. 15 control quotas. Not bad. As for the Demon Shadow. So, I have 2 shadow clones? The thought moved. 2 more shadows appeared in front of Pei Jinya. One is a shadow giant, who looks muscular. One is a demon shadow clone, without legs, like a wisp of smoke connecting the shadow on the ground. The upper body seems to be equipped with skeleton armor, and the 2 arms are sharp blades. Compared to the visual impression of the shadow giant, this demon shadow clone looks more sinister. Buzz. Just then, Kai Weiqian of the Blackstone Society urgently asked for a meeting. Brother Jia, help me. Pei Jinya looked away. Don't panic when things happen. Let's do a divination first. Hexagram, good luck. The tortoiseshell is as red as blood. This trip, good luck. The devil is coming, killing people like flies. Pei Jinya looked at the car full of training supplies and raised his eyebrows slightly. Kai Weiqian accompanied him respectfully, smiled flatteringly. Brother Jia, this is all yours. Pei Jinya saw that he was tactful and did not hesitate, and put all of them into the storage space with a wave of his hand. For Kai Weiqian, this scene was no different from the means of a god. His eyes widened with envy. He did not dare to say much. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Pei Jinya left without looking back. Bald Old Wei walked quickly to Kai Weiqian and said hesitantly, Boss. What a pity. We are not awakened. Kai Weiqian patted Old Wei's shoulder with emotion. And the group returned. Pei Jinya had just arrived at the back mountain of the Jiang family. At this time, the Lotus Treasure Mirror was integrated, and it seemed to be a little different. The space has become larger. But why can't I enter the Yuhai space? Pei Jinya sat on a rattan chair in the backyard of the Jiang family, looking at the Lotus Treasure book that had grown much larger. Since the last time the Flame God Coffin entered the Lotus Treasure book, the Yuhai space could no longer be entered. Pei Jinya didn't know what happened, but he still couldn't enter at the moment. Pei Jinya didn't care. Apart from being able to hear some secret news in the Yuhai space, he was really not interested. His consciousness entered the Lotus Treasure Mirror, and was quickly ejected. What made him feel relieved was that the auxiliary effect of the Lotus Treasure Mirror did not disappear. Another 2 days of practice passed in a hurry. Pei Jinya finished a set of 5 animals play, and his breath was long and far-reaching. The 5 animals play, which had broken through the limit level, still maintained a certain effect on his flesh and blood body every time he practiced it. Although the effect was not as good as when he first practiced, as long as the effect existed, Pei Jinya would continue to practice. After finishing the practice, Pei Jinya reached out and touched the attribute light ball floating in the forest. Universal Extraordinary Gene Fragment +1. Collect your mind. Pei Jinya stood up and left. When he appeared in the restaurant, Zhong Xian was waiting early, bowed and greeted, Master. What the hurry? Pei Jinya glanced at him, and sat down at the table. Zhong Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said quickly, The good news from the president this morning, saying that the matters of the branch of the business bank are ready. It is expected to be opened after the renovation is completed in 3 months. As for the port company, all the procedures in Daping City have been prepared. For Zhong Xian, each piece of good news means the growth of the Jiang family strength, and each piece of good news is enough to make people excited. But when he looked at Pei Jinya's calmness made him feel ashamed. Master, it me, Meng Lang. As all things are laid out, Is Lin Shibei watching? Pei Jinya copywriters are all. Yes, sir. Zhong Xian replied. Facing Pei Jinya calmness and serenity, he seemed a little ashamed of himself. After all, his vision was not big enough, otherwise he would not be so easily surprised. By the way, sir, there is one more thing. There was a big explosion of rare element veins in Shizhou in the early morning of today. It is expected that the stock market will open today, which will cause a large fluctuation in rare metals. Zhong Xian said respectfully. Pei Jinya calmly asked for the newspaper after hearing this. The Shizhou explosion occupied most of the pages of today's newspaper. Could it be the work of the old gods? Pei Jinya asked a question in his mind. Not long after, Zhong Xian left the restaurant, and Pei Jinya began to enjoy the medicinal food quietly. For him, nothing is more important than his own cultivation. After breakfast, Jiang Xinqing appeared with a large amount of refining materials. Master, these are the materials we can collect at present. Pei Jinya squatted on the ground and began to check. He now has his own extraordinary ability in refining weapons. After being influenced by the books, he is getting more and more itchy. The relevant refining equipment has been prepared. They are not simple stuff. The Jiang family is a dominant family after all. Now it is strong. Not to mention buying a set of high-quality refining furnaces, it is not a problem to buy 10 or 100 sets. After everything is ready, Pei Jinya started the furnace forging. 10 minutes later, Pei Jinya looked at the 3 hidden weapons he had forged. He flicked his finger and sent them away. The 3 hidden weapons instantly emitted a whistling sound and shot out. His mind moved. The 3 hidden weapons were attracted by some kind of force and returned again. The speed is okay, the explosive power is good. Why does it feel like it still lacks a bit of soul? Pei Jinya fell into deep thought. When it comes to refining weapons, his current forging ability belongs to the 2nd level, and his forging ability has now been demonstrated. But to be honest, there is still a world of difference compared to Master Nan. Master Nan's talent is very special. The iron hammer in his hand is also a sealed object. He turned his head to look at the materials around him. When it comes to refining equipment, he only admires Master Nan. He simply took out the divination tortoise shell. Divination. A trip to Beizhou in 3 days. Hexagram. Auspicious. The tortoise shell was slightly red. A moment later, Zhong Xian. Pei Jinya shouted. Master. Zhong Xian hurried over. Arrange it. And travel to Beizhou in 3 days. Yes. The old man of the Jiang family went out to relax. This is a simple matter. For safety, the Jiang family kept this trip secret. Pei Jinya only brought his bodyguard Jiang Xinqing, and the cook Zhong Xian, and there is no need to say more about the guards in secret. Knowing that the master would bring him, Zhong Xian said he was very impatient. And his cooking skills, which he was proud of, even Jiang Xinqing found incredible. The night before leaving, Pei Jinya used up 4 demon soul control quotas to ensure that his foundation in Daping City was safe enough. Master, the president called. On the deck, Zhong Xian handed the phone to Pei Jinya. This trip was the result of Pei Jinya whim, but detailed arrangements had been made afterwards. The current president of the Jiang family expressed his concern, but he did not dare to resist in his words. After Pei Jinya asked him to cooperate with Lin Shibei in business, he hung up the phone directly. He threw the phone to Zhong Xian. Zhong Xian took the phone in a hurry. Jiang Xinqing looked around with a vigilant look on his face, watching all around. Relax. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing when he saw his vigilant look. Jiang Xinqing lowered his head a little embarrassedly. This cloud boat was purchased by Pei Jinya yesterday in the name of Jiang family. It uses the most advanced equipment. You can't feel any bumps when you shuttle through the sea of clouds. There are only Pei Jinya and his group in the wide range. Pei Jinya waved his hand, and Zhong Xian went to cook happily, working hard without complaint. I don't think it hard at all. One day of flying. Pei Jinya and his party finally arrived at a city in the northern part of Beizhou in the evening. The cloud ship was stored at the official port. The management fee of 30,000 yuan a month was like a worker with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan taking 2 yuan to take the bus for Pei Jinya. It was completely understated. Master. Zhong Xian walked over quickly. The deposit has been completed. Take the seal with you. Pei Jinya said casually. This kind of trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Have you arranged the accommodation? I have booked a room according to your instructions. Zhong Xian said, and suddenly a little girl voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Ah. Get out of the way. I can't control it. Zhong Xian turned his head with horror. Just behind him, a flying figure rushed into the port as if out of control. The sword on Jiang Xinqing's body trembled, and the breeze blew it away. The other party figure, who was rushing towards him like a cannonball, was stopped instantly. Ding dong. The long sword in the air fell down. There was a burst of applause from all around. At this time, the girl in white clothes fluttered in the breeze like a lily and landed steadily. She looked about 13 or 14 years old. Jiang Xinqing turned his head and looked at Pei Jinya. For a wooden man like him, who only cared about killing people, he rarely encountered such a high-profile event, and was somewhat uncomfortable. Pei Jinya did not have any strange expression from beginning to end, looking at the little girl. Are you okay? It okay. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Big Brother, for helping me. The little girl looked at the people around her, with an apologetic look on her face. She clasped her fists and said, I'm sorry for disturbing you just now. If you find a shop, you can go to Wanbao Pavilion to ask my aunt for compensation. Don't lie to me. Miss Bao is joking. Someone nearby obviously recognized the little girl. The crowd gradually dispersed. Xiao Baoshan looked at Pei Jinya and his group, and apologized. I treat you to a meal as a thank you and apology. Jiang Xinqing didn't say anything, but looked at Pei Jinya. Xiao Baoshan also looked at Pei Jinya when she saw this. She obviously realized that the most authoritative person here was the old man in front of her. She stepped forward and put her arm around Pei Jinya, looking like a little granddaughter trying to please her grandfather. Jiang Xinqing subconsciously became nervous and was about to step forward, but Zhong Xian pulled the corner of his clothes. Jiang Xinqing turned his head and looked coldly. Zhong Xian immediately let go of his hand, but he was still a little helpless. Big brother, she's just a little girl. You don't have to be on guard. Jiang Xinqing ignored him. When he looked up, Pei Jinya was touching the little girl's head. He smiled and said, Why are you still standing there? Go eat. Yes, sir. Pei Jinya had heard of Wanbao Pavilion, which is an international group more famous than Tianshan International. It's no exaggeration to say that, even if the Jiang family business expanded 100 times, it would still not be as large as Wanbao Pavilion. This little girl family is the head of the Wanbao Pavilion Beizhou division. Although I don't know if it's the entire Beizhou division, or just this town. But Pei Jinya didn't think too much. This time is just right for eating. He found a restaurant on the roadside. The restaurant proprietress obviously recognized Xiao Baoshan and greeted him with a smile. I guess because of the little girl, she gave Pei Jinya and the other three a lot more. Grandpa, are you here to travel or go to Jianghe? Being called Grandpa by a 12-year-old girl. Pei Jinya couldn't help laughing and said, when traveling, do you have any place to recommend? Recommended place? The little girl tilted her head and said, in Beizhou, the most famous one is Jian Pavilion. Since this big brother practices sword, he should go and take a look. My aunt said, it is a holy place for sword practitioners. Jiang Xinqing looked up at her, and then lowered his head expressionlessly, and continued to eat. No holy place is more important than the head of the family. After finishing the meal, the girl wanted to pay, but found that Zhong Xian had already paid. She was a little embarrassed, so she clasped her hands and clasped her fists. Imitating the style of the people in the martial arts world, the mountains remain unchanged. The water flows forever. The future is long, and we will meet again. Then she flew away again. Master. Jiang Xinqing suddenly handed a package to Pei Jinya. This is what the girl just left behind. Open the package. There is a bottle of elixir inside. A meal in exchange for a bottle of elixir. Pei Jinya shook his head and laughed. This little girl is sincere. Give it back. He was not so greedy as to covet a little girl things. Jiang Xinqing took the package and quickly chased after him. When he returned not long after, the package in his hand was not returned, but there were a few more bottles of pills in it. He looked at Pei Jinya innocently. Master, when I went there, I happened to meet her family. Knowing that we saved her, they gave us a few more bottles, said it was good for chi and blood and mental strength. Zhong Xian was stunned. Since they say so, then accept it. Pei Jinya couldn't help but touch the tortoise shell. Today, my luck is very good. The three of them set off and stayed in a hotel. This hotel was not far from Master Nan's shop. That night, Pei Jinya changed his body and went there alone. Unexpectedly, the person who opened the door was not Master Nan. The woman who opened the door looked at Pei Jinya, just nodded slightly, and walked out of the shop. Auntie. A familiar little girl voice came from behind. Pei Jinya didn't look up. The two passed by each other without disturbing each other. What, Jean? When Master Nan saw Pei Jinya appear, he was a little surprised. Master Nan, long time no see. Pei Jinya was holding a roast chicken and soju in his hand. The alias he used in Beizhou was the homonym of the word Jean. Where have you been during this time? Master Nan wiped the dust off his hands in a hurry. I wanted to give you the Ri Jing Gu Bang before. But you were not here. And your sister was away. He took Pei Jinya into the refining room. Pei Jinya felt a hot breath as soon as he approached. But the refining furnace had been sealed. Is there a breath of cold crystal? Pei Jinya was a little surprised. I just happened to have it in my hand. So I added some to you. Master Nan gestured. Do you want to take it now? I see that the fire in your furnace is a little different. Master Nan? Pei Jinya asked knowingly. But he was indeed a little unsure about this refining furnace. In his perception, the fire in this furnace seemed to bless the golden hoop every minute and every second. Master Nan's statement verified Pei Jinya's guess. He didn't expect that this refining furnace was also a sealed object. And it seemed to be of a high level. Pei Jinya would bear all the expenses placed with Master Nan. He knew that the other party was doing it for the sake of his cheap sister Honglian. But his own business was his own business. With a wave of his hand, a large number of refining materials appeared in front of him, including the flame essence that Master Nan needed most. Master Nan was stunned on the spot. He didn't even dare to think about so many refining materials. How come in with Jean hands? It felt like a wholesale mall. I still say that, Master Nan. You helped me a lot. I can't let you help for nothing. And, Pei Jinya smiled, in the future, I will inevitably cooperate with Master Nan for a long time. I gave all these materials. Master Nan's mouth gradually opened wider. Pei Jinya introduced the Jiang family to Master Nan. The Jiang family will provide materials in the future. Don't ask for too much. Master Nan just needs to provide a few powerful weapons every month. The Jiang family business needs some popularity, so that he can attract more franchisees. Master Nan hesitated. Pei Jinya saw that he had something to hide, so he understood. I know Master Nan doesn't want to show up, so you don't need to show up in this matter. I just want to spend more materials to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Master Nan. As for the Jiang family, Master Nan, don't worry. The people you come into contact with are all my confidants. Master Nan agreed. It a rare trip to Beizhou. Pei Jinya didn't plan to leave so soon. More importantly, Beizhou has more types of extraordinary people than Zhongzhou. And because the people here are tough, the control is not as strict as that of Zhongzhou. Master, the meal is ready, Zhong Xian said respectfully. Pei Jinya closed the book in his hand. But at this time Jiang Xinchen whispered, Master, someone is spying on us in secret. Go and find out who they are. Pei Jinya said casually. Yes. Jiang Xinchen opened the door, and was about to leave. Pei Jinya's voice came again. Come back for dinner when you are done. Yes, Master. Jiang Xincheng's speed was a little faster. Zhong Xian seemed a little worried. What are you worried about? Pei Jiny's voice came. Zhong Xian lowered his head quickly. Master. Pei Jinya looked at him calmly. Zhong Xian said after some words, after checking in today, I found that something was wrong with this hotel. What wrong? Pei Jinya raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been away for a while, and there were only Jiang Xincheng and Zhong Xian at home. When I went downstairs to change the access card, I accidentally saw blood in the warehouse room. Zhong Xian whispered. Pei Jinya tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Brain waves radiated invisibly. Soon he encountered a wall. Pei Jinya broke in expressionlessly. A muffled groan came from a room downstairs. And then someone begged for mercy in horror. Pei Jinya was like the king of the mental network, ruthlessly trampling on the other party. Peeping, and the moment, he descended with terrifying power. He had already doomed the other party fate. Pei Jinya ignored these small shrimps, browsed all the other party online information. Very unexpected. This hotel is actually a base secretly controlled by a gang. It okay, don't worry about it. Pei Jinya spoke, calming Zhong Xian's worries. Less than 3 minutes later, Jiang Xincheng returned, with a little blood on the corner of his clothes. Master, we have interrogated them. They are from the Huang family. Shizhou Huang family. Zhong Xian was stunned for the first time. When he was in Daping City, he received a lot of news from the Huang family. Naturally, he knew how many times the man in the family had rejected him. So when he heard Jiang Xinqing say that the other party was from the Huang family, he looked up at Pei Jinya in surprise. Still a little worried. He was just an ordinary person. If the other party took action, then he would have to hide behind the head of the family. He couldn't help but look up and secretly glance at Pei Jinya. Huang family. Pei Jinya lowered his eyes. What did the other party say? It was said that he didn't mean to offend. Jiang Xinqing whispered, but I still killed him. Zhong Xian looked at him in astonishment. Jiang Xinqing ignored him and continued, the Huang family is secretly watching us. I looked at their phones. They have already passed the news of our presence to Shizhou. He handed the phone over. Pei Jinya took the phone. The information on it clearly stated their whereabouts. However, the Shizhou Huang family did not send any instructions for the next step. Buzz. Just as Pei Jinya put the phone on the table, the phone suddenly vibrated. For a moment, the three people in the room looked over. Pei Jinya nodded. Jiang Xinqing answered the call and turned on the speaker. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. A young man's voice came from inside. Jiang Xinqing looked at Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya said calmly, your Huang family is quite capable. But why bother an old man like me? Mr. Jiang is joking. The young man said in a relaxed tone, I know that some things have caused some misunderstandings between us. In fact, I have always wanted to have a conversation with you. But unfortunately, my subordinates did not know how to act properly and failed to convey my meaning, which made Mr. Jiang worry too much. Pei Jinya did not speak. The young man did not seem to care regarding Qi Zhonglu. It is a personal grudge with me. I have no intention of involving your Jiang family, and I hope Mr. Jiang will not interfere in this matter. When did I interfere? Pei Jinya said indifferently, you can do whatever you want. Qi Zhonglu daughter. Before the young man finished his words, Pei Jinya interrupted him expressionlessly. Your Huang family is a famous family after all. It's really despicable to deal with a little girl. The young man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I say something impolite. If I want, your Jiang family can't defend me. Try. Pei Jinya's simple 2 words made the young man swallow the rest of his words instantly. Both sides were silent for a second. Pei Jinya stretched out his finger and was about to end the conversation. The young man suddenly said, I heard that Mr. Jiang has been stuck at the 3rd level for a long time. And now he has just broken through the limit. I think there has been no progress in the 5th level. What my Huang family lacks the least is the 5th level. If Mr. Jiang is willing, my Huang family can help you. In the room, Zhong Xian heard the offer of the young master of the Huang family, and couldn't help but look up at the head of the family. Extraordinary 5th level. If the Jiang family can really produce an extraordinary 5th level, let alone Daping City, even half of Zhongzhou is enough for the Jiang family to travel. Jiang Xinqing looked at Pei Jinya. He felt that the head of the family would definitely be able to enter the 5th level of transcendence. Just like no one thought that the head of the family would break through the limit, but the head of the family did it. Jiang Xinqing thought that he was the one who had accompanied the head of the family the longest, especially after the head of the family broke through the limit. He had been with him for a longer time than before, so he could better understand the head of the family's strength. He also looked at the head of the family, waiting for his answer. However, Pei Jinya said expressionlessly in his usual calm tone, Extraordinary level 5. Very strong? The young master of the Huang family was completely speechless. Pei Jinya said calmly, Hang up. Jiang Xinqing pressed the hang-up button, and the conversation ended with Pei Jinya will. Zhao. Somewhere in Shizhou, a mobile phone was smashed. The young master of the Huang family shouted loudly, Yehu. Here. A dull voice sounded at the door. The young master of the Huang family had a sinister look on his face, just when he was about to say that he wanted to kill Jiang Qingsong. He took back the idea the next second. This old guy is really stubborn. If I hadn't considered the attitude of Zhongzhou, I would have killed him right now. Yehu knelt on one knee with his hands clasped together, showing no dissatisfaction with the silence of the young master of the Huang family, and kept the same action. The young master of the Huang family said coldly at this time, Go check. I want to know who is behind Jiang Qingsong. Being able to have the confidence to ignore the 5th level extraordinary, this is worth him being alert. Yes. The tall figure left the door. The young master of the Huang family looked away. His eyes were cold. Daping City, Jiang family, cannot get Sun Rufan biological information, then they can't control Qi Zhonglu. It really troublesome. That old guy is really arrogant. Zhong Xian looked at Pei Jinya. His eyes were a little surprised. The words of the patriarch just now were still echoing in his mind. Is the 5th level extraordinary very strong? For a moment, I felt excited. Jiang Xinchen crushed the phone directly. Then he sat beside Pei Jinya and picked up the chopsticks as Pei Jinya ate. Zhongxian suddenly felt that he was out of place. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. After touching the attribute light ball, Pei Jinya let out a long breath. This time he got free attribute points. Since then, his 3 attribute values have successfully broken through the 900 mark. Feeling the vigorous power of his body, Pei Jinya felt like he was about to explode. Night fell. He put on the mask and went to Shizhou alone. Old 7. Old 18 are both missing. 2 more are missing. Who is targeting my Huang family? In just 2 hours, the scattered members of the Huang family have been killed one after another. Whether missing or killed. For the Huang family, this kind of loss is unimaginable. Naturally, it caused suspicion and panic within the Huang family. Could it be the Lei family who did it? Some people were suspicious. During this period, the battle between our Huang family and the Lei family has been completely intensified. Some messengers in other places have been killed, and it is determined that they are from the Lei family. Let the judge take action. In fact, the judge has already taken action. We and the Lei family have fought secretly for no less than 3 times. If this time it is the opponent counterattack, then we must prepare for the worst. The meeting room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, waiting for the final decision of the head of the Huang family. At this moment in the Huang family zoo, a figure suddenly appeared on the branches of a tall tree. The man had a mask on his face. It seemed that he was looking at something. The latest content appeared on the attribute panel that outsiders could not detect. New extraordinary gene. Art Beast Tamer can be synthesized to LV4 synthesize. The heat in the body fell instantly. I didn't expect that the second 4th level extraordinary gene would be synthesized so quickly. Under the mask, Pei Jinya could hardly hide the smile on his face. A moment. He looked up and looked not far away. The ice wings behind him spread out, like the god of death in the dark night. He whistled softly. Almost instantly, the beasts kept by the Huang family in the zoo woke up from their sleep. In the deepest fog, the eyes of the 3 elemental pterosaurs emitted red light. With a dull voice, 3 elemental pterosaurs more than 10 meters high walked out of the deep sea fog, and knelt devoutly in front of the dark night god of death in midair. At the moment when the 3-headed elemental pterosaur surrendered, there was a sound of prostrating behind him. In midair, Pei Jinya raised his hand. A halo with a diameter of hundreds of meters emerged, covering all the monsters. Who is there? A cry came. The visitor hurriedly took out his mobile phone, wanting to notify the headquarters. Pei Jinya figure flashed in an instant. The other party was immediately pressed down on the face by a hand under an irresistible force. Dream. New extraordinary gene. Mental network control can be synthesized to LV4. New extraordinary ability. Data detonation can be remotely controlled with brain wave synthesis. Pei Jinya couldn't hide his smile. In one day, he added 2 more 4th level extraordinary genes. The Beast Master advanced to the 4th level, and the mental network system also advanced to the 4th level. Feeling the qualitative change of the mental network information in his mind, Pei Jinya was very clear. His intelligence level was about to break through, and was promoted to intelligence level 5. He only needed to brainstorm for the final integration, and once the integration was completed, his mental network strength would be comparable to that of an intelligence level 5. My thoughts are running faster and faster. Raise your head. The figure disappears. Almost instantly, there is a sound of breaking air from the Huang family zoo. 2 sounds came one after the other. Tell the family that the zoo has been invaded. The number of the beasts is equal. The other party should not have had time to attack. Damn, who is targeting our Huang family? After leaving the Huang family, Pei Jinya was stopped. The other party almost accurately captured his existence the moment he disappeared. Extraordinary 4th level? No. At least the 5th level of transcendence. Who are you? The gray-haired middle-aged man questioned Pei Jinya with a cold look. He wore a headset on his left ear, and seemed to be communicating with someone at any time. Pei Jinya said nothing and fled away. But the other party chased him closely. You killed my Huang family. Do you really think you can get away? A metal ball was suddenly thrown out. It exploded in the air. There was no fire, but a bright light flashed. The ability to evade space was limited. This space was almost locked. Pei Jinya figure was exposed. In his perception, this locked space was far more than a few hundred meters. At this time, there was a trembling sound of metal behind him. The gray-haired middle-aged man slapped his waist. And the sword light that jumped out was as powerful as a rainbow. At the moment he rushed over, the large area of land under his feet began to churn violently. This time, he crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in one step. He slashed with a knife. Dang! The sound of iron colliding was heard. A surging heat wave suddenly rose. Pei figure dragged 10 meters backward. He raised his head. The opponent was indeed a fifth-level extraordinary. He immediately stuffed the pill into his mouth without hesitation. The gray-haired middle-aged man felt his arm numb, his eyes narrowed. Feeling the opponent amazing strength, there was no intention of hesitation at all, dragged the knife forward. The blade was suddenly filled with scarlet blood flames. As Pei retreated rapidly, the blade in the gray-haired middle-aged man's hand, which was filled with blood flames, had already slashed fiercely. Wherever the surging blood flames passed, the space was shocked and exploded. Dang! Pei drew his sword and suppressed it. Instantly, the gray-haired middle-aged man turned his arm, and the blade vibrated and made a sound like a dragon or a tiger. Large pieces of blood-like flames filled the blade light, and swirled around Pei. It was as if a whirlwind of condensed flames stirred up the snow and wind. The space where the blood flames exploded made a sizzling sound like melting. This method inevitably reminded Pei of the former bodyguard of Tianshan International Weapon Blood Sword Furnace. Pei was not nervous at all. Although the opponent was a fifth-level extraordinary being, he was not without a trump card. Moreover, his own extraordinary gene of swordsmanship had already advanced to the fourth level. In terms of swordsmanship, he had no reason to fear the opponent. Zheng! Pei suddenly heard countless sword whistles. He took a step forward and rushed forward. The bright sword light emerged. Boom! Boom! The countless blood flames that rushed over burst one after another as soon as they touched the sword light. The hot flames that rolled up were like a hysterical torrent, splashing in all directions. The two figures fought fiercely together. For a moment, under the impact of the violent explosion, the ground shook endlessly, and countless mud and sand mixed with large amounts of smoke and dust rushed into the sky. The sword light, like thousands of dense snowflakes, was fiercely peeled off layer by layer, and the flames around were almost distorted. The gray-haired middle-aged man had a ferocious expression on his face. Your swordsmanship is very strong. But it's still not enough to be my opponent. The moment the words were spoken, the scattered blood flames reshaped back into the blade. He slashed towards the direction where Pei was under the smoke and dust. The sword light was like a snowstorm, and the sound of countless metals colliding with each other was heard. Suddenly, the sword light in the sky suddenly stagnated, as if the whole world was strangely still. The gray-haired middle-aged man's face changed slightly. This kind of power, he shouted angrily, just as he was about to swing his sword and rush forward. But suddenly, a dazzling lightning flashed through the snow and wind. The moment the sword light appeared, the obstacles in front of him seemed meaningless, and it fell in front of the gray-haired middle-aged man in an extremely fierce and domineering way in midair. When this sword was slashed, the snow and wind in the sky became a foil. Who are you? The gray-haired middle-aged man was full of shock and anger. He had never heard of the other party's swordsmanship. Damn it! At the critical moment, the knife in the gray-haired middle-aged man's hand suddenly burst into a more ferocious blood flame. It seemed to suddenly expand into a giant knife 3 to 5 meters long. He rushed towards the sword light fiercely. Then the sword light that had originally stopped in the air suddenly collapsed, and enveloped the figures of him and Pei. Bang! The gray-haired middle-aged man blocked Pei fist. Just as he was about to say something with a grin, Pei suddenly changed his fist into a palm. Chi and blood flowed backwards. The gray-haired middle-aged man's grinning expression turned into surprise and anger after blood spurted out of his mouth. What happened? Why did his blood and chi become like this in an instant? Look up. Looking with anger, Pei had already raised his sword and pressed hard. Get out of here! The gray-haired middle-aged man roared at the top of his lungs. This time, his whole body was raging with flames, looking like a god of fire. I don't know how many sword shadows burst out from Pei hand. When they fell on the gray-haired middle-aged man, they scattered circles of splashing flames. And in the flames, the sword lights burst out with murderous intent. The sword fell faster and faster. The two seemed to be evenly matched, and simply relied on the consumption of blood and chi. Whoever consumed it first, whoever revealed a little flaw first, would be doomed. A fierce fight. The ground cracked. Under the rising dust waves, the gray-haired middle-aged man suddenly lost the figure of Pei and his face was full of anger and shame. He was a great swordsman of the 5th level of transcendence, but he didn't catch the other party after so long. Damn it! Where did he go? He pressed the earphone and asked coldly, looking around with lightning eyes. Southwest direction, be careful, this guy is very fast. A woman's voice came from the earphone. Huang Shiqiang said nothing. He quickly chased after him. The previous fight was quite exhausting. What frightened him more was Pei Jinya's swordsmanship. A person whose background he didn't know used swordsmanship whose background he didn't know. All kinds of methods emerged one after another, even making him feel palpitations. But such a person is targeting their Huang family. Who is he? Why is he targeting our Huang family? Pei Jinya felt that the think tank in his mind had been finally integrated, and was worried about something going wrong. So he found an opportunity to lead directly in the smoke and dust. Let me try the lethality of LV5. After advancing to the LV5 level of intelligent brain, Pei Jinya clearly felt that his understanding of this world had reached a new level. This feeling is very strange. It seems that he can block all his human emotions anytime and anywhere. Raising his head, looking at the sound of gas explosion coming from the distant mountain stream, Pei Jinya knew that the 5th level extraordinary person of the Huang family was chasing him again. If it weren't for the fact that his current weapon and sword had been synthesized and advanced to the current peak, he really wanted to kill the other party. As for now, he needed to avoid the risks brought by Shizhou intelligent brain Gaia in advance. Detonate. Pei Jinya said 2 words softly. Somewhere in Shizhou, Gaia, who had not yet fully awakened, suddenly encountered a series of database explosions. At this moment, many places in Shizhou were in major crisis. Major Huang, the headquarters encountered a cyber attack, and the losses were huge. The headquarters specifically asked you to return to take charge. The woman's voice came from Huang Shiqiang headset. Huang Shiqiang not only heard her voice, but also received a message from the base. The headquarters did ask him to return immediately. Huang Shiqiang gritted his teeth, somewhat unwilling. To be fair, he cared more about the safety of the Huang family than the safety of Shizhou. He looked in the direction of Pei Jinya. Pei Jinya stood on the top of the mountain, looking down at him, and hooked his finger expressionlessly. Huang Shiqiang threw away the headset fiercely, and rushed over quickly. The war broke out again.